Chapter 1, The Wedding at the Start. Now, the groom may kiss his bride. The sacred hall was filled with guests. Under the spotlight, the MC's voice, filled with a smile of blessing, echoed in Chen Feng's ears. He turned around and looked at Ji Wanning in front of him. Today, she is wearing a pure white haute couture wedding dress. The lace and diamonds adorning it made her already perfect figure even more breathtaking. Her delicate collarbone gleamed like ivory under the light, and the pale red beauty mark on the right side of her swan-like neck added a touch of charm to her cool and aloof temperament. Her makeup was exquisite, her red lips were like fire, and she was as beautiful as a goddess who had stepped out of a painting. However, those phoenix eyes, which should have been filled with happiness and shyness, were now cold and distant. She looked at him, but there was no love in her eyes. There was only a barely perceptible hint of disgust. Chen Feng felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. Ji Wanning is the undisputed #1 beauty at Jiangqing University, and her suitors can stretch from the south of the city to the north. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was just an orphan from an ordinary family. If it weren't for that accident a month ago, his and her lives would have been two parallel lines that never intersected. The guests' eyes turned to him, and bursts of laughter, some friendly and some inquisitive, rose and fell. Ji Wanning seemed a little impatient, and frowned slightly. Then, as if resigned to her fate, she slowly closed her eyes. Long eyelashes cast a soft shadow under the light. Her slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly pursed red lips conveyed a sense of humiliation and resistance. However, in Chen Feng's eyes, the stunningly beautiful face slowly overlapped with another face deep in his memory. It was a chaotic night. The hotel bed was in a mess. The same face, however, was flushed with emotion due to the effects of alcohol. Her eyelashes were adorned with glistening tears. Her snow-white skin had an alluring pink hue. A persona that was only shown to him before. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a surge of heat and excitement in his heart. A strong sense of possessiveness surged up. He lowered his head, and under the watchful eyes of countless people, he did not choose a perfunctory, polite kiss. Instead, he forcefully kissed those tightly pursed red lips. His tongue pried open her pearly teeth, conquering and seizing territory. Ji Wanning's beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and shame. She never expected that Chen Feng would be so bold in this situation. She wanted to struggle. But Chen Feng's arms held her tightly in his embrace like iron hoops, making it impossible for her to move. As their lips intertwined, he could even feel her body trembling. The surrounding guests erupted in even louder applause and whistles. They assumed this was a sign of the newlyweds being deeply in love. Only Ji Wanning herself knew that this kiss was full of aggression and punishment. After a long while, their lips parted. Chen Feng looked at his newlywed wife, whose pretty face was flushed and whose beautiful eyes were almost spitting fire. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his lips. He said nothing, but spoke softly in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Wife, happy wedding." The next morning, in the extremely luxurious restaurant of the Ji family manor. The long dining table was laden with exquisite breakfast dishes. Chen Feng sat to the left of the main seat, opposite his nominal wife, Ji Wanning. She had changed into a smart business suit. Her chestnut brown, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders as she sipped milk. He didn't look at Chen Feng even once throughout the entire process. Seated in the main seat was Ji Zhendong, the head of the Ji family and Chen Feng's father-in-law. He was about 50 years old, dressed in a tang suit, and exuded an air of authority without being angry. Those sharp eyes, which had weathered many storms in the business world and seen countless people, now fell upon Chen Feng. With a hint of scrutiny. Chen Feng sat upright with a sincere expression, but inwardly he was ranting and raving. Eating in wealthy families involves many rules. Having breakfast is like attending court, and the pressure is immense. Chen Feng. Ji Zhendong finally spoke, his voice steady and powerful. "Dad, please tell me." Chen Feng immediately responded, his attitude respectful. Ji Zhendong put down the newspaper in his hand and said in a calm tone typical of someone in a position of power. "Your relationship with Wanning is now a done deal. I don't care what happened between you two before, from today onwards, you are the son-in-law of the Ji family." He paused, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, "Young man, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Ji Zhendong patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Although our Ji family may not be considered a top-tier wealthy family, we can easily support several generations. As for you, just stay put. I've already arranged a sinecure for you at the company. If you don't want to go, just stay home." In short, our family has plenty of money, so you can just relax. Just lie down. These 4 words, like heavenly music, struck Chen Fang's heart with great force. He suppressed his inner elation, his face displaying just the right amount of gratitude and apprehension. Dad, how can this be? How can I do nothing? I still want to contribute to the company. What's wrong with that? Ji Zhendong waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, your task is to take good care of Wan Ning, and after the child is born, be a good husband and a good father. That's more important than anything else. Chen Fang wanted to exchange a few more polite words, but Ji Wan Ning across from him slammed down her milk cup. I'm done eating. Dad, I'm going to the company now. She coldly uttered a sentence, got up and left. As she passed Chen Fang, a clear snort, mixed with contempt and disdain, rang out. Clearly, she mistook Chen Fang's polite words for a hypocritical performance. Chen Fang shrugged indifferently. Let it be a misunderstanding, his laid-back life is about to begin anyway. Watching his daughter's departing figure, Ji Wandong sighed helplessly, then said to Chen Fang, that's just Wan Ning's temper, please bear with her. The driver is already waiting outside. Go to the company and familiarize yourself with the environment. Remember my words, don't cause trouble for yourself or the company. Okay, Dad, I'll remember. Chen Fang nodded vigorously, his face beaming with joy. Half an hour later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the most magnificent building in Jiang City, the headquarters building of the G Group. Chen Fang looked up at the towering building that seemed to reach into the clouds, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Starting today, he will begin his long-awaited paid slacking off life here. Led by the HR manager, Yin Qin, Chen Fang arrived at the administration department located on the 16th floor. Mr. Chen, your seat is right here, by the window, in a nice environment. The manager smiled obsequiously. The director said that since you're new, you don't have any specific tasks yet. Just get familiar with the company environment first. That's quite clear. You're here to retire, so just don't get in the way. Okay, thank you, manager. Chen Fang was overjoyed, but his face remained impassive. The moment he appeared, the entire administration office fell silent. Everyone's eyes were subtly glancing at him. It was filled with curiosity and exploration, and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Is this the son-in-law who married into a wealthy family? He's quite handsome, but unfortunately he's a kept man. Chen Fang ignored these stares. His primary task was to complete the final step of his onboarding process, clocking in. Once he clocks in, he'll be a full-fledged employee of the G Group, and he can legitimately start slacking off. Finding the time clock on the wall, Chen Fang took a deep breath. With a sense of sacred ritual, I pressed my finger on it. Drop. The moment the fingerprint recognition was successful, a mechanical voice devoid of any emotion suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host is currently working, which meets the system activation requirements. The Ultimate Worker system is officially activated. Binding host. Binding successful. Chen Fang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the spot. System? What the heck? Before he could react, the mechanical voice rang out again. Host detected clocking in at father-in-law's company for the first time, completing the hidden achievement joining a wealthy family. New player gift pack has been issued. Congratulations, host, you have received a God-level reward, God-level investment techniques. Boom! An unimaginably massive torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. Historical curves of global stock markets, financial models of all listed companies, volatility patterns in the futures market, and future trends in international gold prices. Even the business logic and capital traps hidden beneath the fog of data. At this moment, countless profound and complex financial knowledge seemed to become his instinct. Chen Fang felt a sharp, intense pain in his brain. My vision went black, and I staggered back 2 steps uncontrollably. Fortunately, I managed to grab the wall in time to avoid falling. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A female colleague nearby noticed this and asked her with concern. No. It's nothing. Chen Fang waved his hand, his face somewhat pale. Maybe I didn't eat enough this morning, so I have low blood sugar. His mind was in complete chaos. The ultimate working class system? What a joke. I'm here to lie down and be a couch potato, not to be a working stiff. Is there something wrong with this system? Can I uninstall it? Is there customer service? I want to file a complaint. Chapter 2. Can this system be uninstalled? Chen Fong stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. What did he just hear? The ultimate working class system? The name itself makes one feel uncomfortable, filled with the stench of capitalism and the oppressive feeling of the 996 work schedule. Are you kidding me? His life ideal is to lie flat and be a carefree salted fish, not some damn working person. System? Come out. Chen Fong silently tried to communicate with this thing that had suddenly appeared. There was no response. Uninstall. I want to uninstall. It remained deathly silent. Where is customer service? I want to file a complaint. False advertising. Forced sales. Aside from the throbbing pain caused by the massive flow of information, there was nothing else in my mind. This thing seems to be a standalone version, there's no after-sales support. Chen Fong took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He leaned against the wall and slowly walked back to the workstation assigned to him by the HR manager. This is a window seat with a superb view, overlooking a large part of the bustling city. The computer and stationery on the table were all brand new, and there was even a potted green plant thoughtfully placed there. Isn't this the retirement environment he's always dreamed of? Every day at work, I don't have to do any work. I just look at the scenery outside the window, drink tea, and play on my phone. I'll slip away as soon as the bell rings to let everyone know I have a campus beauty wife when I get home. Although my wife is a bit cold, she's pleasing to the eye. This blissful life has only just begun. How come a super powerful working system suddenly appears? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? Chen Fong plopped down in the soft office chair and fell into deep thought. He began to carefully savor the new information that had appeared in his mind, the God-level investment techniques. Those complex financial models, candlestick charts, and data streams were now as clear in his mind as 1 + 1 = 2. He can even clearly see the trend of any stock in the world over the next few months or even years. This ability is a bit too strong. If you used this ability to speculate in stocks, let alone achieving financial freedom, buying the entire G Group would probably not be difficult at all. But the problem is, he doesn't want to. He finally managed to latch onto the G family and become a son-in-law of a wealthy family. His father-in-law has told him to lie down and not work, so why should he work so hard to earn money? Making money is so tiring. Wouldn't it be better to just lie at home and play video games instead? Chen Fong grew angrier the more he thought about it. This system was like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken it had no good intentions. No, I absolutely cannot let it lead me astray, Chen Fong secretly resolved. His life motto can be summed up in one word: laziness. As long as he's lazy enough and refuses to work, the system can't do anything about him. Yes, that's it. From today onwards, his work goal is to slack off. We should fish openly and honestly, and carry the spirit of fishing without fishing through to the end. He wanted the system to know that he, Chen Fong, was a chosen one, not destined to be a wage earner. Having figured this out, Chen Fong felt much better. He leaned back comfortably in his chair and turned on his computer. I didn't look at anything related to work. Instead, he directly opened a web page and started browsing the latest game news. Everyone else in the office was busy. The sounds of keyboards being typed, printers clicking, and hushed discussions about work rose and fell. Only in Chen Fong's place is life peaceful and serene. The gazes from those around them became more complex, containing envy, jealousy, but mostly disdain. Look at him, he's a complete waste. You bet. Playing games on your first day of work? You're shameless. There's nothing we can do about it. He's just lucky to have married our CEO, Ms. G. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Chen Fong ignored these comments. Face? What's that? Can you eat it? As long as he isn't embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. All he wants now is to quietly be a paycheck thief and wait until it's time to leave work. Time passed by, second by second. After browsing the game forums, Chen Fong started watching movie reviews. The afternoon passed by leisurely like that. It's 5:30, time to leave work. Chen Fong immediately shut down the computer. He grabbed his coat and was the first to rush to the time clock. Drop. After clocking in, Chen Fong walked into the elevator without looking back, keeping his achievements hidden. Back at the Ji family manor, the huge villa was quiet. The housekeeper told him that Ji Zhendong had a business dinner that evening and wouldn't be home for dinner. Ji Wanning is still at the company and hasn't returned yet. Chen Fong was happy to have some peace and quiet, sitting alone in the luxurious restaurant, enjoying the sumptuous dinner that the chef had carefully prepared. After finishing his meal, he returned to his bedroom on the second floor. This is his and Ji Wanning's marital home. The room is ridiculously large. The interior design style is the cool color scheme that Ji Wanning likes, simple yet luxurious. But in the room, Chen Fong had very few belongings. Only a small suitcase sat forlornly in the corner. A makeshift bed was laid out on the floor. That was where Chen Fong slept last night. Although it was a floor mattress, the mattress and bedding were top of the line, making it much more comfortable to sleep on than his previous bed. Chen Fong had no complaints about this. What did it matter if he had to sleep on the floor when he could share a room with his school beauty wife? He had just finished showering and was about to lie down and play on his phone when the bedroom door was pushed open. Ji Wanning is back. She took off the smart business suit she wore during the day and put on a silk bathrobe. Her chestnut brown hair was casually draped over her shoulders, giving her a more relaxed, homely air than her sharp, professional demeanor. She looked tired, probably from a long day at work, and her beautiful face remained expressionless. She didn't look at Chen Fong, but went straight to the dressing room, seemingly to wash up. Chen Fong didn't want to make a fool of himself and continued to play with his phone. The two were in the same room, yet they acted like complete strangers, an awkward silence filling the air. Just then, a muffled retching sound came from the direction of the dressing room. Chen Fong paused in his phone play and looked up. The sound was coming from the ensuite bathroom connected to the walk-in closet. He immediately thought of a possibility: morning sickness. After all, their marriage was made possible by this unexpected child. He put down his phone, got up, and walked over. The bathroom door wasn't closed properly. He pushed it open gently. Ji Wanning was leaning against the sink, bent over, her face pale as she dry-heaved, looking extremely uncomfortable. There were still physiological tears in the corners of her eyes, making her look somewhat pitiful. Her usually aloof face was flushed with a touching blush due to morning sickness. Her long, thick eyelashes hung wetly together, giving her an air of fragility. Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Chen Fong. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes instantly filled with vigilance and resistance. "What are you doing in here? Get out!" Her voice was hoarse from the discomfort, but her tone remained cold. Chen Fong ignored her attempts to shoo her away, walked straight to her side, and reached out to pat her back to help her catch her breath. "Don't touch me!" Ji Wanning reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jerking her hand away to avoid his touch. Perhaps the movement was too large, because she felt another wave of severe nausea. She vomited even more violently while holding onto the sink, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her distressed yet stubborn expression, Chen Fong sighed inwardly. This woman is truly covered in thorns. Chapter 3. Wife, let me take care of you. Go out. After a moment, Ji Wanning raised her pale face and coldly rebuked him again. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with tears, whether from morning sickness or anger, it was hard to tell. The usually aloof and proud Ice Queen now appeared somewhat vulnerable and disheveled. Chen Fong looked at her, but did not back down or submit as usual. He knew how to deal with this kind of woman who was all bark and no bite. Giving in all the time will only make her look down on you even more. Sometimes, a little toughness is needed. You're pregnant, and you're vomiting here all by yourself. What if you slip and fall? Chen Fong's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. It's none of your business. Ji Wanning gritted her teeth and glared at him stubbornly. In her view, Chen Fong's current act of concern was utterly hypocritical. He's only pretending to be helpful here because of the Ji family's wealth and this child who could elevate him to the top. Chen Fong didn't waste any more words with her. He stepped forward and, to Ji Wanning's astonishment, grabbed her icy wrist. Her wrists were slender, and her skin was as smooth as the finest silk. Chen Fong could clearly feel the faint but rapid pulse under her wrist. What are you doing? Let me go. Ji Wanning's body stiffened instantly, like a female leopard whose territory had been invaded, and her voice became sharper. She struggled violently, trying to shake off Chen Fong's hand. But Chen Fong's arm remained as still as an iron clamp. With a little effort, he pulled her closer. The distance between the two instantly shortened. Chen Fong could even smell the fresh scent of her after her bath, mixed with a hint of the sour smell left by morning sickness. Ji Wanning. Chen Fong leaned down slightly, close to her ear, and deliberately lowered his voice. If you keep making trouble, believe me, I'll kiss you right now. His voice had a slightly husky, magnetic quality. The warm breath sprayed onto Ji Wanning's sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over. Ji Ning's beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with shame, indignation, and disbelief. She never expected that this man, who had always seemed so timid and had risen to his position through nepotism, would dare to threaten her in this way. You're shameless. Her pretty face flushed red with anger, and even her delicate ears turned a lovely pink. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled violently with excitement, like two startled little fans. Chen Feng found it amusing to see her looking both embarrassed and angry. This woman was clearly terrified inside, but she still refused to admit defeat. He didn't let go. Instead, he used his other hand to gently lift her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. His movements were light, yet they carried an irresistible domineering quality. Ji Wanning was forced to look up and meet his deep eyes. Normally, these eyes always carry a hint of laziness and affability, making them appear harmless. But at this moment, in this bathroom where only the two of them were, those eyes became extremely aggressive. Like a hunter poised to pounce, scrutinizing his prey. Ji Ning's heart skipped a beat. She saw an unprecedented seriousness and assertiveness in those eyes. This was completely different from the Chen Feng she remembered, who only knew how to please his father-in-law and was submissive in front of her. I'll say it again, let me take care of you. Chen Feng's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck her heart clearly. You're not alone now. Don't joke around with your own and your child's health. After saying that, he released his grip on her hands. Ji Ning seemed to lose all her strength in an instant, and her body swayed. Chen Feng reacted quickly and grabbed her arm. This time, she didn't struggle. Perhaps Chen Feng's forceful demeanor had intimidated her, or perhaps her morning sickness had exhausted all her strength. She simply lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooping down, obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Seeing that she was no longer resisting, Chen Feng helped her out of the bathroom and let her sit down on the sofa next to the bed. Then, he turned around, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to her. Drinking some water will make you feel better. Ji Ning stared silently at the glass of water, without taking it. Chen Feng didn't urge him, and just held it up quietly. After a long while, she slowly reached out and took the water glass. Her fingertips accidentally touched Chen Feng's fingertips, and the warm touch made her flinch as if she had been electrocuted. She sipped the water slowly, and her pale face finally regained some color. Chen Feng took out a few pickled plums from the bedside table and handed them to her. Eat these, they'll help you calm down. This was something he had the housekeeper prepare specifically for him this afternoon. Although he was eager to retire, he still had a basic sense of responsibility towards his nominal wife and unborn child. Ji Ning looked at the sour plum in his hand with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected this man to be so thoughtful. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up one and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste spread across my taste buds, instantly suppressing the churning discomfort in my stomach. She felt much better. Thanks. She whispered something, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito's hum. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Chen Feng deliberately moved closer. Nothing. Ji Ning immediately reverted to her cold demeanor, turned her head away, and refused to look at him again. However, the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed the unease in her heart. Chen Feng chuckled and stopped teasing her. He took a trash can and placed it at her feet, then took a thin blanket and covered her legs with it. After doing all this, he returned to his makeshift bed on the floor and picked up his phone again. The room returned to silence. But this time, the atmosphere was completely different from before. The invisible ice wall in the air seemed to have quietly melted a corner. Ji Wanning sat on the sofa, not immediately going back to bed to sleep. She tilted her head and secretly glanced at the man lying on the floor playing on his phone out of the corner of her eye. Under the light, his profile was clearly defined, and his expression was focused, a stark contrast to his lazy demeanor at the company during the day. This man doesn't seem to be as simple or as despicable as she imagined. He seemed to be hiding many secrets that she was unaware of. For a moment, Ji Ning felt an unprecedented curiosity towards him. Chapter 4: The first step to lying flat by a few junk stocks. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up feeling refreshed. Although I slept on a makeshift bed on the floor last night, I slept exceptionally well. On the contrary, Ji Ning, who was sleeping on the soft bed, seemed to have not slept well, with faint bluish tints under her eyes. At breakfast, Ji Zhendong still maintained his domineering CEO demeanor, looking at the newspaper. Ji Ning silently drank her milk, only occasionally glancing at Chen Feng across from her with a complicated look. Chen Feng enjoyed the food with a clear conscience, while secretly planning how to continue his slacking off business today. How did things go at the company yesterday? Ji Zhendong put down his newspaper and suddenly asked. It's great, Dad. My colleagues are very welcoming, and the work environment is excellent. Chen Fong immediately put down his chopsticks and answered obediently. Ji Zhendong nodded, his tone indifferent. Remember what I said, don't cause trouble for yourself, just stay safe and sound. I understand, Dad. Chen Fong nodded vigorously. He was overjoyed. His father-in-law was so considerate, he even gave him a second reminder, as if afraid he wasn't being lazy enough. Hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, Ji Wanning, sitting opposite them, frowned slightly, her beautiful brows furrowing, and the disdain in her eyes intensified. In her view, a grown man who doesn't strive for success but instead accepts a life of ease is the epitome of a coward. Chen Fong felt her disdainful gaze, but he didn't care at all. So be a loser. Being able to comfortably be a loser is a skill in itself. After breakfast, Chen Fong once again got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom that showcased his wealth and headed to the G Group. As soon as he entered the office, he sensed that something was off. His colleagues looked at him with a mixture of disdain and pity. Have you heard? The administration department is getting a new director. They say he's parachuted in from headquarters. New broom sweeps clean, so things are going to get tough from here on out. That's right. We're fine with just loafing around here, but this Mr. Chen, he'll probably be the first one to be used as a scapegoat to set an example. Who told him to be so high profile? He was slacking off and playing games on his first day. If the new director doesn't arrest him, who else should he arrest? Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat as he listened to the whispers around him. A new director? Making a clean break to establish authority? Seriously? His career as a slacker has only just begun, and he's already facing a professional crisis? No, he has to think of a way. He sat down at his workstation, turned on his computer, but his mind was racing. That ultimate working class system is like a time bomb, you never know when it will be triggered. Yesterday, he just checked in and was immediately taught God-level investment techniques. If the new director drags me out to work today, who knows what even more outrageous reward I'll get. Superb brick moving skills? Perfect PPT creation techniques? Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. He must take the initiative and completely dispel the system's idea of making him work. How do we do it? Got it. Chen Fong's eyes lit up as he thought of the God-level investment technique in his mind. This ability is so powerful that he can predict the future of all stocks. What if he does the opposite? He specifically chooses to buy junk stocks that are likely to plummet to rock bottom or even be delisted in the future. When these stocks plummeted, he lost a fortune, and the system detected that his investment had failed. Does that mean they'll conclude he's not cut out for working, and thus completely give up on him and automatically untie him? This logic is perfect. Firstly, it allows one to demonstrate their incompetence to the system. Secondly, the money he lost wasn't his own, so he didn't care at all. That's a brilliant two birds with one stone strategy. The more Chen Fong thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. He gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Let's get right to it. He took out his phone and linked a securities account to the supplementary card of the unlimited black card that Ji Zhendong had given him. This card was an allowance card given to him by Ji Zhendong, ostensibly to let him get acquainted with high society life. Chen Fong originally intended to use it to buy game points, but now he's using it to cause trouble. He opened his stock trading software, and the God-level investment techniques in his mind automatically began to analyze. Countless stock charts and data flashed before his eyes. He deliberately ignored those high-potential stocks that were already incredibly popular, and instead focused on finding hidden gems in the trash. This Xinghui technology is going to be exposed for financial fraud next month. Its stock price will hit the daily limit down for 30 consecutive days, and it will be delisted. Okay, I'll buy it. And then there's Blue Ocean Bio, whose new drug development failed, its clinical data was fabricated, and its stock price plummeted within half a month. Not bad, I bought it too. This Yuanhang heavy industry looks like a giant, but it's actually been hollowed out long ago. It will announce bankruptcy and restructuring next week. Perfect. Chen Fong picked through all sorts of junk stocks with great enthusiasm, just like picking through rotten cabbages at a vegetable market. He was completely unaware that if any financial analyst had seen his actions, they would have been so shocked that their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. The stocks he selected are currently being touted as star stocks and potential stocks by major institutions, attracting a frenzy of investors. No one could have imagined that these seemingly glamorous companies were already rotten inside, on the verge of collapse. Chen Fong, with his god-level investment skills, accurately identified these time bombs that were all show and no substance. He invested all the credit limit in his card into these stocks in batches. After making the purchase, Chen Fong closed the software with satisfaction. He could almost picture the stocks crashing, him losing everything, and the system crying and begging him to unbind it. Done. Here comes my lazy life. Chen Fong was in a great mood. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and started thinking about what to eat for lunch. He completely put the new director and work-related worries behind him. However, what he didn't know was that his self-destructive move had already quietly created a barely perceptible ripple in the capital market. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the G Group, in the president's office, Ji Wanning was listening to the newly appointed director of the administration department report on the work. President Ji, the administrative department is overstaffed and inefficient. I think a thorough overhaul is necessary, especially for those who occupy positions without doing any work. They must be dealt with seriously. The new director spoke with great enthusiasm. Ji Wanning flipped through the documents expressionlessly and gave a faint hum. She certainly knew who the new director was referring to when he said, connected people. She felt disgusted with Chen Fong. But no matter what, he is now her husband and the father of the child in her belly. If the new director really makes an example of him, it will be a disgrace to her and the entire Ji family. I know what I'm doing in this matter. Ji Wanning closed the file, her tone cold, just do your job. The new director was rebuffed and left dejectedly. Ji Wanning sat alone in the empty office, rubbing her throbbing temples. She picked up the internal phone on the table and connected to the Human Resources Department. Please help me retrieve Chen Fong's employment information and today's attendance record. Soon, an electronic file was transferred to her computer. Looking at Chen Fong's unremarkable ID photo in the file and his punctual clock and record this morning, Ji Wanning's expression became even more complicated. What is this man thinking? Is he really content to be a gigolo whom everyone looks down on? Chapter 5. It's just fixing a printer. Is it really that big of a deal? After buying the stocks, Chen Fong felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, and he felt much more relaxed. He leisurely sipped his tea and scrolled through his phone, completely ignoring the busy figures of others in the office and the strange looks they cast at him. Just then, a frustrated grumbling came from the corner of the office. What's wrong with this damn printer again? It won't work. The speaker was a female colleague from the administration department. Her name is Lin Fei. She has a sweet appearance and is recognized as the most beautiful girl in the office. At this moment, she was facing a multifunctional printer that was half her height, her face full of worry. Fei, what's wrong? Another colleague leaned over and asked. I don't know. It was working fine just now, but now it's jammed and the screen keeps showing errors. Lin Fei patted the printer and said irritably. Let's get someone from the IT department to take a look. Don't even mention it. Those old men in IT take half an hour to come when I call them. By the time they arrive, it's too late. I need this document urgently. Lin Fei was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. Several male colleagues in the office, who usually fawned over Lin Fei, pretended not to hear her at this moment. Just kidding, fixing printers is a thankless task. If you fix it, great. If you fail, you'll get ink all over your hands. Who wants to do that? The beeping error message from the printer sounded particularly jarring in the quiet office. Chen Fong was annoyed by the noise. He just wanted to fish in peace and quiet, and the noise was seriously affecting his ability to lie down comfortably. He looked up and glanced at Lin Fei, who was circling around the printer, and sighed inwardly. Well, let's get this thing fixed sooner so he can have some peace and quiet. Moreover, in his opinion, helping a colleague fix a printer is a small favor and shouldn't be considered a form of employment. Surely this can't trigger a system reward? If this is considered acceptable, then wouldn't he be unable to walk at the company in the future? Should we reward a colleague who has fallen with God-level first aid? Holding onto this a gambler's mentality, Chen Fong stood up from his seat and slowly walked over. Let me take a look. The office fell silent the moment he spoke. All eyes were on him. Lin Fei looked at him in surprise. Chen Fong, you can fix this? I used to tinker with it when I was working part-time at school. Chen Fong made up a reason on the spot. He walked up to the printer, glanced at the error code, opened a few covers, and inspected the internal structure. He didn't actually understand any of this, but he had a gut feeling that he knew where the problem lay. There's a paper jam here. The paper isn't laid flat, and the sensor is being blocked. As he spoke, he reached in and quickly pulled out a small piece of torn paper. Then the A4 papers in the box were neatly stacked again. The cover slammed shut with a click. Drop. The printer made a soft click, the error message on the screen disappeared, and the standby screen returned. All right. Chen Fong clapped his hands and turned to leave. Wow. Chen Fong, you're amazing. Lin Fei looked at him with admiration. The IT department people always take forever to figure it out, but you finished it in no time. It's nothing, a minor issue. Chen Fong waved his hand, wanting nothing more than to quickly return to his seat and continue slacking off. However, the moment he turned around, that damned mechanical voice exploded in his mind once again. Ding! Host detected performing work activity repairing office equipment. Behavioral assessment, willing to help others, improves team work efficiency, embodies the spirit of the strongest worker. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Extraordinary Brain Domain. Chen Fong. His steps suddenly stopped, and he froze completely. Holy crap! No way! It's just fixing a printer. Is that even considered a minor issue? Is this system crazy? What exactly are the criteria for judgment? He was internally screaming, but he had to maintain a calm and collected expression on his face. The next second, an even larger stream of information than before flooded his brain. Boom! Chen Fong felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision. My temples were throbbing, as if someone was drilling into my brain. He felt that his brain was being forcibly transformed and upgraded by a mysterious force. Countless formulas that were once incomprehensible and theories that were once incomprehensible suddenly became clear at this moment. His thinking speed, memory, and logical reasoning ability are skyrocketing at an unbelievable rate. If his brain was previously an old computer with a Pentium processor, it is now being upgraded into a super server with quantum computing capabilities. Chen Fong? What's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Lin Fei looked at his suddenly pale face and asked with concern. No. It's nothing. Chen Fong leaned against the wall, feeling as if the whole world was spinning. Maybe I didn't eat enough this morning and I have low blood sugar. He feels like dying right now. Extraordinary Brain Domain? Just listening to it is exhausting. He just wants to be a salted fish with an empty mind, not some kind of genius with a super brain. This damn system is deliberately trying to make his life miserable. Chen Fong staggered back to his seat, collapsed onto the table, and didn't recover for a long time. The others in the office, watching his retreating figure, began another round of whispers. What are you pretending for? It's just fixing a printer, and you're making yourself so tired that you have low blood sugar? Exactly, his body is too weak. It's obvious that he doesn't exercise regularly and lives off his wife. Heh, all looks and no substance. Chen Fong lay on the table, listening to these sarcastic remarks, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. You guys don't know anything. I'm not exaggerating, I was forcibly upgraded in the brain, and it almost burned out the motherboard. He lay there for a while before the intense stinging pain gradually subsided. He slowly raised his head and felt that the whole world had changed. The bustling traffic outside the window, the whispers of my colleagues, the dust floating in the air. Everything was presented to his perception with an unprecedented clarity. He could even detect changes in sound and light in the office. It accurately determines the location and what each person is doing. He glanced down at the financial newspaper on the table. The dense text and data on it used to give him a headache, but now it's as easy as reading a novel. He only glanced at it, but he memorized the entire page. And the brain automatically begins to analyze the underlying logic and connections behind this information. It's over. Chen Fong closed his eyes in despair. He knew that he was one step further away from his dream of becoming a salted fish. His brain is now like a perpetual motion machine that never stops, constantly thinking, analyzing, and calculating. This left him feeling incredibly exhausted. He didn't want to think, he just wanted to space out. Just then, he noticed that his computer screen was still displaying the game forum interface he had browsed that morning. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Chapter 6. This report is so bad even a dog would shake its head. Chen Fong's mind is in a mess right now, and he's very upset. This forcibly upgraded super brain made it impossible for him to slack off as easily as before. He glances out the window, and his brain automatically calculates the speed of the moving clouds and the average speed of the traffic below. He can overhear his colleagues chatting, and his brain will automatically analyze the logical flaws and hidden information in their conversation. This feeling is like wanting to lie down and scroll through short videos. It's like having a homeroom teacher constantly explaining the physical principles and filming techniques in a video to you. It's infuriating. No, he needs to find something to do to consume the computing power of this perpetual motion machine. But it can't be a legitimate job, otherwise who knows what kind of reward that lousy system will give. His gaze fell on the computer screen. The screen displays a market forecast analysis post about a new game, with a group of players engaged in a heated discussion below. A thought flashed through his mind. Doesn't he understand investing? Doesn't he have a super brain? Could he use these abilities to do something meaningless or even counterproductive? For example, writing a nonsensical analysis report? Use the most professional knowledge to write the most outrageous conclusions, and use the strongest logic to prove the most absurd point of view. This not only allows him to expend his excess mental energy, but also indirectly expresses his contempt and protest against working for others. Yes, that's what we'll do. Chen Fong immediately became interested. He created a new Word document and began his writing. The subject of his analysis was a new energy project that the G Group had recently been in contact with. He had overheard people in the office talking about this project that morning. It seems that Ji Wanning is personally involved, but she has encountered great resistance, with many senior executives within the group not optimistic about it. Chen Fong had no interest in the project itself, he just wanted to find a target to practice on. He pounded away on the keyboard. With the help of God-level investment skills and extraordinary brainpower, all publicly available information about this project was obtained. Market data, technological barriers, competitor information. In an instant, a complete model was constructed in his mind. He could clearly see the enormous potential and disruptive value hidden behind this project. But he deliberately didn't write it that way. He wants to do the opposite. Project Prospect Analysis. This new energy project, seemingly in line with the trends of the times, is in reality a carefully crafted capital scam. Its core technology has fatal flaws and cannot achieve commercial mass production in the short term. Market risk assessment. The market is highly competitive, with industry giants already established. As a latecomer, the G Group has no advantages whatsoever. A hasty investment will inevitably result in total loss. Financial model prediction. Based on my own unique random calculation model, this project will burn through more than 5 billion yuan within 3 years, while the rate of return will be negative. As Chen Fong wrote, he was internally ranting and raving. He used the most rigorous data and the most unconventional perspective to offer the most pessimistic interpretation. He magnified all potential risks tenfold and portrayed all advantages as traps. The entire report is filled with sharp sarcasm and pessimistic rhetoric. The conclusion is, anyone who invests in this project is an idiot. After finishing writing, Chen Fongtong read it through and nodded in satisfaction. This report is logically sound and rich in data. But the whole thing exudes a negative energy of I just don't want to work. Let alone professional investors, even a dog would shake its head and think this project is hopeless. He printed out the report that he had poured his heart and soul into. Looking at those A4 sheets of paper covered in writing, he seemed to see himself giving the arrogant middle finger to those who were working. He picked up the report and walked to the shredder in the corner of the office. However, he hesitated for a moment. It seems a bit of a shame that it broke completely. This is his first masterpiece in his rebellion against the system. It should be put to greater use. He thought for a moment, crumpled the report into a ball, and casually threw it into the trash can next to his seat. That way, if the cleaning lady sees it. Or perhaps it was picked up by a curious colleague. This would perfectly showcase Chen Fong's image as an ignorant and useless good-for-nothing who only knows how to disagree. This will greatly help solidify his image as a lazy, good-for-nothing son-in-law. After doing all this, Chen Fong felt refreshed, and the annoying buzzing in his brain subsided considerably. He returned to his seat contentedly and continued his slacking off work. In the afternoon, the head of the administration department, a middle-aged man named Wang Hai, passed by Chen Fong's seat. Wang Hai had long disliked Chen Fong. A man who got promoted through his wife's connections spends all his time loitering around the office. He's a disgrace to the department. He spotted the crumpled paper in Chen Fong's trash can with his sharp eyes. Out of some inexplicable malice, he bent down, picked it up, and unfolded it to take a look. Market Risk Analysis Report on the Fengqi New Energy Project? Wang Hai was stunned for a moment, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. You? A fresh graduate, a greenhorn, dares to write a project analysis report? He glanced at it briefly and saw words like huge risk, inevitable failure, and capital scam. Ha, utter nonsense. Wang Hai gave a disdainful sneer. He had heard about the Wind Chaser project before, and although it was controversial, it was definitely not as bad as the report described. In his view, Chen Fang was just pretending to know what he didn't, deliberately contradicting others to attract attention. Rubbish! Wang Hai cursed under his breath and casually threw the report into the large trash can in the corridor. I didn't even have the interest to look at it a second time. Time flew by and it was already evening. The lights were still on in the president's office on the top floor of the G Group building. Ji Wanning had just finished a long video conference and was exhausted. The meeting was about the Fengqi New Energy Project. As Chen Fang had heard, the project encountered tremendous resistance within the group. The conservative faction, led by several veterans, strongly opposed the investment, believing that the risks were too high and would shake the foundation of the group. However, Ji Wanning, with her keen business acumen, firmly believed that this project was the only opportunity for the G Group to upgrade its industries. However, she was outnumbered and unable to persuade the board of directors. She rubbed her temples in frustration, then got up to go downstairs for some fresh air. She took the president's private elevator, and as if by some strange twist of fate, it stopped on the 16th floor. This is the floor where the administration department is located. It was also the floor where Chen Fang was located. She didn't know why she had come here. Perhaps, they just wanted to see what that man was doing on his first day at the company. Most of the people in the office had already left, leaving only a few employees still working overtime. Ji Wanning, wearing high heels, walked down the quiet corridor, her footsteps clearly audible. When the employees working overtime saw her, they all stood up and respectfully greeted her as President Ji. Ji Wanning simply nodded slightly, but her eyes were searching around. She saw the empty seat by the window. He's gone. That's true, how could someone like him possibly work overtime? A vague sense of disappointment flashed through Ji Wanning's mind. She turned to leave, but her gaze inadvertently fell on the large trash can in the hallway. In the trash can, a crumpled piece of paper stood out conspicuously. For some reason, she walked over, bent down, and picked up the stained crumpled paper. She slowly unfolded. At the top of the paper, a bolded title instantly caught her eye. Market Risk Analysis Report on the Fengqi New Energy Project. Ji Wanning's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 7 Leaving Get Off Work on Time is the key. Ji Wanning took the report she had retrieved from the trash can and returned to her office. She sat in the large executive chair, looking at the few sheets of paper in her hand with a complicated expression. The paper was crumpled, stained with coffee, and emitted a mixed smell typical of a trash can. This is completely out of step with her usual obsession with cleanliness. But she couldn't care less about any of that at the moment. Her entire attention was drawn to the contents of the report. She initially thought it was just a bunch of nonsense from someone who didn't know anything. But when she calmed down and carefully read the first paragraph, her expression changed. The report begins by using extremely sharp and scathing language to point out 3 potential risks to the core technology of the Fengqi project. These 3 risks were precisely what she and her technical team spent a whole week analyzing. And at today's meeting, conservatives seized upon this to launch a major attack on her key points. This information is highly confidential, and it is impossible for outsiders to know it except for a few people at the core of the project. How did he know? Ji Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed her shock and continued reading. The second part of the report is an assessment of market risks. The author uses an unbelievable perspective to connect the Fengqi project with 3 other seemingly unrelated industries. A correlation analysis was conducted on new materials, artificial intelligence, and international logistics. He deduced that once the Wind Chaser project was launched, this will inevitably trigger a chain reaction in these 3 areas. This led to a joint attack by 3 giants from different industries. This viewpoint is novel and bold, even somewhat far-fetched. But who is Ji Wanning? She is a high-achieving student with a double degree in finance and management at Jiangcheng University. At a young age, she took charge of the G Group, demonstrating a business acumen far beyond that of ordinary people. She only did a rough deduction, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Because she discovered that this seemingly absurd conclusion was actually completely true. Moreover, the hidden risks are much greater than she had previously estimated. This is no longer a simple business analysis, it's a strategic prediction that's frighteningly accurate. She continued reading and saw the so-called randomly calculated financial model. When she saw the conclusion that the rate of return is negative, instead of finding it funny, she felt a chill run down her spine. Because this model, although its name was chosen arbitrarily, however, its underlying algorithmic logic is more sophisticated than the models developed by the financial analysts in her company who earn millions a year. It needs to be exquisite. It's even more complicated. There were even many parts that she couldn't understand. The entire report is filled with pessimistic and negative rhetoric from beginning to end. It's as if the author hates this project to the core. But between the lines, there is a terrifying insight that reveals an intimate knowledge of the project itself. It's like a master swordsman saying, "This sword technique is trash." But with his hands, he demonstrated every variation and every flaw of this sword technique to you clearly. This is not contradicting others at all, it is using an extreme method to issue a high-level risk warning. Ji Wanning's hands began to tremble slightly. She couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying business acumen and strategic vision the person who wrote this report possessed. Could this person be Chen Fong? In her eyes, was he just a spineless coward who only knew how to live off women and was content to lie down? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Wanning shook her head violently, wanting to deny this absurd idea. Perhaps he just copied it from somewhere. Yes, that must be it. But where can we copy from? Many of the key data and risk points mentioned in this report were only grasped today by the person in charge of this project. A huge mystery shrouded Ji Wanning's mind. She picked up the report, turned to the last page, and wanted to see if it was signed. The last page is blank. But in the bottom right corner, she found a small, hand-drawn stick figure lazily lying on the beach sunbathing. The stick figure had a smug, satisfied smile on its face. Ji Wanning. This art style, so cheeky and irreverent, is quite similar to that man's usual lazy demeanor. Meanwhile, Chen Fong, who was on Ji Wanning's mind, was enjoying the best time of his day. Get off work. For him, going to work is like being in prison, and leaving get off work is like being released from prison. To defend their right to leave work on time. This is also to avoid triggering any unnecessary system rewards. He made special preparations in advance today. By 5:29, he had already packed his things neatly and put on his coat. His eyes were fixed on the wall clock. The second hand ticks, one tick, one tick, one tick. The instant it coincides with the hour and minute hands at the 6th position. Like an arrow released from a bow, Chen Fong sprang up from his seat and was the first to rush to the time clock. Drop. The crisp sound of him clocking in was the most beautiful music he heard all day. He breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if all the shackles on his body had been removed. Just as he turned to leave gracefully, that familiar yet damned voice rang in his mind once again. Ding. Host detected working behavior, leaving get off work on time. Chen Fong? He was completely stunned. Leaving get off work on time, does that count as working? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Is there something wrong with this system's judgment mechanism? Behavioral assessment: the host strictly abides by the company's rules and regulations, never leaves early or arrives late, sets a good example, and demonstrates the excellent qualities of a modern-day worker, embodying the spirit of the strongest worker. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden action and triggering the special passive aura, King of Scrolls Buster. King of Roll Killer, passive aura. The aura automatically activates when the host leaves the company on time. It covers the host's office area initial range, department, increasing the work efficiency of all employees within that area by 300%, enhancing their thinking, sparking inspiration, and making them feel mentally and physically happy, thus encouraging them to voluntarily complete all tasks. Chen Fong was stunned when he heard the system's explanation. Is this the nemesis of the King of Rolls? How can you increase someone else's work efficiency by 300%? This is called the King of Curry's nemesis? This is called the King of Curry's engine. He imagined the scene. He happily went home and relaxed, while his colleagues were working overtime like crazy at the company, fueled by adrenaline. This is just too damn immoral. But why do I feel a slight sense of satisfaction? Wait, system, explain to me why this is called a nemesis? Chen Fong asked himself, puzzled. System logic determination: by improving collective efficiency, everyone can complete their work within the stipulated time, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of eliminating overtime and eradicating involution at its root. This is the ultimate secret of the killer of involution strategy. Chen Fong. Good grief, I actually believed your lies. Your logic is even better at making empty promises than capitalists. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this halo didn't seem to do him any harm. Anyway, it's someone else who gets the money, so he can still leave work on time. Moreover, the system also stated that since the colleagues were happy and completed the task voluntarily, it's none of his business. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. Thinking of this, Chen Fong's slight sense of guilt instantly vanished. He was even looking forward to seeing his colleagues come to work with dark circles under their eyes tomorrow. This is a decent reward. Chen Fong whistled and walked briskly into the elevator. He was completely unaware of the consequences of his timely departure from Get Off Work. What kind of unprecedented efficiency storm will it bring to the entire G Group? The elevator doors slowly closed. Meanwhile, in the administration office on the 16th floor, a strange change is quietly taking place. Chapter 8: The whole company has gone crazy. Chen Fong had just stepped into the elevator. Immediately afterward, an invisible, mysterious energy, like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain, appeared. It instantly enveloped the entire administrative office on the 16th floor. Lin Fei, who was already feeling tired and preparing to pack up and leave work, suddenly felt her mind clear. She was struggling with a complicated report. Several data points didn't match up, and she had been calculating for half an hour. But just a moment ago, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind. I know. The formula here is wrong. You should use the VLOOKUP function, not the if function. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. In less than a minute, she solved the problem that had been bothering her for half a day. Done. Looking at the flawless report on the screen, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment welled up within her. Far from feeling tired, she felt incredibly energetic and full of vitality. Wow, I feel so good today. Why don't I just do tomorrow's work too? On the other side, Supervisor Wang Hai was approving a project application. He frowned, sensing several illogical points in the application, but couldn't quite put his finger on them. Just then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The market positioning of this project is problematic. The target customer group is too vague. Moreover, the budget allocation is unreasonable, with marketing expenses accounting for too high a proportion, while our investment is insufficient. Wang Hai picked up his pen and quickly marked the document, pointing out 7 or 8 critical problems and providing specific suggestions for improvement. He was stunned after he finished writing it. When did I become so amazing? He felt that his thinking had never been so clear, and his perspective on problems had never been so sharp. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 5:30. There's still plenty of time, let's review 2 more documents. Similar scenes played out in every corner of the administration department. The junior clerk, who usually loves to slack off and binge-watch TV shows, is now concentrating intently on organizing files, at a speed more than 3 times faster than usual. That old employee who was about to retire and spent his days drinking tea and reading newspapers. He actually started researching new office software on his own initiative, muttering to himself, "You're never too old to learn." The entire office was transformed from its usual laid-back atmosphere. Everyone seemed to be on a high, their faces beaming with enthusiasm for their work and their eyes sparkling with intelligence. The sound of the keyboard is no longer a noisy din, but a stirring symphony. No one felt like they were working overtime. They were all immersed in the pleasure and satisfaction of working efficiently, unable to extricate themselves. Fei, have you finished your quarterly report? It's been done a long time ago. Brother Wang, have you finished reviewing those applications? It's all reviewed. I've also finished drafting the departmental plan for next quarter. Holy crap! You guys are all this good? I don't know what's wrong with me today, my brain feels especially sharp. Work makes me happy. The aura of the King of Roles is not limited to the administration department. Its energy began to spread outwards. Downstairs, the marketing department is arguing fiercely over a promotional plan for a new product. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. The 2 managers, who had been arguing heatedly, exchanged a glance and said in unison, "I have an idea. We can combine Plan A and Plan C." Yes. Use the online promotion model of Plan A, combined with the offline promotion activities of Plan C, to launch a powerful combination. A problem that had been troubling them for a week was solved at this moment. The entire marketing department erupted in enthusiastic applause. Upstairs in the R&D department, a group of tech geeks were stumped by a string of complex code. A programmer wearing black-rimmed glasses suddenly slapped his thigh. "I know where the bug is. There's a conflict in the underlying logic of the algorithm. We've been going around in circles on the periphery, but the problem lies at the core." He rushed to the computer, his hands moving across the keyboard like blurry shadows. 10 minutes later, the screen displayed, "Compilation successful." The entire R&D department was swept up in a sea of jubilation. That night, the 16th floor and surrounding floors of the G Group headquarters building were brightly lit. But here there is no pain or oppression from working overtime, only efficiency, passion, and creativity. Countless long-standing and difficult projects were easily overcome. Countless unresolved questions have found perfect answers. This night is destined to be recorded in the annals of the G Group. And the instigator of all these miracles. Chen Fong was currently lying comfortably on a makeshift bed in the G family manor. "I was eating snacks while watching a movie on my phone." He knew nothing about what was happening at the company. He just felt that it was unusually quiet tonight. Ji Wanning returned home very late, not until almost 11 o'clock. She looked even more tired than yesterday. But a strange light flickered in those clear, cold phoenix eyes. A mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of indescribable excitement. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Chen Fong lying on the floor, leisurely like an old man. She was still clutching the report she had retrieved from the trash can tightly in her hand. Tonight, she took this report and convened a meeting with the core members of the project team, which lasted all night. The outcome of the meeting was revolutionary. Every risk mentioned in the report has been proven to be real. Every crisis predicted in the report sent chills down the spines of these business elites. What's even more frightening is when they follow the reverse logic of the report to deduce the truth. Surprisingly, they found several ways to break the deadlock, including ways to avoid risks and even turn the tables on the enemy. This report that was thrown in the trash was actually an invaluable strategic map. She is now 90% certain that the report was written by Chen Fong. But she couldn't understand it. How can one person possess both such terrifying business acumen and such a lazy, good-for-nothing nature? How can these two things coexist in one person? She looked at Chen Fong, her lips moved as if she wanted to ask something, but the words stuck in her throat. How should she ask? "Did you write this report that you found in the trash?" This sounds absurd. Chen Fong also noticed her. He saw Ji Wanning standing at the door, staring straight at him with a strange look in her eyes. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Chen Fong felt a little uneasy under her gaze. Ji Wanning didn't answer, but just gave him a deep look before turning and walking into the bathroom. Chen Fong shrugged, puzzled, and continued watching his movie. He didn't know. From this moment on, his image in the heart of his icy, beautiful wife at school was. Dramatic changes have already begun to occur. Chapter 9 Son-in-law, you call this a junk stock? The next morning, Chen Fong was awakened by a series of urgent cell phone rings. He groggily reached for his phone on the floor and glanced at the caller ID. "Dad? It was my father-in-law, Ji Jindong. Why are you calling so early in the morning? Are you checking up on me?" Chen Fong yawned and answered the phone. "Hey Dad, good morning." There was silence on the other end of the phone. Several seconds later, Ji Jindong's calm yet slightly strange voice finally came through. "Chen Fong, did you buy any stocks?" Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Has his buying of junk stocks been discovered? That's right. He used a supplementary card given to him by the Ji family, so Ji Jindong could definitely see every transaction. He originally planned to wait until the stock market crashed and he lost a fortune before confessing. It creates an image of someone who tries hard to contribute to the family, but I'm just not cut out for it. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly. However, it's good that we've been discovered. This will be a good opportunity for my father-in-law to see just how gifted his son-in-law is in investing. It's practically a business curse whatever you buy crashes. In this way, Ji Jindong should completely give up on him. I will never have any unrealistic fantasies about him again. Thinking of this, Chen Fong immediately felt more confident. He cleared his throat and said in a tone tinged with shame and unease. "Ah, yes, Dad. I just saw that the company has a lot of projects lately, and I wanted to help out a bit, so I figured I'd use the allowance you gave me to buy some stocks, just to test the waters. His words were sincere and heartfelt, vividly portraying a son-in-law eager to prove himself but lacking the ability to do so. There was another strange silence on the other end of the phone. Ji Jindong's voice sounded even stranger. Testing the waters? You call this testing the waters? Dad, please don't be angry. Chen Fong quickly said, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have recklessly spent the money. I was just unlucky the stocks I bought. I might have lost a little money. Don't worry, I'll never touch them again. He was prepared to face his father-in-law's criticism and lecture. However, Ji Jindong's next words left him completely stunned. You lost some money? Chen Fong, go check your securities account right now. Ji Jindong's tone sounded as if he was trying his best to suppress some emotion. Oh, okay. Chen Fong was confused. He hung up the phone and opened the stock trading software he had downloaded the day before yesterday. He was mentally prepared to see a lush green landscape. However, the moment the account interface loaded, the expression on his face froze instantly. Red. A blinding expanse of red. The junk stocks he bought didn't plummet as he expected, instead, they all rose. The stock price of Xinhui Technology, which he predicted would be delisted next month, was followed by a plus 10% limit up. The Blue Ocean Bio, which he believed would collapse due to the failure of its new drug development, was also bright red with a plus 10% increase. And then there's Yuanhang Heavy Industry, which he predicted was on the verge of bankruptcy, which was even more outrageous, hitting the daily limit up of plus 20%. The funds he invested more than doubled in the total assets column after just one trading day. The original investment of several million has now turned into more than 10 million. Chen Fong stared blankly at his phone screen, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken like never before. This isn't right. That's not how the script was written. God-level investment techniques, didn't you tell him that these stocks would all plummet? How come they're all hitting their daily limit? Is there a bug in the system? Or is his God-level investment technique a pirated version? Little did he know that just yesterday afternoon, after he bought these stocks, a series of chain reactions would occur in the capital market. Xinhui Technology suddenly announced that it had received a huge investment from a mysterious overseas consortium, which solved all its financial problems. Blue Ocean Bio also issued an emergency announcement, stating that there were errors in the previous data on the new drug. After undergoing renewed clinical trials, the new drug has shown efficacy far exceeding expectations and is about to be approved for market launch. The most outrageous thing is that Yuanhang Heavy Industry was selected for the National Large Aircraft Strategic Project. By becoming a core supplier, they went from the brink of bankruptcy to stardom in one fell swoop. This series of incredible maneuvers all happened within just a few hours. It was such a coincidence, it was as if someone had orchestrated it all. Countless analysts who had previously predicted the decline of these stocks have been proven wrong. And Chen Fong, this business jinx who only wants to lose money. However, by a twist of fate, he precisely bought at the bottom on the eve of these stocks' surge. He is now, in the eyes of those financial tycoons who have seen his trading records, he has become a stock market guru with a sharp eye and unerring strategy. No. This is impossible. Chen Fong couldn't accept this reality. He felt that his plan to be a couch potato had suffered a devastating blow. He originally wanted to prove himself a loser, but ended up becoming a stock market guru by accident. Where can I go to seek justice? Just as he was questioning the meaning of life, his phone rang again. It's still Ji Jindong. Chen Fong's hand trembled, and he almost threw his phone away. He steeled himself and answered the phone. Do you see that? Ji Jindong's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. I see it, Dad. Chen Fong wanted to cry but had no tears. You call this a loss? Ji Jindong's voice rose 8 octaves, it doubled in one day. Son-in-law, tell Dad the truth, do you know any insiders? Ji Jindong could not think of any other possibility besides this explanation. I didn't, Dad. Chen Fong was almost in tears. I just bought it blindly. I didn't know it would go up. I swear. He was telling the truth. Not only did he not know the price would go up, he bought it because he expected it to drop. Bought it randomly? Ji Jindong clearly didn't believe it. How can you blindly buy 3 stocks that simultaneously announced major positive news yesterday? And all of them were bought before they hit the daily limit? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Chen Fong was speechless and unable to defend himself. He can't exactly say, I actually wanted to lose money, but I was just incredibly lucky and stumbled upon a once-in-a-century miracle, can he? Who would believe that? Dad, I really just got lucky. Chen Fong could only bite the bullet and explain, newbie aura, yes, it's the newbie aura. Ji Zhendong remained silent on the other end of the phone. His heart, which had been as firm as a rock after decades of navigating the business world, was now being stirred by turbulent waves. His son-in-law has an eerie quality about him. That's so weird. Wow, what a great newbie aura. Ji Zhendong took a deep breath and forced his voice to return to calm. You, come to the company right now, to my office. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Fong stood frozen in place, holding his phone, his face filled with despair. It's over. This is completely over. His laid-back persona has probably already collapsed in his father-in-law's eyes. Chapter 10 My father-in-law's reports are incomprehensible. Ji Zhendong hung up the phone, still in a state of extreme shock and disorientation. He leaned back in his expensive Italian leather executive chair. He lit a cigar but didn't take a puff. 2 reports were placed in front of him. One document contains the transaction details of Chen Fong's securities account. The bright red profit curves above seem to mock his decades of business experience. He has spent most of his life in the business world and considers himself to have seen countless people, including many so-called investment geniuses. But Chen Fong's moves, which were always top tier and so precise that they seemed to predict the future, were something he had never seen before in his life. Newbie aura? Ji Zhendong muttered to himself, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If this is also a newbie halo, then Warren Buffett, the world's stock market guru, should be renamed Newbie Protection Period. He picked up another report. This report was even more incomprehensible to him than the stock trading records. This is a report he just had his secretary compile, summarizing yesterday's work efficiency assessments of various departments at the group's headquarters. The report shows that starting from 5:30 p.m. yesterday, centered on the administrative department on the 16th floor, radiating to more than a dozen departments on several floors above and below, work efficiency suddenly showed an explosive increase. Average efficiency has increased by 300%. Countless projects that had been piling up for weeks or even months were cleared out in just a few hours. Employee satisfaction and work enthusiasm have reached all-time highs. At the end of the report, the analyst wrote in an almost dreamlike tone. In conclusion, yesterday our group experienced a collective burst of inspiration that cannot be explained by science. Its cause is unknown and its impact is unknown. It is recommended that it be classified as a top-secret file of the group, codenamed Ragnarok. Ji Zhendong's eyes twitched as he looked at the ridiculously immature nickname. But he knew the analysts weren't exaggerating. This collective, large-scale surge in efficiency has gone beyond the realm of normal business logic and is almost a miracle. These 2 events are equally bizarre and inexplicable. They all have intricate connections with a man named Chen Fong. One was his amazing stock market maneuver yesterday afternoon. Another example is the miracle of efficiency that happened in his office area yesterday afternoon. If one thing is a coincidence, the fact that those 2 things happened at the same time is definitely not a simple coincidence. Ji Zhendong's sharp eyes were now filled with confusion and bewilderment. He felt that his worldview and business philosophy, which he had built up over the decades, were being shattered bit by bit by the son-in-law he had once looked down upon. Who exactly is this Chen Fong? Is he a monster? Or is he some kind of super heir sent by a reclusive family to experience life? Or perhaps, the legendary god of wealth descended to earth? Countless absurd thoughts flashed through Ji Zhendong's mind. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and the more chills ran down his spine. He initially arranged for Chen Fong to marry into the family simply to give his daughter and unborn child a legitimate status. By the way, used the Ji family's wealth to control this orphan from an ordinary family. His decision to make Chen Fong lie down was both a condescending act of charity and a subtle test. But now, he finds that he seems to have no control over the son-in-law at all. He even had a premonition that if Chen Fong continued to mess things up like this, he might really end up squandering all of his family's wealth. It's hard to say who will be working for whom in the end. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Come in. Ji Zhendong took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his calm and composed CEO demeanor. The door was pushed open, and Chen Fong's face, which showed a mixture of innocence and fear, appeared in the doorway. "Dad, you wanted to see me." Chen Fong was feeling very uneasy. He had already come up with 100 explanations. "I'm going to have a serious discussion with my father-in-law about the importance of luck and metaphysics in the investment field." However, Ji Zhendong did not confront him with a barrage of questions as he had imagined. He simply looked him up and down with an extremely complicated expression. In those eyes, there was shock, doubt, inquiry, and even a hint of awe. Chen Fong felt uneasy under his gaze. What's wrong with this old man? Why is he looking at me like I'm an alien? Cough. Ji Zhendong cleared his throat and pointed to the sofa opposite him. Sit. Chen Fong sat down carefully, sitting upright like a primary school student waiting for a scolding from the teacher. Silence fell over the office. Ji Zhendong didn't speak, he just stared at Chen Fong. Chen Fong didn't dare to speak, and could only lower his head, pretending to study the pattern of the carpet. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Finally, Ji Zhendong spoke up, picking up the efficiency evaluation report from the table and handing it to Chen Fong. Take a look at this. Chen Fong took it without understanding why, and after just one glance, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Efficiency increased by 300%? Ragnarok? He immediately thought of the King of Scrolls killer halo that the system had rewarded him with yesterday. Good heavens! So that's what feeling physically and mentally refreshed and completing it voluntarily means. This isn't just a nemesis for capitalists, it's practically a super cheat code tailor-made for capitalists. His heart was in turmoil, but his face showed a bewildered expression that said, I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. Dad, what does this mean? Is our company possessed by an evil spirit yesterday? Ji Zhendong stared intently into his eyes, trying to find a flaw in his face. But he failed. Chen Fong's expression was as sincere as could be, and as bewildered as could be. Ji Zhendong's mind was in even greater turmoil. Could it be that it really has nothing to do with him? How do we explain what happens in the stock market? Just then, Ji Zhendong's personal cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, answered immediately, and became very respectful. Hello, Mr. Zhang. A strong, aged voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhendong, I heard that your company has produced a young stock market genius? Ji Zhendong's heart tightened, and he glanced at Chen Fong across from him. Mr. Zhang, how did you know? Your son-in-law's moves yesterday have spread all over the industry. Some old guys think some Wall Street tycoon came to our little pond to rip us off. Come on, bring that young man over here, let us old guys open our eyes. Ji Zhendong's hand, gripping the phone, was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Looking at Chen Fong, who was sitting opposite him with an innocent expression and still studying the report on the evil spirits, an idea uncontrollably popped into his mind. This son-in-law seems to be someone you can't afford to offend. Chapter 11: The Father-in-Law's Test. Ji Zhendong hung up the phone, and the office fell into a deathly silence. He held the expensive cigar, but his hand was trembling slightly. A piece of cigar ash fell onto his custom-made tang suit, but he was completely unaware of it. The excited yet teasing voice of Mr. Zhang still echoed in my ears on the phone. A young stock market prodigy? A Wall Street giant is blasting fish in a small pond? Ji Zhendong has lived for over 50 years and has seen all sorts of ups and downs. But today, he feels that the values he has built up over the decades are being challenged. He was being smashed to pieces by his seemingly innocent son-in-law in a way he couldn't understand at all. He slowly raised his head. Those sharp eyes, which would strike fear into the hearts of rivals in the business world, were now filled with unprecedented confusion and scrutiny. The gaze swept over Chen Fong's body inch by inch. It was as if they wanted to see right through him, inside and out. Chen Fong felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze, and his heart pounded with anxiety. What's wrong with this old man? Why are you looking at me like I'm some rare treasure just because I answered a phone call? No, that's not right. It's more like watching an alien creature in human skin. He was restless and shifted his position on the sofa. Put on your most sincere expression and prepare for a new round of questioning. However, Ji Zhendong did not pursue the matter of the stocks further. He remained silent for a long time. So long that Chen Fong thought he was about to fall asleep. He finally spoke again, his voice hoarse as he asked. Chen Fong, tell Dad honestly, besides, good luck, do you have any other special skills? He asked the question cautiously, even using the word special skill, for fear of provoking the monster in front of him. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat, realizing something was wrong. Is this a sign that they don't believe in my newbie Halo theory and are starting to subtly challenge me? No, we absolutely cannot let this slip. My lazy life and my complacent career all depend on my acting skills from now on. Chen Fong's mind raced, but he managed to force a forced, awkward smile that looked more like a grimace. Dad, what are you saying? What special skills could I possibly have? I'm just an ordinary person. I grew up in an orphanage, went to an ordinary university, and my only special skill is probably eating fast? As he spoke, he scratched his head, looking as honest and utterly hopeless as could be. Ji Zhendong stared intently at him, trying to find a flaw in every subtle expression. But he failed. Chen Fong's eyes were clear, and his expression was sincere, without the slightest pretense or guilt. That bewilderment and simplicity seemed so genuine, it was hard to believe it was an act. Could it be that he's just a lucky idiot? Ji Zhendong's mind was in even more turmoil. If he was faking it, then his acting skills are worthy of an Oscar. This cunning and scheming is more profound than any old fox he has ever met, which makes the future of the Ji family worrisome. But if he wasn't faking it, then he's a chosen one, fed by the heavens. Someone who can make millions just by casually buying a few junk stocks, someone who can boost the entire company's efficiency like a rocket just by going to work, a human lucky charm? Regardless of the possibility, Ji Zhendong felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He felt that his pride in his control was a joke in front of this son-in-law. Eat quickly. As Ji Zhendong chewed on those 3 words, his lips twitched and he felt his blood pressure rise again. He waved his hand weakly and said, all right, I understand. You go back to work now. His mind is in a mess right now, and he needs to be alone for a while. Oh, okay, Dad. Chen Fong felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and jumped up from the sofa as if a wolf was chasing him. Dad, you're busy, I'll go downstairs first. Don't overwork yourself, take care of yourself. After saying that, he opened the door as if fleeing and ran away in a flash. Watching his hurried back, Ji Zhendong picked up the efficiency report on the table. I glanced at my stock earnings on my phone again and felt like the world had become surreal. He slumped back in his chair, muttering to himself, what kind of mess is this? Chen Fong jogged all the way to the elevator, and only breathed a long sigh of relief when the elevator doors slowly closed. He leaned against the cold elevator wall, feeling his back was soaked with sweat. That was so exciting. Outwitting your father-in-law is more exciting than playing a horror game. Just now in the office, he felt like a lab rat being dissected. Ji Zhendong's every glance was like a scalpel, about to make incisions on him. Fortunately, his acting skills stood the test. Eat quickly. Chen Fong couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up when he recalled his answer. Such a simple and unpretentious talent, so fitting for my laid-back personality. However, he also realized a serious problem. His plan to remain a salted fish, a metaphor for someone who is unambitious or complacent, has encountered a huge crisis. Getting rich quick through stock trading and a company's efficiency skyrocketing, both of these are too eye-catching. Although he managed to fool them for the time being, a seasoned veteran like Ji Zhendong would certainly not believe him easily. He's like a firefly in the dark, now it's hard for him to keep a low profile. No, I have to think of a way to prove my incompetence more forcefully. Chen Fong made a silent vow in his heart. From today onwards, he will not only slack off, but he will also do so openly and honestly, in a way that is known to all. He touched him so thoroughly that everyone believed he was a hopeless case. The elevator stopped on the 16th floor. Chen Fong composed himself, reverting to his lazy, sleepy look, and stepped out of the elevator. As soon as he entered the office, he sensed that something was wrong. When his colleagues saw him, they immediately stopped what they were doing and all looked at him. That look in his eyes was extremely complex. There was curiosity, a desire to explore, and also a kind of inexplicable awe. Brother Chen, you're back from the chairman's office? Lin Fei, who usually had little interaction with him, actually stood up and greeted him with a smile, her tone somewhat ingratiating. Chen. Brother Chen? Chen Fong was stunned the way the form of address had changed so quickly. Yeah, Brother Chen, are you all right? Did the chairman criticize you? Another colleague came over and asked with concern. Chen Fong immediately understood. They must have thought they were being reprimanded by Ji Zhendong. That's perfect. He immediately climbed up the pole. He looked dejected and sighed deeply. Ugh, don't even mention it. I got a real dressing down. As he spoke, he walked listlessly toward his seat, his back view desolate and pitiful. The people in the office, seeing him like this, did not despise him. Instead, they looked at him with even greater awe. My God, he was actually summoned and scolded by the chairman himself. That's an incredible honor. That's right. When we make mistakes, at most Supervisor Wang will scold us a couple of times, but we don't even have the right to see the chairman. Anyone who can get the chairman to personally spend time scolding is no ordinary person. And look, he was able to come back to work unscathed after being scolded. What does that mean? It means the chairman was just scolding him for his wife's sake, and didn't intend to do anything to him at all. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This brother Chen is the real big shot. His colleagues were wildly imagining things, and the more they thought about it, the more unfathomable Chen Fong seemed. If Chen Fong knew what they were thinking, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. He just wanted to be invisible, but in his colleagues' eyes, even being scolded became a symbol of his status. I can't live like this anymore. He sat down wearily at his workstation, turned on his computer, and skillfully opened the game forum. He made up his mind, he would immerse himself in the world of the game all day long and use his actions to defend the dignity of his worthless self. Chapter 12: My Wife's Sleeping Face. Over the next few days, Chen Fong fully embraced his useless persona. I arrive at work on time, but once there, I immediately turn on my computer to play games and watch movies, without fail. As soon as the bell rings to signal the end of the workday, he's the first one to rush out and clock in, more proactive than anyone else. When his colleagues asked him for help, he would always respond with "I don't know how, I can't handle it," or "This is too difficult." Over time, everyone got used to it. However, the look in his eyes gradually changed from initial disdain to a hint of inquisitive awe. In their view, Chen Fong's behavior was not laziness, but a state of mind of living a life of quiet seclusion in the city. How could a man who can get the chairman to give him a personal lecture, make millions in stock trading with ease, and cut through a project's dead end with a single sentence be a real good for nothing? He must be experiencing life like this. It's a test of character. Chen Fong was completely unaware of this. He only felt that his life of slacking off was becoming more and more pleasant, with no one bothering him, which was simply perfect. Meanwhile, Ji Wanning's attitude towards him also underwent a subtle change. She no longer completely ignored him like before. Occasionally, when dining at a restaurant, she would observe him discreetly with her cool, phoenix-shaped eyes. Watching him eat breakfast without any pressure, watching him joke around with his father-in-law Ji Zhendong. Her mind was filled with countless questions. Is that business genius the same person as this man in front of me who just keeps grinning like an idiot? Was that risk report, so carefully preserved by her, really written by this man who even smacks his lips while eating? She couldn't understand it. This stark contrast sparked an unprecedented curiosity in her about Chen Fong. Like a kitten's paw, it always tickles her heart, leaving a pleasant itch. That morning, Chen Fong woke up unusually early. It wasn't fully light yet outside the window, there was only a hazy gray-white layer. The room was quiet, the only sound was a steady, soft breathing from beside me. He turned his head to look at the extremely luxurious bed. Ji Wanning was still fast asleep. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she has become unusually sleepy lately. When she's asleep, all her usual coldness and sharpness disappear, making her appear exceptionally soft. She lay on her side, most of her delicate face buried in the soft velvet pillow. Only the small, pert nose tip was visible, twitching gently with each breath. Her long, curled eyelashes resembled two thick little fans. It cast a beautiful shadow over her eyes, trembling slightly with her breath. The silk quilt slipped down a bit. Her graceful swan neck and a small, delicate collarbone were revealed, and her fair skin shone with a warm, ivory-like luster in the morning light. The pale red beauty mark adorning the side of her neck now appeared strangely alluring. Her red lips were slightly pouting, and she was muttering something indistinctly, as if she were dreaming. Chen Fong was somewhat stunned by that innocent and adorable sleeping face. Is this still the aloof, icy school beauty, the ruthless female CEO? She's clearly a little girl who needs to be loved. Chen Fong's heart softened for no apparent reason. Immediately afterwards, a familiar heat surged up from my lower abdomen. A young body is always especially honest in the early morning. He gazed at that exquisitely beautiful sleeping face so close to his own, and his mind uncontrollably replayed that chaotic night, her teary-eyed appearance. Damn it! Chen Fong cursed under his breath, quickly looked away, and took several deep breaths. If he continued watching, he feared he might be tempted to do something monstrous. He carefully climbed up from his cot, finding it stiff and his gait became strange. He tiptoed toward the ensuite bathroom that came with the bedroom. We are prepared to solve some problems using the most primitive methods of those who are powerless. He thought Ji Wanning was sleeping so soundly that she probably wouldn't wake up. So he simply closed the door without locking it. In the bathroom, he turned on the tap, the sound of the rushing water masking any other noise. He had his back to the door, his eyes closed, but his mind was filled with Ji Wanning's affectionate face. Just then, Ji Wanning, who was on the bed, slowly woke up. Excessive sleepiness during pregnancy is often accompanied by frequent urination. She groggily opened her eyes, feeling a sudden urge to urinate. She rubbed her eyes and glanced instinctively in the direction of the quilt, only to find it empty. Has he already gotten up? Ji Wanning thought to herself that she didn't think much of it and assumed that Chen Fong had gone downstairs to have breakfast. She threw back the covers, put on her slippers, and sleepily headed towards the bathroom. She had no idea that the man she thought had already gone downstairs was right behind the door. Her hand rested on the doorknob. A gentle push. The door opened. The next second, Ji Wanning froze at the doorway, her mind blank. What did she see? Chen Fong stood with his back to her in front of the sink, his shoulders taut. TSK. Almost. Chen Fong frowned, feeling a bit of pain. The sound of rushing water, at this moment, seemed all the more obvious than it actually was. Ji Wanning's face flushed red from her neck to her ears. Her almond-shaped eyes, still somewhat drowsy from just waking up, instantly widened, filled with shock, shame, and bewilderment. She tried to scream, but found that she couldn't utter a single sound. She tried to close the door, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move. Chen Fong also heard the sound of the door opening. The movement suddenly stopped. Grass. He felt all the blood in his body rush to his head in an instant. He slowly turned his head frame by frame and saw Ji Wanning standing at the door, petrified. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. What are you doing? Finally, Ji Wanning regained her voice, which was thin and trembling, with a sob in it, like a frightened kitten. Chapter 13 Department Meeting, Someone's Trying to Cause Trouble. Chen Fong's brain went blank for a full 5 seconds before he finally regained a sliver of reason. He feels like dying right now. What the hell is this? Is there anything more embarrassing than being caught by your nominal wife manually generating electricity in the bathroom? Even if his skin were made of city walls, it wouldn't hold up at this moment. I'm doing morning exercises. Yes. To improve blood circulation. In a moment of quick thinking, Chen Fong made up a reason that even he himself didn't believe. As he spoke, he frantically straightened his pants, his movements so fast it seemed as if he were trying to cover up evidence of a crime. Ji Wanning's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Of course she knew that wasn't some kind of morning exercise. She wasn't some naive young girl, and besides, they had once shared a very intimate relationship. That bastard. Shameless. Vulgar. Countless curse words swirled in her mind, but in the end, she was so angry that she trembled and couldn't utter a single word. Bang! She slammed the bathroom door shut with such force that it seemed to shake the entire doorframe off. Chen Fong was startled by the loud slam of the door closing. He leaned against the cold wall, listening to Ji Wanning's hurried footsteps as she left outside the door, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. It's over. This is completely over. The little image he had painstakingly built up in his wife's heart crumbled instantly, turning him into a lecherous and despicable man. He covered his face in despair. This lousy system, can't it just reward me with an invisibility skill? The atmosphere at breakfast that morning was extremely eerie. At the long dining table, Chen Fong and Ji Wanning sat at opposite ends, separated by the greatest distance in the world. Chen Fong kept his head down, pretending to be engrossed in the sandwich on his plate, but he didn't dare to glance at the person opposite him out of the corner of his eye. Ji Wanning also kept her head down, sipping her milk in small sips. But her slightly reddened ears and tightly pursed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Whenever she looks up, the scene she saw in the bathroom that morning uncontrollably reappears in her mind. Then my whole face started burning. Sitting in the main seat, Ji Zhendong keenly sensed the awkwardness between the two. He put down the newspaper, looked at this and then at that, his sharp eyes filled with doubt. What's wrong with these two today? Cough. Ji Zhendong cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. Wanning, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Ji Ning blushed even more after being asked that question, and almost buried her head in her milk glass. No. It's nothing, Dad. It's just a little hot. She gave a vague reply. Hot. Ji Zhendong glanced out the window. It was a cloudy day, and the temperature was a few degrees lower than yesterday. He then looked at Chen Fong. Chen Fong, what about you? Why are you eating so quietly today? You look like a wilted eggplant. Chen Fong almost choked on the sandwich in his mouth. What could he say? Are you saying that I was caught masturbating by your daughter this morning and I'm so embarrassed I want to die on the spot? He could only force a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and nothing, Dad. I just didn't sleep well last night and I'm a little sleepy. Ji Zhendong frowned even more deeply. One said it was hot, the other said they were sleepy. These two are definitely hiding something from him. His gossipy heart instantly ignited. Could it be that they had a fight? Why? Could it be that Chen Fong did something to wrong Wan Ning? Ji Zhendong's eyes instantly turned dangerous. He decided that he would go to the company today to give certain people a good talking to and sound them out. With immense anxiety, Chen Fong finally made it to the company. As soon as he entered the office, he sensed that something was off. His colleagues looked at him with a mixture of awe, pity, and schadenfreude. Have you heard? The new director Li is holding a department-wide meeting today to hear progress reports from each project. That's right. I heard that Director Li is known for being incorruptible and hates people who just coast along because of connections. TSK, this is going to be a good show for someone. All he does is play games and he's never written a single project report. Let's see how he explains himself to the director later. The whispers were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Chen Fong's ears. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. Meeting? Project presentation? Is his laid-back lifestyle about to face another challenge? He sat down at his workstation, feeling a surge of irritation. He just wants to be a good-for-nothing in peace. Why is that so hard? Just then, Wang Hai, the administrative supervisor, walked over, his face bearing an undisguised sarcasm. Chen Fong, Director Li has called on you to prepare so you can make a statement at the meeting later. Wang Hai said with a forced smile. He had disliked Chen Fong for a long time. The report he threw in the trash last time was later picked up by Ji Ning. Although he didn't know what happened afterward, Wang Hai still felt uneasy. He couldn't wait to see Chen Fong embarrass himself in front of Director Li. Me? I want to speak too? Chen Fong was stunned. I have nothing to say. That's not up to you. Wang Hai sneered. Director Li said that everyone in the department has to give an account of their work. Although you are a special case, you are no exception. He deliberately emphasized the phrase special circumstances, the sarcasm of which was self-evident. Chen Fong mentally cursed Wang Hai's ancestors for 18 generations. That bastard is obviously trying to make a fool of me. However, on second thought, this might also be an opportunity. A golden opportunity to prove to everyone, including that damn system, that I'm a complete failure. Later at the meeting, he'll show up and say he knows nothing, that he can't answer any of the questions. Let everyone see that Chen Fong is nothing but a good-looking but useless good-for-nothing. Thinking of this, Chen Fong's mood improved again. He gave Wang Hai a bright smile. Okay, Manager Wang, I will definitely prepare well. Wang Hai was taken aback by his reaction, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. 10 a.m., Administration Department Conference Room. The long conference table was filled with employees from the department. The newly appointed director, Li Wei, sat in the main seat. He was not old, about 30 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked very refined, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Chen Fong found a seat in the corner and tried to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. At the start of the meeting, project leaders took turns going up on stage to report on their work progress using PowerPoint presentations. Li Wei listened attentively, occasionally asking a question or two. Every question hit the nail on the head, leaving the person giving the presentation sweating profusely. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Finally, it was the turn of a young man named Zhao Kai. Chen Fong vaguely remembered Zhao Kai. He was a distant nephew of one of the company's directors, a typical example of someone who got in through connections. He's arrogant and disdainful of everyone in the office, relying on his connections to look down on everyone. He especially disliked Chen Fong. How could an orphan with no family background or anything marry Ji Ning and enjoy such good treatment at the company? Zhao Kai was in charge of an internal process optimization project for the company. The project was small, but very detailed. He spoke eloquently, exaggerating his abilities to the skies, as if he alone had saved the entire department. Li Wei listened quietly without interrupting him. When Zhao Kai finished speaking and was about to leave the stage triumphantly, Li Wei Kai adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Your plan sounds good. But have you considered the implementation costs?" Zhao Kai was taken aback. "Cost? Well, it should be all right." "Fine." A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Wei's lips. "According to your proposal, we need to purchase a brand new collaborative office system and conduct a week-long training for all employees. I just did a rough calculation, and the initial investment alone will exceed 3 million. Your project is expected to save the company no more than 500,000 per year. For that 500,000, spending 3 million, Zhao Kai, do you think this deal is worthwhile?" Zhao Kai's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He stammered for a long time, unable to utter a single word. In the conference room, everyone kept their heads down, not daring to look at him, but secretly they were all laughing to themselves. Just then, out of the corner of Zhao Kai's eye, he caught a glimpse of Chen Fong, who was lost in thought in the corner. A wicked thought instantly surged into his mind. He can't let himself lose face. We need to find someone to take the fall for. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned his attention to Chen Fong. "Director Li, I think the general direction of my plan is fine, but the details may need to be improved." Zhao Kai tried to defend himself. "Moreover, for such a strategic project, we can't just consider the economic benefits. Perhaps we can listen to the opinions of other colleagues. For example, Chen Fong." He suddenly pointed at Chen Fong, raising his voice to a high pitch. "Chen Fong is our company's stock market guru, with unique insight and extraordinary perspective. Perhaps he has some even more brilliant ideas about my project?" Brush. In an instant, everyone's eyes in the conference room turned to Chen Fong. Chapter 14 hits the nail on the head, leaving everyone stunned. "I'll fuck your grandpa, Zhao Kai." Chen Fong felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He was happily planning what to eat for lunch in the corner. He was figuring out how to sneak a nap without being detected by the system. As a result, a basin of scalding hot dog blood fell from the sky and drenched him. This Zhao Kai, he lost face himself and then tried to drag him down with him. He's really shameless. In the conference room, everyone's eyes were fixed on him like spotlights. Some were spectators, some felt sympathy, but most were gloating. Especially Wang Hai, the supervisor, whose smug smile was completely undisguised. At the head of the table, the new director, Li Wei, also adjusted his glasses. He scrutinized him with his sharp eyes and said calmly, "Chen Fong, since Zhao Kai mentioned you, why don't you share your thoughts?" Li Wei had a complicated impression of Chen Fong. On the one hand, he had heard about this person with connections from both Ji Zhendong and Ji Wanning. Knowing his special background, he was asked to lie down. On the other hand, the unprecedented efficiency storm that swept through the company a few days ago originated in the administration department, right in Chen Fong's office area. Li Wei was an absolute meritocrat. He did not believe in coincidences. He always felt that this seemingly lazy and harmless young man was hiding some secret. Now was the perfect opportunity to test his strengths and weaknesses. Chen Fong felt like he was being roasted over a fire. What could he do? He now has two choices. First, continue playing the role of a useless person as originally planned. He stood up and said, "I don't know, I have no opinion," then sat down amidst laughter, completely solidifying his image as an incompetent fool. 2. Before Chen Fong could even make a decision, his brain had already started working uncontrollably. That super brain, upgraded by the extraordinary brain domain, is like a quantum computer that has been turned on. The data, charts, and logical frameworks that Zhao Kai had just presented in the PPT were instantly disassembled, reassembled, and analyzed in his mind. Within a second, he found 17 logical flaws in this so-called process optimization project. 35 data errors. And a fatal flaw that could spell the death of the entire project. A strong urge to speak out welled up from the bottom of his heart. This feeling is like a math professor seeing an elementary school student write 1 + 1 = 3. It's incredibly uncomfortable. No. I have to hold back. My persona is that of a lazy bum. A loser. Not some lousy business genius. Chen Fong frantically warned himself in his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up from his seat. Everyone held their breath, ready to see him make a fool of himself. Zhao Kai crossed his arms over his chest, a mocking look on his face, waiting for Chen Fong to make a fool of himself. Chen Fong cleared his throat, preparing to utter the line he had rehearsed countless times, I. However, the words that came out of my mouth turned into, I think this project is rotten to the core. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, booming loudly in the quiet conference room. Everyone was stunned, including Chen Fong himself. Holy crap! What did I say? Why did I blurt out what was on my mind? This damn mouth of mine, why won't it obey me? Chen Fong wanted to slap himself, but the words were already out and couldn't be taken back. After a deathly silence in the conference room, a burst of suppressed laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, what did he say? It's rotten to the core? He doesn't know anything, he just spouts nonsense. This is going to be interesting. We've really offended Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai's face instantly turned from a liverish color to a purplish brown. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Chen Fong, cursing. Chen Fong! What the hell are you spouting? You're a piece of trash who knows nothing. What gives you the right to say my project is bad? Tell me where it's bad? If you can't give me a clear answer, this isn't over. He was so angry that he didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Li Wei did not stop him, he simply looked at Chen Fong with interest, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He also wanted to hear what Chen Fong could say. Chen Fong is now in a difficult situation. He looked at the furious Zhao Kai, then at the crowd watching with expressions of amusement, and made a firm decision. Forget it, let's just give up. Since I can't keep up the act of being a loser anymore, I might as well stop pretending. So what if I offend someone? So what if I show off? At worst, I'll get a skill called King of Workplace Feuds as a reward from the system later. Anyway, I'm not bothered by too many problems. Alright, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you about it. At this moment, Chen Fong's aura suddenly changed. His eyes, which usually held a hint of laziness, instantly became sharp as a knife, as if they could pierce through one's heart. He didn't even look at Zhao Kai's fancy PowerPoint presentation, he simply spoke from memory. First, your project is called Process Optimization, but 80% of your entire proposal focuses on purchasing a new system, and the remaining 20% discusses training. Where is the optimization? Are you selling software, or are you an administrative staff member in our company? Zhao Kai's face turned pale. Second, your data support. You said that the current process leads to employees working an average of 20 hours of overtime per month, so it needs to be optimized. But where did you get this data? How many people did you sample? Which departments did the sample cover? Did the design of the questionnaire take into account the differences between different positions? As far as I know, you just randomly asked 5 or 6 people in the break room last Friday afternoon, right? Sweat began to bead on Zhao Kai's forehead. Because Chen Fong's words were exactly as he had described. Third, and most ridiculous, is your financial calculation. Chen Fong curled his lips into a cold smile, a smile that sent chills down Zhao Kai's spine. You said the new system can save the company 500,000 yuan a year. How did you calculate that number? Oh, I remember now, you wrote in the report that it was estimated based on the industry average. Which industry? What average? You're applying the efficiency model of an internet company to a traditional manufacturing group like ours, Zhao Kai. Did your statistics teacher in college teach you PE? Zhao Kai was speechless, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. There was no laughter left in the meeting room. Everyone looked at Chen Fong as if he were a monster. They were shocked to discover that this son-in-law, who usually only knew how to play games, actually remembered Zhao Kai's dozens of pages of report perfectly. And it thoroughly refuted all the problems within. Is this even human? It's a humanoid printer combined with a supercomputer. Chen Fong, however, showed no sign of stopping. He took a step forward, staring directly at the pale-faced Zhao Kai, and uttered the final blow. Actually, all of the above are minor issues. The most fatal flaw of this project lies in its fundamentally flawed premise. The reason why our company has the so-called problem of inefficient processes is not due to software, but to people. It's about those parasites who occupy positions without doing anything, spending their days thinking only about how to cultivate relationships and take shortcuts, but never considering how to create value for the company. With each word he spoke, he took a step closer. By the time he uttered the last 2 words, parasite, he was already standing in front of Zhao Kai, looking down at him. The entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned speechless by Chen Fang's words and the powerful aura emanating from him. Zhao Kai's legs went weak and he almost lost his balance. He felt that he was not facing the useless son-in-law who was usually ridiculed. Instead, he was a business tycoon who held the power of life and death. Chapter 15 My Wife's Changed View. In the main seat, Li Wei's hand, which was holding his gold-rimmed glasses, stopped in mid-air. He looked at Chen Fang, who stood in the center of the conference room, exuding an aura of authority. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Is this still the young man that Chairman Ji mentioned who needed special care? That logic, that eloquence. This insightful ability to grasp the essence of the problem in an instant. Let alone the administration department, he would be more than qualified to be placed in the group's strategic investment department. Li Wei even felt a sense of absurdity. He felt that, in front of Chen Fang, he was like a recent graduate and intern. What alarmed him even more were Chen Fang's last words. Woodworms. Those two words were both incredibly harsh and incredibly accurate. This is not just a rebuke of Zhao Kai, but also a warning to all the other people in the department who are just coasting along with connections. This courage and boldness are something that an ordinary employee simply cannot possess. Li Wei's gaze involuntarily drifted to the small camera in the corner of the conference room. He knew that Ji Wanning, the president of the G Group, must also be watching this scene at this moment. Top floor, CEO's office. Ji Wanning was indeed watching. She originally just wanted to observe the working style of the new director, Li Wei, through the video. But unexpectedly, I witnessed such a wonderful and spectacular show. When Zhao Kai deliberately made things difficult for Chen Fang, her heart inexplicably clenched and her beautiful brows furrowed. She had even picked up the intercom, ready to have her secretary go to the conference room to defuse the situation. She wasn't worried about Chen Fang, she just didn't want the Ji family's reputation to be humiliated in front of so many people by a clown. But before she could give the order, Chen Fang on the screen stood up. Then came that devastating solo performance. Ji Wanning looked at the man on the screen who spoke eloquently and whose words were full of wisdom. Watching him refute Zhao Kai so thoroughly, watching the sharp, piercing look in his eyes when he finally uttered the word parasite. Her hand gripping the mouse tightened unconsciously. She could feel her heart pounding wildly. This man who kissed her domineeringly at their wedding, who clumsily took care of her when she had morning sickness, and who was caught helplessly by her in the bathroom one morning. How many secrets is he still hiding? The risk report that she locked in the safe. Those few stocks that defied the odds and changed their fate. And the overwhelming business acumen he displayed in the conference room right now. All of this points to one conclusion. She, Ji Wanning, misjudged him from the very beginning. She thought he was a gigolo who would abandon his dignity for money. But now it seems, he's not a gigolo at all. He was clearly a prehistoric behemoth lurking among the sheep. The tip of the iceberg he revealed was enough to shake the entire G Group. What if he reveals his full strength? Ji Wanning dared not think any further. A huge question lingered in her mind. Given his terrifying talent, why did he agree to marry into the Ji family? Why would someone willingly accept a passive, complacent approach? What is he after? 2G's money? Impossible. With his stock trading skills, making money is easier for him than breathing. What is the power of the 2G family? Absolutely impossible. He himself is the greatest force. For a moment, Ji Wanning's mind was in turmoil. She looked at the screen, at the scene that drew the shocked gazes of everyone. The man had already walked back to his corner seat as if nothing had happened, and even yawned. An unprecedented sense of frustration and curiosity welled up inside me at the same time. She realized that she seemed to know nothing about her husband in name only, the father of the child in her womb. The game continued in the conference room. Zhao Kai was completely deflated after being hurt by Chen Fang's hurtful words. Like a defeated rooster, he slunk back to his seat, not daring to lift his head. Supervisor Wang Hai was also ashen-faced. He hadn't expected the show he was looking forward to end like this. Chen Fang not only didn't embarrass himself, but actually shone brightly, making him feel like a clown. Li Wei cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. He gave Chen Fang, who had already returned to his lazy, indifferent state, a deep look, and then announced in an unquestionable tone, "Zhao Kai's project is rejected. From today onwards, you will be transferred to the archives to be responsible for organizing old documents." This is tantamount to banishing Zhao Kai to the sidelines. Zhao Kai's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to utter a single word in rebuttal. Then, Li Wei turned his gaze to Chen Fong, his tone softening considerably. Chen Fong, your analysis just now was excellent. Here's what we'll do, you'll take the lead on optimizing the department's processes, write a new plan, and submit it to me by next Monday. Boom! Chen Fong felt as if another bomb had exploded in his head. What the heck? You want me to take the lead? To write a new proposal? Damn it! All that effort I put into arguing with people just now was to throw caution to the wind, to make you all think I'm a troublemaker and stay away from me, right? Why have they assigned me a job? This script is wrong. Chen Fong's face turned green. He quickly stood up and waved his hands frantically. No. No, Director Li. I can't do it. I just had a brain fart and talked nonsense. I don't know anything. He just wants to slap himself twice right now. Serves you right for being so foul-mouthed. Serves you right for showing off. That's it, my days of slacking off are over. However, his heartfelt refusal was interpreted in a completely different way by others. Look at their level of skill. To accomplish such a great feat, yet remain so discreet and unknown, what a magnanimous spirit. A master. This is definitely the demeanor of a master. Li Wei laughed too, thinking that Chen Fong was playing hard to get. He waved his hand, looking at Chen Fong with an "I understand you" look. All right, it's settled then. I believe in your abilities. This is a mission, not something to discuss. After saying that, he immediately adjourned the meeting, turned around and left, giving Chen Fong no chance to refuse. Chen Fong stood there blankly, watching Li Wei's departing figure, feeling as if the whole world had turned gray. It's over. Barbecue is here. He could almost hear the dinging sounds coming from that damned system in his mind. His life is drifting further and further away from the goal of simply lying down and doing nothing. That evening, Chen Fong returned to the Ji family manor with a heavy heart. He got a headache just thinking about that damn process optimization plan. He didn't want to write at all. If he doesn't write it, that stern-faced director named Li Wei will definitely not let him off the hook. If he were to write it, given his current super brain configuration, what he produced would undoubtedly be groundbreaking. When the time comes, that damn system will probably reward him with something like Strongest PPT Creation Master or Gold Medal Project Manager. His life will completely slide into the abyss of 996. He was dejectedly changing his shoes when a cold voice came from the living room. You're back. It's Ji Wanning. She came home early today and was sitting on the sofa with a laptop on her lap, seemingly working. She changed into a beige loungewear set. Her chestnut brown hair was casually tied back, giving her a more domestic and gentle look, rather than the sharpness she exuded in the workplace. Chen Fong responded weakly. You performed very well at the meeting today. Ji Wanning was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Her voice wasn't loud, but Chen Fong could still hear it. In that cold tone, there seemed to be a hint of appreciation that he had never heard before. Chen Fong felt even more bitter. What a load of rubbish. I'm being forced to become the king of exams. He didn't reply, but just sighed, walked to his makeshift bed, and plopped down on it. He exuded an aura of utter despair. Ji Wanning frowned slightly as she looked at him. She was somewhat puzzled. He shone brightly at the meeting today, which should have been a happy occasion, so why did he look even more depressed? Could it be that he's still embarrassed about what happened in the bathroom this morning? Thinking of this, Ji Wanning's cheeks unconsciously flushed slightly again. She closed her laptop, stood up, and walked to Chen Fong's side. Don't worry about what happened this morning. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak first, her voice so low it was barely audible. I didn't mean to. For someone as proud as her to say something like that is already the limit. Chen Fong was taken aback upon hearing this. Looking up, I saw Ji Wanning's pretty face flushed red. Only after seeing those slightly evasive, beautiful eyes did I realize what she was saying. His frustration suddenly lessened considerably. He found her shy and embarrassed yet proud expression amusing and couldn't resist teasing her. Oh? Which thing are you referring to, honey? He pretended to be clueless, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. Are you talking about the thing that happened this morning when I was exercising and you accidentally saw me? He emphasized the words exercise in particular. You. Ji Wanning's face instantly turned bright red, and she glared at him, both ashamed and angry. You're shameless. That bastard, how dare he mention it? She raised her hand, intending to slap him. But looking at his wickedly smiling face and those deep, seemingly hooked eyes, she couldn't bring herself to lower her raised hand. In the end, she could only stomp her foot in frustration and turn to leave. I can't be bothered with you. Watching her flee in panic, Chen Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. He discovered that teasing his icy wife seemed to be a more interesting thing than playing games. Chapter 16 Bathroom Horror. After teasing Ji Wanning, Chen Fong felt much better. But the thought of that damn project proposal gave him a headache again. He lay restlessly on his cot, picked up his phone, and prepared to enter the game world to numb himself. As long as I get engrossed in playing, work troubles can't catch up with me. He skillfully opened the game, put on his headphones, and instantly became isolated from the world. Time passed second by second, and the sky outside the window changed from dusk to deep night. After finishing her work, Ji Wanning read some parenting books for a while. Feeling a bit tired, I prepared to wash up and rest. As she passed Chen Fong's sleeping quarters, she glanced at the man wearing headphones, his fingers flying across his phone screen, and her handsome brows furrowed involuntarily. This man is truly incomprehensible. Within the company, he demonstrates exceptional business acumen, showcasing his strategic planning and commanding presence. But as soon as he gets home, he immediately reverts to this unambitious, lazy person. It was as if the man with such a commanding presence in the company was just her imagination. Which side of him is the real him? Ji Wanning shook her head, no longer thinking about these troublesome things, and walked into the bathroom. Victory! As the word victory appeared on his phone screen, Chen Fong breathed a sigh of relief and took off his headphones. A thrilling qualifying match finally allowed him to temporarily forget the troubles of work. He stretched and felt a little hungry. He was about to go downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat when he heard a loud crash coming from the bathroom in the master bedroom. The sound was like a metal frame collapsing, and it sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. Immediately afterwards, he also faintly heard a suppressed, painful cry of surprise. It's Ji Wanning's voice. Chen Fong's heart sank. She's still taking a shower. Something happened? Did you slip? Or were you hit by something? She's pregnant. Countless terrifying thoughts flooded Chen Fong's mind in an instant. He didn't have time to think, his body reacted before his brain could. Like an enraged cheetah, he leaped up from the ground and charged towards the bathroom like a madman. Ji Wanning. What's wrong with you? He ran and shouted, his voice filled with panic and fear that he himself was unaware of. The bathroom door was not locked from the inside. Without thinking, he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open forcefully. Boom! The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. The next second, Chen Fong froze at the doorway. The scene before him made him stop breathing instantly, his mind going completely blank. The bathroom was filled with steam, like a fairyland. Under the warm light, a shelf fell to the ground, spilling bottles of shower gel and shampoo all over the floor. And Ji Wanning stood amidst this mess. She wasn't wearing anything. She seemed to be frightened by this sudden change. He was barefoot and slightly hunched over. One hand instinctively protected her slightly protruding belly, while the other hand gripped the wall, trying to steady herself. The showerhead continued to spray warm water tirelessly, water droplets sliding down her chestnut-colored hair. It flowed over her graceful swan neck, over her delicate collarbone, and down along the exquisite curves of her body. Her skin, a pale white that rarely sees the sun, now glowed with an alluring pink hue under the steam and heat. Her long, wet hair had a few unruly strands clinging to her delicate, still frightened cheeks, adding to her pitiful and alluring charm. Those beautiful eyes, which were usually cold and aloof, were wide open in fright. It was filled with moisture, like a startled fawn. She revealed her most authentic, vulnerable, and perfect self to Chen Fong without any defenses. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Chen Fong's brain completely shut down. He felt all the blood in his body rushing to a certain part of his body at an unprecedented speed. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down uncontrollably. You. Ji Wanning finally recovered from her shock and saw the man standing like a wooden stake at the door. Her face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, changed from pink to crimson, and then to a deep red that seemed to be burning. Shame, anger, panic, a whole host of emotions overwhelmed her in an instant. How did you get in here? Get out! She finally found her voice again, a sharp voice, but trembling uncontrollably due to shock and shame. She tried to find something to cover her body, but there was nothing around her except the cold tiles and the mess on the ground. She could only turn around awkwardly, facing away from Chen Fong, and hug herself tightly with both hands. That smooth, jade-like back, and the graceful curves taut with tension, are a silent, fatal allure to any normal man. Get out? Chen Fong's rationality told him that he should turn around and leave immediately, and close the door behind him. This is a gentleman's most basic courtesy. But his feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move at all. His gaze involuntarily fell on Ji Wan-ning's slightly protruding belly. There, he and her child were conceived. A thought began to frantically grow in his mind. She is my wife. She was pregnant with my child. What's wrong with me caring about her and worrying about her? Let me check if she's injured or if anything seems wrong. This thought, like a spark, instantly ignited all the desires and possessiveness within him. Screw gentlemanly manners. I'm your husband. Chen Fong took a deep breath, and instead of retreating, he stepped inside. And then, with a click, he slammed the bathroom door shut. Chapter 17 Sophistry. Click. The soft click of the lock clicking shut was remarkably clear in the bathroom filled with the sounds of water and echoes. Like a signal, it instantly shattered Ji Wan-ning's last psychological defense. She turned around abruptly, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with disbelief. He not only didn't go out, he locked the door? What is he trying to do? Chen Fong. You're insane. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Ji Wan-ning's voice, tinged with extreme shame and indignation and a hint of barely perceptible fear, was already choked with sobs. She clutched her chest tightly with both hands and retreated step by step until her back hit the cold tile wall, leaving her nowhere to go. She watched the man approach her step by step. I feel like a lamb cornered in a desperate situation. The other side, however, was a wolf that had ripped off all its pretense, a vicious wolf. Chen Fong remained silent. He simply walked over, bent down, and turned off the still-running showerhead. The bathroom fell silent instantly, with only the clearly audible sounds of their breathing and heartbeats remaining. Without the cover of the sound of water, the atmosphere became even more ambiguous and dangerous. Chen Fong walked step by step to Ji Wan-ning, with less than half a meter between them. He could even smell the sweet fragrance of her shower gel, mixed with her own unique, captivating body fragrance. He could see her chest heaving violently with nervousness and fear. You could see glistening water droplets clinging to her long, curled eyelashes. It was hard to tell if they were water or tears. I heard a loud noise and thought something had happened to you. Chen Fong finally spoke. His voice, suppressed by lust, was unusually low and hoarse, with a fatal magnetism. I'm fine. The shelf just fell down. You can go out now. Ji Wan-ning bit her lip, glaring at him stubbornly, trying her best to look more imposing. But her slightly trembling body and reddened eyes betrayed her inner vulnerability. Are you really all right? Chen Fong ignored her order to leave. His gaze slowly slid from her pretty face, which was filled with panic, to her delicate collarbone, and then down, to her flat but slightly protruding belly. His gaze became incredibly focused and gentle. Let me see if you're hurt, he said. I don't need you to look. I told you I'm fine. Ji Wan-ning's body trembled slightly at his undisguised and extremely aggressive gaze. She felt like a work of art being appraised, being scrutinized inch by him, which made her feel incredibly ashamed. Ji Wan-ning. Chen Fong suddenly raised his head, looking intently into her eyes. Have you forgotten who I am to you? Ji Wan-ning was taken aback. I am your legal husband and the father of the child in your belly. Chen Fong leaned down slightly and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, sending a shiver through her body. Isn't it only natural to care about your wife and children? His voice, like the whisper of a devil, carried a domineering quality that was both forceful and irrefutable. You're just being unreasonable. Ji Wan-ning's pretty face turned bright red with anger. This bastard, how could he have so many twisted arguments? Yeah. Chen Fong chuckled softly and extended his hand. Under Ji Wan-ning's horrified gaze, he did not touch any part of her body. Instead, he gently picked up a non-slip mat from beside her feet and laid it on the ground. Then, he picked up a clean bath towel hanging next to him. If you're pregnant and standing barefoot on wet ground, it's easy to slip and fall. Also, if you haven't put on any clothes after taking a shower, you're more likely to catch a cold. As he spoke, he unfolded the large bath towel and gently draped it over Ji Wan-ning's body, completely covering her shapely figure. His movements were very light and gentle, without the slightest hint of lewdness. From beginning to end, his fingers never touched an inch of her skin. Ji Wanning was completely stunned. The violation and humiliation she had anticipated did not occur. Instead, there was a somewhat clumsy yet incredibly meticulous care. A warm, dry bath towel wrapped around her body, insulating her from the chill of the bathroom and also from the panic in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her. His eyes were still deep and burning, full of possessiveness. But all his actions revealed his concern for her and the child. This contradictory feeling plunged her mind into chaos once again. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. Chen Fong helped her wrap herself in a bath towel, then bent down and began to silently clean up the mess on the floor. He picked up the scattered bottles and jars one by one, straightened the collapsed shelves, and rearranged the items. He did everything meticulously, as if that was his sole purpose in rushing in. Ji Wanning just stood there blankly, watching the man busy himself in front of her. Under the light, his broad back looked so reliable and reassuring. She suddenly realized that she seemed not so scared anymore. She even felt a warmth she herself dared not admit. This man, though domineering, shameless, and always liked to use all sorts of fallacies to annoy her. But he seems to be genuinely good to her. While Ji Wanning was lost in thought, Chen Fong had already finished tidying up. He stood up, turned around, and looked at her. "All right, the floor is all cleaned up now. Quickly dry yourself off and put on some clothes so you don't catch a cold." His tone returned to its usual amiable manner, as if the aggressive man from before was merely Ji Wanning's illusion. After saying that, he opened the bathroom door and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, a faint, almost inaudible voice came from behind him. "Thank you." Chen Fong's steps suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw Ji Wanning with her head down, her long eyelashes drooping, concealing all her emotions. That thank you was so light, it seemed like a gust of wind could blow it away. But Chen Fong heard it clearly. His lips curled up uncontrollably. "You're welcome, wife," he replied in high spirits, then whistled and walked briskly back to his makeshift bed. In the bathroom, Ji Wanning's pretty face flushed red again as she heard the word wife tinged with smugness and mockery. She covered her burning cheeks and her wildly beating heart with her hands. She felt that the calmness and rationality she had built up over the past 20 years were crumbling bit by bit in front of this man. Chapter 18 My father-in-law's suspicion. Is this kid acting against me? After the bathroom incident, the atmosphere between Chen Fong and Ji Wanning became even more subtle. That invisible ice wall seemed to have completely melted. Instead, a thin veil, tinged with a touch of awkwardness and subtle ambiguity, was used. Ji Wanning stopped speaking coldly to Chen Fong. Although he doesn't talk much most of the time. But Chen Fong could sense that the way she looked at him had softened considerably. Sometimes, Chen Fong would play games late into the night. She would peek out from under the bed and say in a cool yet slightly concerned tone, "Go to sleep early, it's bad for your eyes." Chen Fong responded with oh, but secretly he was very pleased. He felt that he was one step closer to his ultimate dream of a laid-back life with a wife, kids, and a warm bed. As for that damn process optimization plan, he resorted to delaying tactics. When Li Wei urged him, he said, "I'm working on it, but I have no inspiration." Wang Hai asked him about the progress in a sarcastic tone, and he replied, almost there, just a tiny bit more." Every day at the company, he still plays games and watches movies without fail. They took the phrase "not doing one's proper job" to the extreme. Li Wei couldn't do anything about him, and Ji Zhendong had given instructions not to push him too hard. Wang Hai and the others were even happier to see him make a fool of himself, waiting for him to fail to deliver a proposal and be completely rejected by Li Wei. Chen Fong himself was happy to have some free time. However, what he didn't know was that while he could lie down and do nothing, the world was becoming increasingly competitive because of his existence. The top floor of the G Group, the chairman's office. Ji Zhendong has been very irritable lately. Logically, he should be very happy. Because the company's second quarter financial statements have been released. The data was so impressive it almost seemed unreal. The group's total revenue increased by 80% year-on-year. Net profit increased by 150% year-on-year. The stock price soared all the way up, nearly doubling in just 3 months. In the past, Ji Zhendong would have celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights with champagne. But now, looking at this report that was so red it was almost purple, he felt a chill run down his spine and his heart pounded. Because he knew that all these miracles were too abnormal. Several other reports were placed in front of him. One document is about the Fengqi New Energy Project. Since Ji Wanning obtained that mysterious risk report and adjusted her strategic direction. This project is like it's been given a cheat code. All previous obstacles were easily overcome. Several board members who were originally staunchly opposed to the project are now chasing Ji Wanning around every day asking about the project's progress, showing more enthusiasm than anyone else. The project is progressing rapidly, and we expect to receive our first return soon. The amount of this return is enough to raise the entire group's market value to a new level. The other document is a closing report on several long-standing and difficult projects within the group. These projects are all long-standing, doomed messes that have been shelved for years. But just in the last few months, the teams responsible for these projects seem to be possessed by Einstein. A burst of inspiration led them to overcome one technical hurdle after another. They transformed this mess into a golden goose. There was also a report on employee satisfaction surveys in the Human Resources Department. The report shows that the group's employees, especially those near the 16th floor of the headquarters building, have reached an all-time high in job satisfaction. People generally report that they are particularly clear-headed and energetic at work recently. Moreover, I can always leave work on time, which greatly improves my quality of life. At the end of the report, the HR manager concluded in a dreamlike tone, "Our company may be experiencing a great renaissance." As Ji Zhendong looked at the reports, the expensive cigar in his hand became deformed from his grip. Renaissance? Renaissance bullshit. He knew better than anyone that the source of all this pointed to one person. That guy who clocks in at his company every day but only knows how to play games. What a good son-in-law. Chen Feng. Since he arrived, strange things have been happening non-stop in the company. Stock market miracles, efficiency miracles, projects brought back to life. If once is a coincidence, and twice is luck, then so many times can only prove one thing. A thought that seemed both absurd and terrifying to Ji Zhendong surfaced in his mind. This kid isn't a waste, he's a peerless genius. Is he acting against me? Once the thought popped into my head, I couldn't stop it. He started to imagine things wildly. Why did he play me? What is he after? Could it be that he's trying to use this playing dumb to take advantage tactic to gradually undermine me and ultimately seize my company? Hiss. Ji Zhendong gasped, feeling a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Think about it, what normal person would give up their extraordinary talents to become a son-in-law who was looked down upon by others? He definitely has a bigger scheme in mind. He first tried to lull me into a false sense of security by lying flat on his back, making me lower my guard. Then, unintentionally, a glimpse of talent is revealed. For example, stock trading, or project analysis. They came to test my reaction and also to plant their own influence in the company. That king of curry aura, or rather, in Ji Zhendong's view, it was just Chen Feng using some mysterious means to win over the hearts of the employees. Now, the company's performance is booming, the employees are very grateful to him, and he has indirectly solved several long-standing problems. His prestige within the company is rising rapidly in an invisible way. If this continues, it won't be long before the entire Ji Group only knows Chen Feng and no longer knows Ji Zhendong. At that time, he, as chairman, will be completely sidelined and become a commander without any real power. What a brilliant strategy! Like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. What a brilliant strategy! Like encircling the cities from the countryside. This scheming, this method, is simply terrifyingly profound. Ji Zhendong became increasingly frightened and terrified as he thought about it. He felt like he wasn't raising a son-in-law, but rather a venomous snake lurking beside him. No! I can't just sit here and wait to die. Ji Zhendong slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. His long-dormant ambition was reignited. He made up his mind he was going to have a good fight with this good son-in-law. He wanted to expose his disguise, thwart his conspiracy, and let him know who the true master of the Ji family was. He picked up the internal phone, his voice trembling with excitement. Hello, is this Li Wei? Come to my office right now. He needed to have a serious discussion with his trusted confidants about how to deal with this ambitious man. He wanted to show Chen Feng that experience matters. Chapter 19: My Wife's Tenderness. Li Wei arrived at the chairman's office very quickly. He felt a chill run down his spine looking at his chairman's expression, which was as if facing a formidable enemy, and even with a touch of tragic resolve. Chairman, you wanted to see me? Li Wei. Looking at his most trusted right-hand man, Ji Zhendong said in a somber voice, "Something big might be going to happen to our company." Li Wei was startled. "Something big? What's wrong? Is there a problem with the Fengqi project?" "No, it's much more serious than that." Ji Zhendong waved his hand, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, turned his back to Li Wei, and spoke in an extremely deep tone. "There might be a corporate spy infiltrated our company." "Corporate espionage?" Li Wei was taken aback. "Who is it? Which department?" Ji Zhendong slowly turned around and said, word by word, "It's that Chen Feng." Li Wei. He paused for a full 10 seconds before asking in an uncertain tone, "Chairman, you mean that Chen Feng who plays games in the administration department every day?" "That's him. It's him." Ji Zhendong's gaze turned extremely serious. "Don't be fooled by his appearance. His lazy demeanor is all a facade. He is a cunning and highly skilled ambitious man." Li Wei's expression turned strange. He recalled Chen Feng, who had debated with the assembled scholars at the meeting and thoroughly criticized Zhao Kai. I was reminded of Chen Feng, who would scratch his head and say he had no inspiration when he was urging him to write a draft. These two images simply don't match up. "Chairman, is there some misunderstanding here?" Li Wei said cautiously. "Chen Feng, he may be a bit lazy, but to call him a corporate spy or an ambitious schemer, isn't that giving him too much credit?" "What do you know?" Ji Zhendong said with exasperation. "That's precisely where his brilliance lies. He's using this method to lull us all into a false sense of security." Then, Ji Zhendong recounted his conspiracy theory of slowly boiling a frog and undermining the chairman to Li Wei in its entirety. Li Wei was stunned, feeling that his worldview had been impacted in the same way that Ji Zhendong had. He just couldn't understand it, a simple story of a son-in-law lying down and doing nothing. In the chairman's mind, it turned into a business power struggle drama comparable to The Godfather. Therefore, Ji Zhendong concluded, "We must now take the initiative, disrupt his plans, and make him slip up." Then what exactly should we do?" Li Wei felt like his brain wasn't working properly. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Ji Zhendong's eyes. "I'm giving him a task he absolutely cannot complete. I want to force him to use his true strength. As long as he shows his true colors, we can seize his weakness." "What mission?" "I want him to go and take over that piece of land in the west of the city." Upon hearing this, Li Wei gasped. That piece of land in the west of the city is notoriously difficult to deal with in Jiangcheng. It has an excellent location and is a prime piece of real estate. However, due to property disputes and demolition issues, it is extremely complicated. He went to negotiate with more than a dozen companies, but all of them returned empty-handed. The G Group also tried, but ultimately nothing came of it. Why let Chen Feng, an idle person in the administration department, tackle this tough problem? This is no longer an impossible task, it's practically sending him to his death. "Chairman, isn't this a bit too much?" "It's settled then," Ji Zhendong said without room for argument. "Go now and give him this task in front of the whole department. I want to see how he'll pretend this time." That evening, Chen Feng returned home, completely dazed. He never expected this. "I was just going to work and slacking off, and suddenly I got a mission to blow up a bunker." He had also heard of that piece of land in the west of the city. Assigning an administrator to handle negotiations for a real estate project is as absurd as asking a cook to fly a fighter jet. Even a fool could tell that someone was deliberately messing with him. His first suspect was the new director, Li Wei. It must be that guy. He got impatient with me because I hadn't submitted my proposal yet, and he wanted to force me to leave this way. Chen Feng grew angrier the more he thought about it, and his mood plummeted to its lowest point. He barely ate any dinner before returning to his room, collapsing onto his makeshift bed on the floor without uttering a sound. Ji Wanning quickly noticed that something was wrong with him. When she came out of the shower, she saw Chen Feng lying motionless on the ground like a dead fish. Even without playing his favorite game, I knew something must have happened to him. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over to him and gently nudged him. "Hey, what's wrong?" Chen Feng turned over, turning his back to her, and said in a muffled voice, "It's nothing." "If nothing was wrong, why would you be in this terrible state?" Ji Wanning sat down next to him, her tone carrying a hint of concern she herself didn't realize. "Did you suffer any grievances at the company?" Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at Ji Wanning's face, which was full of concern, and suddenly felt a little wronged. He recounted the events that happened at the company that day to Ji Wanning, embellishing the story. Tell me, aren't they going too far? I just wanted to be a good-for-nothing in peace. What did I do to deserve this? Why are they doing this to me? Chen Feng became increasingly angry as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ji Wanning's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. She also felt that there was something unusual about this matter. Given Li Wei's style of doing things, even if he wanted to force Chen Feng away, he wouldn't use such clumsy methods. There must be other reasons behind this. Could it be my dad? A thought flashed through Ji Wanning's mind. Looking at Chen Feng's dejected appearance, she felt a pang of heartache for no apparent reason. This man, though sometimes infuriating, is ultimately her husband in name only and the father of her child. She couldn't just stand by and watch him be bullied like this. She paused for a moment, then reached out and awkwardly patted Chen Feng's head, as if comforting a large, lost dog. Don't think about it too much. I'll handle this. Her voice was unusually gentle. Chen Feng was taken aback by her sudden gentleness. He looked up and saw Ji Wanning looking down at him. Under the lamplight, her cool eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. He could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her body after she had just taken a shower. He saw the dazzling expanse of snow-white skin revealed by the slightly open neckline of her nightgown as she leaned forward. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that damn project wasn't so annoying after all. He looked at Ji Wanning and, as if possessed, said, "Wife, your hair isn't dry yet." Ji Wanning was taken aback and subconsciously touched her hair, which was indeed still wet. She usually lets her shower air dry after taking a shower. "Let me dry it for you." As Chen Feng spoke, he got up from his makeshift bed on the floor. Before Ji Wanning could react, he walked over and picked up the hairdryer that was on the dressing table. No need, I can do it myself." Ji Wanning felt a little uncomfortable. "Don't move." Without giving her a chance to explain, Chen Feng pressed down on her shoulder and made her sit down on the chair in front of the dressing table. Then, he stood behind her and turned on the hairdryer. A warm breeze, mixed with the buzzing of a hairdryer, filled the room. Chen Feng's fingers ran through her soft, smooth chestnut hair, the movements incredibly gentle. Ji Wanning looked at the man behind her in the mirror. His expression was so focused, so serious. It was as if what he was doing was not a trivial matter, but an extremely sacred task. Ji Wanning's heart was completely enveloped by this sudden tenderness. She felt her cheeks burning. My heart was beating faster and faster. This feeling is unfamiliar, yet not unpleasant. There's even a tiny bit. I like it. The sound of the hairdryer masked all the awkwardness and silence in the room. Only a feeling called warmth remained, quietly fermenting in the air. After a long while, my hair dried. Chen Feng turned off the hairdryer and ran her fingers through her now fluffy and soft long hair. "All right," he said. Looking at herself in the mirror and the man smiling at her from behind, Ji Wanning felt a little dazed for a moment. She whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chen Feng leaned close to her ear, and said with a wicked grin in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Honey, if you really want to thank me, how about letting me sleep in your bed tonight?" Chapter 20 Son-in-law, I'm begging you. You're dreaming. Ji Wanning's cheeks, which had finally cooled down, suddenly flared up again. She knew it. That bastard couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds. The warmth and emotion that had just risen in my heart vanished instantly after his vulgar remark. She suddenly stood up from her chair. She glared at him, both embarrassed and angry. Those beautiful eyes, which had just been so tender, now regained their usual coldness and sharpness. "Chen Feng, I'm warning you, don't push your luck." Chen Feng was secretly delighted to see her looking so embarrassed and angry, yet trying to appear calm. He loved seeing her looking like she wanted to get angry but couldn't. It was incredibly cute. He shrugged and said innocently, "Just kidding, honey, don't take it seriously. Look at you, your face is all red." Who's blushing? I'm just hot." Ji Wanning retorted stubbornly, and then, as if to escape the suffocatingly ambiguous atmosphere, she turned and walked towards the large bed. "I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed." You can sleep wherever you want." She threw back the covers and completely covered herself, leaving Chen Feng with only her back turned, refusing to communicate. Chen Feng looked at the ostrich curled up in the blanket and couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that tonight was hopeless. However, there's plenty of time in the future. He returned to his makeshift bed on the floor in a cheerful mood, lay down, and prepared to sleep. The faint fragrance emanating from Ji Wanning when she was drying her hair still lingered in the quilt. The scent made Chen Fong feel that even his dreams would be sweet. He completely forgot about the troubles surrounding the West City project. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. His wife just said she would handle it. With such a capable and beautiful wife, why should he bother to work hard? Lying flat is the only way to go. The next day, Chen Fong arrived at the company feeling refreshed. He was prepared to be called to Li Wei's office for a lecture, and then naturally get rid of that hot potato. However, he waited all morning, but there was still no response from Li Wei. The entire administration department was calm and peaceful, as if the absurd appointment from yesterday had never happened. Chen Fong was somewhat puzzled. Did my wife really get her way? She settled everything with just one phone call? Is it really that efficient? He felt a surge of satisfaction and opened the game interface with even greater peace of mind. At this moment, on the top floor of the G Group, in the chairman's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Ji Zhendong sat in his boss's chair, his face so gloomy it could drip water. On the desk in front of him was a document that had just been printed out. The document is titled, Preliminary Feasibility Analysis Report on the Qingxi Plot Project. Signed by Chen Fong. This report was obtained by Li Wei from a clerk in the administration department this morning. According to the clerk, Chen Fong wrote it casually yesterday afternoon, threw it on the table, and asked her to break it up. Li Wei hadn't paid any attention to it at first, but for some inexplicable reason, he glanced at it. That one glance almost scared the soul out of him. He scrambled to deliver the report to Ji Zhendong. It took Ji Zhendong an hour to read through the report, which was only a dozen pages long. His hands are still shaking. This report is simply not something a human could write. In his report, Chen Fong used an almost godlike perspective to thoroughly dissect the mess in the western part of the city. The root of the property rights dispute, the backgrounds and demands of several key figures among the relocated households, and even the personality weaknesses and potential cooperation among several officials in the relevant local departments. He analyzed everything clearly and logically, with a frightening clarity. This is no longer a business analysis, this is practically intelligence. A priceless strategic intelligence report that would drive any competitor crazy. Even more alarming, at the end of the report, Chen Fong casually offered 3 solutions. Every idea was wildly imaginative and unbelievable. But upon closer examination, it turns out that this is the only feasible way to break the deadlock. Ji Zhendong can confirm it. As long as we follow the approach outlined in this report, we can definitely acquire that piece of land in the west of the city. It's not impossible for them to buy the entire western part of the city. A talent, no, a prodigy. A monster. Ji Zhendong muttered to himself, his eyes filled with terror. Yesterday, he thought Chen Fong was a venomous snake and wanted to fight him. But now it seems he's nothing. It's not a snake at all, it's a divine dragon soaring through the heavens. In other people's eyes, Ji Zhendong is probably just an ant crawling on the ground. What about boiling a frog in lukewarm water? What about sidelining a chairman? It was all just his own fantasy. They didn't even take him seriously. What someone casually wrote down and threw away as waste paper was enough to overturn the entire commercial landscape of Jiangchang. What's the point of fighting? If this fight continues, his meager fortune won't even be enough to fill someone else's teeth. Ji Zhendong grew increasingly frightened as he thought about it, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He finally understood. His son-in-law wasn't after his money or his power. He simply wanted to come here, to retire. He was a peerless master who enjoyed life to the fullest, but he was tired of the fighting and killing in the mortal world and wanted to find a quiet place to experience the leisurely life of an ordinary person. And Ji Zhendong was the chosen one, the lucky one? No, he's just unlucky. Because of him, and his troublesome daughter, they always inadvertently disturbed this wise man's retirement. Thinking about this, Ji Zhendong wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he ask Li Wei to work on that West City project yesterday? Isn't this just deliberately trying to annoy the expert? What if the master gets upset, thinks his place isn't peaceful, and just leaves? Then the Ji family has missed out on a tremendous opportunity, one that could have brought the family glory for another 100 years, a godlike figure. No. Absolutely not. We have to find a way to keep him here. Let him live comfortably and willingly in the Ji family, enjoying his retirement. Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Zhendong's mind in an instant. More money? Give him an unlimited black card. Luxury cars? Limited editions worldwide, whichever one you want, we'll give you. A luxury mansion? He can choose any property in the world. No. These worldly things are certainly beneath the notice of a truly wise person. We need to show some sincerity. Ji Zhendong's gaze fell on the photo of him and his daughter Ji Wanning on the table. Oh, right. Honey trap. As long as Wan Ning can take good care of him and make him feel the warmth of family, he will definitely not want to leave. Thinking of this, Ji Zhendong slammed his hand on the table and grabbed the internal phone. This time, he didn't call Li Wei, but went directly to the front desk of the administration department on the 16th floor. Hey! I don't care what methods you use, right now, immediately. Get Chen Fong to the top floor. His voice was completely distorted by excitement and fear. When Chen Fong received the call from the front desk, he was engrossed in a video game. He was completely exasperated when he heard that the chairman was looking for him again. Why is this old man such a persistent ghost? With the feeling of visiting a grave, he dawdled as he made his way to the top floor. Upon entering the office, he was so startled by the sight before him that he took a step back. His usually imposing and domineering father-in-law was standing in front of his desk. A fawning smile, unlike anything he had ever seen before, graced his face. Oh! Son-in-law, my good son-in-law. You finally arrived. Come, please have a seat. Ji Zhendong rushed forward in one stride. Without saying a word, he grabbed Chen Fong's hand and pressed him down into the genuine leather executive chair that he himself usually wouldn't sit in. Then, he personally went to brew tea. When the dish was presented to Chen Fong, the servant was as respectful as a eunuch serving his master. Chen Fong was so uneasy by his actions that he could barely hold his teacup. Dad, what are you doing? Just tell me what's wrong, I'm scared. Chen Fong stammered. Oh, what are you saying, child? Ji Zhendong rubbed his hands together, his face crinkling with laughter. What could Dad possibly have to say? Dad just missed you and wanted to chat with you. Chen Fong. I don't believe you for a second. You old geezer, you're a really bad guy. He felt that his father-in-law was more dangerous today than ever before. Dad, is it because of that project in the west of the city? Chen Fong decided to take the initiative and test the waters. Project? What project? Ji Zhendong looked blank, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed in realization, oh. You mean that old saga? It's over. It's all over. I've already had Li Wei cancel that mission. That's inhuman work. How could I let my son-in-law suffer that kind of hardship? From now on, if anyone dares to bother you with this kind of nonsense again, you can tell Dad that I'll break their legs. Ji Zhendong spoke with righteous indignation, thumping his chest loudly. Chen Fong was completely dumbfounded. This art style is off. Before he could process this huge amount of information, Ji Zhendong's next words struck him like a thunderbolt. Ji Zhendong suddenly rushed over, grabbed his hand, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling with sobs. Son-in-law. My good son-in-law. Dad knows he was wrong. Dad was blind to your greatness before, and shouldn't he have had any unrealistic fantasies about you. Dad has figured it out now. Chen Fong stared blankly at him. Dad, what have you figured out? Ji Zhendong raised his head, looking at Chen Fong with an incredibly sincere, earnest, and expectant gaze, and said, word by word. I'm begging you. Please stop trying so hard. Please stop pretending to be ambitious. Just relax and lie down comfortably in our house. My little fortune really can't withstand your spending like this. If you keep going like this, I'll really have to work for you. Chapter 21. My father-in-law asks me to be a lazy bum. The atmosphere in Ji Zhendong's office was extremely strange. Chen Fong stared dumbfounded at his father-in-law, who was crying and snot streaming down his face, practically clinging to his leg and begging for forgiveness. Is this still the same Ji Group chairman who was decisive in the business world and has an imposing presence? Dad, please calm down and let's talk this out. Chen Fong felt like his brain was about to burn out, and he couldn't process the information in front of him at all. That's not how the script was written. According to his plan. After my father-in-law read the nonsensical report I submitted, they might fly into a rage, feeling utterly hopeless and giving up on themselves completely. Or they'll think they're being ridiculous and berate themselves severely. Regardless of the outcome, he can rightfully reclaim his position as a useless son-in-law. Continue to slack off with a clear conscience. But what's going on now? Are you begging me to stop trying? Are you begging me to just give up? And saying the family business can't withstand my efforts? Chen Fong strongly suspects that his father-in-law may be under too much pressure lately and has developed some mental problems. I can't calm down. Son-in-law, how can I calm down? Ji Zhendong wiped his face, grabbed Chen Fong's hand, and said earnestly, Dad was blind before. I didn't recognize your talent. I always wanted you to be ambitious and contribute to the company. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Dad, you're not wrong. It's me who's useless. I'm just a good-for-nothing. Chen Fong quickly patched up his public image. You still dare to talk? Upon hearing this, Ji Zhendong was so anxious he almost jumped up. You call that trash? Li Wei even showed me your report on the Western City plot. Can a human write something like that? It must have been written by a god. It's all about attracting customers, building a commercial complex, creating some kind of internet-famous spot, and even figuring out how to negotiate with the municipal government. Tell me, what kind of trash could come up with something so comprehensive? Chen Fong was dumbfounded. Wasn't that report something he wrote haphazardly to mess things up? Aren't all those wildly imaginative ideas just meant to make the father-in-law think they're whimsical and impractical? How did it become a divine creation in his mouth? Dad, I just wrote that nonsense. It was just wild ideas. I just wanted to have some fun with it. Chen Fong attempted to explain. I don't believe you. Ji Zhendong glared with bloodshot eyes. You call it a newbie's halo when you trade stocks, and you call writing reports wishful thinking. Son-in-law, do you think your dad is easy to fool? Look at the state of the company now. Ji Zhendong pointed to a huge pile of reports on the table and said with a pained expression, since you came to the company, the entire group has been like it's been injected with chicken blood. Efficiency has increased by 300%. Those previously troublesome projects have all been solved as if they've suddenly figured it out. Employee satisfaction is at an all-time high. Now everyone outside is saying that our G group is about to have a renaissance. Isn't this a good thing? Chen Fong was even more bewildered. Good thing my foot. Ji Zhendong slapped his thigh. This is all an act. I've seen through it all. You've been putting on an act. First, you pretended to be useless to lower my guard, then you secretly took action to solve the company's problems and win people over. Next, aren't you going to sideline me as chairman, kick this old man out, and then take charge? Chen Fong was stunned. Am I really that awesome? He looked down at himself. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes and wearing slippers. I exude an aura of a lazy bum who just wants to go home from get off work. This doesn't seem like the behavior of a scheming, ambitious person at all. With my father-in-law's incredible imagination, it's a waste that he's not a novelist. Dad, you've really misunderstood. My life's ideal is to lie down and relax. I never thought of taking your place. Chen Fong was on the verge of tears. I understand. I understand. Ji Zhendong had an expression that said, you don't need to explain anymore, I've already seen through everything. He took a deep breath, his attitude completely changed, and his face was full of fawning smiles. Good son-in-law, Dad won't fight you anymore, Dad can't beat you. Dad only has one request now, you just stay at our house, stay at the company, and be a carefree couch potato. Play games if you want, watch movies if you want, and if anyone dares to interfere, I'll be the first to beat them up. Ji Zhendong patted Chen Fong's shoulder earnestly. Please have pity on this old man and let me retire peacefully, okay? This company will be yours and Wan Ning's sooner or later, so why are you in such a hurry? Chen Fong completely gave up on communication. He finally understood that his father-in-law had fallen into a closed loop of his own imagination, and nothing he said would make a difference. But this result seems not bad? The chairman's special approval for paid slacking off, that's the ultimate dream for every working person. Well, alright, Dad, since you've put it that way, then I shall respectfully comply? Chen Fong asked tentatively. Ah. That's more like it. Ji Zhendong breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. That's my good son-in-law. Come on, Dad will take you back to your office. I'll personally tell them that from now on, your job is to play. Chen Fong was half pushed and half forced by Ji Zhendong to return to the administration office. When Ji Zhendong announced in front of everyone that Chen Fong's only task at the company from now on was to rest well and have fun, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. All of Chen Fong's colleagues looked at him as if he were a god. This isn't just at the level of having connections, this is at the level of being a godlike figure. Amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, Chen Fong calmly returned to his workstation and opened the game interface. Life reached its peak at this moment. However, before he could even enjoy his happiness for 3 seconds, that cold, mechanical voice in his mind rang out again at an inopportune moment. Ding! Detected that the host has perfectly completed the slacking off task and successfully persuaded the chairman to support his slacking off ambitions. This is a reverse thinking application that embodies the spirit of the ultimate working person. Chen Fong's smile froze instantly. Seriously? This counts? Does my persuading him to support my slacking off have anything to do with the spirit of working hard? Did your system's decision-making logic get eaten by a dog? System logic judgment. Through exceptional personal abilities and psychological maneuvering, the host has successfully created the most favorable working environment for themselves, eliminating any worries and laying a solid foundation for better working in the future. This is the behavior of a far-sighted top worker. I'll give you a piece of my mind. Chen Fong was internally cursing, but he knew that reasoning with this single-player system was useless. Congratulations, host, on gaining a new ability. Words become law pseudo. Ability description. Words become law pseudo, passive skill. When the host makes statements about work-related matters in a work-related setting, these statements will possess extremely strong persuasiveness and influence, with a very high probability of convincing the listener unconditionally and prompting them to take action. Note, this ability is ineffective against the host and cannot be used for personal purposes. Chen Fong looked at the description of this new ability and his vision went black. It's over. That's it, everything's over. This ability is practically a stumbling block tailor-made for his path of being a lazy bum. If he wants to say something nonsensical or act stupid at work in the future, won't people take it as golden advice? He thought he could point to a pile of poop and say it's chocolate, and people would not only believe him, but might even rush over and take a bite. How can he play the role of a loser now? How can I solidify my lazy bum persona? Chen Fong closed his eyes in despair. He felt that his life was racing down an absurd and outrageous path. He couldn't even find the brakes. Chapter 22. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Chen Fong slumped at his workstation, utterly despondent. The newly acquired, words become law false, was like a time bomb, making him restless. He doesn't dare to say a word now, for fear of accidentally triggering some trouble. After the decree from the chairman's office was issued, his position in the administration department became extremely detached. When Director Li Wei passed by his seat, he would always ask respectfully, "Mr. Chen, how was your rest today? Was the air conditioning temperature comfortable?" Supervisor Wang Hai treated him like an ancestor. Every morning when I arrive, the first thing I do is turn on his computer and log him into the game. I'm practically the one who plays for him. His colleagues' gazes towards him changed from initial disdain to later awe, and now to admiration. In their eyes, Chen Fong was no longer someone with connections, but a true god who had come to the mortal realm to undergo tribulation. Slacking off at work is like a god experiencing life. Being personally served by the chairman is like a god showing off. Chen Fong could only say, "Aren't you all having a bit too much of an imagination?" He just wants to be a quiet, unambitious couch potato. Just as Chen Fong was staring blankly at the game interface, the receptionist at the company's front desk led a middle-aged man over. The man was around 40 years old. He was wearing a faded suit, his hair was a little messy, and his face was full of anxiety and exhaustion. He clutched a briefcase tightly in his hand, as if grasping at the last straw. "Director Li, this is General Manager Wang from Huateng Precision. He would like to meet with the head of the purchasing department," the receptionist said to Li Wei, who was passing by. Li Wei frowned, glanced at the man, and said impatiently, "The purchasing department is doing inventory today and is busy. Tell him to come another day." "But Director Li, The man referred to as President Wang was eager to say something. "No buts, follow the procedure and make an appointment first." After Li Wei finished speaking, he walked towards his office without looking back. Mr. Wang's face instantly drained of color, his lips trembled, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes went out. He stood there dejectedly, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Chen Fong glanced at it listlessly and happened to hear the name Huateng Precision. Almost instantly, his extraordinary brain domain and god-level investment skills automatically began to operate. Countless fragments of information about the company flashed through his mind and were then reassembled. Huateng Precision is a small factory that mainly processes precision parts. Due to the industry downturn and the loss of several major clients, it is currently on the verge of bankruptcy liquidation. But a clear image of the future flashed through Chen Fong's mind. 6 months later, a major domestic technology company released a revolutionary foldable screen phone, whose core hinge technology shocked the world. The key patent for this technology is held by a little-known small company, Huadong Precision. Thanks to this patent, Huadong Precision was brought back to life. Acquired by a tech giant for a record price, the owner went from the brink of bankruptcy back to becoming a billionaire overnight. So it was him. Chen Fong understood. But this has nothing to do with him. He neither wants to invest nor save anyone. He just wanted to quietly slack off. The receptionist persuaded Mr. Wang to leave. As he passed Chen Fong's workstation, perhaps driven to the brink of despair, he stumbled and nearly fell. The briefcase in his hand fell to the ground, scattering the documents inside everywhere. Among the documents, a yellowed patent certificate stands out. Mr. Wang frantically picked up the items, his disheveled and pitiful appearance inexplicably irritating Chen Fong. It really ruins my mood for slacking off. He sighed and stood up from his seat. He walked up to Mr. Wang, and to his astonishment, bent down to pick up the patent certificate for him. Don't rush. Chen Fong handed him the certificate, and for some inexplicable reason, he remembered his damn new ability. A daring and reckless idea sprouted in his mind. Words become law false, right? Work-related statements are very persuasive, right? What if I use it the other way around? I said this company that was on the verge of bankruptcy could be saved. Isn't that just nonsense? To professionals, isn't this just a joke? As long as you can prove that this ability is actually unreliable, or as long as what you say is outrageous enough. Surely we can break the effect of words becoming law? Yes, that's what we'll do. Having made up his mind, Chen Fong looked at the desperate-looking President Wang in front of him and cleared his throat. He spoke slowly, in a tone that even he himself found sounding like a charlatan. I see that your forehead is dark and your career palace is dim, indicating that you will soon face a great calamity. However, you are not destined to die, and there is hope hidden within the calamity. Mr. Wang? Ignoring his bewildered expression, Chen Fong continued to spout nonsense with a straight face. Your company is called Huadong Precision, right? Yes, yes. Mr. Wang answered instinctively. Chen Fong nodded, put his hands behind his back, and pretended to be inscrutable. He circled around President Wang once, finally stopping in front of him, and said, word by word. I've done some calculations and I think your company can still be saved. The ability to subtly activate, words become law false, is quietly taken effect. Mr. Wang was startled. He was already despondent and was preparing to go back and lay off his employees and file for bankruptcy. But the moment he heard Chen Fong's words, a strange and indescribable surge of confidence, like an electric current, instantly flowed from the top of his head to his heels. Is there any chance of saving him? He muttered to himself. The flame that had been extinguished in his eyes reignited, and burned even brighter than before. He looked at Chen Fong in front of him. This young man looked ordinary, but his words seemed to possess a kind of magic. Every word struck a chord in his heart, making him want to believe it without even realizing it. Who is this master? Who is this great figure enlightening me? Mr. Wang was so excited that he was trembling all over. His gaze towards Chen Fong had changed from astonishment to fervent worship. Go back and hang in there, don't give up. Chen Fong continued to follow his policy of talking nonsense, casually saying, there are always more solutions than problems. Yes. There's always a solution to every problem. Mr. Wang nodded vigorously, as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, and his whole body became invigorated. I understand. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Thank you, sir. He bowed deeply to Chen Fong. Then, clutching his briefcase tightly as if holding the hopes of the whole world, he turned and strode away. My silhouette was filled with the heroic ambition that I could fight for another 500 years. Chen Fong stood there, bewildered in the wind. You believed it just like that? I said such outrageous things, including face reading and finger calculations, like a fortune teller under a bridge, and he actually believed it? Isn't the ability to make one's words law false a bit too domineering? Chen Fong felt a wave of exhaustion. He intended to prove that this ability was unreliable, but instead it proved to be powerful. He shook his head, too lazy to think about it anymore, and turned to stroll leisurely toward the tea room. Never mind, let me grab a bottle of yogurt to calm my nerves. He was completely unaware that his casual, nonsensical remark had once again inadvertently set in motion a gear in the capital market. The CEO Wang, whom he had enlightened, did not go home after leaving the G Group, but went straight to the bank. Using his last bit of credit and that patent certificate as collateral, he frantically took out another loan. He was going to gamble on what that expert had said. Chapter 23. My wife is suffering. With his father-in-law's decree, Chen Fong slacking off at the company reached unprecedented new heights. His daily routine now consists of arriving at work on time, clocking in, and then lounging in his chair, playing games, and watching movies. If you're thirsty, go to the tea room for a drink. If you're hungry, order afternoon tea. As soon as the bell rings to signal the end of the workday, he's always the first person to rush out of the company gate, living a carefree and unrestrained life. As for the troublesome ability of words become law pseudo, he adopted an ostrich strategy. As long as I don't speak, it won't affect me. He was like a gourd with its mouth sawed off every day at the company. Aside from the necessary ah, and oh, not a single extra word is uttered. The threat posed by this capability has been successfully minimized. After a few days of this, Chen Fong felt like he was about to fly away in high spirits. That evening, he returned to the G family manor humming a little tune, feeling exceptionally cheerful. As soon as I entered the living room, the butler came to greet me with a worried look on his face. Son-in-law, you're back. Where's Wan Ning? Is she back? Chen Fong asked casually. Miss returned a while ago, but she doesn't look well. She locked herself in her room as soon as she got back and didn't come down for dinner. The housekeeper said with concern. Chen Fong's smile faded, and his heart skipped a beat. Do you look unwell? He recalled that Ji Wanning's pregnancy symptoms seemed to be more severe than before these past few days. Although she always put on a brave face in front of him, the exhaustion and disgust that came from the bottom of her bones could not be hidden. He strode up to the second floor and pushed open the bedroom door. The room was dimly lit as the lights were off. Ji Wanning was curled up on the sofa. She was only covered by a thin blanket, and she looked small and incredibly fragile. She stirred when she heard the door open. He seemed to want to sit up, but as soon as he moved, he let out a suppressed groan and fell back down weakly. Chen Fong's heart clenched suddenly. He walked over, squatted down in front of the sofa, and only then could he see her face clearly in the dim light coming in from the window. That usually aloof and proud face was now completely bloodless, as pale as a sheet of paper. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, and a few strands of chestnut-colored curly hair, damp with sweat, clung to her cheeks. Her lips were also dry and chapped. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long, curled eyelashes trembling uneasily, as if she were enduring immense pain. Ji Wanning? Chen Fong tentatively called her name, his voice unconsciously becoming very soft, as if afraid of disturbing her. Ji Wanning slowly opened her eyes. Those clear, almond-shaped eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, looking hazy and losing their usual sparkle. When she saw it was Chen Fong, her lips moved slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but a sudden wave of nausea washed over her, and she abruptly covered her mouth, gagging violently. Her body was trembling violently from gagging, and she looked extremely distressed. Chen Fong felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, causing him both soreness and pain. He no longer cared about the boundaries between men and women, and picked her up from the sofa in one swift motion. Ji Wanning exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her body was very light, almost weightless when held in my arms, yet so soft. Even through the thin fabric of her clothes, he could clearly feel the heat emanating from her body. Do you have a fever? Chen Fong's face instantly darkened. What are you doing? Put me down. Ji Wanning struggled in his arms, her voice weak like a kitten's meow. Don't move. Chen Fong gave a low shout, his tone carrying an unyielding force. You have a fever, you need to go to the hospital. As he spoke, he picked her up and walked out. Ji Wanning struggled even more fiercely. I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm just feeling a little unwell, I'll be fine after some rest. She hated the smell of hospitals and didn't want to make a fuss over something like this. You call this a little uncomfortable? Chen Fong was furious. How could this woman be so stubborn? She was burning up with fever, yet she was still holding on. He stopped and looked down at the pale but still stubborn woman in his arms, feeling both angry and heartbroken. He put her back on the bed, wrapped her in the blanket, then turned around, picked up his phone and dialed the Ji family doctor's number directly.
Dr. Zhang? This is Chen Fong.
Wan Ning is experiencing severe morning sickness and has a fever.
Please come over immediately.
His tone was calm and composed, and he explained the situation clearly in just a few words. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and met Ji Wanning's complicated gaze. In those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, there was surprise, confusion, and a trace of dependence that she herself was unaware of. Chen Fong sat down by the bed and reached out to touch her forehead. The burning heat made him frown even more.
He got up and went into the bathroom.
A moment later, he came out with a towel soaked in warm water and gently placed it on her forehead. The cool touch made Ji Wanning sigh comfortably. She looked at the man in front of her, who was intently wiping the cold sweat from her cheeks and neck, his movements clumsy yet exceptionally gentle. His face no longer held its usual carefree smile. Instead, it was filled with undisguised worry and anxiety. At that moment, Ji Wanning's heart suddenly softened. So this is what it feels like to be genuinely cared for by someone. Her nose tingled, and her eyes involuntarily reddened.
Why are you crying? Chen Fong noticed her unusual behavior, paused, and softened his voice considerably. Are you feeling very unwell?
Ji Wanning shook her head, buried her face in the pillow, and said sullenly, "It's none of your business." His voice, however, carried a hint of barely perceptible grievance and hoarseness.
Chen Fong looked at her slightly trembling shoulders and sighed inwardly. This woman is all bark and no bite. He didn't say anything more, but just sat silently on the edge of the bed. He changed the towel on her forehead again and again, clumsily protecting her in his own way. Chapter 24. Can I sleep in the bed now? Dr. Zhang arrived very quickly.
After a thorough examination, the diagnosis was hyperemesis gravidarum, a common symptom in pregnant women. The low-grade fever was caused by physical weakness and catching a chill.
It's not a big problem, but you need to rest and recuperate.
After receiving an injection to reduce the fever and being put on an 4 drip to supplement nutrition,
Ji Wanning's condition finally stabilized, and she fell into a deep sleep.
After seeing Dr. Zhang off, Chen Fong returned to the bedroom and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ji Wanning sleeping peacefully on the bed. He was exhausted after tossing and turning all night. He instinctively reached for his bedding on the floor, but stopped halfway through his reach. He glanced at the large double bed on the bed. Ji Wanning only occupied a small area, with a large empty space next to her. A thought, uncontrollably, popped into my head. The ground feels a bit cold. Moreover, if she were to feel unwell in the middle of the night, it would be too slow for her to react while sleeping on the floor.
Yes, that's it. It's to make it easier to take care of her. Chen Fong found a perfect excuse for his idea.
Then, feeling perfectly justified, she took off her coat and quietly climbed onto the other side of the bed. The mattress was soft and had a faint, unique fragrance that she carried.
Chen Fong sighed contentedly, feeling as if he were floating on air. This is so much more comfortable than sleeping on the floor.
He turned to the side, looking at Ji Wanning, who was so close to him. Asleep, she lost her usual aloofness and sharpness. Her long eyelashes, like 2 small fans, cast a faint shadow beneath her eyes. Her full lips were slightly pouting, revealing a charming innocence that she would never normally display.
The small red mole on the right side of the swan's neck looked particularly alluring under the dim bedside lamp. Chen Fong's mouth went dry as he read, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily.
He forced himself to look away, closed his eyes, and silently recited the mantra, "Do not look at what is improper." But the more he tried to control it, the more her sweet, sleeping face appeared in his mind. There were also various steamy scenes that happened between the two in the bathroom before.
Oh no, I can't sleep. Chen Fong wailed inwardly.
Just as he was tossing and turning, Ji Wanning next to him suddenly let out a painful groan. His brows furrowed tightly. "Water, water," she murmured indistinctly. Chen Fong immediately sat up, reached out, and touched her forehead. The fever had subsided, but her lips were extremely dry. He quickly got out of bed, poured a glass of warm water, and then carefully helped her sit up, leaning her against his chest. "Here, have some water." He brought the water glass to her lips. Ji Wanning opened her eyes groggily and drank a few sips from his hand. His parched throat was moistened, and he let out a comfortable hum. She didn't seem fully awake yet, her head tilted to the side, and she naturally leaned against Chen Fong's shoulder.
I found a comfortable position and was about to fall asleep again. Warm breath sprayed onto Chen Fong's neck, bringing waves of tingling, itchy sensation.
He held the soft, fragrant woman in his arms, and his body instantly froze.
Who can withstand this?
Chen Fong felt his blood rushing through his body, and a certain part of him seemed to be standing up with renewed vigor. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated heart.
Ji Wanning, wake up, go back to bed.
He patted her face. Ji Wanning frowned impatiently, opened her eyes, looked at him blankly for a few seconds, and seemed to finally realize that she was leaning against a man's chest.
Her face flushed instantly, and she pushed him away abruptly, shrinking back. How did you get into my bed?
Her voice was hoarse from just waking up, with a hint of barely perceptible panic.
You have a fever and you're talking nonsense about wanting water. I'm just taking care of you, aren't I? Chen Fong spread his hands innocently. I can't exactly let you lean against the bedside table to drink water, can I?
Ji Wanning was speechless. She knew he was telling the truth, but this feeling was too strange. She glanced at the other side of the bed, where there were obvious signs that someone had lain there.
You sleep here tonight?
She pointed to that spot, her voice sounding somewhat unnatural.
Yes.
Chen Fong nodded confidently. The ground is too cold, and you're sick, so I have to stay by your side.
If anything happens to you, I'll know immediately. Honey, I'm doing this all for your own good.
He spoke in a grand and righteous manner, but Ji Wanning could not find any reason to refute him. After all, he was indeed taking care of himself.
The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward for a moment.
Looking at her flushed cheeks and evasive eyes, Chen Fong found it amusing and decided to add fuel to the fire. He deliberately yawned, then lifted the covers, pretending to lie down again.
All right, it's getting late, go to sleep.
You have to. Oh wait, you're sick, you don't need to go to the company tomorrow, just stay home and rest. Seeing that he was really going to lie down next to her, Ji Wanzhou's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively wanted him to go back to the ground to sleep. But the words just wouldn't come out. She remembered his meticulous care, his strong and warm chest when he held her, and the figure of him bustling around for her. The words of refusal stuck in my throat.
Chen Fong was overjoyed to see that she hadn't said anything for a while. Silence means consent.
He quickly lay down, covered himself with the blanket, then turned to his side and looked at her with a smile.
Good night, my wife.
Ji Wanning's ears burned from his calling her wife. She glanced at him quickly, then abruptly turned around, lay down with her back to him, and covered her head with the blanket.
Good night.
After a long while, a response, barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, came from inside the blanket.
Chen Fong's smile widened.
He knew that he had already melted a corner of this iceberg. He closed his eyes contentedly, the fragrance of her hair lingering in his nostrils, and slept soundly through the night.
Chapter 25 is simply about sleeping under the covers.
This night marked the first time Chen Fong and Ji Wanning had truly shared a bed since their marriage. Although there was a distance between them like the Chu River and Han border, and although nothing happened. But something unseen has quietly changed. The next morning, when Chen Fong woke up, it was already broad daylight. He stretched unconsciously, feeling refreshed all over. Sure enough, sleeping in a bed is still the most comfortable. He turned his head. The seat next to him was empty, but a trace of warmth remained. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Chen Fong sat up and stretched happily.
Last night's victory made everything he saw today seem bright and beautiful.
He shuffled to the bathroom door in his slippers, but stopped abruptly just as he was about to push it open. Having learned his lesson last time, he dared not wander off again.
He knocked on the door. Honey, you're awake? Are you feeling any better?
The sound of water inside stopped. A few seconds later, the door opened a crack, and Ji Wanning's face appeared. She had finished washing up and changed into a set of comfortable silk pajamas, her long, wet hair wrapped in a towel. She had probably just taken a hot shower, as a healthy blush appeared on her pale face, making her look much better.
Much better.
She looked at Chen Fong, her eyes darting around, avoiding his gaze.
She still remembers everything that happened last night.
Although it was just sleeping under the covers, the feeling was novel and reassuring. He woke up immediately, especially when she had a leg cramp in the middle of the night. His warm, large hands massaged her, and his tenderness and gentleness touched the softest part of her heart.
That's good.
Chen Fong grinned and leaned closer. Let me check if it's still burning. Without waiting for Ji Wanning's reaction, he reached out and touched her forehead. His palms were large and warm, with a thin, dry callus, and felt strange against his smooth forehead.
Ji Wanning's body froze instantly, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a startled butterfly. "We're not going to burn it."
Chen Fong nodded in satisfaction, withdrew his hand, and then, taking advantage of the situation, pinched her cheek again.
Your face has gotten a little fuller." "Not bad, keep it up." "You." Ji Wanning blushed at his intimate gesture and slapped his hand away. "What are you doing? Don't touch me."
Although it was a reprimand, the tone lacked force and sounded more like a scolding.
Chen Fong didn't mind and chuckled, just showing concern for my wife.
"Okay, your hair isn't dry yet, go dry it quickly, or you'll catch a cold again." After saying that, he turned and went into the bathroom.
Ji Wanning stood there, touching her burning cheeks.
Looking at myself in the mirror, with a face as beautiful as a peach blossom and eyes as clear as spring water, I felt extremely unfamiliar with myself. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off all those messy thoughts.
"Ji Wanning, you need to wake up. He's just a smooth-talking scoundrel. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk."
She warned herself this in her heart, but her heart kept pounding uncontrollably.
At breakfast, the atmosphere at the table was more harmonious than ever before.
Ji Zhendong looked at his daughter, who still looked a little haggard, but her eyes softened. Looking at her son-in-law beside her, who looked completely satisfied and smug, she was overjoyed.
It worked. The honey trap was indeed effective.
It seems there's no ambitious person that a bed can't handle. If one isn't enough, then two will do. He kept putting food on Chen Fong's plate, his enthusiasm making Chen Fong feel a little uneasy.
"Good son-in-law, eat more. You've gotten so thin these past few days taking care of Wan Ning.
Come on, this sea cucumber is good for your health, you should eat a few more." Chen Fong looked at the mountain of food piled up in his bowl and his lips twitched. "Dad, that's enough, that's enough.
If you put any more in, we won't be able to finish it. Even if you can't finish it, you have to eat it.
Health is the foundation of everything." Ji Zhendong smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared from his grin.
Ji Wanning looked at her father's fawning manner and sighed helplessly.
She now realized that her shrewd father, who had been shrewd all his life, seemed to be completely under Chen Fong's control. However, she didn't feel any aversion. On the contrary, she found it somewhat amusing. After breakfast, Chen Fong prepared to go to the company to slack off as usual.
Ji Wanning called out to him, "Are you going to the company again today?" "Go ahead." Chen Fong nodded. "It's paid time off, specially approved by the chairman. I might as well go." Ji Wanning.
She paused for a moment and then said, "I'm resting at home today.
If anything happens at the company, could you keep an eye on things for me?"
This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask Chen Fong to get involved in the company's affairs. Chen Fong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Don't worry, President Ji.
I guarantee I'll complete the mission."
Looking at Ji Wanning, he suddenly felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. He has a beautiful wife, a lovely father-in-law, a job every day, and a bed to sleep in. The life of a lazy bum doesn't seem so boring after all.
He left home in high spirits.
Completely unaware, Ji Wanning looked at his back, her eyes revealing a tenderness and dependence that even she herself was unaware of.
What Chen Fong was even less aware of was
his 1 hour plus pure sleep last night was more effective at completely breaking down Ji Wanning's defenses than all the earth-shattering things he had done before. Sometimes, what moves a woman is not some earth-shattering achievement. Instead, it was a glass of warm water, a warm embrace, and a silent night of protection during her most vulnerable moment.
Chapter 26. My wife gave me a car.
After enjoying a few days of hospital treatment at the Ji family home, Ji Wanning finally recovered her strength. Her relationship with Chen Fong has also undergone a qualitative leap in the past few days. Although the two still slept under separate blankets, with a distance large enough for a tank to pass between them, they were at least sleeping in the same bed.
Chen Fong became increasingly audacious.
Every morning when he wakes up, he has to touch Ji Wanning inappropriately.
It's euphemistically called a morning checkup. He would either touch her forehead or pinch her cheeks.
He teased Ji Wanning until she blushed, yet she was helpless to do anything about it.
This daily flirting made the atmosphere between the two increasingly ambiguous. Ji Wanning's attitude towards Chen Fong has changed from initial indifference and resistance to recurrent reproach and tacit approval.
She started to care about Chen Fong's situation at the company, although she always asked in an awkward way.
"Did you cause any trouble at the company today?"
"Don't worry, I'm very well behaved.
I only play games and watch movies.
I'm definitely the #1 model lazy bum in the G group." Chen Fong lay on the sofa, his head resting on Ji Wan-ning's lap, answering questions while playing on his phone. This posture was unimaginable just a few days ago, but it has now become the norm. Ji Wan-ning looked down at him and reached out to push him away, but halfway through her hand, she ended up tidying up the stray hairs on his forehead.
"Humph, at least you have some self-awareness."
She said that, but she was thinking about something else. Last time, Chen Fong complained to her that the people in the company were bullying him and assigning him an impossible task like the land plot in the west of the city. Although her father later revoked the decision, Ji Wan-ning kept it in her heart. How could she allow others to look down on her? The next day, Chen Fong was enjoying his leisurely time slacking off in the company's administration department when his phone suddenly rang.
It was Ji Wan-ning calling.
"Hey, honey, missing me?" Chen Fong answered the phone, his tone flippant. Ji Wan-ning was silent for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, as if she was enduring something.
"Come to section B2 of the company's underground parking garage right now."
Her voice sounded cold and devoid of any emotion.
"Yes, ma'am, I'll be right there."
Chen Fong hung up the phone, stretched, and leisurely walked towards the elevator amidst the envious and jealous gazes of his colleagues. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Chen Fong immediately spotted Ji Wan-ning standing next to a brand new sports car. It was an all-black Audi RS7, its sleek body lines exuding a sense of power. Under the dim light, it resembles a black beast poised to pounce, and just looking at it sends your adrenaline soaring.
"Wow!" Chen Fong whistled. "Whose car is that? It's so cool."
Ji Wan-ning didn't say anything, but simply raised her hand and tossed him a car key. Chen Fong instinctively caught it, and when he looked down, the Audi 4 ring logo on the key was shining brightly.
He was stunned. Is it for me?"
He pointed to himself, somewhat incredulously.
Ji Wan-ning nodded, still maintaining her usual taciturn demeanor.
"Why did you suddenly give me a car?" Chen Fong was truly stunned. This happiness had come too suddenly. Ji Wan-ning shifted her gaze from his face to the handsome RS7, a barely perceptible blush creeping onto her ears.
"Didn't you say last time that people at the company looked down on you and thought it was shabby for you to take the subway every day?"
She made up a lame excuse. "When we members of the Ji family go out, we represent the face of the Ji family, and we can't let others look down on us." Chen Fong remembered that he had indeed played the victim to her last time regarding the land plot in the west of the city, saying that he was being ostracized and bullied by his colleagues. Unexpectedly, she kept it in mind all along.
A warm current instantly flowed through Chen Fong's entire body.
He knew that the Ji family's reputation was just an excuse. This proud woman was actually worried about him. This is far too valuable. Although Chen Fong said that, his eyes were honestly glued to the car, and he was already overjoyed inside.
No man could resist such a performance beast.
"Just take it if I give it to you, why are you asking so many questions?" Seeing that he was still declining, Ji Wan-ning frowned impatiently. Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness that she herself didn't realize.
"Consider it a thank you gift for taking care of me the other day."
After she finished speaking, as if afraid that Chen Fong would refuse again, she turned around and left. "I have a meeting, I'm going upstairs now. The car documents are all inside, take a look yourself." Watching her walk away quickly, almost as if she were fleeing, Chen Fong couldn't help but laugh. This woman is really cute when she's shy. He looked down at the car keys in his hand, then at the expensive sports car in front of him, feeling quite pleased with himself. "It feels so good to be fed by my wife." He opened the car door and got in. The premium leather seats offer excellent comfort and the interior is filled with the scent of a new car. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, feeling its cool yet solid touch, and a surge of indescribable pride welled up within him. It seems that even on the path of being a salted fish, a person who was content with a simple life, there are still some unexpected surprises from time to time. Chen Fong started the car, and with a deep and pleasant engine roar, his smile grew even brighter.
"From today onwards, he is a car owner. My wife gave it to me. This feeling is absolutely amazing." Chapter 27: The CEO's wife works from home.
As her belly grew bigger each day, Ji Wan-ning found it increasingly difficult to move around. At Ji Zhendong's insistence, she finally agreed to work from home.
The Ji family's study was quickly transformed into a fully equipped temporary office.
The desktop was piled high with various documents and reports.
Ji Wan-ning handles all kinds of affairs for the group here every day. This also brought about a new change in the way Chen Fong and Ji Wan-ning got along.
Previously, Chen Fong would wait at home for Ji Wan-ning to get off work. Now, Chen Fong can see her as soon as he gets home from get off work. Every afternoon at 5:30, Chen Fong clocks out on time and drives his flashy RS7 back to the manor. The first thing he did was go to the study to observe his wife's work. "President Ji, I'm back. Everything is fine at the company today. Under my wise leadership, the administration department slacking off work is thriving and has reached new heights." Chen Fong would lean against the doorframe and report his day's work results in a smug tone. If Ji Wanning is in a video conference, the group executives on the other side of the screen are dressed in suits. They would stare in disbelief through the camera at their female CEO, who was known for her icy demeanor. To be teased by a man in such an intimate yet irritating tone. Their female CEOs usually just give him a helpless yet amused glare. The warning in his eyes, however, seemed to everyone more like playful banter between lovers. For a time, gossip about the chairman's son-in-law and the president's loving relationship spread like wildfire among the senior management of the G Group. That day, Chen Fong returned home and found the atmosphere in the study to be somewhat heavy. Ji Wanning was facing the computer screen, her delicate brows furrowed. Her fair fingers rubbed her temples absently, her face showing obvious fatigue and irritability. "Oh, who's upset our CEO Ji?" Chen Fong went inside and casually took a grape from the fruit plate next to him and popped it into his mouth. Ji Wanning looked up at him and sighed. An overseas merger and acquisition deal has stalled. The other party's conditions are extremely demanding, and the negotiation team has been working with them for more than half a month without making any progress. "Oh? Let me see it." Chen Fong became interested. He moved closer to Ji Wanning and looked down at the computer screen. Ji Wanning instinctively tried to dodge, but his presence had already enveloped her. A faint, pleasant scent of men's shower gel, mixed with his unique body odor. It entered her nasal cavity, making her heart beat a beat faster for no apparent reason. She could only stand still, letting him hug her from behind as they looked at the documents on the screen together. The screen was filled with densely packed English contract terms and data analysis. Chen Fong's extraordinary brain domain was activated instantly, and a massive amount of information was rapidly processed, analyzed, and integrated in his brain. With just a glance, he saw the crux of the problem. "Your approach to this project was flawed from the very beginning." Chen Fong pointed to a financial statement on the screen and said. "Wrong?" Ji Wanning frowned. "Our team has analyzed that the other company has a strong technological advantage in the field of new energy. Acquiring them can make up for our group's shortcomings in this area, which is the best choice. Their technological advantage is undeniable, but you've overlooked their cash flow problems." Chen Fong's finger traced a line across the screen. "Look here, their accounts receivable turnover days are as long as 120 days, while short-term loans are all due within 3 months. To put it bluntly, they are now just an empty shell. They look good, but they are actually in dire need of money to save their lives. Therefore, you don't need to talk to them about technical cooperation or future prospects at all. You are saviors, you are there to give them money. You should adopt a more assertive attitude and directly discuss the acquisition price with them, so that you can take the initiative." In just a few words, Chen Fong clearly dissected the complex business game. Ji Wanning was stunned. The problem that her elite analysis team, which earns millions a year, couldn't figure out after studying it for more than half a month, was actually seen through by him at a glance. Wow, this guy's business acumen is just too sharp. But, even if they urgently need money, how can we find out their bottom line? Ji Wanning asked the crucial question. Chen Fong smiled, reached out and tapped on the screen, bringing up another document, which was the personal information of the other company's CEO. Sometimes the problem isn't in business, but in people. He pointed to a line of small print on the document and said to Ji Wanning, "Send someone to investigate whether the CEO recently bought a valuable manor in the suburbs, and whether it was bought in his mistress's name." Ji Wanning's pupils suddenly contracted. She instantly understood what Chen Fong meant. If this is true, it would undoubtedly be a huge weakness for the other party's CEO. In business negotiations, such personal blemishes can sometimes be more useful than any other business bargaining chip. How did you know?" Ji Wanning looked at Chen Fong, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Where did he get such extremely private personal information? Chen Fong shrugged and casually made up a story. "I'm just guessing. Usually, 9 out of 10 older, successful men like him have a mistress on the side. Judging from his greasy appearance in the photo, he's definitely not a good person. Nobody would believe your wild guesses." Ji Wanning thought to herself, but she didn't press the matter further. She knew that this man had too many secrets. She gave him a deep look, then picked up the phone and dialed her assistant.
Go investigate something for me.
When she hung up the phone and turned around, Chen Fong was already leisurely lying back on the sofa, continuing to watch his movie. It was as if the business tycoon who had just been pointing out the secrets of the world and revealing profound truths was not him at all. Looking at his lazy appearance, Ji Wanning was momentarily dazed.
Which side of this man is the real him? Is he the notorious good-for-nothing son-in-law in the company, or the business genius who can easily see through the maze of capital?
She found that her curiosity about him was growing stronger and stronger, to the point that she could hardly contain it.
Chapter 28. Your belly is getting bigger and bigger.
As it turned out, Chen Fong's guess was ridiculously accurate.
Ji Wanning's assistant quickly sent back the message.
The CEO of that overseas company not only bought a manor for his mistress in the suburbs, but also had an illegitimate child. Having secured this crucial bargaining chip, the Ji family's negotiation team instantly reversed the tide, utterly defeating their opponents at the negotiating table. Ultimately, a merger agreement was successfully reached at an extremely favorable price.
The news shocked the entire senior management of the Ji Group.
Everyone was in awe of President Ji Wanning's ruthless methods. Only Ji Wanning herself knew that all the credit came from the man who was lying on the sofa in her bedroom, eating potato chips and watching cartoons.
At night, in the bedroom. After finishing the last document, Ji Wanning leaned wearily against the headboard.
Seeing this, Chen Fong put down his game console and went over. I sat down next to her naturally and reached out to massage her shoulders.
Still worrying about company matters? President Ji, you're pregnant now, you should take care of yourself and get some rest.
His technique was neither too light nor too heavy, the force was just right, and it gradually relaxed Ji Wanning's tense shoulders. She didn't push him away, but simply closed her eyes, enjoying this rare moment of comfort.
Thank you, she said softly, about the merger.
Hey, don't be so polite with me. Chen Fong smiled, his hands continuing their work, but his gaze fell on her slightly protruding belly. Because she was wearing loose silk pajamas, her pregnancy was already very obvious. Chen Fong's hand, uncontrollably, slid down from her shoulder and gently covered her lower abdomen.
Was he good today? Did he cause you any trouble?
His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart.
Ji Wanning's body stiffened instantly.
Through the thin fabric, she could clearly feel the warmth of his palm. That warmth seemed to reach right into her heart. Her cheeks burned uncontrollably, and her heart pounded wildly. She wanted to remove his hand, but as if guided by some unseen force, she reached out her own hand and gently placed it on the back of his hand.
It's still early, I can't feel any fetal movement yet.
Her voice was barely audible. Chen Fong's hand remained on her abdomen, feeling the warmth and the miracle of life's creation, his heart softening. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, your belly is getting bigger and bigger."
A simple, straightforward statement made Ji Wanning's face flush bright red. Nonsense.
She glared at him reproachfully, but her clear, almond-shaped eyes now seemed to be filled with shattered starlight, shimmering and sparkling. Chen Fong felt a surge of warmth in his heart and couldn't resist leaning over to kiss her on the cheek.
You look better now than before. He praised it sincerely. Oh? You mean I wasn't pretty before? Ji Wanning raised an eyebrow, deliberately misinterpreting his meaning.
No, it looked good before too. Chen Fong quickly shook his head, then leaned close to her ear and whispered in a magnetic voice that only the two of them could hear, "The beautiful things in the past were the kind of artworks that hung in the Louvre, which could only be admired from afar and not touched. They were beautiful, but they were too distant." His breath sprayed onto her earlobe, hot and itchy, making Ji Wanning feel like her ears were burning.
He continued in that seductive voice, "Now."
He paused for a moment, then gently took her earlobe into his mouth. "It's a priceless treasure that I want to steal and hide in my bed, belonging only to me."
Boom! Ji Wanning felt as if her brain had exploded into a dazzling display of fireworks.
Reason and restraint were all shattered in that moment. Her heart was pounding wildly, as if it were about to jump out of her throat.
What nonsense are you spouting?
She pushed him away abruptly, her voice trembling, her pretty face flushed crimson.
Seeing her expression of mixed embarrassment and annoyance, yet clearly pleased, Chen Fong couldn't help but burst into laughter.
He grabbed her hand as she tried to escape, pulled her back into his arms, and held her tightly.
"Honey, you look so cute when you're shy."
He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Ji Wanning buried her face in his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Hearing the deep laughter coming from his chest, I felt my world spinning.
This man is a complete scoundrel and a rogue. But why, does she not dislike it at all? I even, kind of like it. This realization made Ji Wanning's heartbeat even faster. She's finished. It seems she's really going to be completely ruined by this man. Chapter 29 Project Cooperation. Since the acquisition was a resounding success, Ji Wanning has been impressed by Chen Fong's abilities. It has escalated from mere curiosity to a level of dependence. Although she didn't say it, she would always subconsciously want to hear Chen Fong's opinion when dealing with some tricky company matters. Chen Fong, on the other hand, was happy to enjoy the thrill of the strategizing within the command tent and winning battles 1,000 miles away. Of course, the premise is that you only talk and don't do anything. Asking him to write reports or make PowerPoint presentations is absolutely out of the question. But he would still be very happy to lean back on the sofa, eating an apple his wife had peeled while giving advice on a project worth billions. That day, Ji Zhendong made a phone call and summoned Chen Fong to his office. "Good son-in-law, come quick, come quick." Upon seeing Chen Fong, Ji Zhendong greeted him with a beaming smile, as if he were seeing his own father. "Dad, what's wrong now?" Chen Fong was a little uneasy about his enthusiasm. "Great news. Incredible good news." Ji Zhendong slammed a document in front of Chen Fong. "Take a look at this." Chen Fong picked it up and saw that it was a letter of intent for project cooperation. The partner is LVMH, a top European luxury goods group. They want to cooperate with us? Chen Fong was somewhat surprised. Although the G Group is a giant in China, its main businesses are manufacturing and real estate. It has absolutely nothing to do with the luxury goods industry. That's right. Ji Zhendong rubbed his hands together excitedly. They have their eye on Yunjinfang, a long-established silk brand under our group, and want to cooperate with us to jointly develop a brand new high-end custom series for the global market. Chen Fong knew that Yunjin Fang was a business that the Ji family had built up in their early years. It is famous for its traditional Suzhou embroidery. However, due to poor management in recent years, it has been operating at a loss and is basically just a project driven by nostalgia. Now, it's surprising that it's been noticed by an international giant of this caliber? This is indeed a good thing. Chen Fong nodded. "So, why did you call me here?" "That's where the problem lies." Ji Zhendong's face instantly fell. The negotiating representative sent from over there is a notorious iron lady named Sophie Marceau. She is extremely assertive and has a deep prejudice against Chinese culture, always feeling that our things are not presentable. Wan Ning's team has contacted her several times, but she has left them speechless, and the project cannot move forward at all. Ji Zhendong said with a worried look, "Wan Ning is pregnant now, and I don't want her to worry too much about this." "So, good son-in-law, this is something you'll have to handle." Chen Fong. He knew it wouldn't be good. "Dad, I work in administration. How would I know anything about international negotiations?" Chen Fong decisively began to play dumb. "Don't give me that." Ji Zhendong glared at him. "You can even remotely direct overseas mergers and acquisitions, yet you can't handle a foreign woman?" "I don't care, you have to help Wan Ning resolve this. Just for the sake of your unborn son." "Okay, here we go again, using the child as an excuse." Chen Fong was helpless. He really didn't want Ji Wan Ning to be too overworked. "All right." He sighed, "But I'm telling you beforehand, I'll only offer suggestions, you'll have to do the actual work yourselves." "No problem." Ji Zhendong agreed immediately. And so, another strange project collaboration began. Ji Wanning's elite team was in the conference room. I reported my work to Chen Fong, who was playing games with headphones on in his office in the administration department, via video link. "Mr. Chen, we have investigated all of Sophie Marceau's information as instructed by you." The project manager said respectfully. She graduated from HEC Paris and is a typical business elite. She is meticulous and rigid, with almost no personal hobbies. Her only interest seems to be collecting vinyl records of classical music. Vinyl records? While moving around in the game, Chen Fong casually asked, "Which musician does she like the most?" "Bach. Especially his Goldberg variations." "Oh." Chen Fong responded, then asked a question that left everyone scratching their heads. "Who has the best calligraphy in our company?" The meeting room was silent. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled as to why this behind-the-scenes bigwig would suddenly ask this question. Is there any connection between negotiation and calligraphy? Ji Wanning frowned,
but out of trust in Chen Fong, she still answered, "There is a retired manager in the personnel department who has been rehired, named Uncle Lu. He used to be a member of the Calligraphy Association, and his small regular script is superb."
Very good. Chen Fong nodded.
A game had just ended, and he took off his headphones and spoke to the screen.
"Now, go and invite Uncle Lu over.
Then, prepare a set of the best writing materials, and find a piece of song brocade from Yunjin workshop of the highest quality."
Then what?
The project manager pressed for an answer. Then, Chen Fong smiled mysteriously. He asked Uncle Lu to copy the Tao Te Ching in small regular script on this piece of song brocade.
What? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Writing the Tao Te Ching on silk? What does this have to do with negotiations? These are completely unrelated. Chen Fong, what exactly do you want to do? Ji Wanning couldn't help but ask as well.
"If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain." Chen Fong leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "When dealing with a self-important Western elite like Sophie, talking to her about business interests and market prospects is useless. Because in her eyes, you're just a country bumpkin trying to climb the social ladder. What you need to do is not to cater to her, but conquer her. Use our 5,000 years of Chinese cultural heritage to defeat her pitiful sense of superiority built on industrial civilization."
Doesn't she like Bach?
Bach's music is rigorous, complex, and full of mathematical precision and beauty. And our Chinese calligraphy, especially small regular script, is also within a small space, yet it has a myriad of styles and emphasizes strict rules.
Doesn't she like the Goldberg variations? This work is the pinnacle of Western polyphonic music.
And our Tao Te Ching is the source of Eastern philosophy, mysterious and profound, the gateway to all wonders. Use calligraphy, which best represents Eastern methods, and silk, which best represents Eastern craftsmanship, to write down the philosophy that best represents Eastern wisdom. Then, present this gift to her." After Chen Fong finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by his imaginative yet profoundly cultural and strategic remarks. They seemed to be seeing a magnificent and grand painting. This is not a business negotiation, it is a dialogue between civilizations. Ji Wanning looked at the radiant man on the screen. At this moment, her heart was completely filled with an unprecedented emotion called admiration and being moved. She never knew a man could be so charming. Do as he says. After a long while, she finally found her voice, speaking clearly and firmly, word by word. Chapter 30. His talent captivated her.
Uncle Lu was invited over.
When this elderly man, well past 60, saw the shimmering, priceless top-quality song brocade, his hands trembled slightly. This is tribute-grade material.
We're going to write on it?
Yes, Uncle Lu. Please help me.
Ji Wanning said it herself.
Uncle Lu took a deep breath. He knew this was no small matter. He washed his hands, burned incense, ground huizhou ink, held his breath and concentrated, and then tremblingly picked up the brush. All afternoon, Ji Wanning's team did nothing but quietly watch Lu Bo write calligraphy on the song brocade. Tiny characters appeared on the silky brocade. The brushstrokes are fluid and powerful, full of ancient and solemn beauty. As the last word was uttered, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's no longer just a piece of calligraphy, it's a work of art. The beauty of silk, the elegance of calligraphy, and the wisdom of philosophy are perfectly blended together. Ji Wanning carefully packed this special gift into an exquisite rosewood box. Then someone was sent to deliver it to the hotel where Sophie Marceau was staying. There were no accompanying business documents, only a card with the words "To a friend from afar, respect from the East" written in English. That evening, Sophie Marceau called. The call was made directly to Ji Wanning. The Iron Lady's voice no longer carried the arrogance and domineering tone it once did. Instead, there was an unprecedented, even slightly trembling, excitement. "Miss Ji, I received your gift. I must say, it is the most amazing and beautiful gift I have ever received in my life. I cannot describe my feelings in words. That beauty, that wisdom, that sense of weight that transcends time and space, it made me feel incredibly ashamed of my previous ignorance and prejudice. Ms. Ji, I hope to meet with you and your team immediately. I hope to gain a deeper understanding of Yunjinfang and the culture behind it. Regarding the cooperation, I believe we have a brand new and the best start." After hanging up the phone, Ji Wanning's team erupted in thunderous cheers. They won. Without firing a single shot or even meeting her, he completely won over this picky and demanding Iron Lady. Everyone looked at the other end of the video call with the eyes of someone looking at a deity. Meanwhile, their deity was letting out a satisfied burp, having just finished a pizza delivery.
Nailed it? Chen Fong wiped his mouth and asked lazily. Nailed it.
Ji Wanning looked at him, her voice carrying a smile and tenderness that she herself was unaware of.
That's good. I'm off work now, honey. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll bring you some from the market on my way. As Chen Fong spoke, he prepared to shut down the computer and leave. Etc. Ji Wanning called out to him. Ji Wanning looked at the man on the screen.
He was wearing a simple t-shirt, his hair was a little messy, and there was a bit of ketchup on the corner of his mouth. He looks like a college student who hasn't grown up yet. Yet this man, in the blink of an eye, accomplished a textbook example of cultural export. They solved a problem that had stumped the entire elite team.
This extreme contrast creates a fatal attraction. Ji Wanning's heart was pounding.
She looked at him, mustered the greatest courage of her life, and asked, word by word.
Chen Fong, how long are you going to keep lying to me? Chen Fong was stunned.
Ji Wanning continued, from that priceless Fengqi project report in the trash can, to the overwhelming attack on Zhao Kai at the meeting, to those stocks that doubled overnight, and this merger and acquisition deal in cooperation with LVMH. Tell me, is all of this just your good luck, just your wild guesses? She stood up and walked step by step to the camera, her clear almond-shaped eyes piercing through the screen and locking onto him.
Who exactly are you? With such terrifying talent, why did you agree to marry into our G family? Why are you willing to be a good-for-nothing in the administration department that everyone despises? What exactly is your purpose in coming to the G family?
A barrage of questions rained down on Chen Fong like a machine gun.
Chen Fong fell silent.
He looked at the beautiful yet serious face on the screen. Looking into her eyes, I saw the undisguised confusion, the inquiry, and that deep-seated emotion. He knew he could no longer brush her off with excuses of good luck or guesswork. He remained silent for a long time, then raised his head and met her gaze. He did not answer her questions about his talents and past because he could not explain the existence of the system. He answered her last question with an unprecedentedly serious and affectionate tone. I came to the G family, he said slowly and clearly, looking into her eyes, just for you. These words struck Ji Wanning's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her breathing stopped completely at that moment. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. All that remained was the pounding of her heart and the deep, ocean-like eyes of the man on the screen.
For me? Was it for me?
This thought, like a pebble thrown into a lake, settled in Ji Wanning's heart. It stirred up ripples that seemed impossible to quell. She looked at him, and he looked at her. Across the screen, across the distance of space, their gazes met in the air. Chen Fong slowly moved closer to the screen. His movements were slow, as if giving her time to refuse.
Ji Wanning did not move.
Her mind went blank, but her body responded honestly. She watched the handsome face on the screen getting closer and closer. Looking into his deep, captivating eyes. As if possessed, I slowly moved closer to the cold screen. Her long eyelashes trembled nervously, then closed gently. Just as they were about to complete this special kiss, separated by a screen. Chen Fong's figure disappeared from the screen. Ji Wanning was startled and opened her eyes. With a bang, the study door behind her was pushed open. She turned around abruptly. Chen Fong had already returned home from the company at some point. He stood right behind her, a smug, mischievous smile on his face.
How can a screen be enough?
His deep, amused voice rang in her ears. The next second, a warm kiss, carrying his unique scent, gently landed on her lips.
Chapter 31, How can a screen be enough? How can a screen be enough?
Before he could finish speaking, his warm lips pressed precisely against hers. This time, it's not just through a cold screen.
It's a touch that's so real it couldn't be more real.
Ji Wanning's eyes widened instantly, and all the blood in her body seemed to rush to her head at that moment. His kiss was not as frivolous as he usually appeared. Instead, it carries an undeniable strength and a touch of cautious gentleness. He didn't go deep, but gently lingered over it, as if savoring a long-awaited treasure. It has a unique, refreshing, and clean scent that belongs to him. It forcefully entered her nasal cavity, dominating all her senses. Ji Wanning's body went limp instantly, and her hand, which had been trying to push him away, fell limply to her side. Her brain completely shut down. All thoughts, all struggles, vanished in that sudden kiss.
So, this is what kissing feels like? So this is what it feels like to be someone's unwavering choice.
I don't know how much time has passed, perhaps it was just a moment, or perhaps a century.
Chen Fong finally released her with reluctance, his forehead gently touching hers, their noses touching.
His breathing was a little rapid, and his voice was slightly hoarse.
Honey, do you believe me now? Ji Ning's long eyelashes trembled incessantly, like the wings of a startled butterfly.
She dared not open her eyes to look at him, her cheeks flushed red as if they were about to bleed.
What could she say? You said you believed me? Wouldn't that be admitting that he easily won her over? You don't believe me?
But her wildly beating heart and her already limp and powerless body were silently betraying her. Seeing that she didn't speak, Chen Fong chuckled softly. The vibrations in his chest were clearly transmitted to her through their tightly pressed bodies.
If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes.
He held Ji Ning's shoulders and made her turn around to face him.
You.
Ji Ning finally managed to find a voice, but it was so weak it was like a mosquito's buzz.
What are you doing here? Weren't you at the company? I missed you, so I came back.
Chen Fong spoke as if it were a matter of course, as if going from the company to home was as simple as going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. He pointed to the still-lit computer screen and laughed. I was planning to surprise you, but you surprised me first. Thinking about how affectionate she had looked at the computer screen just now, Ji Ning's face turned even redder, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She raised her fist and lightly punched Chen Fong's chest.
You're shameless.
Yes, I'm shameless. Instead of getting angry, Chen Fong took her hand and kissed it, saying, I'm shameless only to you.
This man.
She's a natural-born master of sweet talk. Ji Ning felt like she was about to be overwhelmed by his endless sweet words.
How could she have thought he was dull and boring before?
He is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, it's a fox in disguise.
Cunning and alluring.
You let me go, I still have work to finish. Ji Ning tried to make a final struggle.
Work? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow, glanced at the cooperation documents about LVMH on the computer, and pursed his lips. Isn't that already settled?
He pulled Ji Ning up from the chair and, without saying a word, scooped her up in his arms.
Ah! Ji Ning exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Chen Fong! What are you doing? Put me down right now. I won't let go.
Chen Fong carried her steadily toward the bedroom.
President Ji, you've been working overtime for too long. It's time to leave work now.
As the biological father of the child in your belly and your legal husband, I have an obligation to make sure you get some rest. Ji Ning wanted to retort, but when she met Chen Fong's smiling eyes, all her words got stuck in her throat. Holding her like this, feeling his strong heartbeat and warm body temperature, she was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security.
Never mind. Ji Ning thought silently. It's okay to do the work tomorrow.
She resignedly closed her eyes and buried her face in Chen Fong's chest. The man's presence gave her a strange sense of security. The fatigue and tension of the past few days seemed to be relieved at this moment.
Perhaps. That's fine too.
Chen Fong looked down at the woman in his arms who had instantly become docile, and his smile deepened. He knew that the iceberg was finally beginning to melt for him. And he will possess all of her spring.
Gently placed Ji Ning on the soft bed.
Chen Fong took off her shoes and carefully pulled the blanket over her.
Go to sleep quietly and don't think about anything. He patted her shoulder like he was comforting a child.
Ji Ning opened her eyes, looked at the man so close to her, and asked almost involuntarily, Where, are you sleeping tonight?
She regretted asking the question as soon as she did. Isn't this a blatant invitation to him?
Upon hearing this, Chen Fong's eyes lit up, and a big smile appeared on his face. Of course I'll sleep here. He pointed to the other side of the bed and said it with a straight face.
Honey, I'm your legal husband.
Where else would I sleep if not here?
Do you expect me to sleep on the floor? That's inhumane. What if you get a leg cramp in the middle of the night, or want a drink of water?
I'll be too slow to react if I'm sleeping on the floor.
It's the same old excuse again. Ji Ning was both embarrassed and angry. This guy was the epitome of taking an inch and then a mile. But unfortunately, she couldn't find any reason to refute it. After all, what he said was true. And
after tonight, she seems not so resistant to him sleeping next to her anymore.
Whatever.
Ji Ning uttered 2 words, quickly turned around, and faced away from him, her heart pounding. I heard rustling sounds of clothes being undressed behind me, followed by the feeling of the mattress sinking slightly. A warm body pressed against her, and an arm skillfully wrapped around her waist.
Good night, my wife.
Chen Fong's voice carried a satisfied sigh. The warm breath sprayed onto the back of her neck, sending a shiver down her spine.
Good night.
Ji Ning's voice was barely audible, and her cheeks were already flushed. In the darkness, neither of them spoke again.
But their heartbeats seemed to intertwine, playing a melody called Heartbeat. Chen Fong closed his eyes contentedly.
A life of leisure, with my wife in my arms.
Perfect. As for that lousy LVMH project, what's it to him? Even if the sky falls, his wife will hold it up. His only task now is to hold his wife and get a good night's sleep. Chapter 32, Outperforming the Father-in-Law, He's Stunned. The next day, Chen Fong woke up feeling refreshed. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a stunningly beautiful sleeping face right in front of me.
Ji Ning was still fast asleep, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow in the morning light. Her cool and aloof features appeared exceptionally gentle in her sleep. She has lost her usual aloofness and sharpness, and gained a touch of naivety. Chen Fong couldn't resist leaning over and gently placing a kiss on her smooth forehead.
The woman in his arms seemed to sense something. She let out a soft moan.
She unconsciously snuggled closer to him, like a kitten seeking warmth.
Chen Fong's heart melted instantly. He tightened his grip on his arm.
He pulled her closer into his arms, his nose filled with her sweet fragrance.
This feeling is fucking awesome.
Indeed, a wife, children, and a warm bed are the ultimate pursuit in life. To hell with business tycoons and behind-the-scenes bosses.
He wouldn't trade it for the emperor. Just as Chen Fong was contentedly preparing to take another nap.
But then, an inopportune system notification sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Detected a breakthrough in the host's relationship with a family member wife, significantly improving family harmony, in line with the core concept of peace and prosperity of the strongest workers system. System logic judgment, a stable home front is the solid foundation for efficient working. The host has successfully consolidated family relationships through outstanding personal charm, creating favorable conditions for better lying down, for better working in the future. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Emotion Perception Beginner.
Skill description, Emotion Perception Beginner, passive skill.
The host can vaguely perceive strong emotional fluctuations of a designated target currently limited to the wife, Ji Ning, such as extreme joy, sadness, or anger. Note, this skill can be upgraded as the couple's relationship deepens, unlocking more targets and more precise emotional details in the future.
Chen Fong. Holy crap! This damn system even has a wiretapping feature, right? They even interfere with how my husband and I improve our relationship? And they even want to give me a reward for it? Emotional perception? What's the use of this thing? Does this mean I'll be able to sense in advance when my wife is about to get angry and then quickly make my escape? It doesn't seem to be completely useless.
Chen Fong clicked his tongue and decided to accept this new skill for the time being.
Anyway, the system is something you might as well give away if you don't want it.
He looked down at Ji Ning in his arms. The woman's breathing was steady, and she was obviously still sleeping soundly. Chen Fong carefully withdrew her arm and quietly got up to wash. When he came out of the bathroom, Ji Ning was also awake, rubbing her eyes and sitting on the bed in a daze.
Woke up?
Chen Fong walked over and sat down next to her naturally, reaching out to touch her forehead.
No fever, and looks pretty good.
Ji Ning felt a little uncomfortable with his practiced morning checkup. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she slapped his hand away, saying, "I'm fine."
Even if everything is fine, you still need to be careful.
Chen Fong said in a very serious tone.
You are now a key protected individual. We cannot afford any mishaps.
As he spoke, his hand restlessly slid down to her slightly protruding belly and gently stroked it.
Good morning, baby. Have you been a good girl today? Don't bother your mommy, okay? Ji Ning.
This guy is really pushing his luck. She glared at him, embarrassed and annoyed, but didn't push him away as she used to.
As his warm palm covered her lower abdomen, a wonderful feeling of blood connection arose spontaneously.
It made her feel incredibly safe and warm.
All right, go wash up quickly, Dad's still waiting downstairs. Ji Ning nudged him and urged him on. Yes, my dear wife.
Chen Fong gave her a playful kiss on the cheek before going to change his clothes, completely satisfied. Watching his retreating figure humming a little tune, Ji Wanning's lips curled up slightly involuntarily. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was more harmonious than ever before. Ji Zhendong watched his daughter and son-in-law's oblivious intimacy, and his old face beamed with a smile like a chrysanthemum. The honey trap worked. Look, in just a few days, their relationship has progressed by leaps and bounds. As he placed a golden brown fried egg on Chen Fong's plate, he said warmly, "Good son-in-law, eat more. You've lost weight lately." Chen Fong was flattered and said, "Thank you, Dad." Ji Zhendong became more and more satisfied with Chen Fong. Although this kid has no ambition and just wants to lie down and be a lazy bum, he's undeniably a lucky charm. Since he came to the Ji family, the entire group's performance has skyrocketed. Even the notoriously difficult LVMH project was resolved by him with ease. Most importantly, he made his daughter very happy. That's enough. What more could you want? Ji Zhendong has now come to a complete understanding: no business empire or family glory is more important than his daughter's happiness. As long as Chen Fong can make his daughter happy, let alone let him be a lazy bum, even if he wants to turn the company into an amusement park, Ji Zhendong is willing to do it. By the way, Wan Ning, the company is holding its second quarterly summary meeting today. Since you're pregnant, you shouldn't go to the company. Just stay home and rest. Ji Zhendong said to his daughter with concern. Ji Wanning nodded, "Okay, I understand, Dad. I'll have my assistant participate in the entire meeting via video link." That's good, that's good. After breakfast, Chen Fong drove his brand new Audi RS7, taking Ji Zhendong to the company. Throughout the journey, Ji Zhendong subtly inquired about Chen Fong and Ji Wanning's relationship. "Son-in-law, how have things been going with Wan Ning lately?" "It's fine, Dad." That's good, that's good. Wan Ning is just a girl who seems cold on the outside but is warm on the inside, so please be patient with her. If she bullies you, tell Dad, and Dad will stand up for you. Chen Fong almost laughed when he heard this. "Dad, which eye of yours saw your daughter bullying me? It's clearly me who bullies her every day, okay?" Of course, he wouldn't dare say that out loud. "Dad, don't worry, Wan Ning is very good to me." Chen Fong could only give vague answers. Upon arriving at the company, Ji Zhendong had barely stepped into his office when he called his assistant, Li Wei, in. "Li Wei, are all the materials ready for this afternoon's quarterly summary meeting?" "Everything is ready, Chairman." Li Wei handed over a thick document. "This is a summary of the performance reports submitted by each department. Please take a look." Ji Zhendong nodded in satisfaction and casually opened the report. He watched and listened to Li Wei's briefing at the same time. The sales department exceeded its performance target by 30% in the second quarter, the marketing department successfully opened up 3 new overseas markets, and the R&D department. Ji Zhendong nodded repeatedly, his smile growing brighter and brighter. "Excellent, excellent. The entire group is thriving. This is all thanks to his excellent leadership. Of course, there's also a part, well, a small part, that's thanks to his good son-in-law." Ji Zhendong was in a great mood and flipped through the reports much faster. However, when he turned to the page on the administration department, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He blinked hard, then brought the report closer and read it carefully again. That's right. It was written clearly in black and white on white paper. Second quarter work summary of the Administrative and Logistics Department. Core KPI achievement status. 1. Office supplies procurement costs decreased by 50% compared to the previous period, with estimated annual cost savings exceeding 5 million. 2. The company's hydropower consumption decreased by 30% compared to the previous period. 3. Staff cafeteria satisfaction has reached 98%, the highest level ever. 4. Fixed asset maintenance rate decreased by 80% compared to the previous period. Below is a long list of data, each one strikingly impressive. The report concludes with a summary. In summary, the administration department achieved significant progress in all aspects of its work in the second quarter, with notable results in cost reduction, efficiency improvement, and enhanced employee well-being. Its overall performance rating is S+. S+? Ji Zhendong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He abruptly looked up at Li Wei, his voice trembling slightly. "Li Wei, this is a report from the administration department? Are you sure you didn't take the wrong one? What is the administrative department? Isn't that a well-known retirement haven in the group?" Aside from a few old hands who were just coasting along, there were also people like Zhao Kai who got in through connections. This department has maintained the same performance rating of C for decades, consistently ranking at the bottom. How did it suddenly become S+? They even claimed to have reduced costs and increased efficiency, saving millions? Is this some kind of ghost story? Li Wei was also taken aback by the chairman's strong reaction. He adjusted his glasses and confirmed. Chairman, that's right, this is the administration department's report. To be honest, I was also shocked when I first saw it. I even had the finance department and the human resources department cross-check the data several times, and it's absolutely true, without a single problem. No problem? Ji Zhendong felt his blood pressure soaring. How could this be okay? The biggest problem is that it's fucking okay. He pointed to the data in the report, his hands trembling. Tell me, how did a pension department that has been at the bottom for years suddenly transform itself in just 1 quarter, outperforming all the core business departments? This. Li Wei couldn't answer either. He scratched his head and said uncertainly, maybe, it's because of Chen Fong? Chen Fong? Upon hearing this name, Ji Zhendong's pupils constricted sharply. Yes. Chen Fong. That kid is currently working in the administration department. Ever since he arrived, the whole group has started to go wrong. First, all the employees in the company were like they were on steroids, their efficiency skyrocketed, and they left work on time every day. Then came all sorts of long-standing, difficult projects, which were inexplicably resolved. Now, even the administrative department, which has always been at the bottom of the rankings, is starting to make a comeback. The root of all this lies with that useless son-in-law who spends all his time playing games and watching movies in the office. A terrible thought popped into Ji Zhendong's mind again. That kid. He wasn't lying down at all. He was spinning it in a way that he couldn't understand at all. He's frantically squeezing his own company. Ji Zhendong felt a wave of dizziness and he barely managed to stand by holding onto the table. He stared at the glaring S+ on the report, as if he were seeing not performance results, but a declaration of war. A silent declaration of war from his good son-in-law. No. Ji Zhendong muttered to himself, I absolutely must go to the meeting this afternoon to see him in person. Chapter 33 Dad, please, stop rolling it up. At 2 p.m., the large conference room on the top floor of the G Group was packed. All senior executives at the director level and above in the group sat upright with serious expressions. The quarterly summary meeting is a tradition of the G Group and also a major internal test. Those with good performance naturally enjoy great prestige, waiting for the chairman's praise and generous bonuses. Those with poor performance should be prepared to be publicly punished. At this time of year, the atmosphere is always exceptionally heavy, with everyone resembling a prisoner awaiting trial. But today, the atmosphere is somewhat strange. Most of the executives wore an indescribable ease and pleasure on their faces. Yes, it was pleasant. Since Chen Fong came to the company, he has activated that magical King of Roles killer aura. The work atmosphere of the entire group underwent a dramatic change. Everyone is now more focused and inspired at work, resulting in a more than threefold increase in work efficiency. Tasks that used to require working overtime can now be easily completed by 4 p.m. The rest of the time, I can drink tea, chat, and go home on time to spend with my wife and kids. It couldn't be better. With easier work, better performance, and higher bonuses, who wouldn't be happy? For a moment, all the executives looked at Chen Fong, who was sitting in the corner, wearing headphones and engrossed in playing games, with eyes full of gratitude and awe. Brother Chen, you're awesome. He is the true god of the G Group. Chen Fong was completely unaware of this. He was engrossed in the chaotic battle in the canyon. Completely unaware that she had become the center of attention. Finally, the meeting began. Chairman Ji Zhendong and his special assistant Li Wei entered the conference room one after the other. Everyone stood up and respectfully called out. Good morning, Chairman. Ji Zhendong nodded expressionlessly and walked straight to the head seat to sit down. Everyone then took their seats. Everyone keenly sensed that the chairman's aura seemed unusually somber today. His face, which exuded an imposing aura even without anger, seemed shrouded in a dark cloud. His gaze swept across the entire room, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. Several department directors who had originally wanted to take credit immediately fell silent, swallowing back the words they were about to say. Only Chen Fong was still wearing headphones, muttering to himself, "Play it safe and don't be reckless." Hey! Damn it, you sold me out? Li Wei coughed lightly and reminded him, Chen Fong, the meeting is starting.
Ha? Oh.
Chen Fong then seemed to wake up from a dream, hurriedly took off his headphones, turned off the game, and sat up straight with an innocent look on his face. Ji Zhendong glanced at him coldly, said nothing, and simply tapped the table with his finger.
Let's begin. Li Wei immediately understood and turned on the projector.
The meeting proceeded according to schedule, with directors from each department taking turns to report on the quarter's performance and work plans for the next quarter. Our sales department achieved total sales of 5 billion in the second quarter, a year-on-year increase of 40%, exceeding our target. The marketing department successfully established strategic partnerships with 3 Fortune 500 companies, significantly enhancing brand influence. In previous years, the impressive data and the beautiful PowerPoint presentations would have been enough to make Ji Zhendong very happy. But today, he remained expressionless and made no comment.
This made the executives present uneasy. What's wrong with the chairman? Could it be that they're not satisfied with our performance? This shouldn't be. This is already the best result in history. Finally, it was the last department's turn, the administration and logistics department.
When the 5 large characters administrative department appeared on the screen, everyone's expression turned somewhat strange.
What is there to report about this retirement paradise? It's just purchasing office supplies, managing the cafeteria, and repairing water and electricity, right?
In previous years, the head of the administration department would just bite the bullet and go on stage to read a few stock phrases. Under the chairman's disappointed gaze, he slunk off. But today, it was Special Assistant Li Wei who took the stage.
This made everyone even more curious.
Li Wei cleared his throat and said with a serious expression, Now, I will report on the administrative department's work in the second quarter.
He pressed the page turner. The next second, a huge data chart appeared before everyone's eyes.
When the contents of the chart were seen, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable.
Holy crap! I don't know who it was, but they couldn't help but swear. On the screen, the administrative department's various data points looked like arrows shot through the clouds with adrenaline,
soaring straight into the sky from an unbelievable angle.
Procurement costs have decreased by 50%.
Energy consumption decreased by 30%.
Employee satisfaction rate, 98%. Overall performance, S+. Each number was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's hearts hard. This is the administration department? Is this the Guardians of the Galaxy? These results completely dwarfed their core business departments, leaving them utterly insignificant. All eyes once again focused on the figure in that corner. Chen Fong. It must be him.
No one but him could have created such a miracle.
Chen Fong felt uneasy under their gaze, and his heart pounded. What? Why are you all looking at me? I'm just a gamer. What do I care about the performance of the administration department?
He looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened.
Ji Zhendong, sitting in the main seat, looked extremely grim.
He stared intently at the S+ on the screen, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack.
It's here. He's here. He arrived with his impressive track record. This kid was definitely acting against me.
He never even considered lying down. He's using this method to show me his displeasure.
Declare war on me.
He wanted to tell everyone that he, Chen Fong, was the true god of the G group. Ji Zhendong was so angry that he trembled all over. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up.
Meeting adjourned. He uttered 2 words and walked out of the conference room without looking back.
The room was left with a room full of executives looking at each other in bewilderment, and Chen Fong looking completely dumbfounded.
Director Li, what's the chairman doing here? A director asked Li Wei cautiously.
Li Wei sighed and said with a wry smile, the chairman is probably astonished by the performance of the administration department.
Everyone. This is more than just being surprised, it's downright terrifying. In the chairman's office,
Ji Zhendong paced back and forth like a trapped beast, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty.
No. This can't go on.
He abruptly stopped, a resolute glint in his eyes.
He picked up the internal phone and dialed the extension number for the administration department.
Hey, tell Chen Fong to come to my office right now.
Chen Fong walked into the chairman's office with a mix of trepidation and excitement. As soon as he entered, he was startled by the sight before him. There stood his usually dignified father-in-law. She was looking at him with bloodshot eyes, her gaze so complex that he couldn't understand it at all. There was anger, helplessness, shock, and even a hint of pleading. "Dad, you wanted to see me?" Chen Fong spoke cautiously. "Come here." Ji Zhendong waved to him, his voice hoarse. Chen Fong steeled himself and went over. As soon as he stood still, Ji Zhendong suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed him down onto the sofa. "My son-in-law." Ji Zhendong almost knelt down before Chen Fong with a thud, but fortunately Chen Fong caught him quickly. "Dad! Dad! What are you doing?" Chen Fong was so scared he almost lost his mind. "My son-in-law. My good son-in-law." Ji Zhendong didn't get up. He just squatted down in front of Chen Fong, crying and pleading, "Dad, please. Please stop trying. Please stop dragging things out." Chen Fong was completely dumbfounded. "Dad, what are you saying? I didn't try. You still dare to talk?" Ji Zhendong pointed at the administrative department's report on the table, his voice cracking. "You call this not trying hard enough? Huh? The administrative department is fucking S+. If you keep working hard, are you planning to make our G group break out of Earth and go to space next year? My little fortune really can't withstand your continued squandering. Are you just hoping to see this old man retire early so you can take over? Let me tell you, I'm retiring. I'm retiring right now. You can be the chairman. Okay?" Chen Fong was stunned. What is all this nonsense? Is my father-in-law's imagination a little too vivid? He tried to explain, "Dad, you've really misunderstood. The performance of the administration department has nothing to do with me. I play games every day. Everyone in the company can vouch for that." "I don't believe you." Ji Zhendong wouldn't listen at all. "You're a really bad kid. You're just putting on an act. You think I don't know? The company's efficiency has improved, isn't that because of you? The long-standing problems have been solved, isn't that because of you? Now the administration department has turned the tide, isn't that also because of you? Don't bother explaining. Explaining is just covering up." Ji Zhendong wiped away his tears and said in an almost desperate tone, "Son-in-law, Dad won't fight you anymore. Dad admits defeat, okay? I'm begging you, just settle down and be a lazy bum, okay? Please have pity on this old man and let me enjoy a few years of peaceful retirement. Don't scare me anymore." Seeing his father-in-law in such agony, Chen Fong was speechless. He was desperate too. He didn't want it to be like this either. It's all that damn system's fault. "Dad, actually I think some of the problems with the projects are just minor communication issues. Why don't you have the heads of Department A and Department B sit down and have a good drink, talk things out, and everything will be resolved? There's no need to make it so complicated." To put his father-in-law at ease, Chen Fong had no choice but to bite the bullet and make up a few random things. However, these words struck Ji Zhendong like a thunderbolt. Department A and Department B have indeed been embroiled in a major dispute over a collaborative project recently. The two directors almost came to blows during a meeting, which has severely impacted the project's progress. He was having a headache when Chen Fong unexpectedly saw through his secret. "Yes. It's just a trivial matter. What can't be resolved over a drink? This kid is truly a prodigy. A single casual remark solved a major problem for the company." Ji Zhendong looked at Chen Fong with even greater fear in his eyes. He grabbed Chen Fong's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Good son-in-law. I'm begging you. Please stop talking. Stop giving me advice. Go have fun. Play games. Go see movies. Do whatever you want. Just don't work anymore. Chen Fong. Have to." This is now completely inexplicable. What else could he say? Looking at his father-in-law's face, which was filled with despair and pleading, he could only nod helplessly. "Okay, Dad, I'll do whatever you say." Chapter 34: The invitation to the female classmates gathering. As Chen Fong left Ji Zhendong's office, he felt as if he had fought a tough battle and was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Communicating with this father-in-law whose imagination is off the charts. It's even more tiring than asking him to negotiate a multi-billion-dollar project.
When he returned to his workstation in the administration department, his colleagues immediately looked at him with immense respect.
Brother Chen, you're awesome. Brother Chen, did the chairman give you special treatment again? Brother Chen, you are the true soul of our administration department.
Chen Fong forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and waved his hand weakly. Don't even mention it, I got a real dressing down. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt not sympathy, but rather even greater awe.
Look! Look! This is the level of a true master.
Despite having made unparalleled contributions, he remained so humble, attributing his achievements to being scolded.
Hi! That's brilliant! Chen Fong was too lazy to explain to these late-stage colleagues from Dihua.
He put on his headphones, opened the game, and decided to take action to defend his dignity as a loser.
Screw S+.
I'm going to show you how badly I can kill in the rift today. That evening, Chen Fong returned to the Ji family manor and collapsed onto the sofa as soon as he entered, looking utterly dejected.
I'm back. Ji Wanning was sitting in the living room reading parenting books. Hearing his voice and seeing his appearance, I couldn't help but frown. What's wrong?
You look completely drained.
Don't even mention it. Chen Fong said weakly.
I was called in by your dad for another friendly chat today, and I feel like my body and soul have been doubly tormented.
Did my dad make things difficult for you again?
Ji Wanning put down her book, sat down next to him, and looked at him with concern.
No, not at all.
Chen Fong shook his head and said with a wry smile, he didn't make things difficult for me, he was just too enthusiastic, I couldn't handle it. He recounted the events that had occurred in the office that afternoon to Ji Wanning, embellishing the story. When he heard his domineering father clinging to Chen Fong's leg, begging him with tears streaming down his face to stop trying, he was deeply moved.
Ji Wanning couldn't help but burst out laughing.
She could picture the scene, it was just too hilarious.
You're still laughing.
Chen Fong glared at her with dissatisfaction.
Wife, your husband has suffered such a great injustice outside, and instead of comforting me, you're making fun of me?
Ji Wanning finally managed to stop laughing, cleared her throat, and said seriously, Ahem, I wasn't laughing.
I just felt, my dad was doing it for your own good. For my own good? Chen Fong rolled his eyes.
He's afraid I'll drag him down so he can retire in peace.
Isn't that the same? Ji Wanning smiled and said, he has completely accepted you now and is grooming you to be his future successor.
I'm so grateful to him.
Chen Fong wailed, my life's ideal is to be a lazy bum who wants to be a successor.
Seeing his smug look as if he had gotten the better deal, Ji Wanning felt both annoyed and amused.
This man is always like this.
Despite possessing talents that everyone else can only dream of, he disregards them and only wants to lie low.
But
he seems quite adorable even like this.
Ji Wanning's heart softened even more unconsciously.
She reached out and gently massaged Chen Fong's temples with a tender gesture.
Alright, stop complaining. Since Dad said so, you can just focus on playing your games at the company from now on, isn't that good enough? Chen Fong comfortably squinted his eyes, enjoying his wife's rare gentle service. That's more like it.
He leaned down and his head rested comfortably on Ji Wanning's soft thigh. Honey, your legs are so white and long, they'd be so comfortable to use as a pillow.
Ji Wanning's body stiffened, and 2 blushes instantly appeared on her cheeks.
This guy. I just gave him a nice look, and he started to take advantage of me.
She smacked his forehead in annoyance. Get up. You're so unruly. I won't get up.
Chen Fong started acting like a rogue, closing his eyes and making it seem like he was going to lie down right there.
Ji Wanning couldn't do anything with him.
She glared at him, but in the end, she couldn't bear to push him away.
Ji Wanning seemed to remember something and said,
By the way, a good friend of mine from college, Han Xian, asked me to get together this weekend.
A class reunion? Chen Fong opened his eyes. Yeah, I guess so.
She said she hadn't seen her roommates in a long time and wanted to have a meal together. Chen Fong thought for a moment and said, Then I'll go with you. You're pregnant now, and I'm worried about you going out alone. Ji Wanning felt a sweet warmth in her heart, but still shook her head. No need, it's just a meal, nothing could happen. Besides, they're all female classmates, it would be inconvenient for a grown man like you to go. She actually had her own little schemes. Although she had completely accepted Chen Fong. But to outsiders, Chen Fong is still labeled as a son-in-law who married into his wife's family and a lazy bum in the administration department. She was afraid that if Chen Fong went, his former classmates would look down on him and say unpleasant things, making him feel embarrassed. She didn't want him to suffer that kind of injustice. Looking at Ji Wanning's expression, Chen Fong could roughly guess what she was thinking. He smiled and didn't insist. All right then. But if anything happens, be sure to call me immediately. Okay, I know, stop nagging. Ji Wanning complained, but her heart was warmed. She looked down at the man who was resting his head on her lap, looking completely at ease. Looking at his handsome features, a strong impulse suddenly welled up inside me. She slowly leaned down and gently placed a tender kiss on his forehead. Chen Fong was stunned. Ji Wanning was also stunned. She seemed startled by her own bold move. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she sat up abruptly, her eyes darting around in a panic. I went upstairs. After saying that, she ran upstairs as if she were fleeing. Chen Fong touched the spot on his forehead where the warm, moist sensation still lingered, and grinned foolishly. His icy wife seems to be getting cuter and cuter. Chapter 35: Anxiety before the party. The weekend is almost here. On the day Ji Wanning was going to attend her class reunion, Chen Fong was even more nervous than she was. He got up early in the morning and rummaged through the closet like a young man going on a blind date. Honey, what do you think of my outfit today? Chen Fong held up a custom-made suit that looked expensive and gestured in front of Ji Wanning. Ji Wanning had just finished washing up and was sitting in front of her vanity doing her skincare routine when she saw him like this, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you dressed so formally? It's not like you're going to a party. I'll take you there. Chen Fong said matter-of-factly. I'll walk you to the restaurant entrance before I leave. I have to show your classmates that your husband is handsome too. As he spoke, he even spruced up his hair in front of the mirror in a showy manner. Looking at his childish appearance, Ji Wanning couldn't help but smile slightly. She knew that he was supporting her in his own way. Although she felt a sweet warmth inside, she still said, "No need to go overboard, just wear whatever you like." That won't work. Chen Fong looked serious. This is a matter of principle. It's my wife's class reunion, and as her husband, I have to make sure she has the respect she deserves. In the end, at Chen Fong's insistence, he put on that handsome suit. He drove the Audi RS7 that Ji Wanning had given him, with Ji Wanning in tow, to the restaurant where the party was to be held. The restaurant was a well-known upscale French restaurant in the city center, with an elegant ambience and a hefty price tag. It's clear that Han Xian put a lot of thought into organizing this gathering. The car stopped in front of the restaurant, and Chen Fong opened the car door for Ji Wanning with great care. Ji Wanning wore a loose-fitting off-white maternity dress today, with a light-colored knitted cardigan over it. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her both elegant and gentle, showing no trace of her usual aloof and cold female CEO persona. It's so beautiful. Chen Fong praised sincerely. Ji Wanning felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. You're so sweet talking. I'm telling the truth. Chen Fong tidied her wind-blown hair and instructed her, once inside, don't eat anything raw or cold. If anyone makes you uncomfortable or says anything nasty, don't hold back, just talk back. If you can't win the argument, call me, and I'll be there in 5 minutes to teach them a lesson. He clenched his fist and made a fierce expression. Ji Wanning was amused by him, and the unease in her heart dissipated considerably. Fine, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? She gave him a reproachful look and said, go back now, I can go in by myself. No, I have to watch you go in. Chen Fong insisted. Ji Wanning couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she turned around and went into the restaurant. Chen Fong stood by the car, watching her figure disappear at the restaurant entrance, before getting back into the car. He didn't leave immediately, but drove to a parking space across from the restaurant, turned off the engine, and waited quietly. He was still worried. He knew nothing about any of Ji Wanning's so-called college friends. People's hearts are hidden behind their skin. Who knows what demons or monsters might be lurking inside? He has to stay here, just in case. Ji Wanning entered the restaurant and, led by a waiter, arrived at her reserved private room. Pushing open the door, I found 3 or 4 girls already sitting in the private room, chatting away. Upon seeing Ji Wanning enter, one of the girls, who had short, ear-length hair and a cheerful demeanor, immediately stood up. She exclaimed with delight, Wanning. You finally arrived. This girl is Han Xian, the organizer of this gathering. She was Ji Wanning's best friend in college and also their dormitory head. Han Chen. Ji Wanning greeted her with a smile.
Come sit down, come sit down.
Han Qian warmly pulled Ji Wanning to sit next to her, then looked her up and down, marveling at her.
Wow, Ji Wanning, you've only been out of school for a short time and you already have a child. You're quick on your feet. Ji Wanning smiled somewhat embarrassedly. It was just an accident. An accident can also be a surprise.
Han Qian patted her hand, then lowered her voice and asked gossipily, "Hey, where's your husband?
Why didn't you bring him over to meet us today?" Ji Wanning hadn't had a chance to answer yet.
A girl with exquisite makeup and a somewhat mean-spirited look next to them spoke up in a sarcastic tone.
Oh dear, Han Qian, aren't you just bringing up a sore subject? Wan Ning's husband is a very busy man. He takes the subway to work every day. How could he have time to eat at such a high-end place? The girl who spoke was named Chu Zhizhi. She had disliked Ji Wanning ever since college.
Because Ji Wanning is not only prettier than her, but also better in her studies and from a better family.
She is the school's recognized beauty and goddess.
Chu Zhizhi always lived in Ji Wanning's shadow, and her heart was filled with jealousy.
Now that she finally has a chance to kick Ji Wanning while she's down, she's naturally not going to let it go.
The atmosphere in the private room instantly became somewhat awkward because of Chu Zhizhi's words. The other girls looked at each other, not daring to speak.
Han Qian's face also darkened, and she glared at Chu Zhizhi. Chu Zhizhi, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I talking nonsense?
Chu Zhizhi scoffed, crossed her arms, and looked at Ji Wanning with disdain.
What I said is all true.
I saw him on the subway a few days ago. He was wearing cheap casual clothes, squeezed in the crowd, looking like a migrant worker.
TSK, I really don't know how our school beauty back then could have fallen for someone like him.
You. Han Qian was so angry she wanted to retort. Ji Wanning stopped her, looked at Chu Zhizhi calmly, and said lightly, "I know my husband better than you do. He takes the subway because of environmental protection. It has nothing to do with money. There are more than a dozen cars parked in our garage, and he can drive whichever one he wants." She didn't want to lower herself to the level of such a person, but she would never allow anyone to slander her husband. Chu Zhizhi was taken aback, and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. But she quickly found a new point of attack. She looked Ji Wanning up and down, her lips curling into a malicious smile.
"Oh, still being stubborn.
I bet you got pregnant by someone, and had no choice but to marry that poor bastard because of the pregnancy, right? You, Ji Wanning, you acted so aloof in college, ignoring everyone.
I thought you were some kind of virtuous and chaste woman.
I never imagined you were such a slut in bed, getting slept with so quickly." These words immediately caused the atmosphere in the private room to plummet to freezing point. Han Qian was so angry that she stood up abruptly, pointed at Chu Zhizhi's nose, and yelled, "Chu Zhizhi!
Watch your mouth. Are you even human?
How could you say such vicious things?
What did I do wrong? Did I say something wrong?"
Chu Zhizhi shrugged confidently. If she dares to do it, why is she afraid of what people will say? Several other girls who were close to Chu Zhizhi also chimed in. That's right, Han Qian, what Zhizhi said is the truth.
We're just trying to help Wan Ning. We're afraid she'll be deceived.
After all, it's not a good thing to talk about someone who's pregnant out of wedlock. They all seemed to be offering advice, but in reality, every word they said was like a knife stabbing Ji Wanning in the heart. Ji Wanning's face gradually paled. Her hands, which were under the table, were clenched into fists so tightly that her nails were almost digging into her flesh. She never expected that what should have been a warm class reunion would turn into a denunciation session against her. She looked at her former classmates and roommates. The gloating and sarcastic expressions on their faces made me feel nauseous. The morning sickness caused by pregnancy surged up suddenly at this moment, stimulated by strong emotions.
Vomit.
Ji Wanning covered her mouth, her stomach churning violently. Han Qian was startled when she saw this, and quickly helped her up, asking with concern, "Wanning, what's wrong?
Are you feeling unwell?"
As she spoke, she looked at Ji Wanning with concern. In her eyes, besides worry, there was also a hint of pity.
Yes, compassion. It's as if it's saying, "Look at you, you were so successful back then, but look at the end of your life."
This sliver of pity made Ji Wanning feel even more uncomfortable than Chu Zhizhi's vicious words. She pushed Han Qian's hand away, stood up by supporting herself on the table, and said with a pale face, I'm not feeling well, I'll go back first." She didn't want to stay here for another second. However, as soon as she turned around, she was stopped by Chu Zhizhi and her followers.
"Hey, don't go, Campus Bell G. Chu Zhizhi looked at her smugly. He took a slender women's cigarette out of his bag. I lit it and took a puff. Then he blew a smoke ring into Ji Wanning's face. This has only just begun, why can't you listen anymore? We sisters have a lot to say and want to have a good talk with you. The pungent smell of smoke, mixed with the cheap perfume scent on Chu Zhizhi, went straight into Ji Wanning's nose. Ji Wanning could no longer suppress the churning sensation in her stomach. She shoved the person in front of her away, rushed to the corner of the private room, and began to violently retch over the trash can. Ugh, ugh. She vomited so badly she felt dizzy and tears streamed down her face. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, Chu Zhizhi and her followers felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, they responded with harsh laughter. Ah, look at her, she's hilarious. A flower on a high mountain? I think that's a joke. Serves her right. Who told her to be so pretentious in college? Han Shen was so angry at the sight that she trembled all over, but she didn't know what to do. She wanted to help Ji Wanning, but she was afraid of being attacked by Chu Zhizhi and the others. She could only stand there, at a loss. Just as Chu Zhizhi had finished enjoying Ji Wanning's miserable state and was preparing to say something more to humiliate her. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. A tall, imposing figure appeared in the doorway, backlit by the light. His face was covered with frost, and his eyes were sharp as knives as he swept over everyone in the private room. When I saw Ji Wanning huddled in the corner, her face pale from vomiting and her whole body trembling. The chill emanating from him instantly surged. What are you doing? The icy voice, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, caused the temperature in the entire private room to drop several degrees. Chapter 36. Who gave you the audacity? The laughter in the private room stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events. Chu Zhizhi's smug smile froze on her face. She looked at the man standing backlit in the doorway, exuding a terrifying aura, and her heart skipped a beat. What a terrifying look! Who is this person? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ji Wanning abruptly raised her head. When she saw Chen Fong's face, which was filled with anger and heartache, her taut nerves snapped instantly. All the grievances and embarrassment turned into tears at this moment, bursting forth like a dam breaking. Chen Fong. She choked up, her voice thick with nasal tone and dependence. Chen Fong ignored everyone else and strode straight to Ji Wanning's side. He took off his suit jacket and wrapped it around her thin body, head and all. He held her tightly in his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. His voice rang in Ji Wanning's ear, so gentle it could melt your heart. A broad, warm embrace, a familiar masculine scent. It instantly dispelled all the coldness and fear in Ji Wanning's heart. She buried her face in Chen Fong's chest and could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Chen Fong gently patted her back, as if comforting a child who had suffered a great injustice. His gaze, however, was as cold as ice, slowly sweeping over everyone in the private room. Han Shen felt uneasy under his gaze and subconsciously took a step back, stammering, We just had a class reunion, it was just a joke. Joke? Chen Fong gave a cold laugh, a laugh devoid of any warmth. You call it a joke if you make my wife vomit? His gaze finally settled on Chu Zhizhi, who was still holding a cigarette and looking astonished. It's you? Chen Fong carried Ji Wanning and walked step by step toward Chu Zhizhi. With each step he took, Chu Zhiji's heart sank a little deeper. The overwhelming sense of oppression made her feel like she was suffocating. I didn't. Chu Zhizhi was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, dropping the cigarette in her hand to the ground. She just couldn't understand it. Wasn't this man Ji Wanning's penniless husband? Isn't he just that good-for-nothing who looks like a migrant worker on the subway? How could he have such a terrifying aura? Not you? Chen Fong walked up to her, looking down at her with a murderous aura in his eyes that was almost tangible. Then what's with the smell of smoke? My wife is pregnant and can't stand the smell of smoke. Did you not know that, or were you doing it on purpose? Chen Fong's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Chu Zhiji's heart hard. I didn't know she was pregnant. Chu Zhizhi was still being stubborn. Have no idea? Chen Fong laughed, his laughter growing colder and colder. Just now, who was it that said I got my wife pregnant and that we got married because of the pregnancy? Who said my wife is incredibly slutty in bed? Who was it that blew smoke rings in her face? With each question Chen Fong asked, Chu Zhiji's face paled a little more. She was horrified to discover that this man remembered every single nasty word she had just uttered. How could he know? Could it be? Zhu Zhizhi suddenly remembered something and turned to look at a girl in the crowd. That girl was Mu Qian, the third daughter of the Mu family, who was their classmate in college. She usually had only average relationships with everyone, and Han Qian had invited her here today. At that moment, the girl crossed her arms and looked at her with a smirk. It's her. She's the one who snitched. Chen Fang naturally noticed Mu Qian as well. In fact, the reason he was able to arrive so quickly was because he received a message from Mu Qian. The message described in detail everything that happened in the private room. Chen Fang glanced at Mu Qian, his eyes filled with approval. Then, his gaze returned to Zhu Zhizhi. Now, is there anything else you want to say? Zhu Zhizhi trembled under his gaze, but her long-standing jealousy and resentment finally gave her the last bit of courage. I'm telling the truth. She got pregnant out of wedlock. You're just a penniless wretch with no power or influence. You. Smack. A crisp slap echoed throughout the private room. 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on Zhu Zhizhi's face. She was completely stunned by the blow, covering her burning face and staring at Chen Fang in disbelief. You dare hit me? The person who took action was not Chen Fang. It was Ji Wanning in his arms. Ji Wanning lifted her head from Chen Fang's embrace, her face still streaked with tears, but her almond-shaped eyes burned with fierce anger. Zhu Zhizhi, you can scold me. But you can't scold him. Her voice, hoarse from crying, carried an unprecedented firmness. He is my husband. The father of my child. The only man I, Ji Wanning, have ever truly loved. What right do you have to point fingers at him here? This slap not only stunned Zhu Zhizhi, but also everyone present. No one expected that Ji Wanning, who was always aloof and arrogant, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, would actually hit someone for a man. Chen Fang was also somewhat surprised. He looked down at the little woman in his arms, who was showing her claws to protect him, and his heart softened and warmed. He knew that from this moment on, Ji Wanning had completely accepted him in her heart. Zhu Zhizhi snapped out of her daze and screamed in anger. Ji Wanning. You bitch. You dare hit me. I'll fight you to the death. She bared her teeth and claws, about to pounce on Ji Wanning. However, before she could even touch Ji Wanning's clothes, a large, iron-like hand grabbed her throat. It's Chen Fang. He held Ji Wanning in one arm, and with the other hand, he easily lifted Zhu Zhizhi up, making her feet off the ground. Let me go. Zhu Zhizhi's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and she futilely gripped Chen Fang's wrists with both hands, unable to budge them an inch. The fear of suffocation transformed the arrogance and resentment in her eyes into pleading in terror. The other girls in the private room were all terrified. They watched this scene in horror, not daring to even breathe. This man is terrifying. He actually dared to make a move. And he went for the kill. As I just said, my wife is pregnant, so I can't get emotional. Chen Fang's voice was as cold as ice shards. But you just had to make her angry and make her cry. Now, you still want to fight her? Chen Fang's hands slowly tightened. Do you think you're qualified? Zhu Zhizhi's eyes began to roll back, and she was clearly about to die. Just then, Han Qian, who had been hiding to the side and dared not speak, finally mustered up her courage and rushed forward. Mr. Chen. Let go. Someone will die. Although she also disliked Zhu Zhizhi, she didn't want things to escalate to an unmanageable point. Chen Fang gave her a cold glance. Then, he loosened his grip and threw Zhu Zhizhi to the ground like he was throwing away trash. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Zhizhi lay on the ground, coughing violently, gasping for fresh air, her face covered in tears and snot, looking utterly disheveled. She dared not look at Chen Fang again, her eyes were filled with endless fear. Chen Fang ignored her. He held Ji Wanning in his arms, turned around, and prepared to leave this filthy place. As he reached the door, he paused, turned around, and coldly swept his gaze over the remaining girls in the private room. The girls who had just been jeering and mocking Ji Wanning along with Zhu Zhizhi trembled under his gaze and lowered their heads in unison. Today, my wife doesn't want to argue with you. But you'd better remember, there won't be a next time. If I find out again that anyone dares to talk behind my wife's back. Chen Fang paused, a cruel smile curving his lips. I'm capable of hitting women. After saying that, he didn't linger. He picked up Ji Wanning and strode away from the private room.
Only a group of women, their faces ashen and trembling, remained in the private room. And the girl who texted Chen Fong, watching his departing figure, had a look of wonder in her eyes.
Chapter 37 Wife, I'm taking you home. After leaving that nauseating private room, the air outside seemed much fresher. Chen Fong carried Ji Wanning through the restaurant and towards the entrance. The restaurant's guests and waiters all cast curious glances their way. A handsome man in an expensive suit is holding a stunningly beautiful pregnant woman in his arms, who is also dressed in an extraordinary manner but is crying her eyes out. This scene is full of storytelling, enough to make people imagine 100 episodes of a grand drama about a wealthy family feud. But Chen Fong didn't care about these stares at all. All his attention was now focused on the woman in his arms. Ji Wanning buried her face in his chest, her body still trembling slightly. Clearly, he hadn't fully recovered from the shock and grievance he had just experienced. Chen Fong was heartbroken beyond measure. He held her arm, tightening his grip as if trying to meld her into his own body. Okay, it's all right, it's all over now.
He whispered words of comfort, then strode quickly out of the restaurant without stopping. A cold evening breeze blew by, making Ji Wanning shiver.
Chen Fong immediately pulled the suit jacket wrapped around her even tighter.
He sheltered her completely under his wings. He opened the passenger door of the Audi RS7 and carefully placed Ji Wanning inside. He then considerately fastened her seatbelt. Throughout the entire process, the movements were as gentle as if they were handling a rare treasure. After doing all that, he went around to the driver's seat and got in. The car lights were off, only the neon lights of the city outside the window dappled their faces.
Chen Fong did not start the car immediately.
He turned his head, looked at Ji Wanning, who was still silently shedding tears beside him, reached out and gently cupped her face.
Are you still feeling unwell?
He gently wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips.
Ji Wanning shook her head, then nodded.
She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her voice was choked up and she couldn't utter a sound.
If you want to cry, just cry. Don't hold it in.
Chen Fong said softly, you don't need to be so strong in front of me. These words were like a key, unlocking the last gate in Ji Wanning's heart. She could no longer control herself and threw herself into Chen Fong's arms, bursting into tears like a child.
She cried loudly and was very sad.
It was as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances, all the feigned strength, all the loneliness and anxiety of these past years all at once. Chen Fong didn't say anything, he just held her quietly, letting her tears soak his shirt. He knew she needed to vent. This woman always carried everything on her own shoulders. She's like a hedgehog, using a hard shell to protect her soft heart. Today, the reason why Chu Ziji's vicious words were able to cause her so much harm is because.
It's not just because the words themselves are so offensive.
More importantly, those words touched upon her deepest, most sensitive pain that she didn't want anyone to touch. Pregnant before marriage, and married because of the pregnancy. She married a good-for-nothing man who, in the eyes of outsiders, was utterly useless. These are indelible stains on her proud life. Although she has now fallen in love with Chen Fong and is enjoying being pampered by him. But when she faces those who were jealous of her and laughed at her in the past, she still feels inferior and embarrassed. What she feared was not being ridiculed. What she feared was that Chen Fong would be looked down upon by others because of her.
Chen Fong understands.
He gently stroked Ji Wanning's back, again and again, silently offering her comfort and strength. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Ji Wanning's sobs gradually subsided, turning into low sobs. She had finally vented most of her emotions.
Are you feeling better?
Chen Fong handed her a tissue. Ji Wanning took the tissue and wiped her red and swollen eyes and nose, her voice still thick with a nasal tone. She stepped out of Chen Fong's embrace, looking down somewhat embarrassed.
I'm sorry. I got your clothes all wet.
Fool. Chen Fong chuckled and reached out to pinch her red, tear-stained nose.
My clothes, you're the one who got them wet, aren't they?
Besides, it's an honor for it to be soaked by my wife's tears. Ji Wanning burst out laughing at his joke, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. That smile was like the first clear day after rain, breathtakingly beautiful.
Glib-tongued. She gave him a reproachful glare. The atmosphere inside the car finally eased. Chen Fong started the car and smoothly merged into the traffic. Where do we go now? Ji Wanning asked. Go home. Chen dialect is concise and to the point.
Oh. Ji Wanning responded with a sound of agreement and then remained silent. She turned her head to look at the street scene rushing past the window,
but her mind was in turmoil. What happened today had a huge impact on her. Especially Chen Fang's last line, "I'm capable of hitting women." Those words, and the cold, cruel expression on his face when he said them, made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity and fear. She always thought that Chen Fang was just a man who was a little clever and a little cunning, but was essentially an easygoing and lazy man. But today, he showed a side of himself she had never seen before. That ruthlessness, that decisiveness, that reckless madness. It startled her, yet, it also gave her an unprecedented sense of security. It's as if, as long as he's there, even if the sky falls, there's nothing to fear. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Fang drove steadily and noticed that she was distracted. "No. It's nothing." Ji Wanning snapped out of her daze and said somewhat awkwardly, "I just feel you're a little scary today." "Did I scare you?" Chen Fang raised an eyebrow. "Mum." Ji Wanning nodded honestly. "When you were choking Chu Zhizhi, I was really afraid you would strangle her to death." Chen Fang smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just want to teach her a lesson and let her know that there are some people she can't afford to mess with." "But, aren't you afraid she'll call the police? Or find someone to retaliate against you?" Ji Wanning was still somewhat worried. "Call the police?" Chen Fang scoffed. "Does she dare? She provoked you first and then insulted you. There are security cameras in the restaurant. If she dares to call the police, I guarantee she'll regret it. As for revenge..." Chen Fang's eyes instantly turned cold. "Then let her try. I want to see if her connections are stronger, or if my fists are stronger." His tone carried a powerful confidence and a murderous aura. Looking at his resolute profile, Ji Wanning felt her unease subside once again. She suddenly realized that she had really underestimated this man before. He was not someone who needed her protection at all. He is a sleeping lion. Usually lazy and harmless. But if anyone touches his sore spot, he will immediately reveal his sharp claws and fangs, tearing the enemy to pieces. And she and the child are his most important Achilles heel. Thinking of this, Ji Wanning's heart felt filled with something warm and overflowing. She reached out and gently placed her hand on Chen Fang's large hand, which was resting on the gearshift. Chen Fang froze and turned to look at her. Ji Wanning's face showed a hint of shyness, but her eyes were incredibly firm. "Chen Fang. Thank you." "Thank me for what?" "Thank you, for everything you did for me today." Ji Wanning's voice was soft but earnest. "And thank you, for being my husband." Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat. He turned his hand and grasped Ji Wanning's soft, boneless hand, interlocking their fingers. "Fool, don't thank me. You're my wife. If I don't protect you, who will I protect? If anyone dares to bully you again, just tell me. I promise I'll make them regret ever being born." His voice was domineering, yet full of tenderness. Ji Wanning looked at him, her eyes welling up with tears again. But this time, she didn't cry. She simply gripped his hand tightly and nodded emphatically. The car drove smoothly through the night. Outside the car window, a bustling city stretched out, its lights twinkling in every home. Inside the car window, there were tightly clasped hands and two hearts closer than ever before. Ji Wanning knew that from today onwards, everything would be different. She is no longer the lone general manager Ji. She had found a safe haven, a man who could shelter her from the storm. The journey home seemed exceptionally short. As the Audi RS7 slowly drove into the Ji family manor, Ji Wanning was still somewhat reluctant to leave. Chen Fang parked the car and turned off the engine. Neither of them moved or spoke. The carriage was filled with a warm yet ambiguous atmosphere. After a long while, Chen Fang turned his head, looked at Ji Wanning, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. "Honey, we're home." You cried for so long today, aren't you tired?" "A little." "Well." Chen Fang leaned closer to her, lowered his voice, and breathed hot air into her ear. "How about I give you a full body massage tonight to help you relax?" Ji Wanning's face flushed red again. She knew that this man couldn't be serious for more than 3 minutes. Chapter 38: A slap in the face, let your sharp tongue be tough. Chen Fang was overjoyed to see Ji Wanning's face turn instantly red with embarrassment. He loved watching her adorable expression, so shy yet trying to appear calm. "What are you thinking about, my dear wife?" Chen Fang deliberately moved even closer, his nose almost touching her cheek. "I'm a professional.
I guarantee I'll take good care of you and make you feel comfortable, relieving your fatigue from today.
Ji Wanning could clearly smell the masculine scent emanating from him.
She abruptly pushed Chen Fong's face away, scolding him. Who asked you for a massage?
You're being indecent. In all honesty, this is the most serious suggestion I've ever made.
Chen Fong spread her hands innocently. You're pregnant now, and too much emotional fluctuation isn't good for the baby. A proper massage can help you relax, promote blood circulation, and benefit the healthy development of the fetus. He spoke with such seriousness and clarity, as if he were a professional obstetrician and gynecologist.
Ji Wanning was completely bewildered by his twisted logic. It seems to make some sense. You can give massages?
She asked with some skepticism.
Of course.
Chen Fong patted his chest, beaming with pride. I'm an all-rounder. From business negotiations and strategic planning to laundry, cooking, massage, and warming the bed, I'm proficient in everything.
Keep bragging.
Although Ji Wanning didn't believe it out loud, she felt secretly delighted.
Whether it's bragging or not, why don't you try it tonight and you'll find out?
Chen Fong winked at her, the implication in his eyes was self-evident.
Ji Wanning's cheeks started to burn again.
She dared not continue the conversation with him, so she quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out of the car as if fleeing.
I'll go up first. Chen Fong watched her flee in disarray and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looks like I can't escape a full-body massage tonight. After Chen Fong and Ji Wanning left, the atmosphere in the private room remained deathly silent.
Everyone was still reeling from the terrifying scene they had just witnessed. Especially Chu Zhizhi, who was lying on the ground. She clutched her throbbing neck, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with the fear of surviving a catastrophe and endless resentment. She had never suffered such a humiliation in her entire life.
I was slapped in the face in public. Someone was choking me like I was strangling a chicken. When has Chu Zhizhi ever been so disheveled?
Chu Zhizhi suddenly scrambled to her feet, like a madwoman. They swept all the plates and wine glasses off the table onto the floor.
Ji Wanning. Chen Fong. I'm not finished with you. I'll make you pay.
She screamed hysterically, her makeup making her look like a vengeful ghost. The other girls in the private room were terrified by her crazy behavior and fell silent, not daring to say a word.
Only Han Shen frowned and walked over. Chu Zhizhi, haven't you made enough of a scene? Me, making a scene?
Chu Zhizhi, her eyes red, pointed at her face and said, Han Shen, are you blind?
Didn't you see that bitch beat me up? Didn't you see that wild man almost strangled me to death? That's your own fault. Han Xian retorted without any politeness. If you hadn't been so foul-mouthed and said so many nasty things, would this have happened? I'm a smart aleck?
Chu Zhizhi reacted as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world.
Which part of what I said wasn't the truth?
Ji Wanning is a slut who got pregnant out of wedlock. That Chen Fong is just a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman.
You still dare to talk back? Han Xian was furious. You still haven't learned your lesson. Why should I repent? I did nothing wrong.
Chu Zhizhi said defiantly, I want everyone to know that Ji Wanning is a hypocritical green tea bitch.
I'm going to ruin her reputation.
Han Xian shook her head in disappointment at her stubbornness. Chu Zhizhi, I really misjudged you. I thought that even if you were jealous of Wanning, you wouldn't be this bad after all these years of being classmates with us.
Now it seems you're simply unreasonable.
After saying that, she picked up her bag, turned around, and left. You can pay this bill yourself.
I don't want to have anything to do with someone like you again. You.
Chu Zhizhi was so angry that she trembled all over. The other girls, seeing Han Xian leave, also made excuses to slip away. Zhizhi, I have some things to take care of at home, so I'll be going now.
My boyfriend is here to pick me up, bye-bye.
In the blink of an eye, only Chu Zhizhi and her two little followers remained in the private room. The two henchmen, seeing the mess on the ground in Chu Zhizhi's ferocious face, were also somewhat frightened.
Zhizhi, how about we call it a day for now?
One of the girls whispered a word of advice, that man seems a bit dangerous.
Not to be trifled?
Chu Zhizhi sneered, her eyes flashing with a crazed light, no matter how tough he is, can he be tougher than my boyfriend? My boyfriend is the heir to the Hongfa group. With just one word from him, that good-for-nothing can make it impossible for him to stay in Jiangchang. As she spoke, she took out her phone and dialed her boyfriend's number.
As soon as the call connected, she immediately switched to a crying tone. Hey. Wa'ata. Darling, I've been bullied. Come quick. It's at the Champs-Élysées restaurant in the city center. I've been beaten up. Wa'ata. After hanging up the phone, the grievance on Chu Ziji's face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister smile. Ji Wanning, Chen Fong, you just wait. Today, I'm going to make you kneel down and lick my shoes. Chen Fong was unaware of what happened next in the private room. At this moment, he is concentrating on giving his beloved wife a full body massage. Of course, this massage is not the same as that massage. Considering that Ji Wanning is pregnant, Chen Fong didn't dare to do anything out of line. He simply had Ji Wanning lie face down on the bed and use the God-level massage technique he had won from the system lottery to soothe her tense muscles. I must say, this God-level massage technique is truly something else. Chen Fong's hands seemed to possess a magical power. Each time he pressed an acupoint, Ji Wanning would let out a satisfied sigh of comfort. So comfortable. Ji Wanning lay on the soft bed, feeling as if she were floating on a cloud. The grievances and frights I suffered at the restaurant today seemed to dissipate little by little as Chen Fong pressed on my skin. See? I wasn't bragging, was I? As Chen Fong pressed down, he asked smugly. You're pretty good. Ji Wanning responded lazily, her voice carrying a hint of languid nasal tone, which made Chen Fong's heart itch. He lowered his head. Looking at Ji Wanning, who was lying face down, a small patch of her snow-white nape was visible through the neckline of her pajamas. And that tiny red cinnabar mole adorning it. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Wife. You looked really cool when you hit someone today. Chen Fong praised sincerely. That slap hit him right in the heart. Upon hearing this, Ji Wanning's ears quietly turned red. I was so angry with her that I lost my mind. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "This is the first time in my life that I've ever hit someone." Well done. Chen Fong laughed. You can't be polite to someone with such a foul mouth. But. Ji Wanning turned to look at him, a hint of worry in her eyes. You were too impulsive today. What if you had really hurt her? Don't worry, she won't die, Chen Fong said nonchalantly. I was just trying to scare her. Besides, even if something really goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Can't the Ji family handle such a small matter? His words exuded an air of dominance. Ji Wanning looked at him, and another warm feeling welled up in her heart. This man may seem carefree and irresponsible at times, but when it comes to crucial moments, he always provides the most solid and reliable support. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Chen Fong's cheek. Chen Fong. From now on, you're not allowed to fight for me anymore. Why? Chen Fong asked, puzzled. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Ji Wanning's voice was soft, but full of worry. Chen Fong's heart softened suddenly. He took Ji Wanning's hand, placed it to his lips, and gently kissed it. Okay, I promise you. From now on, I will try my best to solve problems in a civilized manner. For example, causing the other party to go bankrupt or something. Chen Fong silently added a sentence in his mind. He had no intention of letting Chu Ziji off so easily, the one who dared to make his wife suffer. Just then, Chen Fong's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He frowned and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? On the other end of the phone came an arrogant and domineering male voice. You're Chen Fong? It's me. Who are you? Who I am is none of your business, the man sneered. My woman, Chu Ziji, wasn't she hit by you? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow. Oh, the person in question has come knocking on our door? So what if it is? How about that? The man laughed angrily. Kid, you've got guts. You dared to touch my men. I'm telling you, you get to the Champs-Élysées restaurant right now, immediately. Kneel down and apologize to my woman. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't see the sunrise tomorrow. On the other end of the phone came Chu Ziji's smug voice. Did you hear that, you good for nothing? My boyfriend is here. You're dead. Hearing the shouting on the phone, Chen Fong showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. The heir of Hongfa Group? What a prestigious title. He put the phone on speakerphone and held it to Ji Wanning's ear. Honey, did you hear that?
Her boyfriend is here to make trouble, and he wants me to kneel down and apologize. Ji Wan-ning frowned as she listened to the voice on the phone.
Ignore them, they're a bunch of lunatics. How can that be? Chen Fong laughed. They specifically asked for my name. If I don't go, wouldn't I look like a coward? But don't worry.
Chen Fong interrupted her and said slowly into the phone, okay, have your girlfriend wait there?
I'll be there soon.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
You really want to go?
Ji Wan-ning looked at him with concern.
Yes, of course I'll go. Chen Fong's eyes turned cold and sharp. Some people won't learn their lesson unless you beat them until they're really hurt. Perfect timing.
I've been so bored these past few days that my bones are practically rusting.
This is a good opportunity to stretch my muscles.
He jumped out of bed and started getting dressed. They didn't look like they were going to fight, they looked more like they were going to a grand party.
Chapter 39. You're dead. Chen Fong hung up the phone.
The relaxed expression on his face, as if he was about to stretch his muscles, made Ji Wan-ning's heart tighten. She reached out and tugged at Chen Fong's sleeve, her clear, almond-shaped eyes filled with worry.
Chen Fong, are you really going?
They're clearly looking for trouble.
It's too dangerous for you to go alone.
Chen Fong took her slightly cool hand in his own, squeezed it gently, and comforted her. Don't worry, honey, I know what I'm doing. Besides, I promised you I'd try to resolve things in a civilized way. He said that, but in his heart he was cursing wildly.
Civilization?
When dealing with those muscle-bound idiots, fists are the most civilized language. However, my wife has ordered that I need to dress up a little.
You just stay home and rest well. Heat up some food for me, and I'll be right back.
As Chen Fong spoke, he leaned down and kissed Ji Wan-ning on the forehead.
Good. Ji Wan-ning wanted to say something more.
But looking into Chen Fong's calm and confident eyes, he just couldn't bring himself to say no. She knew that once this man made up his mind, no one could change it. Then you be careful. She could only instruct, her voice trembling slightly, if something is wrong, call the police immediately.
Don't try anything rash. Okay, I know, stop nagging.
Chen Fong chuckled and playfully pinched her nose, then turned around, grabbed his car keys, and strode out. The Audi S6L drove smoothly through the night. Chen Fong held the steering wheel with one hand and rested the other on the car window, his fingers tapping rhythmically. He felt no tension whatsoever, instead, he felt a bit annoyed. I finally got to enjoy some cozy time with my wife, but some clueless fly just had to buzz around and bother me.
Do these rich kids have nothing else to do?
All they do all day is fight over girls and incite others to fight.
Can't they come up with something new? Can you please make things easier for a lazy bum like me who just wants to lie down? Champs-Élysées restaurant. The atmosphere inside the luxurious private room was oppressive and eerie.
Han Qian and a few classmates who didn't want to cause trouble had already made excuses to slip away, leaving only a few of Chu Ziji's followers. At this moment, he stood by nervously, not daring to utter a sound. Chu Ziji's face was streaked with tears. There were still faint red marks on her neck. She was nestled in the arms of a young man wearing a floral shirt and with brightly colored hair.
She kept crying and complaining. Brother Hao, you have to stand up for me.
That good for nothing, he not only pinched me, but also humiliated me in front of so many people.
And that bitch Ji Wan-ning, she hit me too. Look at my face, it's all swollen.
The young man known as Brother Hao is named Wang Hao, and he is the heir of Hongfa Group. He held Chu Ziji in his arms, his face full of malice. While comforting her, he said viciously, "Baby, don't cry. Damn it, anyone who dares to touch my woman has a death wish."
A good-for-nothing who married into the family dares to be so arrogant?
4 burly men stood behind him. They were all wearing black tight-fitting t-shirts, with dragons and tigers tattooed on their arms. They were clearly not to be trifled with. Brother Hao, that kid is a penniless wretch. He takes the subway to work every day and has no standing in the Ji family. He's just a freeloader. Chu Ziji added fuel to the fire, saying, "You absolutely mustn't hold back later, you have to beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy."
Rest assured.
Wang Hao patted his chest and grinned maliciously. "When he gets here, I'll break both his legs first, then make him kneel down and lick your shoes."
Dare to mess with my woman, Wang Hao's woman?
I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open.
Chen Fong walked in alone. He hadn't even changed his clothes.
He was still dressed casually, with a calm expression on his face, just like a customer who had come to eat. He glanced at the scene in the private room, his gaze lingering on Wang Hao and the thugs behind him for half a second. Then it landed on Chu Ziji's resentful face. "I am coming." Chen Fong spoke softly, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. As soon as Chu Ziji saw Chen Fong, she immediately broke free from Wang Hao's embrace, pointed at Chen Fong's nose, and screamed. "That's him! Brother Hao, it's this good for nothing." Wang Hao looked Chen Fong up and down, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. How dare this ordinary kid mess with his people? He arrogantly pointed at Chen Fong with his finger, tilted his head, and said, "You're that good for nothing named Chen Fong?" Chen Fong ignored him, walked straight to a chair, pulled it out, and sat down. He poured himself a glass of water, took a slow sip, and then looked up at Wang Hao. "If there's something to say, say it. If not, I need to go home and have dinner with my wife." This nonchalant attitude, which completely disregarded them, instantly ignited Wang Hao's anger. "Damn! You're pretty good at pretending." Wang Hao kicked over the chair next to him and pointed at Chen Fong, shouting, "Do you even know who you've offended? Right now, kneel down and apologize to my girl. Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave here straddling a chair." Hearing these familiar lines, Chen Fong felt nothing. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. He put down his water glass, looked at the furious Wang Hao, and asked seriously, "What did you just say?" "You asked me to apologize to your girl?" "Yes." Chu Ziji shrieked, "Kneel down. Lick my shoes. Otherwise, your boyfriend won't let you off the hook." Chen Fong burst out laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He stood up and walked step by step toward Wang Hao and Chu Ziji. The smile on his face didn't fade, but his eyes gradually turned cold. "It seems you didn't heed my warning this afternoon." Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine from Chen Fong's calm yet icy gaze. But he couldn't back down in front of his woman. He roared, his voice trembling with fear, "Stop talking nonsense. Get him. Cripple him." With his command, the four tattooed burly men behind him immediately grinned maliciously and cracked their knuckles as they surrounded Chen Fong. One of the closest bald, burly men had a fist the size of a clay pot that whistled through the air. It came straight at Chen Fong's face. Chu Ziji and her followers had already foreseen Chen Fong's gruesome fate of being bleeding profusely from his head, and a gleeful smile appeared on their faces. However, the next second, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Chapter 40. Don't move, my hand slipped. Facing the oncoming fist, Chen Fong didn't even blink. Just as the force of the punch was about to touch the tip of his nose, he merely tilted his head slightly. The powerful punch grazed his cheek and missed. Fast. Too fast. The bald, burly man missed his punch and staggered forward a step due to inertia. Before he could regain his balance, he felt something gently trip him at the ankle. Ouch! He instantly lost his balance. Its massive body resembles an out-of-control truck. It lunged straight forward and crashed headfirst into the hard mahogany dining table. A loud crash. The plates and bowls on the table were broken all over the floor. The bald, burly man clutched his head and let out a painful groan. The whole process was so fast that the other three people didn't even have time to react. Chen Fong withdrew his foot. Looking innocently at the bald man lying on the ground, he shrugged and said, "Sorry, my leg just went numb, so I stretched it out. It wasn't on purpose." Was it not intentional? Nobody would believe that. The remaining three burly men exchanged glances, all seeing surprise and disbelief in each other's eyes. No longer underestimating their enemy, they roared and charged at them from three directions simultaneously. One of them attacked his lower body from the left, sweeping his legs towards his feet. One player from the right went straight for the middle, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The second one is even more insidious. A chair appeared in my hand without my noticing. He raised it high and smashed it down on the back of Chen Fong's head. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified and run away in terror in the face of such a three-way attack. However, Chen Fong simply stood still, as if he hadn't seen the attacks. The extraordinary brain domain is operating at high speed at this moment. The three people's movements look like a slow-motion movie to him. Every detail, every flaw, is crystal clear. He was still complaining in his mind, "What's going on? It's just a fight, why are they using props? This is so unsportsmanlike. And their teamwork is terrible, full of flaws." Just as the three attacks were about to land, Chen Fong moved.
He first lightly leaped from the spot. His toes lightly touched the calf of the person attacking his lower body, like a dragonfly skimming the water. The man felt a numbness in his calf. The leg that had been swept out lost its strength instantly, and it tripped over itself. Immediately afterward, Chen Fong used the force of this point to twist his body in mid-air in an incredible way. He narrowly avoided the punch from the man on the right. At the same time, he thrust his elbow backward. Bang! A dull thud struck the man behind, who was hurling a chair down in the abdomen. The man felt as if his stomach had been hit by a speeding car, and his internal organs were all tangled up. His eyes were practically bulging out. The chair flew out of his hands, and he himself was like a boiled shrimp. He collapsed to the ground, hunched over, and kept gagging. Finally, Chen Fong landed lightly, right in front of the burly man who had punched him in the chest. The burly man missed his punch. His old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, making it the most difficult moment for him. He watched Chen Fong land, then gently kicked him in the knee. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, accompanied by the burly man's pig-like screams as he clutched his knees and rolled on the ground. In less than 10 seconds, all four menacing burly men were lying on the ground. They were all either holding their heads, clutching their stomachs, or hugging their legs. He groaned in pain, unable to get up any longer. The entire private room was deathly silent. Xu Zhizhi and her followers were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. What's going on? Those were professional thugs that Brother Hao hired at a high price. 4 people couldn't beat a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman? Moreover, this good-for-nothing's movements were so nonchalant from beginning to end, even a bit lazy. It was as easy as doing a set of calisthenics. Wang Hao was so frightened that his face turned pale. He instinctively took 2 steps back, looking at his subordinates rolling on the ground. Then look at Chen Fong, who is completely unharmed and whose breathing hasn't even faltered. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. This isn't just trash, this is a monster. Chen Fong patted off non-existent dust from his hands, his face still bearing that harmless expression. He walked over to the nearest burly man who was still groaning, squatted down, and asked with concern. "Hey buddy, are you alright? I just slipped and lost control of my strength. Your bones are too brittle." The burly man was sweating profusely from the pain. Upon hearing this, he almost choked and fainted. A slip of the hand? You think you could accidentally break someone's kneecap? Chen Fong stood up and turned his gaze to Wang Hao, who was already terrified. She walked slowly toward him, cracking her wrists as she did so. Warm-up exercises are finished. Chen Fong gave a friendly smile. Now, we can have a proper talk, right? Looking at the smile on Chen Fong's face, Wang Hao felt it was more terrifying than seeing a devil. His legs went weak and he almost lost his balance. You stay away. Let me tell you, my dad is Wang Fugue. If you dare touch me, my dad won't let you get away with it. Wang Hao roared, his voice stern but his heart pounding, and brought up his father. Chen Fong walked up to him and stopped. He was half a head taller than Wang Hao, and now he looked down at him, his smile gone, replaced by indifference. Wang Fugue? Chen Fong tilted his head, as if thinking, never heard of it. Is it famous? You. Wang Hao was speechless. Chen Fong suddenly reached out his hand, as fast as lightning. Wang Hao only felt a blur before his eyes, and the next second, his collar was gripped tightly by a large, iron-like hand. A tremendous force came, and he was lifted off the ground by both feet. A feeling of suffocation surged up instantly. Wang Hao's face turned a deep purplish red, and he tried in vain to pry Chen Fong's hands off. But he found that the hand was completely still, as if it were welded to his neck. My dad is from Hongfa Group. Wang Hao managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Oh, Hongfa Group. Chen Fong nodded, looking as if he had just realized something. Is that the company that cut corners and built a building that collapsed recently, killing several people? Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. Chen Fong grabbed his collar and pulled him close to his face. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Now, do you think your father's name is useful? Chapter 41. I told you, don't mess with my wife. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. His family's company's messy affairs are no secret in the industry. But it's definitely a scandal that can't be discussed openly. How could this man know so much? And she even dared to say it to his face. He looked into Chen Fong's eyes, which were calm and unwavering. For the first time, I felt a deep-seated fear. This person is not some useless son-in-law at all, he is someone I absolutely cannot afford to offend. I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. His survival instinct made him instantly abandon all dignity and begin to beg for mercy. Chen Fong remained expressionless, simply saying, "Telling me is useless. Don't you know who you should apologize to?" Wang Hao immediately looked at Chu Zhizhi beside him, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for this stupid woman, how could I have gotten involved with such a jinx? All he wants now is to end this nightmare as soon as possible. Just then, Chu Zhizhi, who had been in a daze, suddenly screamed as if she had gone mad. "Ah! Let go of Brother Hao! You piece of trash, you poor wretch! If you dare touch Brother Hao, the Wang family won't let you get away with it. That bitch Ji Wanning won't let you get away with it either." She was probably terrified, and she said whatever she wanted, hurling the most offensive insults. She cursed as she lunged at Chen Fong, baring her teeth and claws. A hand, painted with bright red nail polish, was aimed directly at Chen Fong's face. Chen Fong's eyes instantly turned cold. He didn't even turn around, he simply grabbed Wang Hao's collar, sidestepped, and easily dodged Chu Zhizhi's attack. At the same time, his free left hand shot out like lightning and precisely grabbed Chu Zhizhi's wrist as she swung it. "Ah!" Chu Zhizhi let out a cry of pain. It felt like my wrist was being clamped in pliers, and I couldn't move it. Chen Fong released Wang Hao, leaving him limp on the ground. Then he turned around to face Chu Zhizhi and applied slight pressure to his hand. Chu Zhizhi was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. Forced to raise her head, she met Chen Fong's icy, piercing eyes. "Who did you just call a slut?" Chen Fong's voice was soft, yet it was like an ice pick, piercing Chu Zhizhi's heart. I. Chu Zhizhi was so frightened that she trembled all over and couldn't say a word. "I think I warned you this afternoon." Chen Fong slowly moved closer to her, almost touching her ear, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "I told you, don't mess with my wife. Looks like you don't remember very well. You still say my wife is incredibly slutty in bed?" Every word Chen Fong spoke was like a heavy hammer blow to Chu Zhizhi's nerves. She finally realized what kind of devil she had provoked. This man remembered every single one of the vicious things she said that afternoon. No. I was just joking. Chu Zhizhi tried to explain herself incoherently. "Joke?" Chen Fong sneered, insulting her with foul language is called joking? "Chu Zhizhi, do you think everyone is like you, without any bottom line?" He grabbed Chu Zhizhi's wrist and pushed her against the wall. Then he raised his hand and gently patted her face. The movements were very light, even gentle. But Chu Zhizhi felt as if she had been licked by a venomous snake's tongue, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Inside the private room, the remaining girls huddled in a corner, barely daring to breathe. Chen Fong ignored Chu Zhizhi, who was on the verge of fainting from fright, and let go of her, leaving her limp on the ground. He walked up to Wang Hao, who was still panting on the ground, and looked down at him. "Apologize." Two simple words, devoid of any emotion. Wang Hao was jolted awake and scrambled to his knees. Ignoring the pain in his body, he called out desperately to the air, or rather, to the direction of Ji Wanning. "I'm sorry. Miss Ji, I was wrong. I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business, and I shouldn't have stood up for Chu Zhizhi. I was blind to your greatness, please forgive me this time." Chen Fong then looked at Chu Zhizhi, who was lying on the ground. "And you?" Chu Zhizhi trembled all over, forgetting her tears, and struggled to kneel properly. Her voice, choked with sobs, trembled as she spoke intermittently. Wan Ning. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. Please, forgive me." Chen Fong looked at the two disheveled people without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. He turned around, walked to the door of the private room, and opened it. Before leaving, he stopped and glanced back at everyone in the private room. The sound wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. "Let's leave it at that. I hope that I will never hear another word about my wife from anyone's mouth again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be as simple as just an apology." After saying that, he left the private room without looking back, leaving a room full of people who were terrified. Only when Chen Fong's footsteps completely disappeared into the corridor did the people in the private room seem to come alive. They were all panting heavily, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Wang Hao stared in the direction Chen Fong had left, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. But more than anything, there was an unmasked fear. He knew that this time, he had really bitten off more than he could chew. Chapter 42. Can fighting be considered a KPI? Chen Fong drove his Audi RS7, which he was already used to driving, smoothly towards the Ji family manor in the night. The car window was slightly ajar, and the evening breeze blew in, dispersing the lingering smell of smoke and blood in the private room. His mind was completely calm, and he even felt a little amused. Who would believe what happened just now? The heir of Hongfa Group, accompanied by 4 professional thugs. As a result, he, a lazy bum from the administration department, took them all down in 10 seconds. What kind of situation is this? He really just wanted to be a quiet son-in-law. I spend my days relaxing and spending time with my wife. After the baby is born, I'll experience the retirement life of having a wife, kids, and a warm bed. Why are there always people who are blind and insist on running into his fist? He was helpless too. Bite. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Chen Fong was taken aback, then realized that it was the elusive, strongest working person system. Seriously, officer? This can trigger something like this? I've been off work for ages. The system has detected that the host has successfully upheld the family's reputation and efficiently resolved personal grievances, an extra task beyond his role as a working professional. This fully demonstrates the responsibility and commitment of the G Group's son-in-law, perfectly embodying the spirit of the strongest working professional. Therefore, the system hereby awards this prize. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong's eyelids twitched. Oh no, judging from this opening, the reward is definitely going to be some weird or strange thing again. He now has a psychological aversion to the system's rewards. Last time, that king of curry made his father-in-law, Ji Zhendong, cry, and he almost gave up his chairmanship on the spot. What is it this time? New skill reward, Master of Emotional Control Beginner. Skill description: the host can precisely perceive and influence subtle emotional fluctuations of a specific target. Through language, eye contact, or minute gestures, the host can guide the direction of conversation or, in specific scenarios, subconsciously induce a sense of voluntary compliance. Note, this skill is less effective against those with strong willpower or those who harbor strong hostility towards the host. Chen Fong. His hands, gripping the steering wheel, almost slipped. No way? I got into a fight, and you're rewarding me with an Emotional Control Master title? What is all this nonsense? Chen Fong mentally ranted. System, I'm begging you, have some decency. I just beat up a few clueless idiots to vent my anger for my wife. How is that extra work? Is this part of my KPI? Does this count as overtime? Am I entitled to overtime pay? Master of Emotional Control? Why don't you just give me invincible mouthball? This skill sounds high-end, and high-end means trouble. How am I supposed to play dead in meetings now? I've figured it out now. This system of yours just doesn't want me to have an easy time. The more I want to lie down and relax, the more you cram all sorts of amazing skills into my head, forcing me to climb up. Do you just want to see me become the world's richest person one day, and then stand at the top of the world and announce to all of humanity that I actually just want to be a lazy bum?
Just thinking about that scene made Chen Fong shudder.
That's terrifying.
He carefully considered this master of emotional control.
How to perceive and influence the other person's emotions? Guide the conversation? How to get the other party to comply willingly? Isn't this the ultimate technique of PUA?
No, it's much more sophisticated than PUA.
If this were used in business negotiations, wouldn't it mean being able to manipulate the other party however one wants?
They could see right through the other party's hand at a glance and get them to willingly sign an unequal treaty with just a few words. Chen Fong immediately thought of his father-in-law Ji Zhendong's face, which seemed to say, please stop trying. He was certain that if Ji Zhendong found out he had acquired another powerful weapon, it would be disastrous.
The old man could probably stage an impromptu retirement right there and then.
She stuffed the company's seal into his arms that very night, then cried and begged him to be lenient and let the G Group go.
No, this skill absolutely cannot be revealed.
In the future, at the company, I will not only have to speak less, but also control my eye contact and avoid making eye contact with people casually.
What if I accidentally gain control of a department manager?
He was so motivated that he worked like a man possessed to achieve his goals. Then I'll have another crime to add to my list of crimes as a lazy bum.
The difficulty of slacking off has increased again. I'm so tired. Chen Fong sighed deeply, feeling that his life path was full of thorns. Everyone else is blessed with protagonist's halo, easily cutting through everything, showing off and getting slapped in the face. He's the opposite. The system forces him to act cool every day, and he has to find ways to lower his coolness and try to play the role of a useless person. Is being a useless person this competitive these days? The car slowly drove into the Ji family manor. As soon as Chen Fong parked the car, he saw a beautiful figure pacing anxiously back and forth under the lamplight in front of the villa. It's Ji Wanning. She was still wearing the dress she had worn to the class reunion. The night breeze lifted her skirt and long hair, making her look like a fairy who might ride the wind and return at any moment. But at this moment, the fairy's face was filled with the anxiety and worry that only mortals have. Upon seeing Chen Fong's car lights, she almost ran to greet him. Chen Fong felt a warmth in his heart, and the frustration he had felt earlier because of the system instantly vanished. He pushed open the car door and got out, before he could even speak. Ji Wanning had already rushed in front of him. A pair of clear, almond-shaped eyes looked him up and down, her voice trembling slightly. You're back? Yes, I'm back. Chen Fong replied with a smile. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Are you hurt? Ji Wanning's gaze swept over him, as if she were examining some precious porcelain. Don't worry, those few guys can't hurt me. Chen Fong spoke of it casually. Ji Wanning didn't believe it. She reached out her slightly cool hand, wanting to touch him, but hesitated. Her gaze fell on Chen Fong's shoulder, where a small patch of dust clung. I probably got it accidentally when I was fighting with someone earlier. She reached out and carefully tried to brush off the dust for him. Chapter 43, Taking the initiative to ask for a kiss? Chen Fong's body stiffened slightly. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Ji Wanning's hair. I could feel the gentle touch of her cool fingertips brushing against my shoulder. A warm current surged up from the depths of my heart, instantly dispelling the frustration and irritability I had just felt because of the system. All those damn skills and the dreaded status of a working person become irrelevant at this moment. I'm fine. Looking at her focused and distressed expression, Chen Fong couldn't help but say, I just reasoned with them, but I didn't lay a hand on them. Ji Wanning raised her head, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. His eyes screamed, Do you think I believe you? She didn't say anything, but continued to straighten his slightly disheveled collar, her movements still gentle. Really, I'm a very civilized person. Chen Fong continued to make up stories without batting an eye. After I arrived, I sat down with that guy named Wang Hao, had a cup of tea, and had an in-depth discussion about the importance of respecting women and building a harmonious society. After hearing this, he was deeply moved and wept bitterly, expressing his determination to mend his ways. He even pulled his girlfriend along to offer a profound repentance and apology for their rude words and actions towards you that day. He described what happened in the restaurant in an extremely bland, even boring, tone. He gave a brief, understated explanation. It was as if he wasn't going to take on a group of people alone, but rather to attend a mediation meeting of the neighborhood committee. I told them that it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, and that we're all young people, so we should value harmony. Then they all understood, and we resolved the issue peacefully, Chen Fong said, shrugging. Ji Wanning listened quietly, her long eyelashes drooping down, concealing the turbulent emotions in her eyes. Of course, she didn't believe Chen Fong's nonsense. What peaceful resolution? What the idea of prioritizing peace? Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, just imagining the scene was enough to guess how intense the process must have been. To protect her, this man drove back to that dangerous place all by himself. He was facing more than just Chu Ziji's arrogant and domineering boyfriend. There was also a group of thugs that the other side had called in, who looked like they were not to be trifled with. And he, all by himself, solved all the problems. He even pretended to be nonchalant and told her when he got back that he had just gone to talk to her about the situation. That fool. Doesn't he know she'll be worried? Ji Wanning's eyes welled up with tears, and a wave of soreness rose in her nose. She used to think that Chen Fong was irresponsible, unreliable, and good for nothing except being glib. Yet time and time again, when she needed him most, it was always this man she once looked down upon who stepped forward. He would clumsily but tenderly take care of her for a night when she was sick. He would act like a god descending from heaven to protect her when she was being bullied. He would face unknown dangers alone to avenge her when she was wronged. No one in this world will ever treat her as well as he has. Even her closest father, Ji Zhendong, couldn't do that. Ji Wanning's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by a warm, large hand.
It was both sour and bloated, yet filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. She helped Chen Fong straighten the last wrinkle in his collar. Then, she did something that shocked even herself. She tiptoed slightly. She tilted her breathtakingly beautiful face up and leaned closer. A gentle kiss was placed beside those lips that always spoke in a silly way. It's very light and soft, like a feather brushing against you. Instantly separate. Chen Fong. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling, her voice carrying a softness and dependence that she herself was unaware of. It's so kind of you. Boom. Chen Fong felt as if 10,000 tons of fireworks had been ignited simultaneously in his mind. The frying made him dizzy and his limbs felt numb. She kissed me first? It wasn't a kiss on the forehead, it wasn't a kiss on the cheek, it was a kiss, on the lips. What's the difference between this and kissing? This is a historic moment. This is a significant milestone in our marriage, a step towards a new stage, no, a harmonious future. In Chen Fong's mind, a groundhog was screaming wildly, and a little man was doing a 360-degree Thomas-style firecracker in place. This feeling is even better than receiving 100 God-level skills as a system reward. He forcibly suppressed the urge to grin wildly, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. He even deliberately raised an eyebrow and said in a teasing tone, "That's it?" Ji Ning's face flushed red instantly, and she glared at him, both embarrassed and annoyed. She mustered up so much courage to do this, and he still complains? You. Just as she was about to say something, Chen Fong suddenly leaned closer. He pointed to his lips, his smile both roguish and wicked. Honey, are you a little nervous? You kissed me off target. Move a little more this way, that's the right spot. You, shameless. Ji Ning's cheeks were so hot they could fry an egg on them. She was both ashamed and angry. She punched Chen Fong in the chest and turned to run away. But Chen Fong wouldn't let her have her way. He grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her into his arms. Why are you running? He looked down at his wife in his arms, her face flushed like a frightened little rabbit, and his smile deepened. You were the one who initiated the kiss, and you missed. You have to make it up to me, right? Who tried to kiss me? Let go of me. Ji Ning struggled, but found that his arm was like an iron hoop, not moving an inch. I won't let go. Chen Fong resorted to shameless tactics. He lowered his head, his nose almost touching Ji Ning's nose. Warm breath sprayed onto her face. Honey, take another good look at me. Aren't I incredibly handsome? Aren't I just the kind of guy you want to kiss? Looking at the handsome face so close to his. And those eyes with their mischievous smile. Ji Ning's heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. She pushed him, pushing him into the villa. You go wash up right away. You're covered in dust. Blushing, she made up a lame excuse and pushed him through the door. Chapter 44. Let me check it out properly. The bathroom was filled with steam. Chen Fong took a comfortable shower, changed into clean pajamas, and felt completely revitalized. He walked out while drying his hair and immediately saw Ji Ning sitting on the edge of the bed. He was holding a first aid kit, seemingly looking for something. Honey, what are you looking for? Are you hurt? Chen Fong's heart tightened, and he quickly walked over. I'm fine. Ji Ning shook her head. He took out a bottle of iodine and a roll of cotton swabs from the first aid kit. Then she looked up at him with her clear almond-shaped eyes and said, "Come here and sit down." What? Chen Fong was a little confused, but still obediently sat down on the edge of the bed. Stretch out your hand. Ji Ning's tone carried an unquestionable command. Chen Fong, not understanding why, stretched out his hand. Ji Ning grasped his hand and turned it over so that his palm was facing up. Then, Chen Fong saw it. There was a faint red swelling on the knuckles of his right hand. There was even a tiny scratch on the surface. This happened at the restaurant just now, when I was trying to avoid the fist of that bald, burly man. I instinctively parried it, but accidentally grazed the corner of the table. I didn't realize it at the time, but now that I look at it, it's actually quite red. After all this, you still say you haven't made a move? Ji Ning's voice carried a hint of reproach. She lowered her eyes, dipped a cotton swab in iodine, and carefully applied it to his wound. The cool medicine stung my skin upon contact. But Chen Fong felt sweeter than if he had drunk honey. He watched as Ji Ning lowered her head,
focusing intently on tending to her wound. Her long eyelashes, like two small fans, cast soft shadows under the light. She has a high, straight nose and beautifully shaped lips. It looks beautiful no matter how you look at it. Ouch. Honey, be gentle, it hurts. Chen Fong deliberately made a face as if he were baring his teeth. Serves you right. Ji Wanning glared at him, and although she said that, she made her movements even gentler. Who told you to go and fight with someone? Wasn't I doing that for you? Chen Fong said righteously, I can't just stand by and watch my wife get bullied and become a coward, can I? Would I even be a man then? Upon hearing this, Ji Wanning paused in her actions, her heart touched once again. She didn't say anything more, but simply treated his wound more carefully. After finishing what she was doing, she looked up at him and her gaze swept over him. Are there any other injuries? Turn over so I can take a look. Well. Chen Fong stroked his chin, a mysterious smile on his face. There are definitely injuries, but they're all inside, you can't see them on the surface. Internal injury? Ji Wanning's expression immediately tensed up. Where? Is it serious? Should we call Dr. Zhang to come and take a look? No need for that. Chen Fong grabbed her hand and pulled her into his lap, wrapping his arms around her soft waist. He rested his chin on her shoulder and grinned mischievously. Only you can heal this kind of injury. Ji Wanning was stunned at first, then realized that she had been tricked by him again, and two blushes immediately appeared on her cheeks. You're being indecent again. She lightly punched him. How am I being inappropriate? Chen Fong looked completely innocent. I risked my life for you, and now I'm traumatized both physically and mentally. Is it too much to ask you to examine me and comfort me? As he spoke, he took Ji Wanning's hand and guided it to his chest. Feel it, here I am, it's beating so fast for you. And here too. He then took her hand and moved it down to her abdomen. I almost strained my abs just now while dodging someone's black tiger heart strike. Ji Wanning's palm was through the thin nightgown. You can clearly feel his strong pectoral muscles and firm abdominal muscle lines. And that strong, powerful heartbeat. Her face turned even redder, and she tried to pull her hand away, but he held it tightly. Chen Fong. Stop messing around. Her voice was both shy and anxious. I'm not making a scene, I'm asking you to give me a medical checkup. Chen Fong spoke with conviction, his cheek brushing against Ji Wanning's neck, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Wife, you have to take responsibility for me. His voice was deep and hoarse, with a hint of seduction. Ji Wanning felt a tingling sensation in her ears, and a current surged from the base of her ears throughout her body, making half of her body go limp. Especially when Chen Fong's lips intentionally or unintentionally brushed against the small red mole on the right side of her neck. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. That was her most sensitive spot. She felt as if she was about to melt from the heat and aura emanating from this man. How do you want to be examined? Ji Wanning gave up resisting, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Chen Fong's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. He chuckled softly, the sound reverberating in his chest. Through their close physical contact, the sound clearly reached Ji Wanning's ears. Of course, we thoroughly checked it from top to bottom, inside and out. He held Ji Wanning in his arms, then flipped over, switching their positions. He supported himself on top of her. Looking down at the stunningly beautiful face beneath him, with its peach blossom-like cheeks and spring-like eyes, he gazed down at the woman beneath him. The darkness in his eyes grew increasingly intense. However, before you examine me. His voice was slightly hoarse and suppressed. I need to check you out first, to see if you've been scared by those bastards. After saying that, he didn't give her any chance to react. He lowered his head and kissed those soft lips that he had long coveted. Chapter 45. Take care. This kiss was unlike any other before. It is no longer a tentative exploration, nor an aggressive punishment. Instead, it is filled with a gentle warmth of comfort and cherishing. Chen Fong patiently and meticulously traced the shape of her lips. They lingered over it, as if savoring a priceless treasure that had been lost and then rediscovered. Ji Wanning was a little stiff at first, but she quickly softened completely under his gentle advances. She could clearly feel that this man was using his own way to soothe all the shock and grievances she had suffered that day. The last trace of unease and fear in her heart vanished without a trace in this gentle kiss. She instinctively reached out and hugged Chen Fong's neck, responding to him awkwardly. This action was like a signal,
instantly igniting all of Chen Fong's self-control. His kiss became deep and passionate, with an irresistible domineering force that swept over all her senses. The steam from the bathroom seemed to spread into the bedroom, causing the temperature in the entire room to rise rapidly. I don't know how much time has passed. It went on for so long that Ji Wanning felt like her lungs were about to run out of oxygen. Chen Fengkai finally loosened his grip on her slightly. Their foreheads touched, their breaths quickened, mingling in the air, creating an atmosphere so intimate it seemed to drip with moisture.
Are you still afraid now?
Chen Fong looked at her hazy almond eyes and rosy lips, his voice hoarse beyond belief. Ji Wanning shook her head, her mind was completely blank. They are incapable of thinking and can only react instinctively.
That's good.
Chen Fong chuckled softly.
He pecked her lips again before reluctantly letting go.
He carried her and steadily walked to the bedside. Then, as if handling a fragile treasure, he gently placed her on the soft bed.
The mattress sagged slightly from its weight as Ji Wanning lay on it.
I felt like I was enveloped in a warm cloud. She turned to her side, pulled the blanket over herself, and only revealed her pair of watery almond-shaped eyes as she looked at Chen Fong. It looked like a sheep with big, watery eyes, so cute that Chen Fong couldn't help but feel a little tingly. Chen Fong smiled and kissed the red mole on her neck again, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Ji Wanning lay in bed, listening to the sound of water, but her mind was a complete mess. She recalled everything that had happened from the restaurant to her home, and then to the bathroom just now. Chen Fong's domineering protection, gentle comfort, and those intimate gestures that made her blush and her heart race. Scene after scene, like a slow-motion movie, played repeatedly in her mind. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She raised her hand and gently touched her still burning lips, which seemed to still retain his breath and warmth. She touched the small mole on the right side of her neck again.
I could almost hear his hoarse, sexy laughter again. Ji Wanning, you need to wake up,
she shouted to herself in her heart.
He's just a smooth-talking scoundrel. You can't be fooled by his sweet talk. However, another voice inside me was refuting this.
But he fought with others to protect you. He genuinely cares about you, which is why he treats you so gently. Two voices clashed fiercely in her mind, causing her heart to pound uncontrollably. She turned over, facing away from the bathroom, and forced herself to close her eyes.
Sleep. Don't think about anything.
I don't know how much time passed before the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Immediately afterwards, she heard the door open and light footsteps.
Chen Fong came out. Ji Wanning's heart skipped a beat again for no apparent reason.
She could feel that the other side of the bed had sunk slightly. A warm scent, carrying the fragrance of shower gel and male hormones, instantly enveloped her.
Chen Fong went to bed with her. Ji Wanning's body tensed up instinctively, and she dared not move at all, even holding her breath.
She heard the rustling sound of clothes being taken off behind her.
Then, a warm, firm chest gently pressed against her back. Exclamation point. Ji Wanning shuddered, as if she had been electrocuted.
Immediately afterwards, a strong and powerful arm skillfully wrapped around her waist. He pulled her into his arms. Her back was pressed tightly against his burning chest. Through the thin nightgown, she could clearly feel the contours of his chest muscles and his strong, powerful heartbeat.
Honey, are you asleep? Chen Fong's warm breath tickled the back of her ear. Without. Ji Wanning's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Are you still upset about what happened today?
Chen Fong rested his chin on her shoulder and asked softly.
Ji Wanning shook her head. She doesn't have time to think about unhappy things right now.
All her attention was focused on the man behind her.
That's good. Chen Fong sighed contentedly, tightening his arms around her waist. Then let's go to sleep. Silence fell over the bedroom once again.
In the darkness, only the sounds of their intertwined breaths and heartbeats remained.
Thump, thump. One sound faster than the next. Ji Wanning was held in Chen Fong's arms in an extremely intimate manner. Feel the warmth and strength emanating from him.
My body, which was originally tense, gradually relaxed without me even realizing it.
An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her completely.
It's as if as long as you're in this embrace, you don't have to be afraid even if the sky falls. These past few days, all the grievances, anxieties, and exhaustion that had been building up in my heart because of pregnancy, work, and those rumors have been weighing on me. At this moment, it was as if everyone had found a harbor where they could vent and find refuge. She shifted her body and adjusted to a more comfortable position. Then, to Chen Fong's somewhat surprised gaze, she slowly turned around and faced him. In the dim light, her clear almond-shaped eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. She just stared at him quietly for a long time. Then, she took the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around Chen Fong's neck. She buried her head deeply in his warm chest. This action represents complete dependence and delivery. At this moment, Chen Fong's heart was completely filled with immense happiness and satisfaction. He knew that from this moment on, the iceberg he had worked so hard to build for so long had finally melted completely for him. He tightened his arms, holding the person in his arms tightly, wishing he could melt her into his very bones. "Wife." He spoke in a hoarse voice. Ji Wanning responded muffledly in his arms. I'm really going to fall completely into your hands." These words, which she had said to herself during the day, were now softly uttered from her own lips. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong was taken aback at first, then a big, radiant smile spread across his face. He lowered his head and placed a precious kiss on the top of her head. "Likewise. A life of leisure, with my wife in my arms. Perfect." Chapter 46 Late Night Call. It was late at night. Chen Fong held Ji Wanning, who was fast asleep in his arms, with a sense of contentment, feeling as if he owned the whole world. "My wife is gentle and soft, with a faint fragrance emanating from her body." His breath fell evenly on his chest, tickling him, yet making him feel incredibly at ease. This feeling is fucking awesome. Indeed, a wife, children, and a warm bed are the ultimate pursuit in life. To hell with business tycoons and behind-the-scenes bosses. Even if you offered him the throne in exchange, he wouldn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Just as Chen Fong was feeling smug and preparing to sleep soundly with his wife until dawn, the phone on the bedside table started vibrating at an inopportune moment. Chen Fong frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure. "Who is it? Why are you calling so late? Don't you know that disturbing other people's marital relations will get you kicked by a donkey?" He carefully pulled his arm out of Ji Wanning's pillow, afraid of waking her. Then I picked up my phone and glanced at the caller ID. "Father-in-law." Chen Fong's eyelids twitched. "Ji Zhendong? Why is the old man calling so late? Could it be that news of what happened at the restaurant has reached his ears?" Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. Given Ji Zhendong's doting father nature, he knew that his daughter had suffered such great injustice outside. Wouldn't that cause chaos and upheaval? He figured that Hongfa Group's stock would experience a freefall tomorrow. But why did he call me? To demand an explanation? That shouldn't be the case. I was the one who stood up for his daughter. Could it be a compliment? The thought flashed through Chen Fong's mind, but he shook his head. It doesn't resemble Ji Zhendong's style. With a hint of doubt, he pressed the answer button and deliberately lowered his voice. "Hey Dad, it's so late, aren't you asleep yet?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then came Ji Zhendong's strong voice, which was tinged with a complex emotion. "Son-in-law, I heard that you went to Wanning's classmate reunion today?" Ji Zhendong's tone was somewhat hesitant, as if he was organizing his thoughts. "Yes." Chen Fong responded. "And you even got into a fight?" "Yes, we had a little sparring." Chen Fong spoke of it casually. When Ji Zhendong heard the word sparring on the other end of the phone, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. A friendly exchange? He had just received the first-hand battle report from the restaurant manager. Is that what you call a friendly exchange? That's called a one-sided crushing defeat. One person took down 4 professional thugs in less than 10 seconds. It even scared the good-for-nothing heir of Hongfa Group so much that he knelt down and begged for mercy. The most outrageous thing is that, according to the restaurant manager, his son-in-law remained calm and composed throughout the entire ordeal. He didn't even mess up his clothes, and after hitting someone, he innocently asked why their bones were so brittle. Is this something a human being could do? This must be a martial arts master coming down from the mountain to experience life. Ji Zhendong's feelings now are a million times more complicated than when he saw the S+ performance report from the administration department. Shock, horror, and deep fear. He originally thought that Chen Fong was just an unfathomable genius when it came to business and management. Who would have thought that he was also a monster in terms of combat strength? He's accomplished in both literary and martial arts. Does this mean no one else is allowed to live? Ji Zhendong became increasingly panicked as he thought about it.
He felt that his decision to let Chen Fong lie down was absolutely brilliant. If we let this kind of monster go all out, what would happen? The G Group's journey beyond Earth and into the universe is truly not a dream. But this old man who wanted to retire was really going to be dragged to his death. Son-in-law. Ji Shindong took a deep breath, his tone filled with unprecedented earnestness and pleading. Dad knows you were wrong today because you stood up for Wan Ning. Dad is very happy that you would protect Wan Ning like this. Chen Fong sensed something was off about the opening remarks. Logically, shouldn't it be a domineering CEO-style script like, good son-in-law, well done. I'll bankrupt that Wang kid tomorrow. Why does it sound like my father-in-law isn't angry at all, but rather a little scared? But Ji Shindong abruptly changed the subject, his voice tinged with tension. Could we be a little more low-key? Chen Fong, ? That Wang Hao, his father Wang Fugue, may not be a big shot, but he still has some connections in the underworld. You showed him so much disrespect today, beating him up like that. What if he gets desperate and brings some shady characters to retaliate against you? Ji Shindong earnestly advised, I know you're skilled and not afraid of them. But it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. You're not alone anymore, you have Wan Ning and the child in her belly. You must think twice before you act, and you can't be so impulsive. Chen Fong understood. The father-in-law was afraid of retaliation from the Wang family. He was afraid of pushing the Wang family too far. Then I would have to take action again, thus revealing more of my strength. He's indirectly begging himself to stop hitting, to behave, and to continue being a lazy bum. Chen Fong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This father-in-law really went to great lengths to get me to lie down. Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Fong could only go along with him and say, I was forced into this situation today, but I won't do it again. That's good, that's good. Ji Shindong breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. As long as this great god behaves himself, doesn't cause trouble everywhere, and isn't forced to display his terrifying power again. That way, I can retire a few years earlier. Oh, right. Ji Shindong seemed to remember something, and then said, You don't need to worry about Hongfa Group. Dad will handle this. Anyone who dares to bully my daughter and son-in-law will regret it. He finally managed to say something that fit his domineering CEO persona. But Chen Fong felt that it sounded a bit like a show of bravado masking underlying weakness. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fong looked at his phone and shook his head helplessly. His father-in-law is quite the character. Even though you're terrified, you still pretend to be ready to cover for yourself. However, this is for the best. With my father-in-law taking the lead, I can save myself a lot of trouble. He put down his phone, lay back down, and gently pulled the already sleeping Ji Wanning into his arms. Yeah, sleeping with my wife in my arms is still the most comfortable. To hell with the Wang family and the Hongfa Group. Even the biggest issues can wait until he wakes up. However, what Chen Fong didn't know was, just as he was fast asleep in his wife's arms. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Hongfa Group, Wang Fugue was facing his good-for-nothing son, attacking him with both hands. Slap. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly loud in the quiet office. You unfilial son. I told you to go out and have a good time, not to cause trouble for me. Do you even know who you've offended today? Wang Fugue was so angry that he trembled all over. Wang Hao covered his swollen face, looking indignant. Isn't he just a live-in son-in-law of the Ji family? A good-for-nothing who lives off a woman, what's so great about him? Waste? Enraged, Wang Fugue slapped him again. You're the one who's useless. Your whole family is useless. Let me tell you, just now, Ji Shindong called me personally. Wang Hao was stunned. What did he say? Wang Fugue was furious at his son's stupid behavior and kicked him. What did he say? He told me to take you to the Ji family tomorrow to apologize in person. Otherwise, he'll make my Hongfa Group disappear from the world within 3 days. Chapter 47 Cinema. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in a warm golden light. When Chen Fong woke up, Ji Wanning was still asleep. She lay on her side, her chestnut-brown wavy hair spread out on the pillow. A few playful strands of hair clung to her smooth cheeks. In her sleep, she shed her usual aloofness and detachment, becoming as serene as an innocent child. Chen Fong propped himself up on one side and quietly looked at her. Last night, his father-in-law Ji Zhendong's earnest phone call left him feeling both amused and exasperated. He was clearly standing up for his wife, so why did his father-in-law see it that way? That would turn into a troublesome situation where you act impulsively, are not discreet enough, and risk retaliation. They even said that it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark, and told him to think twice before doing anything. Chen Fong knew exactly what was going on. The father-in-law wasn't worried about his personal safety, he was clearly afraid that his son-in-law was too good at fighting. This will also lead to the physical extermination of business rivals, and things will be difficult to handle later. Ultimately, I'm afraid he'll be too stubborn. He can make the group's performance soar, and he can also take down 4 strong men with a single punch. Who can withstand this? Chen Fong sighed helplessly. Why is it so difficult to be a lazy son-in-law? He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on Ji Wanning's smooth forehead. The woman in his arms seemed to sense something. Her long eyelashes trembled uneasily, and she let out a soft moan. She snuggled closer to him, finding a more comfortable position. Chen Fong's heart softened immediately. Screw this lazy, unambitious life, having a wife in my arms is the real deal. He carefully lifted the covers, got out of bed, and went into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, Ji Wanning had also woken up and was sitting on the headboard, her eyes still a little dazed. Woke up? Chen Fong walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and reached out to touch her forehead. How are you feeling? Is there anything else that's bothering you? Ji Wanning shook her head, her voice hoarse from just waking up. It's nothing. Although she said she was fine, Chen Fong could still tell from her slightly furrowed brows that she was in low spirits. The foul language used at yesterday's class reunion clearly hurt her a lot. This woman, who appears strong on the outside, is actually more sensitive than anyone else on the inside. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat, and he suggested, "Wife, the weather is nice today, shall I take you out for a walk to clear your head?" Ji Wanning looked up in surprise. Where to? How about we go see a movie? Chen Fong said with a smile, a new comedy film was recently released. I heard it has good reviews and is perfect for relaxing. Ji Wanning hesitated. She didn't really want to go out, she just wanted to stay quietly at home. But looking into Chen Fong's expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. She knew he was trying to cheer her up. All right. In the end, she nodded slightly. Very good. Chen Fong's face immediately lit up with a big smile. He leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Then get up quickly, wash up, and change into some pretty clothes. Your husband is taking you on a date. Ji Wanning blushed when he mentioned going on a date. She glared at him reproachfully, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved upwards into a slight smile. After breakfast, the two prepared to go out. Chen Fong drove out of the most unassuming Audi S6 from the garage. Ji Zhendong saw it and even came over to say something. Son-in-law, why are you driving this? Drive that new Bentley you just bought, it'll make you look more impressive. Chen Fong smiled and waved his hand. Dad, no need, it's just to see a movie, it's better to keep a low profile. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhendong's face showed a pleased expression of this child is teachable, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, keep a low profile, it's good to keep a low profile. Young people should be more composed, not like that kid Wang Hao, who's always making a fuss. Chen Fong was secretly delighted. His father-in-law's ability to change his expression so quickly was a waste of his talent if he didn't go into Sichuan opera. As he started the car, he mentally complained. I would like to be high profile, but I'm afraid your heart can't take it. The car drove smoothly out of the Ji family manor. Ji Wanning wore a loose-fitting off-white knitted long dress today. She wore a light brown, thin trench coat over it. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, giving her a gentle and elegant look. Chen Fong turned his head to look at her and exclaimed sincerely, Wife, you look so beautiful today. Ji Wanning felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, turned her head to look out the window, but replied casually. Focus on driving. Chen Fong smiled and didn't say anything more, but the atmosphere inside the car was warm and sweet. Instead of going to a regular movie theater, he drove to a private cinema hidden on the top floor of a high-end shopping mall in the city center. Tickets are not sold to the public here. It only accepts members, ensuring excellent privacy. Ji Wanning looked at the luxurious yet understated decor in front of her, somewhat surprised. Where is this? It's owned by a friend, I told them in advance. Chen Fong took her hand and led her into a private room with a sign that read Starry Sky Hall. The private room was very large. It was more like a luxurious private living room than a screening room. The soft and comfortable genuine leather sofa allows you to lie completely flat. In front of you is a huge high-definition screen, and next to it is a bar with various snacks and drinks. You've booked this whole place? Ji Wan-ning looked around, her eyes filled with surprise. Chen Fong pulled her to sit on the sofa and said matter-of-factly. Public places are crowded and noisy, and the air quality isn't good either, so they're not suitable for you. Here it's just the two of us, so you can lie down, sit, or even eat while watching, whichever you prefer. It's very comfortable. As he spoke, he produced a plate of washed strawberries and a plate of peeled oranges from who knows where and placed them next to Ji Wan-ning. Have some fruit first, the movie will start soon. As Ji Wan-ning watched him bustling around, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. This man is always like this. They do the most thoughtful and considerate things with the most matter-of-fact tone. She picked up a strawberry and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste blossoms on the taste buds, sweetening the heart. Soon, the room lights dimmed and the huge screen lit up. A light-hearted, visually bright romantic comedy has begun. Chen Fong wasn't lying. This movie is indeed very good. The plot is interesting and full of laughs. There were no stimulating or frightening scenes. He used his extraordinary brain domain. In less than a minute, the most suitable movie for Ji Wan-ning to watch at that time was selected from hundreds of movies released at the same time. What he wanted was for her to completely relax and forget all her unpleasantness during those 2 hours. Seeing the woman beside him gradually relax her brows and smile, Chen Fong knew he had succeeded. Chapter 48 is popcorn sweet? The movie's plot is light and fun. The interactions between the male and female leads are both humorous and sweet. This elicited occasional soft chuckles from Ji Wan-ning. Her laughter was soft, like a feather, gently scratching at Chen Fong's heart. Chen Fong's mind wasn't really on the movie. His entire attention was focused on the woman beside him. He was like a conscientious zookeeper. He would offer her a peeled orange one moment, and then feed her a piece of popcorn the next. Wife, open your mouth. Ji Wan-ning was watching a funny scene in the movie, and her eyes were squinting from laughing. She subconsciously opened her mouth. A caramel-flavored popcorn was brought in, sweet and crispy. She was chewing popcorn when she turned her head and saw Chen Fongjing looking at her with a smile. The tenderness and doting in his eyes were almost enough to drown you. Ji Wanning's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. He turned back somewhat awkwardly and muttered under his breath, "I have my own hands." "I know." Chen Fong chuckled softly, his voice low and slightly magnetic, "But I just like feeding you, is that wrong?" This statement was made with a confident tone, yet it also carried a hint of shamelessness. Ji Wan-ning's heart skipped a beat. She didn't argue further, but simply enjoyed his feeding service. Halfway through the movie, the plot reached a minor climax, with the male and female leads sharing a kiss under a beautiful starry sky. Romantic background music began to play, and the atmosphere in the entire screening room became ambiguous. Chen Fong's hand had quietly landed on the back of Ji Wan-ning's hand, which was resting on the sofa, without her noticing. Ji Wan-ning's body stiffened slightly, but she did not pull her hand away. Chen Fong grew bolder and, with a slight tightening of his fingers, intertwined his fingers with hers. Her hands were soft and slightly cool. Holding them felt like holding a fine piece of jade. A great sense of satisfaction welled up in Chen Fong's heart. He turned his head to look at Ji Wan-ning's profile. In the dim light, her facial features appeared even softer. Long eyelashes cast a beautiful shadow under the eyelids. The light and shadow on her face flickered, making her look as beautiful as a moving painting. Ji Wan-ning seemed to notice his gaze, and her body stiffened slightly. But he still didn't turn around. They simply focused their gaze on the screen, as if they were truly captivated by the movie's plot. But her slightly reddened earlobes betrayed the unease in her heart. Chen Fong found it amusing. This woman was incredibly adorable. He didn't make any further moves, but simply held her hand quietly and watched the movie with her. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Wanning's body gradually relaxed. She tilted her head and naturally leaned it on Chen Fong's shoulder. Her hair carried a faint, sweet fragrance that lingered around Chen Fong's nose. Chen Fong stiffened for a moment, then relaxed and adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable. He could even feel her steady breathing, each breath spraying onto his neck. It brought waves of tingling, itchy sensation. Chen Fong's heart felt as if it were filled with honey. This isn't watching a movie, it's clearly a fancy way of showing off affection. Sigh, it seems he'll have to put his laid-back life on hold again for the sake of his wife's happiness. However, this feeling is actually not bad. The 2-hour movie ended quickly. The lights in the screening room came back on, and Ji Wanning was still somewhat reluctant to leave. That's it? She sat up straight, a hint of melancholy on her face. Otherwise what? You want to see the married life of the male and female leads? Chen Fong joked with a smile, then you'll have to pay extra. Loquacious. Ji Wanning was amused by him. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of coquettishness that she herself was unaware of. That fleeting, radiant smile left Chen Fong momentarily speechless. He almost instinctively took out his phone and snapped a picture of her. A snap. Ji Wanning's smile froze, and she looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? It's nothing, I just thought my wife's smile was so beautiful that I couldn't help but take a picture. Chen Fong waved his phone with a smug grin on his face. If you ever dare to give me a long face again, I'll show you this photo so you can see how beautiful you are when you smile. You, shameless. Ji Wanning was both embarrassed and angry, and reached out to snatch his phone. Chen Fong had anticipated that she would make this move. She deftly raised the phone, and Ji Wanning missed her target, falling right into his arms. A soft body crashed into his arms, and Chen Fong instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. He leaned down and whispered in her ear with a smile, "You're throwing yourself into my arms, aren't you? Honey, if you're this proactive, I'll take it seriously." The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and Ji Wanning's face flushed bright red, like a ripe shrimp. You let me go." She struggled, her voice trembling slightly. "I won't let go." Chen Fong playfully tightened his arms, pulling her completely into his embrace. "Unless you promise me you'll smile more often from now on." Ji Wanning was so angry that she couldn't speak, and could only glare at him with her big, watery almond-shaped eyes. But to Chen Fong, that look had no intimidating power whatsoever. Instead, it seemed more like a kitten being affectionate. The two stared at each other for a moment, and in the end, Ji Wanning was the first to give in. She turned her head away, her voice barely audible, "I understand." "Good girl." Chen Fong kissed her cheek with satisfaction before letting go of her. Ji Wanning felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She quickly got off him. "I tidied up my somewhat messy clothes and hair." The blush on her face lingered for a long time. The two walked out of the private cinema. It was already dark outside. Chen Fong held Ji Wanning's hand as they walked through the mall, attracting envious glances from many passers-by. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was beautiful and slender. Standing together, they were a perfect couple. Ji Wanning felt a little uncomfortable being watched and subconsciously tried to pull her hand back. Chen Fong gripped her hand even tighter, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Wife, hold your head high and let them see. I want the whole world to know that this beautiful woman is my wife, Chen Fong." His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of domineering and declarative intent. Ji Wanning's heart started pounding wildly again, much to her dismay. This man, he's getting better and better at sweet talk. Although she didn't say anything, she unconsciously slowed her pace. She let him hold her hand and walked slowly under the gaze of everyone. At that moment, she suddenly felt that the grievances she had suffered at the class reunion yesterday seemed insignificant. As long as this man is by her side, she is not afraid of anything. Chapter 49. Class is in session again. The pleasant weekend passed quickly, and on Monday, Chen Fong resumed his lazy, unambitious life in the administration department. He clocked in right on time, strolled leisurely to his workstation, skillfully turned on his computer, and logged into the game. For him, playing games at work and leaving get off work on time is the perfect work situation. As for company performance and project progress, those are matters for the leaders to worry about. What does it have to do with a useless person in his administration department? However, his leisurely day hadn't lasted even 10 minutes when the internal phone on his desk rang. Chen Fong glanced at the caller ID chairman's office. He sighed resignedly, took off his earphones, and answered the phone. "Hello, Dad. Son-in-law, come to my office." On the other end of the phone, Ji Zhendong's slightly tired voice came through. "What is it now?" Chen Fong asked weakly. "Great news. Incredible good news." Ji Zhendong's tone, however, did not sound like he had encountered anything good. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, every time my father-in-law says something great, it's never good. He slowly stood up from his chair and greeted his colleague next to him. "The boss summoned me, I'll be right back." Colleagues cast admiring glances at him, as if to say, "You've done something amazing again." Chen Fong. "No, I didn't do it, don't get the wrong idea. He walked up to the chairman's office on the top floor, basking in the admiring gazes of his colleagues.
Pushing open the door, I saw Ji Zhendong sitting behind a huge mahogany desk with a worried look on his face. Holding several documents in his hand, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Seeing Chen Fong enter, he waved as if he had seen a savior, saying, "Good son-in-law, come quickly." Chen Fong walked over, pulled out a chair and sat down, asking lazily, "Dad, what's wrong?"
"My game just started."
Ji Zhendong's lips twitched, barely suppressing the urge to slap the kid to death, and pushed the documents in his hand in front of him.
"Take a look at this."
Chen Fong glanced at it. It was a quarterly report on the group's latest investments.
An alarm bell rang in his mind. You can't just look at this stuff carelessly.
With his current abilities of extraordinary brainpower and god-level investment skills, he could see the problems and loopholes in these reports with just a glance.
If he accidentally blurts something out, his father-in-law will definitely break down on the spot. At that point, will he still be able to be a salted fish?
Thinking of this, Chen Fong waved his hands repeatedly.
"Dad, please forgive me. I'm an administrator. How could I possibly understand such advanced stuff? You should find a professional team to take a look."
"Don't give me that."
Ji Zhendong's eyes widened.
"I had a professional team look at it, and they all said there was no problem.
But I still don't feel at ease."
As he spoke, he pointed to one of the investment reports on new energy vehicle batteries and said with great distress,
"We invested 2 billion yuan in this project." 2 billion yuan.
The report was full of glowing claims, saying it had leading technology, a bright future, and would be profitable within 3 years.
But to me, it all seemed like empty promises. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat.
Although he hadn't looked at it carefully, his quick glance did suggest that the report was a bit too optimistic.
Superhuman brain domain started operating automatically.
The data, charts, and analytical conclusions in the report were quickly decomposed and reassembled in his mind.
He reached a conclusion in less than 3 seconds. This project is more than just empty promises, it's a complete trap.
The so-called leading solid-state battery technology touted in the report is nothing more than a product of the laboratory stage. It will take at least 5 to 8 years before it can be commercially mass-produced.
Investing 2 billion yuan now is practically throwing money down the drain.
Chen Fong mentally gave his father-in-law a thumbs up for his business acumen, but he resolutely refused to admit it aloud.
He picked up the report, pretended to flip through it, and then said with a blank look,
"Dad, there are charts and data on here, I really can't understand them."
"But
I think you shouldn't worry too much. After all, it's an assessment done by a professional team, so there shouldn't be any major problems, right?"
He deliberately used a very uncertain tone, hoping his father-in-law would sense his ignorance.
However, Ji Zhendong grasped at his hand as if it were a lifeline, staring intently at him.
"Son-in-law, don't pretend with me. I know you understand. Just tell me the truth, is there a problem with this project?"
Chen Fong.
"I'm so damn pissed."
He was internally raging, but on his face he wore a troubled expression. "Dad, I really..."
"Stop talking."
Ji Zhendong interrupted him. "Just tell me, if you were me, would you invest in this project?"
This question is a bit malicious. If Chen Fong says he'll invest, and the project fails later, he'll be the one to take the blame. If you say you won't vote, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that you've seen the problem? Does he still want to maintain his laid-back persona? This is a real dilemma. Chen Fong's mind raced as he considered a way to escape.
"Got it." His eyes darted around, and he pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the report, saying, "Dad, although I don't understand these complicated technical analyses, I did see here that the core technology patents for this project are held by an overseas company called Future Energy. We only have a stake, we don't have controlling rights or the right to use the technology." He paused, then continued in a very naive tone.
"Does this mean we'll have to depend on them for our livelihood from now on? What if they get upset one day and refuse to use our technology? Then our 2 billion yuan investment will be for nothing?"
His words were extremely amateurish, stemming entirely from the simplistic understanding of an ordinary person.
But to Ji Zhendong, it was like a thunderclap. A single word awakened me from my dream. That's right. How could he not have thought of that?
All his previous attention was focused on the feasibility of the technology itself and its market prospects. They completely ignored the most crucial issue of control. Although the G Group invested 2 billion yuan, they were completely sucked out in this project. Without core technologies, we have no voice and can only be slaughtered by others.
This isn't an investment, it's practically giving away money.
Ji Jindong's face turned deathly pale instantly, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze as he looked at Chen Fong was now filled with terror and horror.
This kid isn't pretending to be stupid at all. He was teaching himself a lesson in a way that he couldn't understand at all. He pointed out the most fatal problem using the most layman's words. This isn't just a matter of business acumen, this is downright freakish. Ji Jindong felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Looking at Chen Fong's still innocent and harmless face, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. It's over, it's all over. He probably won't be able to retire in his lifetime. Chapter 50 Text Messages. Chen Fong was at his workstation in the administration department, wearing headphones and staring intently at the computer screen. On the screen, the character he was controlling was leaping and bounding through the canyon. A series of fluid maneuvers took down the enemy squishy marksman. Nice. He took off his headphones and stretched contentedly. He picked up the soda next to him and gulped down a big mouthful. This is life. He slacks off at work playing video games, then comes home to hug his wife. As for the group's performance and investment projects, to hell with them. His father-in-law has given him a strict order not to try anything harder. He's now being allowed to slack off, which is perfectly legitimate. Just then, my personal cell phone on the table buzzed. Chen Fong lazily picked it up and swiped the screen. It was a text message from an unknown number. Chen Fong, long time no see. I never imagined you'd marry Ji Wanning. Congratulations. How have you been lately? The text message was signed with a name Mu Qian. Mu Qian? Chen Fong paused for a moment. He vaguely recognized the name. He opened his contacts and found the number he had casually saved. The note reads, the student who tipped off the restaurant staff. Oh, I remember now. It happened at the last class reunion, when Xu Zhizhi and her group were saying nasty things to Wan Ning, the female classmate who secretly messaged him, asking him to come and save the day. He remembered that Ji Wanning had said that Mu Qian was one of the most beautiful girls at their university. She seems to be the third young lady of the Mu family, someone with quite a background. Why would she suddenly text me? Chen Fong stroked his chin, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He could sense that there was something else hidden behind this seemingly simple greeting text message. Is it a test? Or simply a matter of friendship between classmates? He and Mu Qian barely interacted in college. They could count the number of times they spoke on two hands. Why should she help me? And why is she contacting me now? I can't figure it out. Chen Fong scratched his head and decided to shake these random thoughts out of his head. Trouble. He muttered something. Whatever she wants to do, as long as it doesn't interfere with his slacking off or upset his wife, it's none of his business. It's better to avoid trouble. Chen Fong casually locked his phone, tossed it aside, put his headphones back on, and started the next game. Come on, let's keep climbing the ranks. That evening, Chen Fong returned to the Ji family manor. As soon as I entered, I smelled a familiar, cool, and sweet fragrance. Ji Wanning has returned and is sitting on the sofa in the living room. A laptop was placed on her lap, and her slender, fair fingers were rapidly typing on the keyboard. She has the air of a successful businesswoman. Hearing the door open, she didn't even look up, simply asking, "You're back?" "Yes, honey, I'm home." Chen Fong changed his shoes and eagerly went over. He wrapped his arms around her neck from behind and kissed her on her fair cheek. Ji Wanning's body stiffened, and she stopped typing. She tilted her head slightly, glancing at him with her cool eyes, but her ears quietly turned red. "Stop messing around, I'm dealing with emails." "Emails are nothing compared to me." Chen Fong persisted, resting his chin on her shoulder and nuzzling her like a large dog. "Wife, I missed you so much." Ji Wanning felt a tickle on her neck from his hot breath, and couldn't help but shrink back, her face turning even redder. "It's only been a day, what's there to miss?" Although she said that, she didn't push him away anymore. They even put their laptops aside. Chen Fong chuckled, knowing that his wife was just saying one thing and meaning another, and was probably secretly very happy. He was just about to press on and say something sweet to flirt with his wife. My phone, which was in my pocket, vibrated again at an inopportune moment. Which text message is it this time? Or is it a new one? Chen Fong subconsciously took out his phone. The instant he took out his phone, he keenly sensed that Ji Wanning's body seemed to tense up for a moment.
He looked down and saw that Ji-won Ning's gaze was fixed on his phone screen, which had just lit up. Although the screen quickly went dark, that brief glance was enough for her to see the message preview that popped up on the lock screen. The sender's name consisted of only 2 characters: Mu Qian. Chen Feng's emotion perception beginner skill quietly activated at this moment. He clearly noticed a slight but distinct fluctuation in Ji-won Ning's emotions. It was a mixture of doubt, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible bitterness and unease. Is she jealous? The thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind, making him overjoyed. His wife actually got jealous because another woman sent him a text message. This is absolutely a historic breakthrough. Chen Feng forced a smile, but pretended not to have noticed anything. He casually put his phone back in his pocket, as if it were just an insignificant spam text message. He decided to hold back and see how his wife would react. As expected, Ji-won Ning fell silent. She picked up her laptop again. But this time, her fingers didn't land on the keyboard. Her cool eyes were fixed on the screen, seemingly lost in thought, as if she were pondering something. The atmosphere in the living room became subtly quiet for a moment. Chen Feng didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at her, waiting for her to speak first. After about a minute, Ji-won Ning finally couldn't hold back anymore. She closed her laptop, stood up, and pretended to go get some water as she walked past Chen Feng. She paused as she passed by him. The voice sounded no different from usual, still with that cool and aloof tone. Who texted you? It's here. Chen Feng mentally made a V sign. The fish has taken the bait. He turned around and looked at Ji-won Ning's back, which was trying to appear calm. Her ramrod straight back, however, betrayed the turmoil within her heart. He deliberately drew out his words and asked slowly, "What's wrong?" Ji-won Ning picked up her water glass, took a small sip, concealing her emotions, and said lightly, "It's nothing, just asking casually." Oh. Chen Feng stood up, walked step by step behind her, and hugged her slender waist from behind again. His chin rested on the crook of her neck, and his warm breath brushed against her ear. Honey, are you checking up on me? Ji-won Ning's body tensed instantly, and her earlobes turned an alluring pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who checked up on you? I just what? Chen Feng chuckled, a hint of mockery in her voice, just showing some interest in your husband's social life? You. Ji-won Ning was speechless, feeling both ashamed and annoyed. She tried to break free from his embrace, but he held her even tighter. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Seeing that she was about to get angry and embarrassed, Chen Feng decided to stop while he was ahead. He turned her around to face him, pinched her puffed-up cheek, and said with a smile, "It's just a college classmate who asked me how I've been lately." A college classmate? Ji-won Ning's eyelashes trembled uneasily, and her eyes darted away. Chen Feng nodded, then paused deliberately to observe her reaction, and said, word by word, "Call me Mu Qian." When Chen Feng uttered the name Mu Qian, Ji-won Ning's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Although she quickly concealed it, Chen Feng still accurately captured that momentary emotional fluctuation. It really was her. Chen Feng felt more confident. His wife is unusually concerned about Mu Qian. It seems that the rivalry between these 2 campus beauties back in college was probably not simple. Oh. Ji-won Ning simply responded with a faint "I don't know her," lowering her eyes so that no one could discern her emotions. Still being stubborn. Chen Feng chuckled inwardly, but said with a straight face, "Really? I thought you 2 knew each other. After all, back in school, she was the only one who could rival you, the ice queen of the campus." These words, like a tiny needle, precisely pierced the most sensitive spot in Ji-won Ning's heart. She suddenly raised her head, a hint of resentment and grievance flashing in her clear, cold eyes. Who's on par with her? Her voice unconsciously rose a little, carrying a hint of urgency and concern that she herself was unaware of. Seeing her flustered appearance, Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Honey, you're so cute like this. You're still laughing. Ji-won Ning's face turned completely red, like a ripe apple. She punched him lightly, both embarrassed and angry. Don't laugh. Chen Feng took her small fist, kissed it, and his smile remained unchanged. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. He suppressed a laugh, watching his wife's embarrassed and indignant expression, and felt an overwhelming surge of love for her. He leaned closer, forehead to forehead, nose to nose, his voice low and seductive. Wife, admit it. Admit what? Ji-won Ning's heart raced and her eyes glazed over at his sudden closeness.
Chen Fong looked at her moist lips, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice became even hoarser. Admit it, you were jealous. Chapter 51 Amusement Park. I didn't.
Ji Wanning, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately retorted, her voice rising 8 octaves. Her cheeks were burning hot, and even her fair neck was tinged with a beautiful pink. Those clear, almond-shaped eyes were now glistening with tears as they stared at Chen Fong, but they held no intimidation whatsoever. Instead, they seemed to be pouting.
Why would I be jealous? It's just a nobody. Oh? Is that so? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening.
He held Ji Wanning in his arms, turned around, and pinned her against the refrigerator door.
This formed a standard refrigerator-shaped dong, a type of refrigerator-like shape. The distance between them instantly closed, their breaths mingled, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous.
Chen Fong braced one hand on the refrigerator door and gently lifted Ji Wanning's chin with the other, forcing her to look at him. Those eyes, which usually carried a hint of languor, were now as deep as a whirlpool, as if they were about to suck you in.
Since you're unrelated people, why were you so nervous just now? I'm not nervous. Ji Wan stubbornly retorted.
But her long, trembling eyelashes betrayed her true feelings.
Not nervous?
Chen Fong chuckled softly, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, then why was your heart beating so fast just now? I could hear it even through your clothes, thump, 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 louder than a drum.
Boom.
Ji Wanning felt her mind go blank for a moment, and blood rushed to her face.
That bastard. How could he say such shameful things? You're talking nonsense.
She was so ashamed and furious she felt like dying. She reached out to push him away, but he held her firmly in his arms, preventing her from moving.
I'm not making this up.
Chen Fong grinned mischievously, took her fidgeting hand, and placed it on his chest.
If you don't believe me, touch it. It beats very fast here too. Because it's telling you that it only beats for you. So cheesy. That's so cheesy.
Ji Wanning felt her face was so hot she could fry an egg on it.
She never knew that Chen Fong was so good at sweet talk.
One sentence after another left her completely defenseless. He could only retreat step by step, his heart conquering it, gradually and completely falling into his hands. Looking at Ji Wanning, who was blushing so much she was practically steaming, yet still trying her best to maintain her aloof persona, Chen Fong's heart melted.
His wife is so adorable.
He stopped teasing her and instead lowered his head to gently kiss her reddened earlobe. Then he held her tightly in his arms and explained softly.
Okay, stop joking around. There's really nothing between me and that Mu Qian.
We just met in college, we're not even friends. She texted me this time probably because she tipped you off for me at the restaurant last time, so she's just being polite. Upon hearing the words tipping off, Ji Wanning paused for a moment. She looked up at Chen Fong, somewhat puzzled.
She helped you?
Yes. Chen Fong nodded and briefly recounted what he had heard about Mu Qian making a phone call outside the restaurant's private room that day. If it weren't for her, how could I have arrived so quickly and witnessed our CEO Ji's dashing performance, slapping everyone into a daze? He spoke in a deliberately teasing tone, trying to ease the slight displeasure in Ji Wanning's heart.
Ji Wanning remained silent after listening.
She hadn't expected there to be such a hidden story.
Why is Mu Qian helping Chen Fong? She and Chen Fong shouldn't be very familiar with each other. Could it be?
A thought flashed through Ji Wanning's mind, setting off alarm bells in her heart.
During her university years, Mu Qian was a well-known social butterfly.
She appears gentle and charming on the surface, but is actually quite cunning. She is most skilled at using this tactic of being aloof and offering small favors to make boys develop feelings for her. Then they can be manipulated at will.
Does her current behavior towards Chen Fong mean she's taken a liking to him?
This realization made Ji Wanning feel as if her heart had been stuffed with a ball of cotton soaked in vinegar.
It's both sour and astringent, and it's making me feel uncomfortable.
She admitted that she was jealous.
Upon seeing the name Mu Qian, she couldn't help but start having wild thoughts.
She was afraid that Chen Fong would be attracted to a woman like Mu Qian. After all, compared to myself, who always wears business attire and exudes an aura of unapproachability. Mu Qian, who always wears white dresses and looks delicate and frail, arousing men's protective instincts, is on a much higher level.
Moreover, Chen Fong is no longer the unknown ordinary college student he once was.
He is the son-in-law of the Ji family, although outsiders say he is a good-for-nothing who lives off his wife.
but she knew better than anyone how outstanding he was. It's not surprising that someone like Chen Fong would attract the attention of other women.
Thinking of this, Ji Wanning unconsciously tightened her grip on Chen Fong's waist.
Chen Fong keenly sensed her unease. He looked down at the woman in his arms who had suddenly fallen silent.
Looking at her slightly furrowed brows and tightly pursed lips, I sighed inwardly.
It seems that a simple explanation is not enough. He had to take concrete actions to completely dispel his wife's doubts.
Wife. He cupped her face in his hands, making her look at him.
Are you thinking that Mu Qian might have some ulterior motive towards me?
When his words hit the nail on the head, Ji Wanning's eyes darted away, but she stubbornly replied, I didn't mean to.
You still say no?
Chen Fong smiled helplessly and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead.
Your expression says it all.
He looked intently into her eyes and said solemnly, word by word, Ji Wanning, listen carefully. I don't care what Mu Qian is up to, or what her intentions are towards me. In my heart, from beginning to end, there has only been you. It was true before, it is true now, it will always be true in the future.
No one but you.
His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness.
Ji Wanning's heart was struck hard by this straightforward and domineering confession.
Looking into Chen Fong's eyes, which were filled with sincerity and love, she felt a surge of emotion and almost burst into tears.
This man is always like this.
He could always easily see through all her pretenses. Then, in the gentlest yet most domineering way, he soothed all her unease and fear.
As punishment for your earlier distrust of your husband, me?
Seeing her expression soften, Chen Fong rolled his eyes and started being irreverent again. I've decided that this weekend, you must belong entirely to me.
Ah? Ji Wanning was still reeling from the emotion she had just felt. What do you mean, ah?
Chen Fong playfully pinched her nose and announced, this weekend, we're going on a date.
Dating?
Yes, a date.
Chen Fong snapped his fingers, a bright smile spreading across his face.
Just the two of us, how about we go to the amusement park?
Amusement park? Ji Wanning was stunned.
That place seemed to belong to teenage couples, filled with noise and childishness.
As the president of a listed company, going to a place like that, isn't that a bit? What? You don't want to?
Chen Fong noticed her hesitation and deliberately put on a stern face.
President Ji, this is an order from your husband, and you are not allowed to refuse.
You have to make up for my wounded heart.
Seeing his silly antics, Ji Wanning burst out laughing.
The gloom I felt earlier vanished instantly. She found that she seemed to enjoy watching Chen Fong's shameless and domineering demeanor more and more.
Good. She nodded, an irrepressible smile playing on her lips. I'll do whatever you say. That's more like it.
Chen Fong gave her a satisfied peck on the lips.
Then it's settled.
This weekend, we'll go relive the feeling of being in love.
He picked Ji Wanning up horizontally, eliciting a gasp from her. What are you doing?
Carry your wife upstairs to sleep. Chen Fong carried her upstairs, grinning mischievously as they went. By the way, let's have a deeper discussion about the specific details of the compensation. Ji Wanning's face flushed red again, and she buried her head in his chest, not daring to look at him anymore.
Meanwhile, Chen Fong was silently making plans in his heart. It seems I need to find an opportunity to completely extinguish Mu Qian's hopes. He didn't want his wife to be jealous of such an unrelated person every day. Although, the way my wife gets jealous is really cute. Chapter 52 Confession on the Ferris Wheel.
The sun was shining brightly early on a weekend morning. Chen Fong got up early and hummed a little tune as he rummaged through the closet. Ji Wanning came out after washing up, wearing a silk bathrobe. Her hair was loosely tied up, revealing a section of her snow-white, slender swan neck.
She leaned against the doorframe, watching the man bustling about inside, and asked with amusement, "What are you doing?
You've ransacked the walk-in closet like it's been robbed."
"Hey, honey, you're awake?" Chen Fong looked up from a pile of clothes.
He was holding two ties of different colors, which he presented to her like a treasure.
"Honey, look, we're going on a date today. Which tie would look best on me? This subtly sexy royal blue, or this classic plaid?"
Ji Wanning looked at him with great interest, like a primary school student preparing for a spring outing. A smile appeared in her usually cool eyes.
"It doesn't matter what you wear." "That won't do." Chen Fong looked serious.
"Today is our first official date, so I have to look incredibly handsome and make sure you turn heads at the amusement park."
Without saying a word, he pushed Ji Wanning into the dressing room. You can't dress too casually either. Come here, let your husband help you pick out a battle outfit. Half an hour later, the two finally got ready and stood in front of the full-length mirror at the entrance of the villa. Chen Fong wore a well-tailored off-white casual suit today. He wore a simple white t-shirt underneath, paired with a royal blue tie, making him look fresh and handsome. He possesses both the energy of youth and the charm of a mature man. Ji Wanning, on the other hand, was forced by Chen Fong to change into a light yellow dress. The dress has a simple design. The high waist perfectly accentuates her slender waist and cleverly conceals her slightly protruding belly. The pale yellow color made her already fair skin appear even more radiant and translucent. With her languid chestnut curls, she looked less aloof than usual, and more gentle and radiant. How about it? Chen Fong put his arm around her waist and looked smugly at the two people in the mirror. Am I right? The two of us standing together are a match made in heaven. Ji Wanning looked at the man smiling brightly in the mirror, and at herself being held in his arms, her face showing a hint of shyness and sweetness. The softest part of my heart was gently touched. She had to admit that it felt really good. It felt like going back to my carefree college days and having the romance I'd always dreamed of. Glib-tongued. She glared at him reproachfully, but couldn't help but smile. Chen Fong was driving the Audi A6 that Ji Zhendong had complained was not prestigious enough. They took Ji Wanning to the city's largest theme park. Because it was the weekend, the amusement park was packed with people. Everywhere was filled with laughter and joy, brimming with youthful energy. Chen Fong parked the car, got out first, and then gentlemanly opened the car door for Ji Wanning, extending his hand. Miss Ji, please. Ji Wanning looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her hand on it. Chen Fong grasped her hand tightly and then intertwined their fingers. His large, warm hands enveloped hers, providing a reassuring warmth. Ji Wanning felt a little uncomfortable being so intimate with him in front of so many people. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but he held it even tighter. Don't move. Chen Fong turned his head and whispered in her ear. Hold on tight, or you'll get separated from us by the crowd, and I won't be responsible for you. Ji Wanning rolled her eyes at him, but didn't struggle anymore, letting him lead her into the bustling crowd. As soon as he entered the amusement park, Chen Fong completely let loose. Like a child who hadn't grown up, he dragged Ji Wanning along and made her try almost all the popular activities. From thrilling roller coasters to dreamy carousels, and even childish bumper cars. At first, Ji Wanning was a little reserved, maintaining the airs of the president of the Ji Group. But under Chen Fong's influence, amidst the deafening screams and laughter, she gradually let go of all her burdens and pretenses, and completely relaxed. When the roller coaster plunges down from its highest point, she screams like everyone else. Leave all the stress and worries behind. When she sits on the carousel, rising and falling with the music, she has a pure smile on her face, just like a little girl. Looking at Ji Wanning, who was smiling sweetly beside him, Chen Fong felt even more accomplished than when he had negotiated a contract worth hundreds of millions. He bought some cotton candy, tore off a small piece, and fed it to her. Wife, open your mouth. Ji Wanning subconsciously opened her mouth and ate the cotton candy that was so sweet it warmed her heart. He bought ice cream, and despite her protests that she couldn't eat cold food, he domineeringly allowed her to only lick a small bite before finishing the rest himself. He even went to play shooting games, amidst the boss's mournful face, as if to say, "Are you here to cause trouble?" I easily won back the biggest plush bear on the stall. When Chen Fong shoved the giant teddy bear, which was almost as tall as him, into Ji Wanning's arms. Ji Wanning hugged the soft bear, looking at the envious and jealous looks from the girls around her. Although she tried to keep her face calm, she was already overjoyed inside. How old are you? Still playing this game? She complained, but she held the bear tightly in her arms. As long as my wife likes it, that's fine. Regardless of what others thought, Chen Fengkai held Ji Wanning's hand. With his other hand, he helped her hold the huge bear as they continued strolling around the amusement park. The two are like the most ordinary yet happiest couple in the world. They were enjoying their sweet time together. Before we knew it, the sky was gradually darkening. The amusement park was lit up with colorful lights, making the whole park look like a fairy tale world. Chen Fong pulled Ji Wanning to the center of the amusement park, under the Ferris wheel, which was also the tallest landmark building. Come on, let's go sit on that. The giant Ferris wheel turned slowly, and each cabin was adorned with lights, like the brightest stars in the night sky. The two sat in the gondola, and as the Ferris wheel slowly rose, the entire city's night view gradually unfolded beneath their feet. The elevator car was quiet, with only the slight sound of mechanical turning. Ji Wanning hugged the big bear and leaned against the window. Looking at the dazzling lights outside the window, even her cool eyes reflected a few stars. "So beautiful," she exclaimed sincerely. "Yes, it's beautiful." Chen Fong didn't look at the scenery, but at her, his eyes so tender they could melt water. Ji Wanning noticed his gaze, turned her head, and met his deep, affectionate eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Fong didn't speak, but simply reached out and gently took her other hand, which was resting on her knee. His hands were a little cold, but his palms were warm. The Ferris wheel is still rising little by little. When the elevator reached its highest point, it felt as if the entire world had shrunk down to just the two of them. Chen Fong suddenly spoke, his voice low and earnest. "Wife." Ji Wanning's heart inexplicably jumped. "I remember someone mentioning a legend." Chen Fong looked into her eyes and slowly said, "If you kiss your lover when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, you will stay together forever." Ji Wanning's heart started beating even faster. She looked at Chen Fong, at the deep affection in his eyes, and felt her breathing become difficult. "Ji Wanning." Chen Fong gripped her hand tightly and said clearly, word by word, "I know our beginning wasn't exactly pleasant. You weren't there willingly, and I was just going through the motions of completing a task. But now, I want to tell you that I regret it. I regret not meeting you sooner, not falling in love with you sooner. I don't know how to describe how I feel right now. I only know that when I wake up every morning and see you by my side, I feel at ease. When I see you smile, I feel like the whole world is brightened up. When I see you frown, I want to get rid of all the people and things that make you unhappy. I like holding you, I like kissing you, and I like seeing your face flush and your heart race because of me. I like everything about you. I like your aloofness, your pride, and I also like the vulnerability and dependence you occasionally show. So, Ji Wanning, what I want to say is..." Chen Fong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with utmost seriousness. "I love you. Not because of the child, not because of the engagement, but simply because you are you. I, Chen Fong, love you, Ji Wanning." Boom. Ji Wanning felt as if a sweet bomb had been dropped into her world at that moment. Her mind went blank, and only Chen Fong's words, "I love you," echoed in her ears. Looking at the man in front of her, at the undisguised, burning love in his eyes, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. No one had ever entered her world in such a domineering yet gentle way as him. Slowly break down her layers of cold outer shell, and then let the warmest sunlight shine into her heart. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. But this time, it wasn't feeling wronged or sad, but happiness. Chen Fong panicked when he saw her tears. "Hey, honey, don't cry. Did I say something wrong? Or was this all too sudden?" He frantically tried to wipe away her tears. However, the next second, all his movements froze. Because Ji Wanning suddenly leaned forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, she pressed her soft lips, which carried a hint of ice cream sweetness, onto his lips. Chapter 53: A Chance Encounter, a provocation from a green tea girl. This kiss was unlike any other before. It was no longer Chen Fong's initiative and domineering nature, nor Ji Wanning's passivity and shyness. This was the first time she had ever expressed her feelings to him so proactively and clearly. Her lips were soft and warm, with a slight tremor, like a butterfly that has strayed into a flower garden. They cautiously probed and explored. Chen Fong was stunned for a moment, then a wave of overwhelming joy washed over him. He took the initiative, holding the back of her head and deepening the kiss. The atmosphere inside the Ferris wheel cabin instantly warmed up. Outside the window, the city lights glitter inside, two people are deeply in love. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, until both of them were struggling to breathe, Chen reluctantly let go of her. He pressed his forehead against hers. Looking at her cheeks flushed from lack of oxygen, and her almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture, as if veiled by a thin mist. His voice was incredibly hoarse. "Honey, you've said yes?" Ji Wanning was panting, her long eyelashes trembling uneasily like butterfly wings. She didn't say anything, but buried her face in the crook of his neck, answering him with her actions. Chen Fong could no longer hold back and let out a satisfied chuckle, pulling her tightly into his arms. He felt as if he owned the whole world. At this moment, the meaning of a lazy, unambitious life and system tasks become irrelevant. He had a wife in his arms, and his wife loved him. This is the ultimate pursuit in life. When Ji Wan-ning got off the Ferris wheel, her cheeks still had a lingering blush. She exuded the shyness and sweetness of a woman in love. She no longer resisted Chen Fang's intimacy and took his hand willingly. He was still holding the huge teddy bear in his other hand. The two snuggled together intimately as they strolled through the dimly lit amusement park. Chen Fang felt like he was about to float away, and he was walking with a gust of wind. He would occasionally turn his head to steal a glance at Ji Wan-ning beside him, and then couldn't help but grin foolishly. Ji Wan-ning felt a little embarrassed by his gaze and said reproachfully, "Why are you staring at me like that? Watch where you're going. My wife is so beautiful, I can never get tired of looking at her." Chen Fang leaned over and gave her a loud kiss on the cheek. Ji Wan-ning's face flushed red again. They quickly looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when they found that no one was paying attention to them. He warned in a low voice, "Don't you dare touch me inappropriately outside." "How can this be called touching? This is called being unable to control oneself," Chen Fang argued. "Besides, it's only natural to kiss your own wife, who dares to object?" Seeing his self-righteous and shameless attitude, Ji Wan-ning was both annoyed and amused. In the end, we could only helplessly let him go. The two were cuddling together, preparing to find a place to have dinner. A somewhat familiar voice, yet one that seemed particularly out of place at this moment, suddenly came from the side. "Chen Fang? It really is you, what a coincidence." Upon hearing this voice, Chen Fang and Ji Wan-ning both stopped in their tracks. The two looked in the direction of the sound. In front of an ice cream shop not far away, stood a girl wearing a white dress and with long black hair. The girl has delicate features and a gentle temperament. A perfectly timed smile of surprise graced his face. It was Mu Qian. Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, how did I run into her here? Speak of the devil, and he appears. He subconsciously glanced at Ji Wan-ning beside him. Sure enough, the smile on his wife's face vanished instantly. Instead, there was a desolate chill. She held his hand and unconsciously tightened her grip. The sweet and loving atmosphere just moments ago instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chen Fang cursed his bad luck inwardly. The timing of Mu Qian's appearance is too coincidental, isn't it? Why did he have to come at the exact moment when he and his wife were making a major breakthrough in their relationship? He was almost certain that this was no coincidence. Mu Qian walked over slowly with elegant steps. Her gaze lingered on Chen Fang for a moment before landing on Ji Wan-ning beside him. Finally, the image freezes on their hands, tightly clasped together. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow crossed her eyes. But on his face, he still wore the gentle and harmless smile. "Wan-ning, you're here too." She spoke with a hint of surprise, as if she had just noticed Ji Wan-ning. The use of the word here is very clever. It was as if Chen Fang was the only one who was there, while Ji Wan-ning's appearance was an unexpected surprise. Ji Wan-ning merely glanced at her indifferently and uttered a single syllable through her nose, I can't be bothered to say another word. She's in a very bad mood right now. A perfectly good date was ruined by an uninvited guest. Chen Fang could clearly feel the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Ji Wan-ning beside him. He subtly pulled Ji Wan-ning closer to him, adopting a protective stance. Then he looked at Mu Qian and smiled politely but distantly. "It's quite a coincidence." "Mu Qian, you're also at the amusement park?" "Yes." Mu Qian nodded, her gaze then glancing at Ji Wan-ning almost imperceptibly. His eyes held a hint of regret and sympathy that made people uncomfortable. She said softly, "I heard from a friend that it's lively here at night, so I came here to relax." Her gaze lingered on the huge teddy bear in Ji Wan-ning's arms for a moment. Then he chuckled softly and said meaningfully to Chen Fang, "I didn't expect you to be so good at making girls happy, just like you were in college. But Wan-ning probably doesn't like this kind of childish stuff, right?" This sentence is filled with the fragrance of green tea. On the surface, it was praising Chen Fang, but in reality, it was a veiled criticism of Ji Wan-ning for being so old and still liking such girlish things. At the same time, it also implies that she, Mu Qian, understands Chen Fang better and knows him better. Ji Wan-ning's expression instantly turned even colder. She tightened her grip on the teddy bear, about to retort, but Chen Fang beat her to it. Chen Fang's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned cold. He looked down at Ji Wan-ning in his arms with affection before looking up at Mu Qian. He said in a flat tone, I know my wife's likes better than anyone. If it's a gift from me, she'll like it, even if it's a blade of grass, let alone a bear. Right, honey? As he spoke, he kissed Ji Wanning on the forehead. Ji Wanning was taken aback by his sudden kiss. He immediately realized that he was backing him up, and his displeasure instantly dissipated. Instead, there is a kind of sweetness that is being maintained. She nodded in agreement, her voice still cool, but with a hint of barely perceptible smugness. Yes, I like it very much. For a moment, Mu Qian's smile froze. She never expected that Chen Fang would be so disrespectful to her, showing off his affection for Ji Wanning right in front of her. She took a deep breath and quickly regained her gentle demeanor. With a hint of concern and worry in her voice, she continued to speak to Chen Fang. Chen Fang, I heard, you're working in the administration department of the G Group now? Here we go, to the main topic. Chen Fang sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. Yes, so what? Mu Qian sighed, looking at you with a pity. It's nothing, I just think, it's a bit of a pity. She looked at Chen Fang with a complex mix of emotions in her eyes, admiration, resentment, and even a hint of provocation. With your talent, you shouldn't be confined to a small administrative department. Chen Fang, you could have had a much wider horizon, instead of being trapped by Ji Wanning, by the Ji family. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like a poisoned dagger, precisely piercing the most sensitive area between Chen Fang and Ji Wanning. She's openly trying to sow discord. She was telling Chen Fang that by marrying Ji Wanning and becoming an adopted son-in-law of the Ji family, he had given up his future and freedom, turning himself into a caged canary. At this moment, Ji Wanning's face completely darkened. Chapter 54. It's not your turn to evaluate. As soon as Mu Qian finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Ji Wanning's fingers, which were gripping the teddy bear tightly, turned white at the knuckles. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes, now as cold as ice, stared at Mu Qian. His eyes held undisguised anger and warning. This woman actually dared to so blatantly sow discord between her and Chen Fang right in front of her. What do you mean by being trapped by her? What does it mean to be trapped by the Ji family? In Mu Qian's words, she and her family seemed to have become a cage in shackles that prevented Chen Fang from soaring high. Ji Wanning was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and she almost had an outburst on the spot. However, before she could speak, a warm, large hand covered her clenched fist. I patted it gently, as if soothing a cat with its fur standing on end. Chen Fang still held her half in his arms, even with a polite smile on his face. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. He looked at Mu Qian, his tone so flat that it revealed no emotion. But her words were like a sharp scalpel, precisely dissecting all of Mu Qian's pretense. Mu, I think you may have misunderstood something. He paused, the curve of his lips widening slightly, but his eyes grew even colder. First of all, where I work and what position I hold is my own choice. I like the 9-to-5 work schedule in the administration department, which allows me to spend more time with my wife. I think it's great and I don't regret it at all. Second. He emphasized his words and tightened his arms around Ji Wanning's waist, his posture full of possessiveness. I'm not trapped, I'm doing this willingly. Marrying such a wonderful wife as Wanning is the greatest blessing of my life. As for what you call a whiter sky for me, wherever my wife is, that is my whitest sky. His words were spoken with neither arrogance nor servility, and were resounding and authoritative. Every word was like a resounding slap across Mu Qian's face. Don't you think I'm a pity? I'm telling you, I'm enjoying it. Don't you think I'm trapped? I'm telling you, I'm happy to do it. Don't you think Ji Wanning is my cage? I'm telling you, she is my whole world. The color drained from Mu Qian's face instantly. Her gentle and graceful expression finally crumbled, becoming somewhat distorted and unsightly. She never expected Chen Fang to refute her so directly and so mercilessly. She laid bare all her little schemes. What she found even more unacceptable was the way Chen Fang looked at her. It was the kind of look, like looking at a clown. It was filled with condescending indifference and a hint of barely perceptible disgust. Ji Wanning leaned against Chen Fang's warm embrace. Hearing his powerful declaration of protecting his wife, the anger in my heart was instantly replaced by immense sweetness and satisfaction. She looked up at her man's profile. That defined jawline, that straight nose, those eyes that were now filled with determination and protectiveness. She thought Chen Fang was incredibly cool at that moment. So this is what it feels like to be someone's firm choice, to be someone's unwavering protection. Very nice. Her insecurity and jealousy completely vanished after Chen Fang's words. She even had the composure to look up at Mu Qian, whose face was alternating between pale and flushed. His eyes held a hint of victory and a subtle warning. "Did you see that? This is my man, he loves me, and it's none of your business to tell me what to do." Chen Fang naturally sensed the sparks flying between the two women. He sneered inwardly. "Trying to play the green tea card with me? You're still too green. Having navigated the internet for so many years, what level of green tea hasn't I seen? Your little tricks are nothing more than child's play to me. Are you trying to sow discord between my wife and me? Maybe in the next life." Chen Fang didn't want to waste any more time with her and ruin his and his wife's good mood. He put his arm around Ji Wanning and turned to leave. He said it in an extremely natural tone. "Mu, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now. My wife is a little hungry, and I need to take her to eat. After all, no matter how big the world is, my wife and the baby in her belly are the most important." Once again, he subtly emphasized Ji Wanning's status as Mrs. Ji and the existence of the baby in her belly. This is clearly telling Mu Qian, "We are a legally married couple, and we have a child together. You, an outsider, should stop wasting your time." Mu Qian was utterly devastated by his series of actions. She stood there, watching Chen Fang and Ji Wanning snuggle together intimately as their figures receded into the distance, trembling with anger. She meticulously planned a chance encounter, a subtle provocation. She thought she could easily plant a seed of doubt in Chen Fang's heart, just like she had with the boys before. But unexpectedly, in the end, it was she herself who was stabbed and wounded all over. Chen Fang. Why is he so different from when he was in college? In the past, although he was outstanding, he always carried a sense of detachment and indifference, and seemed uncaring about anything. But now he is like a lion whose scales have been touched, full of aggression and a strong possessiveness. His Achilles heel is Ji Wanning. Mu Qian bit her lower lip hard, her eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. On what grounds? Why does Ji Wanning deserve such protection from him? In terms of family background, although the Mu family cannot compare with the Ji family, it can still be considered a wealthy family. In terms of looks, she believes she is no less attractive than Ji Wanning. In terms of personality, she is many times gentler and more charming than the icy Ji Wanning. But why is it that, from beginning to end, Chen Fang only has Ji Wanning in his eyes? She refused to accept it. On the other side, Chen Fang and Ji Wanning had already walked far away. Once out of Mu Qian's sight, Ji Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at Chen Fang, her usually cool eyes now sparkling like they were filled with stars. "You were so handsome just now," she exclaimed in genuine admiration. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, leaned closer to her, and proudly boasted, "Of course. Don't you know whose husband I am?" Seeing his smug expression, Ji Wanning couldn't help but laugh. She tiptoed and quickly kissed him on the lips as a reward. "Let's go eat, I'm really hungry." After the kiss, she blushed and pulled him forward. Chen Fang touched his lips that had been kissed, and looked at the figure in front of him who was holding his hand and whose steps had become lighter. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. It seems that sometimes, the appearance of a love rival is not necessarily a bad thing. Isn't that a perfect assist? Chapter 55. My wife cooks a heartwarming dinner. The two found a nice restaurant near the amusement park. Because Mu Qian had interrupted him earlier, Chen Fang felt that today's date wasn't perfect enough and he had to make up for it. When ordering, he specifically ordered a couple's set meal and also a bottle of expensive, non-alcoholic sparkling wine. "Honey, cheers to celebrate the great success of our first date." Chen Fang raised his glass and looked at Ji Wanning across from him with a smile. Ji Wanning shook her head helplessly as she looked at his serious expression. She also picked up her glass and gently clinked it against his. The crisp sound of the ding was like a pleasant musical note. "This hardly qualifies as wine." Ji Wanning took a sip. It was sweet, like a slightly more upscale grape-flavored soda. "Why not? This is specially made for pregnant women. The ritual is the most important thing." Chen Fang spoke with conviction. "After the baby is born, I'll take you to drink real Lafite." Ji Wanning's heart was warmed by his words once again. This man always manages to consider all the details of her life and take care of all her emotions without her even realizing it. Just now, in front of Mu Qian, he protected himself perfectly. Now she's using this method to make up for her regret of not being able to drink alcohol. She looked at the man opposite her, who was excitedly telling her about his interesting experiences in college. The tenderness in his eyes was almost overflowing. This meal was exceptionally warm and sweet. After dinner, Chen Fong drove Ji Wanning home. Ji Wanning remained quiet throughout the journey. He tilted his head to the side, watching the night view rushing past outside the window, lost in thought. Chen Fong thought she was still unhappy about meeting Mu Qian. He then freed one hand and covered the back of her hand, which was resting on her lap, and gently squeezed it. Still thinking about Mu Qian? Ji Wanning snapped out of her daze, shook her head, then turned to look at him and said seriously, "No." She paused, as if organizing her thoughts, before continuing, "I was thinking, Chen Fong, thank you." Saying thank you again? Chen Fong chuckled. "Wife, we don't need those two words between us." "No, it is necessary." Ji Wanning's expression was very serious. "Thank you for protecting me so much today. And thank you for letting me know what it feels like to be loved wholeheartedly by someone." Her voice was soft, yet it carried an unprecedented firmness. Chen Fong was deeply moved by her words. He could hear the emotion in her words, and he could also hear the strength and loneliness she had shown in carrying everything alone all those years. His icy wife has finally opened her heart to him and revealed her softest side. Chen Fong parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, then leaned over and hugged Ji Wanning tightly. "Fool." He kissed the top of her head, his voice low and gentle. "I've said it before, you're my wife. If I don't protect you, who will I protect? From now on, if anyone dares to make you suffer even the slightest grievance, I will never let them off the hook, whether they are a man or a woman." Ji Wanning leaned against his warm embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat, and nodded vigorously. By the time they returned to the Ji family manor, it was completely dark. As soon as the two entered the door, Chen Fong exclaimed, "Ugh, I'm exhausted after playing all day. I need to take a shower to relax." With that, he went upstairs on his own. Ji Wanning watched his retreating figure disappear at the stairwell, her eyes flickering. Instead of going back to his room to work as usual, he turned around and went into the kitchen. Chen Fong took a comfortable hot shower, feeling all the fatigue of the day disappear. He walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair, and found the bedroom completely empty. "Ha! Where's my wife?" He found it strange. Usually at this time, Ji Wanning would be either in the study or on the sofa in the bedroom reading documents. Why was she nowhere to be seen today? He muttered to himself, changed into his pajamas, and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, he smelled a peculiar fragrance. It smells like burnt food, mixed with a hint of meaty aroma. Following the smell, Chen Fong curiously walked to the kitchen door. Then, he saw a scene that left him speechless. In the spacious and bright kitchen, there was his wife, a CEO who never lifted a finger and didn't even know how many pots and pans were in the kitchen. She was wearing a pink cartoon apron and standing in front of the stove, looking flustered. She held a spatula in one hand and her phone in the other, seemingly referring to a recipe on her phone as she clumsily stirred the contents of the pan. The stove was a mess, with vegetables cut to varying lengths and some unidentified spice bottles lying haphazardly. And from the pot, a plume of black smoke was rising. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Wanning coughed repeatedly from the fumes. Her pretty face was flushed slightly from the smoke. There was still some black soot on his forehead, making him look a bit disheveled, yet inexplicably cute. Chen Fong stood at the door, watching this scene, first shocked, then at a loss for words. Finally, an indescribable warm feeling welled up in my heart. His wife was actually cooking for him? Although, judging from the situation, it looks more like they're blowing up the kitchen. "Wife, what's wrong with you?" Chen Fong went inside and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Ah!" Ji Wanning was startled, and the spatula in her hand almost flew out of her hand. She turned around and saw that it was Chen Fong, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she felt a little nervous and embarrassed, and tried to cover the terrible scene on the stove with her hands. Why did you come down here? Didn't I tell you to go take a shower? I'm done washing." Chen Fong looked down at the plate of unidentified, dark objects in the pot, the raw materials of which were no longer discernible. Suppressing a laugh, he asked, "President Ji, are you developing some new dishes? They look quite unique." "Stop looking." Ji Wanning's face instantly turned bright red, feeling both ashamed and embarrassed. I just thought you'd had a hard day, so I wanted to make you a late-night snack, but then." As a result, she overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of cooking. "I followed the recipe step by step. But for some reason, it turned out like this when it came into her hands." Seeing her aggrieved expression, which looked like she was about to cry,
Chen Fong felt extremely sorry for her. He turned off the stove, took the spatula from her hand, then cupped her face and gently kissed her forehead.
Fool, who told you to do these things?
He gently wiped the soot off her face with his fingertips and said softly,
Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it.
What if you hurt your hand? What if you burn yourself with oil? Hearing his words, which carried a hint of reproach but were full of heartache, Ji Wanning's eyes reddened.
I just wanted to do something for you,
she said in a low voice. Today, Chen Fong has done so much for her, and she wants to do something in return for his love.
Even if it's just a simple meal. Chen Fong's heart completely melted. What else could he say? With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Okay, I understand, I know everything.
He held her tightly in his arms.
I appreciate my wife's thoughtfulness. It's more delicious than any delicacy.
As he spoke, he actually picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of dark, charred meat, and put it in his mouth.
Don't eat it.
Ji Wanning tried to stop her, but it was too late. Chen Fong chewed twice, then nodded seriously and commented, it tastes good. The cooking time is just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique flavor. Ji Wanning watched as he swallowed the culinary disaster without batting an eye, feeling both angry and amused. Finally, I punched him in frustration.
You're lying. It's clearly burnt. Who says it won't taste good if it's burnt?
Chen Fong picked up another piece of food with his chopsticks and ate it with relish. These are called love-filled cola chicken wings, filled with my wife's deep love for me priceless. Seeing how much he enjoyed his food, Ji Wanning couldn't help but smile. She knew he was trying to comfort her. But at that moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world.
Chapter 56 Tonight, it's my turn to reward you.
In the end, Chen Fong didn't let Ji Wanning continue to wreak havoc on the kitchen. He pushed his wife out of the kitchen and told her to wait patiently in the living room. Then he rolled up his sleeves and quickly cleaned up the disaster scene. Then, he opened the refrigerator, looked at the full amount of food inside, and skillfully picked out a few items.
Less than half an hour.
Several delicious and colorful home-style dishes, along with a bowl of steaming seafood porridge, were served on the table. Ji Wanning sat at the dining table, looking at the sumptuous late-night snack in front of her, and then at the man busy between the kitchen and the dining table, her heart filled with emotion. She had never known before that Chen Fong could cook, and that he was such a good cook. How many more surprises does this man hold that she doesn't know about?
Come on, wife, try my cooking.
Chen Fong ladled out a bowl of porridge, carefully blew on it before placing it in front of her, saying, I made this especially for you to warm your stomach. Ji Wanning picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. The congee is cooked until soft, smooth, and fragrant, with fresh shrimp and scallops bringing out its ultimate deliciousness. A few shredded ginger pieces perfectly neutralized the fishy smell of the seafood, leaving only a mouthful of fresh sweetness.
How about it? Chen Fong looked at her expectantly. Good. Ji Wanning's arrogant and aloof personality has resurfaced.
Even though they thought it was incredibly delicious, they only gave it a barely acceptable rating.
It's just all right?
Chen Fong sighed, feigning disappointment. It seems my cooking skills still need improvement. They can't compare to President Ji's lovingly made cola chicken wings. Hearing him mention that culinary disaster again, Ji Wanning blushed and glared at him irritably. Just eat your food.
Why are you so talkative?
Chen Fong chuckled, stopped teasing her, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. The two ate their late-night snack in silence, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. After dinner, Chen Fong volunteered to wash the dishes. Ji Wanning stood at the kitchen doorway, looking at the tall figure wearing a pink cartoon apron, diligently washing dishes in front of the sink. A gentle smile unconsciously curved her lips. There was a time when she thought her marriage would be a cold, forced marriage because she was pregnant. She was even prepared to live a life of mutual respect and harmony with this husband, each going their own way. Unexpectedly, this man used his gentleness, his domineering nature, and his thoughtfulness. It gradually melted her frozen heart, allowing her to experience what it feels like to be loved and pampered. It gave her a home in the truest sense. That evening, after washing up, the two lay down in bed. Only a dim bedside lamp was on in the room, casting a soft and ambiguous light. As usual, Chen Fong embraced Ji Wanning from behind. A warm chest pressed against her smooth back, and an arm skillfully encircled her slender waist.
Honey, are you asleep?
He whispered in her ear.
Not yet.
Ji Wanning's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension.
Today's date, the confession and kiss on the Ferris wheel, Mu Qian's appearance, and his domineering protection, and that warm late-night snack after returning home. Scene after scene, like a movie, kept replaying in her mind. Her heart is still beating very fast. Chen Fong noticed her unusual behavior, chuckled softly, and kissed her earlobe, his voice carrying a hint of seduction. "What are you thinking about?" You seem so lost in thought." Ji Wanning's body trembled slightly under his kiss. She remained silent for a moment, and then did something that surprised even Chen Fong. She actually turned around to face him, and then snuggled into his arms like a kitten. She found a comfortable spot and buried her head in his chest. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to face him in this manner. Chen Fong's heart was instantly filled with this unexpected embrace. He tightened his arms, holding the soft, delicate body in his embrace even closer, resting his chin on the top of her head, and sighed contentedly. "What's wrong? Why are you being so proactive today?" The person in his arms gave a muffled After a while, she finally raised her head. Those almond-shaped eyes, which looked particularly dreamy under the dim light, stared at him intently. Her cheeks were flushed with an alluring blush, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it reached Chen Fong's ears clearly. "Chen Fong. Thank you for today." "Here we go again," Chen Fong said with a helpless smile. "I've told you before, you're not allowed to say thank you." "No, this time is different." Ji Wanning shook her head, her eyes shining brightly, "as a reward for your performance at the amusement park today." She didn't finish her sentence. However, her actions spoke for themselves. She sat up slightly and wrapped her fair arms around his neck. Then, to Chen Fong's surprise, she took the initiative and kissed his lips. This kiss was no longer as awkward and tentative as the one on the Ferris wheel. Instead, it carried an unprecedented enthusiasm and initiative. She imitated him before, clumsily yet earnestly responding to his love. For a moment, Chen Fong's brain went blank. He was immediately overwhelmed with immense surprise and excitement. Is his wife rewarding him on her own initiative? This realization made his blood boil instantly. Without further hesitation, he flipped over and switched their positions, firmly seizing the initiative. The temperature in the room was steadily rising. The moonlight outside the window quietly hid behind the clouds. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The next day, when Chen Fong woke up feeling refreshed, Ji Wanning was still fast asleep in his arms. She must have been too tired last night, because her sleeping face looked exceptionally sweet. Long eyelashes cast a beautiful shadow under the eyelids. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. Chen Fong lowered his head and placed a good morning kiss on her smooth forehead, then carefully lifted the covers and prepared to get up. The moment he moved, the person in his arms let out a soft moan. She subconsciously reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, mumbling something in a daze. "Don't go." Chen Fong's heart melted instantly. He lay back down, pulled her into his arms, and coaxed her softly, "It's okay, I won't leave. I'll stay here with you." Ji Wanning seemed to hear his words, snuggled closer to him, and then fell into a deep sleep again. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Chen Fong had only one thought in his mind. This feeling is fucking awesome. A wife, kids, and a warm bed, that's truly the ultimate pursuit in life. Chapter 57. My father-in-law is numb again. At the start of the new week, Chen Fong returned to the administrative department of the G Group feeling refreshed. A sweet date with my wife over the weekend, and an in-depth conversation last night. It made him feel like he was soaking in a honeypot, exuding a satisfied and lazy vibe from the inside out. A wife, kids, and a warm bed, the ancients were right. Chen Fong hummed a little tune, plopped back down at his workstation, and expertly turned on his computer and logged into the game. A perfect day should start with a paid day off. He has already made up his mind. Today I'll just mentor my apprentice in the game and enjoy the scenery. We will resolutely avoid any actions that could trigger system KPIs. As for that love-themed cola chicken wings from last week, although the taste was indescribable, my wife's intention was perfect. To reward his wife for her courageous attempt, he specially paid for her late-night snacks for the following week. This completely dissuaded Ji Wanning from ever entering the kitchen again. I am such a wonderful husband. As Chen Fong explored the game map, he thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction. While he was enjoying himself, the rest of the administration department presented a completely different picture. Since Chen Fong arrived, the entire administration department has been energized. What used to be a process that took a week to complete can now be done in a single day.
Departments that used to argue for ages over trivial procurement budgets are now all very polite to each other. The budget request is clear, concise, and easy to understand. Department head Li Wei stared at the monthly report in his hand, his mouth agape. Procurement costs decreased by 15% month on month. Office supply loss rate decreased by 20%. Cross-departmental collaboration efficiency assessment S+. Employee satisfaction survey, the administration department ranked first for 3 consecutive weeks. Li Wei rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. These figures are so striking they're almost blinding. You have to understand, the administration department is a money-spending, low-effort department. Not making mistakes is the greatest achievement. When have we ever seen such impressive data comparable to that of core business departments? He couldn't understand it, he really couldn't understand it. The people in the department are still the same people, and the work is still the same. How come they have suddenly been transformed? He quietly observed for several days and found that everyone's work attitude was indeed different. Everyone was full of energy, had a clear mind, and handled things quickly and well. Moreover, there was absolutely no resentment about working overtime. Everyone was enjoying it. Li Wei's gaze finally settled on the young man in the corner who was wearing headphones and staring intently at the computer screen. Chen Fong, the chairman's son-in-law. This young man goes to work on time every day and leaves on time, never working overtime. During work hours, I either read the news or play games. He occasionally handles some documents, but he finishes them in no time, appearing to be more relaxed than anyone else. But that's the strange thing about it. Li Wei discovered that all the improvements in efficiency seem to be inextricably linked to this Chen Fong. For example, that complicated procurement request last time. Several departments felt there was a problem. When it was delivered to Chen Fong, he only glanced at it. I casually wrote a few words, and the problem was solved. It also optimized the entire process. For example, the documents he casually organized became exceptionally clear when they reached other people's hands. It highlights the key points, making it easy for people to understand at a glance, and greatly reducing communication costs. All of this happened so naturally, as if the file itself had become intelligent? Li Wei racked his brains but could only come to one conclusion: this son-in-law was not here to just coast along, he was a hidden genius. No, we have to report this to the chairman. Holding this report, which should have made any administrative manager stand tall, Li Wei felt uneasy. He always felt that if he submitted this report, the chairman might see shock rather than surprise. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Li Wei knocked on the door of the chairman's office on the top floor. "Come in." Ji Xindong's voice was as steady and powerful as ever. Li Wei pushed open the door and respectfully handed over the report. "Chairman, this is the administrative department's work summary report for last month. Please take a look." "Okay, put it there." Ji Xindong didn't even look up, he was staring at an investment document with a furrowed brow. He never paid much attention to the reports from the administration department, as long as nothing major went wrong. Li Wei stood still, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Ji Xindong finally noticed his unusual behavior, looked up, and asked somewhat impatiently, "Is there something else?" "Chairman, you should take a look now." Li Wei mustered his courage and said. Ji Xindong frowned even more deeply. "What's wrong with Li Wei today? It's just an administrative report, why do I have to see it in person?" He picked up the report with a disgruntled expression and casually flipped through it. His pupils contracted sharply after just one glance. Procurement costs decreased by 15%? He immediately turned to the next page. Collaboration efficiency assessment S+? Turn it over again. Number 1 employee satisfaction? Ji Xindong's breathing began to quicken. He pushed aside the investment documents in his hand, grabbed the report with both hands, and carefully read it from beginning to end, word by word. The office was eerily quiet, with only Ji Xindong's increasingly heavy breathing remaining. Li Wei stood to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. Finally, Ji Xindong finished reading it. He slowly put down the report, leaned back in his large executive chair, stared blankly at the ceiling, and muttered to himself. Again, S+, again. Li Wei couldn't hear what the chairman was saying, so he tentatively asked, "Chairman, are you satisfied with this month's performance?" Ji Xindong seemed to have all his strength drained away. He waved his hand weakly, his voice filled with a despair that made him feel like he had no will to live. "Satisfied, so satisfied, I'm so satisfied I'm almost crying. He finally understands now. Ever since the son-in-law joined the company, the entire G group has started to act strangely. First, all the employees in the group were like they were on steroids, working like crazy and leaving get off work on time. Then there's the administrative department of the elderly care department, which he personally placed there. Its performance became more and more outstanding, and its reports became more and more frightening. This is hardly an administration department. This is the company's engine. Ji Jindong felt his heart couldn't take it. He initially brought Chen Fong into the company simply so that he could stay under his nose, behave himself as a live-in son-in-law, and not cause any trouble. But what about now? This kid is like a prehistoric giant shark that has infiltrated a carp pond. Without making a sound, they turned the entire ecosystem of the pond upside down. That kid, he's like a persistent ghost. Ji Jindong squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. He thought about how his originally leisurely retirement life had become a distant dream because of his son-in-law's mess. Ji Jindong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing that even his small fortune might be taken away by him, leaving him to work for him in the end. No. Absolutely not. Ji Jindong sat up abruptly, a resolute glint in his eyes. He has to have a serious talk with Chen Fong. We must make him pull back from the brink and turn back before it's too late. If things continue like this, my position as chairman will have to be replaced sooner or later. Meanwhile, the administration department. Chen Fong was in high spirits after winning a thrilling PK battle while controlling his game character. All done, call it a day. He stretched, checked the time, and realized it was almost time to leave work. Completely unaware that he had simply defeated a boss in a game. The documents he handled benefited from the combined effects of the passive skills, superhuman brainpower, and perfect finish. Another automatic evolution. It has become a perfect model with clear logic and optimal process. Ding dong. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my mind. The system detected that the host efficiently completed their duties, optimized departmental workflows, improved team collaboration, and perfectly embodied the ultimate worker's dedication. No, I mean, their professionalism. Chen Fong was startled. Damn it! Not again? His heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. I'm warning you, I didn't do anything today. I was just playing games. How can that be considered a KPI? Chen Fong roared inwardly. The system paused, seemingly organizing its thoughts. Based on system analysis, the host was subconsciously still thinking about how to optimize work while enjoying entertainment. Their spirit is commendable and their behavior praiseworthy. I'm not thinking about you, you big dummy. I'm just thinking about what to cook for my wife tonight. The system has decided to delay the distribution of the host's reward as an encouragement. After that, the system went silent. Chen Fong was stunned. Delayed disbursement? This damn system has even learned to offer installment plans? He always felt that there must be an even bigger trap waiting for him behind this. I'm so tired. I really just wanted to play a game. Chen Fong slumped in his chair, feeling that his life of mediocrity had been shrouded in another thick shadow. Little did he know, an even bigger surprise awaited him upstairs. When Li Wei came out of the chairman's office, his legs were weak. He had never seen the chairman with such a complex expression, as if he wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, his features twisted together. In the end, the chairman only said one sentence to him. Go and bring Chen Fong up here. The tone wasn't like a superior ordering a subordinate, it was more like a death row inmate about to be executed, giving his last words. Chapter 58 Father-in-law, please stop trying. When Li Wei stood next to Chen Fong's workstation, he felt a mix of emotions. He looked at the young man in front of him, wearing headphones and leisurely rocking back and forth in his office chair. It was impossible to reconcile him with the chairman's utterly dejected appearance just now. This isn't a son-in-law, he's clearly the chairman's nemesis. Chen Fong. Li Wei cleared his throat, his voice sounding a little weak. Chen Fong took off her headphones and looked at him innocently. Managerly, is there something you need? Is it almost time to leave work? Li Wei's lips twitched. Going off work? If you keep working for a few more days, the chairman will be leaving early. The chairman wants you to go to his office. Li Wei reluctantly relayed the order. Looking for me again? Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the surprise that was supposed to be delayed by the system has arrived so quickly? He glanced at Li Wei's complicated expression and immediately had a guess in his mind.
It's probably just some trivial matter from the administration department again. How could I possibly cause trouble when I'm just slacking off and playing games all day? Chen Fong was completely baffled. Could it be that my gaming skills are so good that they've caught the chairman's attention and he wants to become my apprentice?
With a sliver of unrealistic hope, Chen Fong reluctantly stood up and slowly made his way to the elevator.
Top floor, chairman's office. Ji Zhendong has recovered slightly from his earlier breakdown.
He sat in his boss's chair with 2 wine glasses in front of him and a bottle of mutai that he had treasured for over 20 years next to him. This bottle of wine was a gift from an old friend when his company went public. He hadn't been willing to drink it, always thinking he'd wait until he retired, or until a joyous occasion like Wan Ning's wedding, before opening it. But today, he decided to open it. It wasn't to celebrate, but to beg for mercy. He had made up his mind he had to get to the bottom of things with this monstrous son-in-law today. If coercion doesn't work, then try bribery. If bribery doesn't work, then he can only cling to his son-in-law's leg and cry. In order to enjoy my retirement in peace, and to avoid being dragged into working for my son-in-law, I'd rather not have this old face.
Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Come in.
Ji Zhendong took a deep breath and tried his best to make his voice sound like a domineering CEO. Chen Fong pushed open the door and immediately saw the valuable bottle of old mutai and 2 cups on the table.
Hey Dad, what's the occasion? You even opened a bottle of good wine. Chen Fong walked over with a grin, acting as if he were one of the guests. You little brat, you can still laugh?
Ji Zhendong felt a surge of anger the moment he saw his seemingly harmless face. He pointed to the chair across the table and said in a deep voice,
Sit.
Chen Fong readily sat down, picked up the wine bottle, and looked at it.
A bottle of mutai from 1983, Dad, you really went all out. So, what do you need from me this time?
Let me make it clear, I won't do anything too troublesome.
Puff.
Ji Zhendong had just picked up his cup, trying to appear profound, when he almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
Please? I'm fucking begging you to quit.
He suppressed his anger and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Son-in-law, I've called you here today to have a heart-to-heart talk.
A heart-to-heart talk? Chen Fong looked wary. Dad, you're not trying to introduce me to some investment products, are you? I don't have any money.
Ji Zhendong felt his blood pressure soaring. What kind of nonsense is going on in this kid's head?
No.
Ji Zhendong pushed the glass of wine he had poured in front of Chen Fong and said earnestly, Son-in-law, Dad knows you were a talented person. Chen Fong picked up his wineglass, smelled it, and said modestly, Dad, you flatter me. I'm just a lazy bum who doesn't know anything about talent.
Stop pretending.
Ji Zhendong slammed his hand on the table, finally unable to hold back any longer.
Don't think I don't know. I've read the administration department's report for this month. S+. Another S+. Are you telling me you're just coasting along? Chen Fong blinked, looking completely bewildered. Report? What report? I don't know anything about it.
I play games every day, and Supervisor Lee didn't ask me to write a report.
Looking into Chen Fong's sincere yet innocent eyes, Ji Zhendong was completely speechless. He knew the kid wasn't faking it.
He's the ultimate Versailles monster who's all about I didn't do anything, but I'm capable of holding up the sky if it falls.
Ji Zhendong slumped back into his chair, his voice filled with exhaustion and pleading, Son-in-law, I'm begging you, please?
Chen Fong downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, smacked his lips, and said, Dad, I don't understand what you're saying.
What exactly do you want me to do? I want you to quit. Ji Zhendong went all out, almost shouting it out. Chen Fong was stunned. You're quitting? You're going to fire me? It's not expulsion.
Ji Zhendong covered his face in anguish.
What I mean is, can you please stop letting the administration department steal the spotlight? Can't you leave some room for the other departments to operate? Ha! Chen Fong was completely dumbfounded. There are even bosses who beg their employees not to work properly? This world is crazy. Dad, are you mistaken about something? I really didn't do anything.
Chen Fong felt that she was more wrong than Doi.
I didn't misunderstand.
Ji Zhendong raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, like a gambler who had lost all his wealth. I don't care what you did or didn't do. I just beg you, have mercy on the G Group, and let go of this old man who wants to retire early. Pointing to the S+ report, he said with great distress, Look at this, look at this.
You've made the administration department perform better than the RD and marketing departments. Where do you think the other departments are supposed to put their faces? Where do you think I am supposed to put my old face? If this continues, at the year-end summary meeting, should I give the administration department a group best contribution award and then have all the other vice presidents and directors stand up and applaud you? What will others think? They'll think that I, Ji Zhendong, practice nepotism and suppress all other departments just to promote my son-in-law. My lifelong reputation is about to be ruined by you, son-in-law. As Ji Zhendong spoke, he became more and more agitated and aggrieved. In the end, tears actually welled up in his eyes. Chen Fong stared dumbfounded at his dramatic father-in-law. Goodness, this acting is so good, it would be a waste not to win an Oscar. However, he understood what he meant. The father-in-law was afraid that his own abilities would drag him down from his position. Dad, don't worry, I promise that next month, the administration department will be quiet and uneventful. Chen Fong quickly went along with what he said, afraid that the old man would actually cry in front of him. Real? Ji Zhendong looked at him with suspicion. It really is. More real than real gold. Chen Fong patted his chest and promised, I swear, if the administration department's report is still S+ next month, I'll punish myself by not playing games for a month. For a lazy bum like me, this is already the ultimate oath. Upon hearing this guarantee, Ji Zhendong's expression finally softened a bit. He poured himself another glass of wine, trembling slightly, and drank it all in one gulp, as if to calm his nerves. That's good, that's good. He let out a long sigh of relief. Son-in-law, it's not that I don't want you to be ambitious, it's just, the way you're ambitious is too frightening. My little heart can't take this kind of stimulation. Chen Fong nodded repeatedly, I understand. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely control myself in the future, and I will never reach out for money or think recklessly. I will try to be an ordinary administrative staff member. In his mind, he was furiously complaining, System, did you hear me? It's not that I don't want to work hard, it's that my father-in-law won't let me. You have to take the blame for this. Don't you dare drag me down again. After the two reached an agreement, the atmosphere in the office finally eased. Once Ji Zhendong was in a good mood, he became more talkative and started chatting with Chen Fong about everyday things. By the way, son-in-law, how have you and Wan Ning been lately? I heard you went to the amusement park the other day? Yes, take her out for a walk to clear her head. Good, Ji Zhendong said with a look of relief. Wan Ning is just a bit cold-hearted, but she's actually softer than anyone else. Spend more time with her and comfort her. She's pregnant now, so her emotions are easily volatile. Please be understanding. Dad, don't worry, Wan Ning is my wife. If I don't love her, who will? Chen Fong said with a smile. Hey, that's right. Ji Zhendong slapped his thigh. The two of you being well is the most important thing. Company matters or minor family harmony is the most important. Chen Fong was secretly delighted that's not what you just said. The two drank a few more glasses, and seeing that it was almost time to leave work, Chen got up to say goodbye. Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs now. I still need to go home and cook for Wan Ning. Go ahead, drive carefully on the road. Ji Zhendong personally escorted him to the door, and only after watching Chen Fong's figure disappear into the elevator did he breathe a long sigh of relief. Finally, we managed to appease this powerful figure. He returned to his office and looked at the bottle of his treasured mutai, now nearly half empty, on his desk, without feeling any remorse. On the contrary, I felt that the wine was well worth the money. Trading a bottle of wine for a comfortable retirement is a winning deal. However, what he didn't know was that the moment Chen Fong stepped out of his office, the inhuman system rang out once again. Ding! Detected that the host had a fruitful stress management communication session with their superior chairman. Through peaceful negotiation, potential workplace conflicts were effectively resolved, and the host secured a more relaxed environment to slack off. This move perfectly aligns with the core principles of the most dedicated worker's spirit, efficient communication and creating a positive work environment. System has determined that the host has acquired basic resource integration and management capabilities. Therefore, a new skill is awarded, Resource Integration Master Beginner. As Chen Fong was stepping into the elevator, he stumbled and almost fell. Holy crap! Chapter 59 This rival is trying to steal my girlfriend? Chen Fong leaned against the elevator wall, completely dumbfounded. Resource Integration Master Beginner? What the heck?
His mind went blank for a moment, and the system panel popped up automatically.
Skill name, Resource Integration Master Beginner.
Skill description: the host can keenly perceive the potential connections between different people, events, and things, and combine them in the most efficient way to achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Whether it's human resources, material resources, or information resources, they will all become pawns that can be freely deployed in the host's eyes. Note, this skill can be used to optimize team composition, develop project plans, solve complex problems, and even plan family trips and create weekend cleaning schedules. Chen Fong's eyes twitched violently as he looked at the last note.
System, please, have some humanity.
I just had a drink with my father-in-law and promised him I could continue slacking off.
How did that become resource integration? What does this have to do with the master? Planning family trips? Creating a deep cleaning plan?
You might as well give me a housekeeping all-round god-level skill and let me become a full-time stay-at-home dad. Chen Fong roared inwardly, feeling that he had taken another big step further away from his dream of becoming a lazy bum. The master of emotional control was already giving him a headache, and now there's another master of resource integration. These two skills sound increasingly advanced and complicated, one after the other. One allows him to see through people's hearts, and the other allows him to control all things.
How am I supposed to pretend to be dead at the company now?
In any casual meeting, he can spot the flaws in the project plan and the unreasonable staffing at a glance. He can discover potential business opportunities from casual conversations.
How could he possibly hold back from speaking up? Once you open your mouth, won't you be exposed again?
Once exposed, it means taking on more work and moving further and further away from his slacker life.
No, the skill has to be hidden. We absolutely cannot use it.
Chen Fong made up his mind that from now on, he would not only speak less at the company, but also avoid making eye contact with people. You also have to actively block out those messy connections in your brain. While others look at reports, he looks at resource configuration diagrams. While others listen to gossip, he listens to business intelligence networks. If this continues, he's really going to have a mental breakdown. My heart is so tired. I feel like I'll never love again. Chen Fongshan walked out of the elevator with a sense of despair and returned to his empty workstation. My colleagues had already left work on time, each one running faster than the last. He packed his things and prepared to slip away, heading home to seek comfort from his wife. Only in Ji Wanning's arms could he find a moment of peace, the tranquility of being a lazy bum. As soon as Chen Fong stepped out of the company gate, his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from an unknown number.
Chen Fong, this is me, Mu Qian. Chen Fong frowned.
This woman is truly a persistent ghost. Since their unpleasant encounter at the amusement park, she hadn't contacted him again, and Chen Fong assumed she had given up. Unexpectedly, it has resurfaced after only a few days. Chen Fong thought about it and decided to ignore it. It's better to avoid trouble. Talking to this kind of manipulative woman is a waste of your life. Just as he was about to put his phone back in his pocket, a second text message arrived. I heard you're doing exceptionally well at the G Group lately, even turning the administration department into a star department. I'm truly happy for you. Upon seeing this text message, alarm bells immediately went off in Chen Fong's mind.
How did she know?
Although this matter in the administration department has been widely discussed within the G Group, it shouldn't have spread outside yet.
How could Mu Qian, an outsider, know so much?
Moreover, they use terms like thriving and star department to describe it.
This tone, why does it sound so much like the complaining of my father-in-law, Ji Zhendong?
A thought flashed through Chen Fong's mind.
Holy crap, no way? Could it be that my father-in-law, that big mouth, bragged to someone in the Mu family on some occasion he didn't know about?
Given Ji Zhendong's pride and inability to keep things to himself, it's quite possible. The more Chen Fong thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. His lovable father-in-law probably met an elder from the Mu family at some business banquet. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, she began to bitterly complain about how her son-in-law lacked ambition. He's always causing trouble in the administration department, making a mess of the company. What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. This matter eventually reached Mu Qian's ears.
Chen Fong suddenly felt a headache coming on.
I'm not afraid of God like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig like father-in-law. Just as he was having a headache, Mu Qian called. Chen Fong hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the answer. He wanted to hear what tricks this woman was up to this time.
Hello. Chen Feng's voice was indifferent. Chen Feng, you finally answered my call.
On the other end of the phone, Mu Qian's voice came through, tinged with a mix of grievance and joy. With that kind of acting skill, it's a shame she doesn't go into stage plays.
Chen Feng's master of emotional control skill was activated instantly.
He could clearly sense that the other person's aggrieved tone was feigned. But the excitement and the allure of trying it out were very real.
What's up?
Chen Feng was too lazy to waste words with her.
It's nothing serious, it's been a long time since we last met, and I wanted to chat with you.
Mu Qian's voice was very soft, carrying the warmth of old classmates reminiscing. I heard from my dad that he ran into Chairman Ji at a party a few days ago. Chairman Ji spoke highly of you, saying that although you are only in the administration department, you are very capable and are the future star of the group.
Chen Feng's eyelids twitched as he listened. Highly praised? A rising star? If my father-in-law really thought that way, he wouldn't have tried to bribe me with a bottle of 1983 Mutai.
Mu Qian either didn't understand her father-in-law's implied meaning, or she was pretending not to understand and deliberately testing him with her words.
Really? How come I didn't know that? Chen Feng replied casually. You're just being too modest.
Mu Qian chuckled lightly, then changed the subject, finally revealing her true colors.
Chen Feng, to be honest, I've always felt that with your talent, it's a waste for you to be working in the administration department of the G Group. Here comes the important part. Chen Feng sneered inwardly, but said calmly, I think it's pretty good.
It's easy, close to home, and the salary is decent.
That's not a long-term solution.
Mu Qian's tone became serious. You are still young, you should have a broader platform to realize your ambitions.
Instead of, like this.
She paused, lowering her voice even further, with a seductive undertone. Chen Feng, my dad's company is currently preparing for a new energy project with excellent prospects, but they lack a project leader with your vision and decisiveness.
I'd like to recommend you. Would you be interested in giving it a try?
The true intentions have been revealed. After wandering around for so long, it turns out this is where they were waiting.
Oh wow, this rival is getting more sophisticated. Not content with just verbal provocation, she's starting to steal his girlfriend directly?
Chen Feng thought to himself. He had to admit that Mu Qian's move was indeed quite skillful.
She did not directly attack Ji Wanning, nor did she belittle the Ji family.
Instead, she adopts an attitude of caring for you and valuing your talent, extending an olive branch to him. This would be an extremely tempting offer for any ambitious man. From a son-in-law of a wealthy family and a low-level employee in the administration department, he has risen to become the head of a promising new energy project. This is practically the treatment a novel's protagonist receives.
Unfortunately, she chose the wrong person. Chen Feng's biggest dream is to be a salted fish. What ambitions, what vast horizons, can compare to the comfort of being at home with your wife and children on a warm bed? Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen Feng refused without even thinking.
Mu Qian on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to refuse so decisively.
Chen Feng, 1T you reconsider? This is truly a rare opportunity.
I know you might be worried about Wan Ning, but...
I'm not worried about her,
Chen Feng interrupted her, his tone calm but firm.
I can't live without her.
For me, my career is wherever she is.
Even if I were the world's richest man, I wouldn't do it if it didn't bring me my wife.
After saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word on this woman.
Some things only need to be said once.
He put away his phone, let out a long sigh of relief, and felt finally at peace. However, when he looked up, he saw Ji Wanning's Bentley parked on the roadside not far away.
The car window rolled down, revealing Ji Wanning's aloof and stunningly beautiful face.
She didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes were like a frozen lake, unfathomable.
Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. When did she arrive? How much of the phone call did she hear? Chapter 60. The domineering wife protects her husband online.
Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Feng's mind in an instant, but he remained calm on the surface, walking towards the car with his usual smile.
Honey, why are you here so early today? You even came to pick me up yourself.
I'm flattered. He opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and instinctively reached out to hold Ji Wanning's hand.
Ji Wanning avoided it.
Her hands remained firmly on the steering wheel.
Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, as if the woman with the deep eyes from just moments ago was not her. On the way. She uttered 2 words, her voice even colder than usual. The atmosphere inside the car instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chen Fong knew that she must have heard it. Even if you didn't hear the content clearly, you definitely saw the name on the caller ID. What's wrong? Who's upset our CEO G again? Chen Fong leaned closer, wanting to see her expression. Ji Wanning started the car, drove onto the main road without looking to the side, and said calmly, "No." The more this is the case, the more it indicates something is wrong. Chen Fong knew exactly what was going on. In the past, Ji Wanning might have hidden her emotions, overthinking things by herself, and then given him the silent treatment. But things are different now. After that incident at the amusement park, their relationship had crossed that line. Ji Wanning already had a possessive desire for him and a sense of responsibility as his wife. She's not that she's not angry, but rather that she's thinking about how to be angry. Chen Fong wasn't in a hurry to explain. In situations like this, explanations are just a cover-up. He decided to remain calm and see how his increasingly assertive wife would handle the situation. He leaned back in his chair, watching Ji Wanning with a leisurely air. I have to say, his wife's profile when she's focused on driving is really beautiful. Her high, straight nose, tightly pursed red lips, and slightly furrowed brows all exuded a sense of ascetic beauty. Especially now, this aesthetic is mixed with a dangerous air of "I'm very unhappy." Wow, that's awesome. The car drove back to the Ji family manor in silence. After parking the car, Ji Wanning unbuckled her seatbelt, still not looking at Chen Fong, and went straight to open the car door and get out. Chen Fong also got out of the car and walked quickly a few steps behind her. Watching her walk away quickly, Chen Fong found it somewhat amusing. This little cat looks like it's bristling with fur, but doesn't know why it's acting up. Entering the villa's living room, Ji Wanning casually tossed her bag onto the sofa, then turned around and finally looked Chen Fong in the eye. Whose phone call was that just now? She asked directly, her voice revealing neither joy nor anger. What's wrong? Is your wife checking up on you? Chen Fong walked over with a grin, intending to hug her from behind. Ji Wanning stepped to the side, avoiding his embrace, and stared at him sharply. Chen Fong, I'm not joking with you. Seeing her serious expression, Chen Fong knew he couldn't keep joking around. He stopped smiling and met her gaze calmly. It's Mu Qian. Upon hearing this name, Ji Wanning's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Although I had expected it, hearing it from Chen Fong's own mouth still brought a wave of bitterness and unease. Her fingernails dug unconsciously into her palms. What does she want with you? Ji Wanning's voice sounded a little strained. It's nothing, just some irrelevant person saying irrelevant things, Chen Fong said casually. He didn't want Mu Qian's disgusting words to pollute the atmosphere between him and Ji Wanning. But Ji Wanning clearly did not accept this answer. Irrelevant? She sneered, took a step forward, and fixed her beautiful almond-shaped eyes on Chen Fong. Chen Fong, do you think I'm stupid? Why would you need to talk to a complete stranger for so long at the company gate? Chen Fong then realized that Ji Wanning had probably been watching for a while he was on the phone. I just wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible, but who knew she could talk so much? Chen Fong shrugged, looking helpless. What did she say to you? Ji Wanning pressed on relentlessly. Seeing her determined attitude and insistence on getting to the bottom of things, Chen Fong knew that if this matter wasn't clarified today, things wouldn't get over. He sighed and decided to tell the truth. She said that her father's company has a new energy project and wants me to be in charge. Chen Fong spoke casually, but to Ji Wanning, it was like a thunderclap. Poaching. That woman actually dared to steal her husband right in front of her. An unprecedented surge of anger instantly welled up from the depths of Ji Wanning's heart, burning so intensely that she trembled all over. She had always known that Mu Qian had feelings for Chen Fong, but she never expected that Mu Qian's methods would be so direct and aggressive. What makes her so special? Based on her Mu family background? Based on the fact that she can provide Chen Fong with a so-called broad platform? What did she take Chen Fong for? A commodity that could be bought off at will? What did she take Ji Wanning for? A loser who couldn't keep her husband? You agreed? Ji Wanning's voice trembled as she stared intently at Chen Fong, terrified of hearing the answer she least wanted to hear from him. Although she had vaguely heard Chen Fong's refusal, she still needed a definite and affirmative answer at this moment. Chen Fong felt a pang of pain in his heart as he looked at her reddened eyes and slightly trembling body.
He stepped forward and, ignoring her struggles, pulled her tightly into his arms.
Fool, what are you thinking about?
He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, his voice so gentle it could melt your heart.
Do you think I'm the kind of person who would betray principles for personal gain?
Let alone being a project manager, I wouldn't trade myself for the world's richest man. A warm embrace, a familiar scent, and that firm promise it's like a warm current. It instantly calmed the restlessness and unease in Ji Wan-ning's heart. Her tense body slowly relaxed. She buried her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent.
But the anger stemming from being provoked did not completely dissipate. Why should an outsider always have to interfere in her and Chen Fang's affairs? Why is it that Mu Qian can test her and Chen Fang's bottom line time and time again?
Previously, she chose to endure and back down because she felt it didn't matter.
But now, things are different.
Chen Fang is her husband, the father of the child in her womb, and the person she has decided to spend her life with.
What belongs to her, no one can take away. An unprecedented surge of courage and possessiveness rose within Ji Wanning.
She suddenly lifted her head from Chen Fang's embrace, her eyes flashing with an unprecedented firmness and determination. To Chen Fang's surprise, Ji Wan-ning reached out and took his phone directly from his pocket. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Chen Fang had already registered her fingerprint.
Then, she skillfully opened the call log and found the name Mu Qian. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Wanning's slender fingers flew across the screen, quickly typing a text message. Chen Fang curiously leaned over to take a look. On the screen, there were only a few simple words. Ms. Mu, instead of wasting time on these petty tricks, you should mind your own business. Chen Fang is my husband, now and always will be.
There was no unnecessary nonsense, no vicious curses.
But between the lines, there is an undeniable domineering attitude and a strong assertion of sovereignty. Send. Completed in one go.
After doing all this, Ji Wanning handed the phone back to Chen Fang. Then he raised his chin, like a proud peacock that had won a battle, and looked at the dumbfounded Chen Fang.
Chen Fang was stunned for several seconds before he reacted.
Looking at Ji Wan-ning's face, slightly flushed with excitement, and her strikingly bright eyes, he suddenly felt.
His wife is incredibly cool. Wife. What?
Ji Wan-ning raised an eyebrow, her tone a bit sharp. Chen Fang suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. This kiss carried a hint of punishment, but even more so, a deep sense of admiration and love. He only reluctantly released Ji Wan-ning when she was almost breathless from the kiss, pressing his forehead against hers and chuckling softly.
Honey, the way you looked just now was so domineering, it made my legs go weak. Ji Wan-ning's face flushed bright red instantly.
The heroic spirit of sacrificing oneself vanished instantly, replaced by boundless shame and anger.
What nonsense are you spouting? She pushed Chen Fang away and turned to run away.
Chen Fang pulled her back into his arms, held her tightly, rested his chin on her shoulder, and sighed contentedly.
Don't talk nonsense, my wife is the most handsome woman in the world.
He felt that rivals in love could sometimes be quite endearing.
If it weren't for Mu Qian's amazing help today, how would he have seen his icy wife's domineering and protective side?
This feeling of being firmly chosen and protected is even better than having a system unleash 10,000 god-level skills.
Chapter 61 This Damn Sweet Possessiveness.
Ji Wanning was held in Chen Fang's arms, her cheeks so hot they could fry an egg. The courage she had when sending the text message, as if she were the rightful wife declaring war, had long since vanished under Chen Fang's ardent gaze and undisguised praise. She only feels ashamed now.
How could I have done something so impulsive?
She directly took his phone and sent those kinds of text messages to other women.
She's acting like a jealous shrew. You let me go.
Ji Wan-ning struggled, her voice a mixture of shame and anger.
I won't let go.
Chen Fang hugged her even tighter, as if he were holding a rare treasure.
Let me hug you a little longer. My wife was so cool just now, I need to catch my breath.
His voice carried a low chuckle. The warm breath sprayed onto Ji Wan-ning's sensitive earlobe, sending a slight shiver down her spine.
Who owns your house? Let go of me.
Ji Wan-ning was still putting on a brave front, but her struggles had weakened considerably.
From the day you married me, you belonged to my family. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, you can't escape.
Chen Fang announced domineeringly in her ear, and then gently bit her small earlobe.
Ah!
Ji Wan-ning exclaimed, her whole body going limp.
That bastard! He's getting better and better at flirting with her.
Just then, Chen Fang's phone, which he had placed on the sofa, suddenly rang at an inopportune moment.
Both of them looked at the phone at the same time.
On the screen, the words Mu Qian were flashing wildly.
It was obvious that the other party received the text message and called back in a fit of rage. Ji Wanning's body tensed up instantly.
Chen Fong could clearly sense that the woman in his arms, whose fighting mode had just subsided, seemed to be about to be activated again. He chuckled softly, released Ji Wanning, and slowly walked over to pick up his phone. Under Ji Wanning's tense gaze, Chen Fong did not answer the call, but instead pressed the hang-up button directly. Immediately afterwards, he swiped his long finger and decisively added Mu Qian's number to the blacklist.
Done.
He waved his phone at Ji Wanning, a smug look on his face as if he wanted praise.
As Ji Wanning watched his series of smooth and effortless actions, the last bit of unease and anger in her heart completely vanished.
Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of security and sweetness. This man expressed his attitude to her in the most direct and straightforward way. Without the slightest hesitation or ambiguity, he drew a clear line between her and that Mu Qian. He gave her the choice and then supported her choice with his actions. This feeling of being unconditionally trusted and pampered made Ji Wanning's heart feel as if it were being soaked in warm honey water, soft and sweet.
You.
She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say.
Say thank you? That's too formal. To say you did the right thing would be too arrogant. What about me?
Chen Fong walked over, pulled her back into his arms, and pinched her still slightly flushed cheeks.
My dear wife, are you satisfied this time?
Ji Wanning buried her face in his chest and mumbled an. The voice was barely audible, yet it made Chen Fong beam with joy.
I'm satisfied.
He held her in his arms, sat down on the sofa, and let her lean comfortably against him. If there are any more of these clueless flies in the future, don't waste your breath on them, just block them. You know my phone password and I've recorded my fingerprint, so you can do whatever you want with them, honey, I fully support you. His words were tantamount to handing over all his military power. Ji Wanning felt a sweet warmth in her heart, but couldn't help but scold, who cares about your mess? You brought this trouble upon yourself, so deal with it yourself.
I'm innocent.
Chen Fong immediately protested, I live a very simple life, going back and forth between the company and home every day. Apart from you and those old ladies at the company, I haven't even seen a female mosquito. Where did this peach blossom luck come from? It's clearly because your husband is too outstanding and has irresistible charm that has attracted these bad peach blossom lucks.
Loquacious.
Ji Wanning glanced at him, but couldn't help but smile slightly. She enjoyed seeing his cheeky and smug expression.
Oh, right.
Ji Wanning seemed to remember something, and sat up straight from his arms, looking at him intently.
That Mu Qian, how did she know about your work in the administration department? And how did she know so much about it?
Mentioning this gives Chen Fong a headache. He sighed and told Ji Wanning about his guess. I reckon it's probably because Dad was complaining to the Mu family at some party, and she overheard it.
Ji Wanning was both amused and exasperated after hearing this.
She knew her father all too well. She is concerned about her image, likes to show off, and can't keep secrets. Chen Fong must have felt a mix of love and hate about being forced into internal competition at the company. He felt uncomfortable keeping it to himself and wanted to talk about it whenever he had the chance. When they tell the story, they probably embellish it. Chen Fong is described as an inspirational figure who is unwilling to be ordinary and strives to shine even in a low-level position. As a result, this has led to the ridiculous situation we see today. It's all my dad's fault, he can't keep his mouth shut.
Ji Wanning said somewhat apologetically. How can you blame Dad?
If you have to blame someone, blame your husband for being too outstanding.
He can't keep a low profile even if he wants to.
Chen Fong tossed his head vainly.
Virtue.
Ji Wanning was amused by him and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. Chen Fong let out an exaggerated ah, and fell onto the sofa, holding onto her hand tightly. You murdered your husband. Wife, I'm devastated, both physically and mentally, you have to make it up to me.
You. Ji Wanning was both embarrassed and angry.
She tried to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly.
Compensate me.
Chen Fong took her hand, placed it to his lips, and gently kissed it, his eyes becoming deep and passionate.
As punishment, you'll have to smile at me more often from now on, okay?
His voice carried a hint of seduction. Ji Wanning looked at his handsome face so close to hers, and at the eyes that were filled with her, and her heart skipped a beat.
As if guided by some unseen force, she nodded. New. Chen Fong's smile deepened. He flipped over, switching their positions, and sat on top of her, looking down at her. Also, you're not allowed to get angry over irrelevant people and things anymore, understand? Your joys and sorrows can only be because of me. Overbearing. I'll be domineering towards you. Chen Fong chuckled softly, giving her no chance to speak, and lowered his head to kiss the soft spot he had longed for. This kiss lacked the previous probing and passion, and was filled with tenderness and comfort. He wanted to use this kiss to tell her that with him by her side, she had nothing to fear. Outside the window, night was deepening. In the living room, only the intertwined breaths of the two people and the gradually rising temperature remained. What Mu Qian's reaction was after being blocked is no longer important. The important thing is that, from today onwards, their hearts are one step closer. This thing called possessiveness, once it is aroused, becomes the sweetest poison, making people sink into it and unable to extricate themselves. Both of them are like this. Chapter 62 System, Are You a Sore Loser? The next day, when Chen Fong went to work, he felt that the whole world had become brighter. For the first time ever, Ji Wanning didn't get up early to go to the company that morning. Instead, she stayed in his arms and slept for an extra half hour. Before leaving, she kissed him on the cheek and told him to focus on work and not to attract unwanted attention. The way that little wife was bossing her husband around made Chen Fong feel like he was walking on clouds all day. Ah, the power of love is truly great. Chen Fong sat at his workstation, logging into the game while sighing with emotion. He made up his mind that, in order to repay his wife's trust, he would definitely carry out the laid-back spirit to the end today and resolutely not cause any trouble. However, he wanted to lie down, but the system didn't want him to. As soon as he entered the game instance, the notification about the delayed reward from yesterday echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's work environment is stable and in a good mood, suitable for accepting new challenges. The Skill Resource Integration Master Beginner is now officially activated. New player tutorial task issued. Before leaving get off work, please use existing resources to resolve the administrative department's issue of excessively high long-term procurement costs of printer ink cartridges. Task reward, skill proficiency plus 10, 100,000 renminbi in cash. Chen Fong. He looked at the task panel that suddenly popped up in front of him and almost spat blood onto the screen. No way? Again? I just promised my father-in-law yesterday that I would live a quiet and unremarkable life, and you're going to give me a whole new job today? Printer cartridges? Do you think this is something a master should be doing? You want me, a resource integration master, to manage cartridges? Are you kidding me? Chen Fong was internally ranting and raving. This system is like squeezing a toad dry, it won't stop until it's completely drained of his lazy, unambitious nature. A cash reward of 100,000? Do you think I've never seen money before? My wife gets more than that in a day. System prompt: the host may refuse this task. There are no penalties under this system. However, as the ultimate worker, voluntarily giving up readily available KPIs and bonuses is a shameful waste. Chen Fong's lips twitched. Good grief, instead of punishment, they're resorting to moral blackmail, huh? I refuse. I'm shameful. I'm a waste. Chen Fong retorted firmly in his heart. Just kidding, would you expose your newly acquired amazing skill for a mere 100,000 yuan? And there's also the risk of being pulled aside for questioning by the father-in-law. This deal is a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. He was determined that even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he would absolutely not care about this trivial matter of the ink cartridge. However, the Skill Resource Integration Master was clearly much more powerful than he had imagined. He was just about to close the task panel and concentrate on playing the game. Suddenly, a flood of random information about printers, ink cartridges, consumable suppliers, procurement processes, market price fluctuations, and so on rushed into my mind. This information, like a tide, is automatically categorized, filtered, and reorganized in his mind. Original ink cartridges are expensive, but offer stable print quality and a low failure rate. Domestic compatible ink cartridges are cheap, but their quality varies greatly. They are prone to clogging printheads and increase maintenance costs. Refilling ink is the cheapest method, but it's cumbersome, easy to make a mess, and causes the most damage to the printer. Supplier A mainly deals in original consumables and has long-term cooperative discounts, but the discounts are not significant. Supplier B is a primary distributor for several domestic compatible brands. They offer low prices, but they only have an advantage when purchasing in large quantities. Company C offers printer rental and all-inclusive services, charged per page, including all consumables and maintenance costs. In less than a minute, Chen Fang's brain had automatically generated 3 solutions. Furthermore, the advantages and disadvantages, cost accounting, potential risks, and the most suitable candidates for implementation of each plan are all clearly listed. Option 1. Renegotiate with supplier A. Leveraging the purchasing power of the G Group, we can negotiate even lower discounts. A long-term price lock-in agreement was signed. The advantage is stability and reliability, but the disadvantage is limited cost reduction. Option 2. Introduce high-quality compatible ink cartridges from supplier B as backups, to be used in combination with the original ink cartridges. Use compatible ink cartridges for printing non-critical documents to reduce overall costs. The advantage is a significant reduction in costs, while the disadvantages are the need to train employees and the increased complexity of consumables management. Option 3. This is also the option most recommended by Resource Integration Master. The company outsourced all non-confidential printing services to Company C. Chen Fang's brain even automatically deduced that Company C was currently in a period of business expansion and urgently needed a major client like the G Group to enhance its reputation. If we negotiate now, we can get a per-page printing fee that is far below the market price. They can also demand the latest model of printing equipment and sign extremely stringent service response terms. In this way, the administration department can be completely freed from the tedious procurement of consumables and equipment maintenance. It can save at least 300,000 yuan every year. The best person to take charge of this task was Xiao Wang, the intern who had just joined the department. Xiao Wang is a meticulous and reliable person, making him the perfect candidate to handle contract details. Chen Fang himself only needed to make a phone call to Company C's sales manager at key negotiation junctures. By using the Master of Emotional Control skill, you can easily secure the most favorable terms by subtly guiding the other party. The entire plan, from beginning to end, was logically clear and interconnected, making it a perfect plan. Chen Fang had even gone over in his mind what to say during negotiations and what traps to include in the contract. He sat blankly in the chair, feeling like a robot that had been programmed. I fucking. Chen Fang wanted to curse, but found he couldn't even utter a complaint. How can we play like this? His brain did all the work for him, and even provided a detailed instruction manual. Even if he wanted to play dumb now, he wouldn't know where to begin. System, you're awesome. You're ruthless. Chen Fang gritted his teeth and thought to himself. He now has 2 choices. First, he should keep the seemingly perfect plan to himself, pretend he knows nothing, and continue playing his game. Secondly, find an opportunity to casually reveal this idea to the supervisor Li Wei or the intern Xiao Wang, and let them carry it out, while keeping your own achievements hidden. The first choice best suits his laid-back nature. But for some reason, the thought of wasting a plan that could save more than 300,000 yuan a year made him feel uneasy. It's like a top chef seeing a pile of exquisite ingredients but having to watch them rot. This damn occupational hazard. Chen Fang scratched his head in anguish. He clearly only wants to be a useless person, so why does his brain always force him to be a genius? Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, his department head, Li Wei, walked over with a document in hand and a worried expression. Xiao Chen, are you busy? Li Wei's voice sounded weary. Chen Fang quickly minimized the game interface, raised his head with a serious expression, and said, no rush, Manager Li, what can I do for you? Li Wei sighed and handed him the document in his hand. Take a look at this. It's a notice that just came from the finance department. It says that in order to control costs, all departments' administrative expenses will be reduced by another 5% next quarter. He pointed to a line of text on the document and complained. I can let everything else go, but look at this, the budget for office supplies has been slashed. Original ink cartridges are so expensive now, several hundred yuan each. Our department has dozens of printers, and we're printing every day. This budget is simply not enough. Li Wei was at his wits' end. Since Chen Fang arrived, he has made it a habit to ask him for advice on some of his most troublesome problems. Although Chen Fang always said that he didn't understand or knew how. But in the end, they always managed to stumble upon some strange yet surprisingly useful advice, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Chen Fang looked at the budget amount circled in red on the document, and then at Li Wei's worried face. He knew he couldn't escape it. This is hardly a coincidence. This is clearly a script arranged by the system. Even NPCs are practically delivered to your face, what can you do? Chen Fang inwardly groaned, but on his face he put on a I'll give it a try expression.
Manager Li, although I don't know much about purchasing, I think I saw something online the other day about a company offering printer outsourcing services, charging per page.
It sounds like a pretty good deal. How about we look into it?
He decided to adopt the second option. He would throw out his ideas and let others do the work, resolutely refusing to get involved himself. In this way, even if the matter is accomplished, the credit will go to Li Wei, and it shouldn't have much to do with him, the one who made the suggestion, right? He proceeded cautiously, offering only the most vague direction. However, he still underestimated the passive impact of the Resource Integration Master skill. Li Wei's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words printer outsourcing service.
That's right. How come I didn't think of that?
He slapped his thigh, as if his meridians had been opened, and countless ideas instantly flooded his mind.
Yes, outsourcing. Leave the professional work to the professionals.
We buy the equipment and supplies ourselves, and we have to find people to do the repairs, which is time-consuming, laborious, and expensive.
If we outsource, wouldn't all these problems be solved?
Moreover, we can negotiate a package price with them, including all costs, which makes it easier to control the budget.
Xiao Chen. You're a genius. Li Wei excitedly grabbed Chen Fong's hand and shook it vigorously, as if he had seen a savior.
Chen Fong was shaken until he felt dizzy, but his heart was bleeding.
Oh no. I lost control again.
He only mentioned it briefly, but Li Wei's brain suddenly started working at high speed as if it had a CPU installed.
This is not scientific. Could it be that this resource integration master can not only integrate resources himself, but also subtly inspire others?
Chen Fong felt he had discovered an even more terrifying truth.
This skill is basically a mobile inspiration buff. Chapter 63 My Wife's Domineering Checkup Text Message.
As if he had discovered a new continent, Li Wei took the idea that Chen Fong had casually mentioned and rushed back to his office. He immediately convened a small meeting with several key personnel in the department, the topic of which was a feasibility study on outsourcing printing services. Looking at his energetic back, Chen Fong silently lit a candle for his own lazy life.
It's over.
He slumped in the chair, feeling completely drained. I thought it was just a suggestion, but I didn't expect that it would directly give Manager Li the skill of sparking inspiration. Judging from Li Wei's attitude, he won't give up until he achieves an S+ level of performance. When that time comes, what if his father-in-law, Ji Zhendong, finds out that he was the one who started this whole thing?
Chen Fong shuddered.
I can already picture Ji Zhendong clinging to his leg, tears streaming down his face, crying out, "Son-in-law, I beg you to stop using your supernatural powers."
What a tragedy.
Chen Fong covered his face in pain. He now seriously suspects that this strongest worker system was sent by God specifically to counter him. The more he wanted to lie down, the more the system pushed him toward the throne of the King of Scrolls. He opened the game, hoping to channel his grief and anger into power and vent his frustration by killing a few people in the virtual world. But for some reason, when he looked at the colorful skills and equipment on the screen, he would always unconsciously start analyzing them.
This warrior's equipment setup is unreasonable.
He should replace the ring that increases critical strike chance with one that increases armor penetration.
This will be more effective against bosses. That mage's skill casting order is wrong.
He should have used Frost Nova to control the enemy first, followed by Arcane Blast, instead of mindlessly casting Fireball. Our team composition is also problematic. We're missing a healer who can heal.
We should ask for one in the world chat. Stop.
Chen Fong shook his head sharply, forcing himself to break free from this state of resource integration.
That's terrifying.
This skill has started to affect his leisure time.
If this continues, he won't be able to concentrate on playing games anymore.
No, we have to find a way to disable this skill. Chen Fong wondered if he could discuss with the system whether to change these passively triggered skills into actively released ones. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to live like this. Chen Fong spent the entire afternoon in this painful struggle of trying hard to restrain herself from becoming better. He finally made it to the end of the workday and was the first to rush out of the company, even driving a few minutes faster than usual. All he wanted to do was go home immediately, throw himself into his wife's soft arms, and seek comfort.
Upon returning to the Ji family manor, Chen Fong was greeted by a faint aroma of food as soon as he entered.
He was taken aback, thinking it was the housekeeper returning home. But when he entered the restaurant, he saw something he never expected.
Wearing a pink apron, Ji Wanning stood in front of the counter in the open kitchen, awkwardly plating the food.
The afterglow of the setting sun streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her in a soft golden glow. The scene was so beautiful it seemed unreal.
Wife. What's going on? I hope it won't be like last time.
It's good, but it's a bit hard on the stomach. Chen Fong walked over and looked at the dishes on the table. Well, their appearance was indescribable. A plate of dark, unappetizing food, which looked like stir-fried vegetables, but more like charcoal. A plate of food with a fairly normal color but a strange shape, looks like scrambled eggs with tomatoes? There was also a pot of soup with a few scallions floating on top. It didn't seem like anything seriously wrong. Upon hearing the sound, Ji Wan-ning's body visibly stiffened, like a child caught red-handed doing something wrong. She turned around, a slight blush on her face, and said with feigned composure, "You're back? Wash your hands and eat." Chen Fong looked at the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and the few oil stains on her apron. A certain part of my heart instantly softened completely. He knew that Ji Wanning was not good at cooking. These hands of hers are for signing contracts worth hundreds of millions and typing on keyboards, not for washing hands and cooking. But now, for him, she has stepped into this battlefield she has never set foot on before. "You did this?" Chen Fong stepped forward, gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and spoke with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Ji Wan-ning's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't push him away. "Auntie took the day off today, so I saw there were some vegetables in the fridge, so I just made something. Please don't mind. How could I possibly find it unacceptable?" Chen Fong turned her around to face him and reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Even if my wife's cooking is a disaster, it's still the most delicious food in the world." He lowered his head, kissed her lips, and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Chef Ji." Ji Wan-ning's face turned even redder, and she glared at him reproachfully, "You smooth talker. Go wash your hands." At the dinner table, Chen Fong displayed the professionalism of an Oscar-winning actor when faced with the plate of fried charcoal and the abstract-style scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Delicious. He picked up a piece of dark green vegetable with his chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth without changing his expression, and even made a sound of enjoying his chewing. The cooking time is just right. It has a unique charred aroma and an unforgettable aftertaste. Ji Wanning looked at him with a skeptical expression. "Really? She still remembers what happened last time." "Of course it's true." Chen Fong picked up another large piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and this egg, it's scrambled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with such a rich texture. "Wife, you have such a talent for cooking." Ji Wan-ning was flattered by his praise and took a small bite of vegetables herself. The next second, her pretty face scrunched up and she quickly vomited it out. "Tooey. It's bitter and salty. How can anyone eat this?" She looked at Chen Fong angrily, only to find him still smiling and eating bite by bite. In that instant, Ji Wan-ning's heart felt as if it had been violently struck by something. It was sour, soft, and bloated. She knew he wasn't acting. He was truly savoring her clumsy yet sincere feelings. "Stop eating." Ji Wan-ning reached out and pressed down on his chopsticks, her eyes reddening slightly. "They're all burnt, they don't taste good." "Who says it's not delicious?" Chen Fong grabbed her hand, kissed it, and looked at her intently. "I like anything you make." He pulled her onto his lap, picked up a soup spoon, scooped up a spoonful of what looked like the most normal soup, blew on it, and brought it to her lips. "Here, try this. This one is definitely fine." Ji Wan-ning obediently opened her mouth and took a sip. It has a very mild flavor, with only a slight saltiness. But for some reason, she felt that this was the warmest soup she had ever drunk in her life. After finishing this lovingly prepared dinner, Chen Fong volunteered to wash the dishes and strictly forbade Ji Wan-ning from going near the kitchen again. That night, the two lay in bed, and Ji Wan-ning, like a kitten, snuggled into Chen Fong's arms. "Chen Fong. I saw Mu Qian's WeChat moments today." Chen Fong's heart tightened. What did she post now? "It's nothing," Ji Wan-ning's voice was muffled. She posted a photo of herself in a bar with the caption, "Some people and some things can't be forced, you can only let go. I wish you happiness." Chen Fong was taken aback for a moment, then understood. It seems that yesterday's text message and my act of blocking him had an effect. This woman finally chose to give up openly. That's good, it saves me a lot of trouble. Chen Fong kissed the top of her head. "But..." Ji Wan-ning raised her head and looked at him, a hint of cunning in her eyes. "I always felt that she wouldn't give up so easily." "So?" She paused for a moment, then took her phone out from under her pillow and handed it to Chen.
On the screen was her WeChat Moments editing interface. The image above is a photograph. The photo shows two hands clasped together. The one on the left has distinct knuckles and wears a simple men's wedding ring. The one on the right is slender and fair, with a sparkling diamond ring on its ring finger. The background is their bedroom. The accompanying text was simpler and more domineering than Mu Qian's. Only 2 words, mine. Looking at the photo in his wife's bright eyes, Chen Fong felt his heart skip a beat, as if a small hand had gripped it. His wife's possessiveness is so sweet yet domineering. It's just so fucking lovable. Honey, are you checking up on me? Chen Fong teased her on purpose. Ji Wanning blushed, but stubbornly retorted, I'm just asserting my dominance. To prevent any shady characters from eyeing my people. After saying that, she pressed her slender finger heavily on the send button. Chapter 64 The Dream of a Salted Fish Shattered. After posting the My Post on his WeChat Moments, Chen Fong slept soundly all night. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed, as if he were floating on a cloud. Ji Wanning woke up even earlier than him, had already changed her clothes, and was busy in the kitchen. Chen Fong walked over in his slippers, hugged her from behind, and lazily rested his chin on her shoulder. My dear wife, what surprises do you have in store for us today? Ji Wanning's body stiffened visibly for a moment, then she gently nudged him with her elbow. Stop fooling around, I made you fried eggs and toast today. Her tone sounded calm, but her slightly flushed ears betrayed her. Chen Fong peeked out and saw 2 poached eggs lying in the plate. One egg yolk remained intact, while the other tragically perished, merging with the egg white. The toast next to it had slightly burnt edges, but overall it was still acceptable. Compared to the previous charcoal fried dishes and abstract tomato and egg stir fry, this is a qualitative leap. Wow! Chen Fong praised him from the bottom of his heart. Honey, you're a culinary genius. It's only the second day, and you've already made such a perfect breakfast. He didn't hold back his praise, making Ji Wanning so happy she could barely contain herself. Glib-tongued. Ji Wanning glared at him and handed him the plate, go eat quickly, and hurry up and get to work, don't be late. Chen Fong took the plate, gave her a loud kiss on the cheek, and sat down at the table with satisfaction. He ate with great relish, even chewing the burnt edges of the toast with a crunchy texture, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Ji Wanning sat opposite him, sipping her milk, but her eyes kept glancing at her phone screen. Chen Fong knew that she was looking at the likes and comments on her WeChat Moments. Last night's post on WeChat Moments was like a bombshell dropped into the upper echelons of the G Group. Today, everyone in the company, from senior executives to interns, probably knows that Chen Fong is Ji Wanning's man. Thinking about this, Chen Fong felt incredibly happy. This is the pinnacle of a lazy bum's life, nothing more. He has money, free time, and a stunningly beautiful wife who is becoming increasingly clingy and possessive. I wouldn't trade this life for a god. Feeling elated, Chen Fong leisurely drove to the company. He set himself a small goal today. He remained motionless at his workstation, never leaving his chair except to go to the restroom, determined not to give the system any opportunity to cause trouble. I just sat down at my workstation, brewed a cup of goji berry tea, opened the game login screen, and prepared to begin a pleasant day of slacking off. The internal telephone on the desk suddenly rang shrilly. Chen Fong glanced at the caller ID chairman's office. His heart skipped a beat. We're doomed. This familiar recipe, this familiar taste. He took a deep breath and resignedly answered the phone. Hello, Dad. On the other end of the phone, Ji Jindong's voice sounded weak and lacking in energy. Son-in-law, come to my office right now, immediately. After saying that, the phone was abruptly disconnected before Chen Fong could reply. Chen Fong held the receiver, frozen in place. Judging from my father-in-law's tone, it sounds like the sky is about to fall again. He closed his eyes in pain. My lazy, unambitious life, why is there always so much misfortune? With a heavy heart, as if attending a funeral, Chen Fong dawdled as he arrived at Ji Jindong's office door. He knocked on the door. Enter. The voices inside sounded exhausted. Chen Fong pushed open the door and was immediately choked by the oppressive atmosphere in the office. His father-in-law was slumped in his office chair, looking utterly dejected. 2 huge dark circles hung under his eyes, making him look as if his energy had been drained away. There was another person standing in front of the desk. A man around 50 years old, wearing a bespoke tailored suit. He has an upright posture and a commanding presence. Unlike Ji Zhendong's decadence. The man appeared confident and had sharp eyes. But within that sharpness lay an undisguised pride and disdain. Chen Fong recognized him. Zhang Qingji, the group's vice president. He is known as Vice President Zhang, a veteran who has followed Ji Zhendong in building the Ji Group since its inception. He is exceptionally capable and enjoys high prestige within the company. At that moment, Vice President Zhang was speaking eloquently, but when he saw Chen Fong push the door open and enter, he paused for a moment. His gaze swept over Chen Fong. His gaze was as if he were looking at a waiter who had mistakenly wandered into a meeting room, full of disdain. Ji Zhendong's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Fong. He pointed to an open report on the table and said to Zhang Qingji, "Old Zhang, look, you've been following this for almost a week, and that Wang Fugue is still unyielding. Hongfa Group's stock price is falling every day, it's almost become a junk stock. If this continues, it will really become a mess." Hongfa Group? Chen Fong's ears twitched. He recognized the name. Isn't that the company of that guy from last time, the one who bullied his wife's boyfriend? Unexpectedly, the Ji Group actually wanted to take advantage of the situation to acquire it. The deputy general manager, known as Lao Zhang, wore a confident smile. "Chairman, please don't worry." His voice was full of confidence. When dealing with a local tyrant like Wang Fugue who rose to power through unorthodox means, we can't be impatient, we have to wear him down slowly. Right now, he is just trying to raise his price, making a last-ditch effort. Give me another half month, and I guarantee I'll make him spit out everything, bones and all. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Fong seemingly unintentionally. The disdain in his eyes was almost undisguised. It's as if it's saying, "Do you, a son-in-law who got in through his wife, understand this kind of business game at the top of the group?" Chen Fong rolled his eyes inwardly. Understand? Whether I understand or not is not important. What's important is that I don't want to understand. Brother, you're so awesome, hurry up and get this done, don't give me a chance to show off. However, what you fear most is what happens. After hearing what Vice President Zhang said, Ji Zhendong was not relieved at all. Instead, his brows furrowed even more. He waved his hand weakly, and under Vice President Zhang's surprised gaze, turned his attention to Chen Fong. "Son-in-law, you heard that too." Ji Zhendong's voice carried an indescribable quality. "But Dad still feels uneasy, a bit anxious. You can come over and take a look at this report, just to give Dad some advice?" Puff. Chen Fong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Vice President Zhang's face froze instantly. He stared at Ji Zhendong in disbelief, his eyes saying, "Chairman, are you crazy?" Chen Fong felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel the disdainful look from Vice President Zhang beside him. It gradually transformed into a sharp arrow, even carrying hostility. "Dad, this isn't appropriate, is it?" Chen Fong reluctantly declined. "Vice President Zhang is the expert in this field. I'm just a clerk in the administration department. I can't even understand candlestick charts. What advice can I give?" He wished he could write "I am a piece of trash" on his face. But Ji Zhendong clearly doesn't believe it now. He shoved the report into Chen Fong's hands. "Oh, just look. Just go with your gut feeling. You've always gone with your gut feeling before, haven't you?" As soon as Ji Zhendong said this, Vice President Zhang's expression completely changed. The muscles on his well-maintained face twitched slightly. Feel? Can a project really be decided by gut feeling? Ji Zhendong really needs to get his brain working again. Chen Fong felt like she was about to cry. "Are you deliberately trying to make me hate you?" Just then, the cold, mechanical voice rang out in Chen Fong's mind, as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a new workplace challenge. A business rival has emerged. Skill, Resource Integration Master, Passive Trigger. Information feed is loading. The next second, countless detailed information about Hongfa Group, Wang Fugue, his family members, internal factions within the company, hidden assets, and Vice President Zhang's entire acquisition plan flooded into Chen Fong's mind like a tidal wave. The system even thoughtfully organizes all the information automatically. This directly reveals several fatal flaws in Vice President Zhang's plan. Chen Fong stood there, stunned, feeling like a server that had been forcibly filled with data, his brain buzzing. He opened his mouth, as if to say, "I refuse." But Vice President Zhang's voice rang out first. Since the chairman values Mr. Chen so much, then I must ask him for his advice." Zhang Qingji crossed his arms, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I wonder what insights Mr. Chen has regarding our acquisition.
It would be good for us ordinary folks to learn from him.
Chapter 65, done in 1 hour.
This sarcastic tone was practically a direct insult to Chen Fong, calling him useless. Chen Fong felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind.
Brother, I was really just passing by. I'm just a lousy gamer. Please stop giving me more screen time, okay?
All he wanted to do now was disappear on the spot, return to his workstation, and fight for his tribe. But Ji Jindong's eyes were fixed on him, making it impossible for him to even take a step back.
Dad, I really don't understand.
He gritted his teeth and tried to make one last effort.
However, the moment his fingertips touched the report paper. Buzz. Deep within my brain, a slight resonance resonated. Ding.
Detected that the host is facing a new workplace challenge. A business rival has emerged.
Skill, Resource Integration Master, Passive Trigger.
The specialized skill Business Insight has been activated.
Information feed is loading.
The next second, Chen Fong felt a blur before his eyes. The information flooded his mind. Wang Fugui's rise to wealth, his wife's luxury goods bills, his mistress's real estate information, the factional struggles among his company's vice presidents, and his trust fund hidden overseas and being quietly transferred. Everything was stripped bare by the system, leaving nothing but the bare bottom. He stood frozen in place, his expression pained.
System, have some decency. I just wanted to slack off a bit. What? Does Mr. Chen think our proposal is too complicated and he can't understand it?
Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Zhang Qingji's sarcasm deepened. No wonder, after all, Mr. Chen is mainly responsible for administrative and trivial matters. Ji Jindong's expression was a bit unpleasant. He was just about to say a few words on behalf of his son-in-law.
Chen Fong suddenly moved.
He yawned widely, looking like he hadn't woken up yet.
Dad, I don't think this is going to work.
His voice was soft and carried a hint of laziness.
The office fell silent instantly. Ji Jindong was stunned.
Zhang Qingji was also stunned, and then the corners of his mouth twitched even more.
Boring?
In his words, an acquisition worth hundreds of millions was meaningless.
They are utterly ignorant and arrogant.
Chen Fong completely ignored his expression and continued on his own. Wang Fugui is now a gambler who has lost everything. What he fears most is not losing a little money, but someone overturning his gambling table. He rubbed his eyes, as if he were just chatting casually.
Why not just send someone to tell him that our Ji family can prevent him from going bankrupt, leave him with his last bit of dignity, and let him leave with some face? However, Hongfa Group must sell its most profitable new materials business to us at half price.
Otherwise, we'll have all his partners stop supplying goods tomorrow, banks withdraw loans, and tax authorities investigate. Let him choose for himself whether to live a dignified life as a wealthy man or to make the headlines of the social news tomorrow. After Chen Fong finished speaking, he yawned again.
The entire office fell silent.
Ji Jindong even forgot to smoke the liqueur cigarette he was holding. Zhang Qingji's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. 5 seconds passed before he let out a sharp scream, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
Nonsense! This is utter nonsense!
He pointed excitedly at Chen Fong, his hands trembling.
Chairman! Listen to this! What kind of talk is this? Is this a business negotiation or a street robbery? We are the G Group. An industry leader. How can we resort to such despicable tactics? If this gets out, what will become of our company's reputation?
If we push Wang Fugui too far, he might fight us to the death, and it will only result in a lose-lose situation. Zhang Qingji was so angry that his face turned red. However, Ji Jindong ignored him. His eyes shone with a terrifying light.
Hit the nail on the head. Yes. That's exactly the feeling. It feels like that knife is being plunged into my heart again.
All his previous frustration vanished instantly.
Let's do as my son-in-law says.
Ji Jindong slammed his hand on the table and switched to a Furongwang cigarette. He said it in an unquestionable tone.
Old Zhang, you go and negotiate yourself.
Zhang Qingji was completely stunned, staring at Ji Jindong in disbelief.
Are you crazy? This is such an absurd suggestion. I'm not crazy.
Ji Jindong interrupted him, his tone resolute.
I told you to go, so go.
Zhang Qingji's face instantly turned from flushed red to ashen. He looked at Ji Jindong, then glanced at the innocent-looking man next to him.
Chen Fong, seemingly indifferent, felt his chest heaving violently. Good. Very good.
Since the chairman insists on believing this pretty boy's nonsense, then let him go.
He wants to see.
This incredibly foolish plan will surely end in disaster.
He wants everyone to know when the time comes who truly understands business, and who is just a useless person who rose to power through nepotism.
Okay, I'll go. Zhang Qingji squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth.
He turned and left.
His back was ramrod straight, carrying a tragic anger.
The office door slammed shut. Ji Zhendong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over to Chen Fong and patted him on the shoulder. Son-in-law, now I feel at ease.
Chen Fong twitched the corner of his mouth.
Feeling at ease? I'm fucking dead. You're putting me on the hot seat. Less than half an hour. The office door was flung open again.
Zhang Qingji is back.
Like an angry bull, with red eyes. Chairman.
I told you it wouldn't work. He slammed his briefcase onto the sofa with a loud thud.
That Wang Fugue is a complete scoundrel.
After hearing what I said, he smashed the cup on the spot. He said if the Ji family dared to touch him, he would expose all the shady business secrets he had known over the years to the media.
He wanted to drag us all down with him.
Zhang Qingji was panting heavily. He glared at Chen Fong with an expression of vengeful pleasure.
Mr. Chen. What do we do now? Aren't you so capable? Come up with another idea. Ji Zhendong's face also darkened.
Chen Fong sighed inwardly, his mood for playing the game completely ruined. He scratched his hair in frustration.
What is the use of just scaring him?
You have to put a knife to his throat. He muttered something under his breath, his voice full of impatience.
What did you say?
Zhang Qingji retorted irritably.
Chen Fong was completely impatient and waved his hand.
I said, when dealing with this kind of gambler, if you wear a suit and try to reason with him, he'll just think you're talking nonsense.
Isn't he secretly transferring assets? Chen Fong leaned back lazily on the sofa.
Make several copies of his asset transfer records and information about his overseas trust fund.
One document was slapped on his desk, and another told him that someone was already waiting at the entrance of the Economic Crime Investigation Department and the Tax Bureau. As long as he doesn't sign, those documents will be handed in the next second. Tell him that he can either sign now and get out of here with the rest of the money in a dignified manner.
Or, we wouldn't mind spending some money to get him on the front page, and while we're at it, send him to jail to work on a sewing machine for a few years. This kind of person will never shed a tear unless you let him see the coffin with his own eyes. After Chen Fong finished speaking, the skill words become law workplace edition quietly activated.
He did not specifically point to anyone.
But a thought suddenly popped into Ji Zhendong's head. An ideal candidate was automatically selected to perfectly fulfill the task of playing the stern role.
Old Li.
Ji Zhendong slapped his thigh suddenly.
That Li Yanwang from the Mergers and Acquisitions Department. Yes. He has to go.
This plan is practically tailor-made for him.
That old Li, back in the day, dared to lead a group of people to block the other party's door for 3 days and 3 nights just to acquire a mine.
Someone like Wang Fugue is nothing but a little brother in front of him. After saying that, Ji Zhendong didn't even look at Zhang Qingji, who was completely stunned, and picked up the phone to make a call.
Hey! Tell Li Wanyin. Now! Immediately! Get to my office.
This time, the wait seemed longer and more agonizing.
Less than an hour. The internal phone in the chairman's office rang. Ji Zhendong's secretary spoke with barely suppressed excitement and admiration.
Chairman, it's all settled. Manager Li just sent word that he slammed the materials on Wang Fugue's desk, and the other party surrendered completely in less than 10 minutes.
The contract has been signed, and it's a half-price transfer. The legal department is currently handling the final handover procedures. Clatter. The teacup that Zhang Qingji had been holding fell onto the carpet.
Tea splashed onto his expensive handmade leather shoes, but he was completely unaware. He stood frozen in place.
His mind went completely blank. How is that possible? How so? I've been following up on this for almost a week and have compiled a thick stack of plans.
No matter how much you try to reason with them, they remain unmoved.
Result.
This son-in-law relied on just 2 lazy sentences. They changed the person in charge and added another set of materials.
It's done? He slowly turned his head and looked at the person he had previously considered a good-for-nothing. Chen Fong was leaning back on the sofa, holding his phone. They seemed to be engrossed in playing some game. Noticing his gaze, Chen Fong looked up. He wore a typical fake smile, like a typical office worker. Vice President Zhang, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back now? It's almost lunchtime. This moment. Looking at Chen Fong's harmless face, Zhang Qingji suddenly felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This monster in human skin. Chapter 66, let's try it. Chen Fong fled the chairman's office. Behind him, the expression on Vice President Zhang's face, as if he had seen a ghost, made him feel like he had thorns in his back. He had only one thought in his mind. We're doomed. This has created a serious grudge. An old minister who rose to the position of vice president through his own efforts in building the empire was replaced by his parachuted son-in-law. They were pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly in a manner that was almost humiliating. These days are probably numbered. Damn it! Chen Fong roared inwardly. I just wanted to play a game in peace and quiet. What did I do to deserve this? Back at his familiar workstation in the administration department, Chen Fong let out a long sigh of relief. He slumped into the chair. Hey guys, in this class, let's play a game. He turned on his computer and skillfully logged into the game. But looking at the character selection screen, I just couldn't muster any enthusiasm. My mind was a mess, filled with images of Ji Zhendong and Zhang Qingji's faces from earlier. He simply closed the game and opened the system interface. Ding! Congratulations, host, for perfectly resolving the group's acquisition crisis, slapping the face of a senior executive, and obtaining the achievement, playing dumb to fool the enemy. Reward, 1,000 part-time work achievement points. Current total achievement points, 1,250 points. Chen Fong pursed his lips. This achievement is not enough to make up for the mental trauma he suffered today. He clicked on the constantly flashing System Shop icon. A virtual shelf displaying a dazzling array of products popped up. Absolute Luck Card 24 hours, price, 800 achievement points. After use, the host will receive absolute good luck for 24 hours, finding money on the street and winning the lottery every time. Chen Fong's eyelids twitched. I suggest deleting this thing. Disease Immune Spray, priced at 500 achievement points. When used on a user or designated target, it provides a 1-year exemption from all common diseases. This is good, I can give it to my wife. Chen Fong was making plans in his mind. His gaze continued to sweep downwards. MasterChef Experience Card one-time use, priced at 100 achievement points. After use, you can cook an unparalleled delicacy that will move diners to tears. Upon seeing the card, Chen Fong instantly recalled the loving meal Ji Wanning had prepared last night. That plate of fried charcoal, and that abstract-style scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what kind of expression my wife would have if I used this on her. You're quite the player. Chen Fong stroked his chin. I've finally become somewhat interested in this online store. Just then, the phone screen lit up. It was a text message from Ji Wanning. What did you and Dad talk about for so long? A simple sentence, even the punctuation marks exude a sense of indifference. But Chen Fong sensed a strong sourness in those few words. Ah, I'm jealous again. Chen Fong's smile deepened. Fingers flew across the screen. I can't help it, I'm just too charming. My father-in-law likes me so much that he insisted on pulling me aside for a private chat to discuss the company's future development direction. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and inexplicably felt better. See? Even a life of mediocrity has hope. At least, he has a stunningly beautiful wife at home who is becoming increasingly clingy and possessive. Chen Fong spent the afternoon in this pleasant atmosphere of slacking off and teasing his wife. When it was time to leave work, he was the first to clock out and rush out of the company gate. As expected. That familiar car was once again quietly parked in its designated parking space downstairs at the company. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the black car body with a layer of gold. Through the partially raised car window, Chen Fong saw Ji Wanning's profile. She wore a cream-colored silk dress, the soft fabric clinging to her body and outlining her beautiful curves even during her pregnancy. The top 2 buttons on the collar are not fastened. With her soft breathing, her fair and delicate skin was faintly visible. The collarbone forms 2 beautiful shallow dimples under the light. She simply sat quietly in the driver's seat,
one hand on the steering wheel. The fingers of his other hand tapped unconsciously on the edge of the car window.
One after another.
Those fingers were slender and long, with well-proportioned joints. Her skin was a cool, pale white, the kind that doesn't get the sunlight.
Her nails were neatly trimmed and rounded, with a healthy pale pink hue.
It contrasted sharply with the dark-tinted car windows. Chen Fong walked over, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat.
"Honey, have you been waiting long?"
He grinned and moved closer.
He kissed Ji Wan-ning's smooth cheek, the kiss landing precisely on her shallow dimple.
Ji Wan-ning glared at him fiercely and started the car.
The Bentley smoothly merged into the traffic.
The carriage was unusually quiet, with only the faint sound of the air conditioning vents.
Chen Fong could clearly smell the cool fragrance emanating from her.
It smelled nice, mixed with the scent of shampoo in her hair. He turned his head and looked at her greedily.
Her jawline was taut.
Her red lips were slightly pursed, revealing her displeasure. Her eyelashes were incredibly thick, long, and curled.
Two unsettling shadows are cast below the eyelids.
As the vehicle moved along, the light and shadows swept by, and her eyelashes would tremble uncontrollably, revealing the unease in her heart.
Chen Fong felt a mix of tenderness and itch, and mischievous thoughts began to surface.
He quickly kissed her again.
Pop.
The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet car.
Ji Wanning's body visibly stiffened. The steering wheel even wobbled slightly.
Her ears blushed crimson at a visible speed.
"Stop fooling around."
The voice still sounded cold, but there was a hint of panic hidden in the last syllable.
Chen Fong was not about to give up.
He leaned in close, almost pressing himself against her. His chin rested on her shoulder. His warm breath sprayed precisely onto her sensitive neck and earlobes. He saw a layer of tiny bumps instantly appear on her fair skin. The pale red birthmark on the right side of the swan's neck appeared even more charming against the backdrop of pink.
"My dear wife, are you still angry?"
His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of laughter. "Be careful not to upset the baby." Ji Wan-ning was so overwhelmed by his cheeky yet gentle tone that she felt half of her body go limp.
"Who's angry?"
she stubbornly retorted, but her voice was much softer.
I just think you've been too busy lately."
The excuse she came up with was so convincing that even she herself didn't believe it. Chen Fong felt incredibly sweet inside as he listened to her insincere words. While waiting at a red light, he pulled her hand, which was resting on the steering wheel, and held it tightly in his own. Her hands were a little cold. The fingers are slender and long, and when held in the palm of your hand, they feel delicate and smooth to the touch. He placed her hand on his chest. Let her feel her own steady and powerful heartbeat.
Ji Wan-ning was taken aback by his sudden action.
The distinct vibration under her palm made her fingertips twitch slightly.
I instinctively wanted to pull my hand back. Chen Fong gripped it even tighter.
He gazed into her eyes. Those usually cool and aloof almond-shaped eyes were now glistening with tears of panic. The window reflected the street scene outside, and also his focused figure.
"I'm busy."
Chen Fong's voice was serious, his earlier playful smile gone.
"But all my busyness is for you and the baby. I'll do anything to make you happy."
Earth.
That's so outdated.
Chen Fong mentally berated himself.
These are such cheesy pickup lines. From what era they're from?
But Ji Wan-ning just happens to fall for this. She looked into Chen Fong's deep eyes. The focus and deep affection in his eyes left her nowhere to escape. The blush that had finally faded from her face suddenly surged up again. Her fair neck and beautiful collarbone were also tinged with an alluring pink. She opened her mouth. I wanted to say something to cover up my panic. But he couldn't utter a single word.
My heart was pounding wildly in my chest. It was even faster and more erratic than Chen Fong's heartbeat just now.
Chen Fong looked at her shy and helpless appearance, and his Adam's apple bobbed.
His wife's blushing and heart-pounding expression was simply, it could kill someone.
Wife.
Ji Wanning's voice was barely audible.
Chen Fong looked at her shy expression and a mischievous smile crept across his face. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear.
How about trying a new position tonight? Chapter 67. Forget it, just kissing.
Water vapor rises. The bathroom light gradually dimmed. It was very dry at first. It became difficult to proceed later.
These kinds of things always test one's patience.
Chen Fong, on the other hand, is an impatient and hasty person.
But Ji Wanning's delicate eyelashes drooped down, each one clearly defined.
Chen Fong could only see the trembling curve of her eyelashes, like leaves swirling in the wind, revealing her unease and shyness.
Being a little patient is a good idea.
Chen Fong chuckled softly. Ji Wanning pressed her lips together even tighter, but the vibrant color became even more dazzling. So Chen Fong loosened his grip.
Fingers covered in water. The New Year's Eve dinner was a mess. A slight sound can be heard when they separate.
Ji Wanning saw it too, and her face turned even redder. The tips of her ears were also tinged with red.
Chen Fong couldn't resist the urge, so he lowered his head and gently pecked the tip of her burning ear.
Ji Wanning suddenly moved her hand. The button on Chen Fong's shirt collar snapped off, and it fell to the ground with a thud. But at this point, there's no time to worry about those things. His fingertips touched Ji Wanning's lips, the very spot Chen Fong had been longing to see. Speaking of which, Chen Fong thought the moment he first saw Ji Wanning, the Cupid's bow is in just the right place. With the slightest touch, she was incredibly smug.
Apply a little more force.
The meat will become mushy.
Chen Fong looked at it. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily.
Isn't this super sweet? Thinking this way, the fingers made the lips look like a deer. Perhaps it smelled its own scent, for the red birthmark on its neck trembled and turned even redder. Ji Wanning looked up, her eyelashes gently brushing against Chen Fong's nose. Chen Fong could see Ji Wanning's eyes were filled with tears, and there was a layer of red marks at the corners of her eyes.
They look like they're easy to bully. If you use a little more force, she'll cry even more movingly then.
Ji Wanning looked at Chen Fong, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest.
All the joy is beyond words. All she knew was that, at this moment, she had to. Kiss me, Ji Wanning said. Chen Fong went into the kitchen and closed the door. He first opened the huge double-door refrigerator and couldn't help but whistle.
As expected of a luxury mansion, this refrigerator is even more extravagant than a small fresh food supermarket. Top-grade grouper and Australian lobster lay in the chilled compartment, while M9-grade Wagyu beef, Iberico pork belly, and packaged matsutake mushrooms were neatly arranged.
Perfect, saves me the trouble of going out to buy it. He tied on his apron and began his work. Upstairs, Ji Wanning soaked in the bathtub, the warm water relieving her fatigue from the day.
Her eyes were closed, but her mind was a jumbled mess. She changed into a loose, comfortable silk nightgown and stepped out of the bathroom.
As soon as she reached the top of the stairs, an indescribable, overpowering fragrance unexpectedly entered her nostrils. It smells so good.
Ji Wanning subconsciously swallowed. She walked downstairs quietly in her soft slippers. The kitchen echoed with the rhythmic sounds of chopping vegetables, followed by the sizzling sound of ingredients hitting the pan. She tiptoed to the kitchen door and cautiously peeked out half her head. Chen Fong was wearing a cartoon-patterned apron and standing in front of the stove. He held the heavy iron pot in one hand, his wrist only slightly twitching. The food in the pot then drew a beautiful parabola in the air. It landed steadily back in the pot.
The entire movement was fluid and graceful, full of power and an indescribable beauty.
Seemingly noticing the gaze from the doorway, Chen Fong turned his head to the side during a break from tossing the wok. When he saw it was her, he was stunned for a moment, then a gentle smile bloomed on his face.
Wait 5 more minutes, and the last soup will be ready.
His voice, piercing through the sizzling smoke, reached Ji Wanning's ears clearly.
Warm and peaceful.
Ji Wanning's heart skipped a beat. It was a feeling of being taken care of.
The feeling of being surrounded by gentleness.
She hurriedly looked away, her heart pounding.
She gave a mumbled reply, turned around, and fled back to the dining table in the living room to sit down. Not long after. Steamed grouper, garlic vermicelli prawns, black pepper beef ribs, matsutake chicken soup.
The table was laden with exquisite dishes comparable to those served in a 5-star hotel.
Ji Wanning asked blankly. This really was done by you?
Of course.
Chen Fong proudly placed a piece of the freshest fish belly meat on her plate. Since my wife is so kind as to do this, I naturally have to use my best skills. Ji Wanning put the fish into her mouth. Extremely fresh and sweet.
It exploded on her taste buds instantly.
Tasty. It's so delicious. Ji Wanning felt that her taste buds were completely conquered at this moment. The way she looked at Chen Fong changed dramatically. His eyes sparkled with unparalleled adoration. How many more surprises does this man hold that she doesn't know about? Ji Wanning completely relaxed. After finishing the meal, Chen Fong took the initiative to clear the dishes. When he came out of the kitchen, he saw Ji Wanning standing in front of the French windows, quietly looking at the night outside. She was wearing only a thin silk nightgown. Her body curves were faintly visible in the bright moonlight. Chen Fong walked over quietly. He gently embraced her again from behind. Ji Wanning neither stiffened nor struggled. Instead, she obediently leaned her weight into his arms. Chen Fong. She spoke softly. Today's food was delicious. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day from now on, Chen Fong whispered in her ear. Ji Wanning remained silent for a moment. She slowly turned around and raised her head. Those almond-shaped eyes, shimmering with moisture, shone brilliantly in the moonlight. She tiptoed and gently pressed her soft lips to Chen Fong's lips. The kiss was very light. Instantly separate. Ji Wanning did not back away. Instead, she gently pressed her cheek against Chen Fong's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Her hand gripped the hem of his clothes, but then slowly let go. Her slender fingers unconsciously traced circles on his chest. Those little movements were like a cat's claws scratching at your heart, so ticklish. Can you kiss me again? Chapter 68 Instant Change of Face. The next day, Chen Fonggang arrived at the company and hadn't even had a chance to sit down properly. Li Wei, the head of the administration department, was holding a steaming cup of coffee. They came closer. That posture, so respectful, gave Chen Fong goosebumps all over. Chen Fong, no, Brother Fong. You are my god. Li Wei's voice carried the excitement of surviving a disaster. Yesterday afternoon, the group's board of directors held a short meeting and specifically commended our administration department. All because of that printer outsourcing project. He carefully placed the obviously expensive hand-drip coffee on Chen Fong's table. Not only have I kept my supervisor position, but my year-end bonus might even double. Brother Fong, this is all thanks to you. From now on, if you ever need anything, I, Li Wei, will go through fire and water for you without batting an eye. Chen Fong twitched the corner of his mouth. He looked at the department head in front of him, who was so excited he was about to kowtow to him. There's only one word in my mind. Don't. Please don't. If you do this, what will become of my connected but useless persona? Brotherly, you're too kind. This is all thanks to your own hard work. Chen Fong chuckled and tried to push the credit back. Li Wei shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No, no, no. Brother Fong, don't be modest. In my heart, you are now like Zhuge Liang, who plans strategies from afar, and Zhang Liang, who wins battles from 1,000 miles away. Chen Fong. Brother, please read more books. Just as Chen Fong was overwhelmed by this sudden shower of compliments and at a loss for what to do, the chairman's secretary's internal phone call saved him. Mr. Chen, the chairman requests your presence in his office. Okay, right away. Chen Fong felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He hung up the phone and immediately got up. Brotherly, the chairman wants to see me, so I'll have to talk to you later. Li Wei immediately made way for him. He bowed deeply to Chen Fong's retreating figure. Chen Fong quickened his pace. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be roasted on a fire. We arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor. What Chen Fong saw was when he pushed open the door. He was a completely different Ji Zhendong from what he had imagined. He lacked confidence and charisma, and didn't exude the aura of a domineering CEO. This big shot was currently slumped listlessly in a huge leather executive chair. With both hands resting on the armrests, he looked utterly despondent. Son-in-law, you've finally arrived. Ji Zhendong waved weakly. Come here quickly. Chen Fong walked over, completely bewildered. Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong? Ji Zhendong sat up abruptly. I asked you what happened. Look at the mess you've made. He pointed to a corner of the desk. A crumpled piece of paper that was then barely unfolded. I've drafted my retirement report 3 times already. I've even used up a whole bottle of ink. I was just about to get it signed and stamped yesterday afternoon, and then I could live the carefree life of fishing and gardening. And then what happened?
He slapped his thigh, heartbroken. You pulled off such a stunt. You turned the tide and debated with everyone. Now look at the whole company, from the cleaning lady to those old guys on the board, everyone is praising me, Ji Jindong, for my excellent leadership and discerning eye. My retirement report, I'd rather tear it up than submit it. Who can I complain to? I've never been treated like this in my life. I can't retire, it's all your fault. Chen Fong almost lost his composure. No. You're offering this good fortune, don't you want it? You've got everything, substance and prestige, your performance has skyrocketed, your prestige has soared, and you're still crying and complaining here? Dad, calm down, Chen Fong comforted him earnestly. This is a good thing, it shows that you're still as sharp as ever, and the company can't do without you. Pa! Ji Jindong stared wide-eyed. This old body of mine just wants to find a place to lie down and relax. Who cares about being as sharp as ever? You're the biggest obstacle on my road to retirement. Chen Fong was internally ranting and raving. Who exactly is the stumbling block for whom? I'm the one who wants to lie down, okay? Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. The female secretary pushed open the door and walked in, her expression serious. Chairman, regarding the bidding for that piece of land in the south of the city, several competing companies have joined forces and made some new moves behind the scenes, which may put our cash flow under attack. Almost the instant the secretary finished speaking, Chen Fong sensed that the atmosphere in the office had changed. 1 second Ji Jindong looked aggrieved, but his aura suddenly changed. His previously slouching back straightened instantly, and he leaned back in the wide chair, his chin slightly raised. That oppressive feeling of being in a superior position for a long time spread without warning. His voice also became deep and authoritative. They're just a few clowns, let them jump around. Notify the legal department and finance department to immediately activate emergency plan number 3. He bent his fingers and tapped them lightly twice on the table. I want them to feel what it means to be crushed by Mount Tai within an hour. Yes, Chairman. The female secretary showed no surprise, and after accepting the order, she neatly closed the door. The entire process takes no more than 30 seconds. Silence returned to the office. Chen Fong stood there, somewhat bewildered. Depend on. What's this? A domineering CEO's face-changing show? This switching speed is faster than turning the pages of a book. He hadn't yet recovered from this huge contrast. A long sigh was heard. Ji Jindong, who had just been exuding confidence, visibly wilted once again. He slumped back into his chair, feeling as if all the bones in his body had been removed. That domineering aura that could destroy the world vanished without a trace. He looked at Chen Fong with an extremely complicated expression. The office was eerily quiet. For a long time. Ji Jindong waved to Chen Fong again. This time, he moved very gently. Son-in-law, you come closer. Chen Fong did as instructed and took 2 more steps closer. Ji Jindong leaned forward and lowered his voice. Tell Dad the truth. Who are you? It's here. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Dad, what are you saying? I am Chen Fong, your son-in-law. Chen Fong tried to get away with it again. Don't give me that. Ji Jindong's tone, however, was unusually certain. Don't give me that good luck nonsense, and don't tell me it was just a lucky coincidence. You can only fool a 3-year-old with that kind of talk. He raised his hand and pointed to his temple. I, Ji Jindong, have spent my whole life in the business world, and I've seen more people than you've ever eaten salt. I can tell at a glance whether someone is truly capable or not. Your investment logic, your risk assessment in that betting agreement, and the aura that left Zhang Qingji speechless yesterday, what the hell could an ordinary person have? He became more and more agitated as he spoke. I feel. He paused, as if searching for the right word. In the end, he gave up. He stared intently at Chen Fong, asking each word carefully. I feel that the G Group, which I've worked so hard for my whole life, is about to cease to be the G Group. Dad, you're really overthinking it. Chen Fong could only continue to play dumb. He gave a helpless yet somewhat naive smile and scratched his head. I'm just really lucky. I had never been exposed to these things before, and everything was new to me. I just like to think about things randomly. Who knew that I would figure it out correctly? Ji Jindong fell silent. He just stared at Chen Fong.
looking at the harmless smile on his face. After a long while, a look of utter despair appeared on Ji Jindong's face. Does he believe it? Of course he didn't believe it. But what can he do if he doesn't believe it? This kid is impervious to all persuasion and won't listen to reason. You can't hit him, you can't scold him, and he's the man of your precious daughter, the father of the child in her belly. Ji Jindong felt utterly exhausted. He waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. All right, you can go now. Just seeing you annoys me. Okay, Dad, you should get some rest. Chen Feng felt relieved and turned to leave. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he heard Ji Jindong's soft, almost self-talking voice behind him. No. We absolutely cannot let him continue like this. We must find a way. Chen Feng paused as he opened the door. He felt a chill run down his back. We're doomed. My path of becoming a lazy bum is about to take another unexpected turn. Chapter 69. I'll just tap my finger and block you. When Chen Feng got home, it was already completely dark. He was humming a tuneless little tune, in a pretty good mood. Although I was a little uneasy because of my father-in-law's declaration that I'm going to mess with you. But salted fish have the best self-regulation ability. No matter how big the problem, going home and hugging your wife will solve it all. However, when he opened the door, he did not see the warm and cozy scene he had imagined. Only one dim floor lamp was on in the living room. Ji Wanning curled up alone on the sofa. She just hugged her knees, motionless, completely enveloped in the shadows of the sofa. The light from the phone screen dimly illuminated her pale face, making her appear exceptionally cold and aloof. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Honey, I'm home. Why aren't the lights on? He walked over and casually pressed the switch for the main light in the living room. Warm, bright light instantly filled the entire space. Ji Wanning seemed to be blinded by the sudden light and subconsciously raised her hand to shield her eyes. Chen Feng then noticed that her complexion was unusually bad. Her lips were pressed tightly together. What's wrong? Who made our precious baby angry? Chen Feng leaned closer, wanting to hug her from behind. Ji Wanning dodged slightly and shoved the phone into his hand. See for yourself. Her voice was cold and harsh. Chen Feng was taken aback and looked down at the screen. That was a WeChat Moments interface. The person who posted the update was Mu Qian. The accompanying photo is a selfie taken in a coffee shop. She has on elaborate makeup and a slightly affected melancholy in her eyes. But the caption below is the real highlight. Some people appear glamorous on the surface, but are rotten inside. I really feel sorry for those who were kept in the dark, thinking they have married for love, not knowing they are just tools for others to climb the social ladder. Ha! The text is short. But every word was filled with sarcastic provocation. The directionality couldn't be clearer. Look at this woman, she's incorrigible. Ji Wanning's voice was filled with barely suppressed anger. Chen Feng found it amusing. He tossed his phone aside and lazily sat down next to Ji Wanning. Let her be. Getting angry with someone like that just lowers your own standards. Chen Feng reached out and put his arm around Ji Wanning's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Boring people always like to seek attention. The best way to deal with them is to ignore them. Look at her jumping around like a clown, how funny. His nonchalant, dismissive attitude only made Ji Wanning angrier. She insulted me by name like that. And you still find it funny? She didn't name anyone by name. Chen Feng spread his hands innocently. Is your name on this? Or mine? No, right? Let's just not assume it's about us. You. Just then. Buzz, buzz. The phone that Chen Feng had tossed on the sofa suddenly vibrated. Two words were displayed on the screen. Mu Qian. Although I added the number to the blacklist last time, I haven't deleted the WeChat account yet. Chen Feng's eye twitched. Good grief, is this guy trying to hasten his death because he thinks it's not happening fast enough? Without thinking, he reached out to hang up. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. However, a slender, fair hand was faster than him. Ji Wanning snatched the phone away. Under Chen Feng's astonished gaze, he swiped his finger heavily across the screen and pressed the answer button. They even put it on speakerphone. Hello? Ji Wanning's voice was so cold it could shatter ice crystals. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone.
Immediately, Mu Qian's voice, tinged with tears yet filled with extreme anxiety, rang out.
Wan Ning? Thank goodness it's you. Did you see my WeChat moments? Please don't misunderstand.
I really didn't mean it that way, I was afraid you two would argue because of me. Quickly let Chen Fong get on the phone, I'll explain to him, Before he could finish speaking, Ji Wanning interrupted him with a soft laugh. The laughter was short and contemptuous. Mu Qian, stop with your disgusting green tea rhetoric. The voice on the other end of the phone abruptly stopped.
Chen Fong is my husband.
He is the father of my child. He is the man I, Ji Wanning, have chosen for this lifetime.
Ji Wanning spoke slowly and deliberately.
Whether he's doing well or not, whether he's happy or not, I know 1,000,000 times better than you. Whether he's talented or not, whether he needs your pity or not, is none of your business to tell me what to do.
As for being a tool? Ji Wanning's smile grew even colder.
He's the precious darling of the Ji family, whom we cherish so much.
What kind of tool is he? I'm warning you, Mu Qian.
Watch your mouth and shut up your underhanded schemes. If you dare to harass him again, or do those disgusting little things behind his back again. Ji Wanning paused for a moment, her voice extremely low, carrying a chilling aura. I don't mind letting you experience firsthand how the words the corpse is talking are actually written.
After saying that, she didn't give the other person any chance to react and hung up the phone immediately.
The whole world became quiet in an instant. Chen Fong stared at her, dumbfounded.
Holy crap! Handsome. So cool. Is this still the same wife who blushes to the roots of her neck just from a kiss? Ji Wanning held Chen Fong's phone expressionlessly. Open WeChat and find Mu Qian's profile picture. 3 dots in the upper right corner. Simply and decisively select Delete Contact.
After doing all this, she returned the phone to Chen Fong and coldly uttered 2 words. Password.
Ha? Chen Fong didn't react.
Passwords to all your social media accounts. Ji Wanning looked at him, her expression leaving no room for argument. Chen Fong obediently recited a string of passwords.
So, in the next 5 minutes,
Chen Fong watched as his wife, with the same meticulousness one would use to fix a company bug, logged into all of his social media accounts. Any accounts or mutual friends that had even the slightest connection to Mu Qian were blocked, deleted, and completely removed. Finally, she slammed the phone back into Chen Fong's hand.
All right.
Ji Wanning let out a breath, leaned back on the sofa, and relaxed completely. She glanced up at Chen Fong, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and snorted. This kind of person doesn't deserve to take up our time, and even less deserves to be in your world.
Chen Fong finally came to his senses.
He pulled Ji Wanning into his arms and held her tightly.
My dear wife, you were so incredibly cool just now.
He didn't hold back his praise and leaned down to give her a big kiss on the forehead.
He's practically my idol.
The body in his arms stiffened noticeably after he said those words. Just moments ago, President Ji was exuding an aura of authority and decisiveness, but now the roots of his ears are starting to turn red again. She buried her face in Chen Fong's chest and spoke in a muffled voice.
Who told you to add her?
The voice was filled with deep grievance and lingering fear. Chen Fong felt a warm and tender feeling in her heart. He knew she wasn't really angry, she was just scared.
I'm afraid of losing him.
Chen Fong hugged her even tighter.
It's my fault, it's my fault. I promise that my phone will be completely clean from now on.
I won't keep any contact information for any woman other than my wife.
No need for that. Ji Wanning's cheek was pressed against his chest, and she could clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat.
That voice gave her a great sense of peace. Chen Fong looked down at his wife, who was as docile as a kitten in his arms, and a wild smile spread across his face.
Mu Qian, you are such a good person. How is this move about sowing discord?
This is clearly a suicide mission, the perfect assist. When I become successful someday, I'll definitely award you a banner for Best Wingman of the Year. Yes, it has to be gold foil stamped.
Chapter 70. Want to slack off?
First, help the whole company get rid of overtime. Mu Qian's self-destructive phone call last night was an absolute godsend.
The relationship between Chen Fong and Ji Wanning was not sown.
Instead, it was as if it had been ignited by a catalyst, causing the temperature to skyrocket.
What kind of aloof CEO?
She's clearly a possessive and slightly arrogant but adorable wife. As a result, the atmosphere became exceptionally harmonious in the latter half of the night. holding my sweet, soft wife, who had let down her guard and was sleeping peacefully. Chen Fong slept soundly through the night, even his dreams were sweet. The next day, he hummed an off-key tune. With light and quick steps, I arrived at the G Group building on time. The weather is nice today, sunny and bright. My wife is so sweet, I'm in such a great mood. A perfect day begins with a game of, well, Minesweeper. Chen Fong walked into the administration office. He was getting ready to start another day of his laid-back, carefree life. As soon as he stepped into the office, his steps slowed down unconsciously. Something's not right. The atmosphere was very strange. A sense of oppressive tension permeated the entire office area. The air was filled with the bitterness of espresso and the sweetness of energy drinks. And the rancid smell of leftover takeout food. It was like hell on earth. He glanced up and looked around. Goodness. Looking around, the office resembled a zombie apocalypse. Lin Feifei usually pays great attention to her image and always has exquisite makeup. I have huge dark circles under my eyes today. He kept yawning, and a small patch of his eyeliner smudged. Xiao Wang, the project assistant at the next workstation, was nodding his head. It looks like I'm about to have a close encounter with the monitor. Even more outrageous was old Zhang in the corner. He lay face down on the table, emitting soft snoring. There were 7 or 8 empty Red Bull cans piled up on the corner of the table. Almost everyone's face was etched with fatigue and exhaustion. The sound of keyboard typing was weak and listless, and the entire department was shrouded in gloom and despair. This is no office. This was clearly the morning of the second day after a large, all-night internet cafe had been open. Chen Fong began to have doubts. What's going on? Did the company have a team-building event last night? Did they all go clubbing until dawn? He walked to his seat, and as soon as he pulled out the chair, a dark shadow loomed over him. Director Li Wei appeared beside him like a ghost, holding a steaming hot Americano. Today, Li Wei lacked the excitement he had a few days ago. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Even the gold-rimmed glasses couldn't hide the weariness on his face. My lips were dry, cracked, and peeling. I felt like all my energy had been drained away. Chen Fong is here. Li Wei's voice was hoarse. Seeing his expression, Chen Fong silently moved her chair to the side. I'm terrified that this guy might suddenly die at his workstation at any moment. Brother Li, did you go mining last night? Chen Fong couldn't help but make a joke. Li Wei took a big gulp of the bitter, astringent coffee. Mining? I'd rather be mining, at least then there'd be something to look forward to. He lowered his voice and began to complain habitually. You wouldn't believe it, but several of the group's core projects have recently entered their final sprint stage. We've been given a strict order: we must boost our performance by the end of this quarter. The entire company is working overtime like crazy right now. Li Wei sighed. I left the company at 11 p.m. last night, and the whole floor was still brightly lit. Everyone was holding their breath, though no one said anything. If things continued like this, it was hard to say whether the project would even succeed, but people would definitely be ruined first. After pouring out his grievances, Li Wei did not leave as usual. He hesitated for a moment, then rubbed his hands together. That Chen Fong. He lowered his voice. Look, that printer outsourcing issue last time, you just casually mentioned it and it solved a huge problem for our department. And before that. Anyway, you're quick-witted, and you see things differently from us. Li Wei's eyes flickered. Look at the current situation, the whole company is like a wound-up toy, about to snap. Do you have any, just a random idea, a brilliant one, that can give everyone a break? It's here. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. This guy is no longer satisfied with just using me as an emotional dumping ground. He's starting to try and extract solutions from me. He immediately put on an innocent expression as if to say, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, Brother Li, you think too highly of me. What do I know? I just play games. Last time was just pure luck. Sigh, I was just desperate and grasping at straws. Li Wei saw that he was completely unyielding. He could only shake his head with a wry smile and walk away with heavy steps. Chen Fong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, my acting skills are good enough, and my useless persona remains intact. He sat down with a clear conscience, turned on the computer, and skillfully opened the Minesweeper game. Now no one will bother us, right?
Just as he was about to click on the first square. Bite.
The mechanical sound exploded in his mind. The host's slacking off environment has been severely disrupted, and the right to leave work on time is under potential threat. Employees' ineffective overtime behavior has seriously affected the host's plan to relax.
Reverse incentive task triggered. Chen Fong's hand froze in midair. No way. This familiar recipe, this damn taste. Task name, ultimate plan to optimize the environment for slacking off.
Mission objective, eliminate all factors preventing the host from leaving get off work on time.
Without revealing your intentions, eradicate the overtime culture within the G group and transform the office into a perfect relaxation paradise.
Task rewards. 1. The King of Roles aura has been upgraded, and though efficiency aura advanced skill proficiency for all members has increased by 100. 2. Obtain a new title. The Slacker Immortal. Equipping this title reduces your presence and the chance of being assigned tasks.
3. Unlock a new skill. Resource Integration Master Intermediate. Task timeframe, 1 month. The ultimate plan to optimize the slacking off environment? It sounds so sophisticated, but isn't it just about making me overturn the entire company's overtime system?
Chen Fong was furious, and no one could stop him from lying down.
A lying flat amusement park? Why don't you let me turn the company into Disneyland? I'm just a live-in son-in-law. You expect me to disrupt the entire company's overtime culture?
The strongest working man's system is practically a top-tier capitalist disguised as a working man. It perfectly exploited its only Achilles heel, its obsession with slacking off.
In order to continue to leave work on time, I have to solve the problem of other people working overtime. What kind of damn closed loop logic is this? This is impossible to do at all. Chapter 71. Director Lee has gone mad. Whoever requests a meeting is a dog. Chen Fong's fingertip hovered over the mouse.
But he's not in the mood for Minesweeper right now.
Ultimate plan to optimize your slacking off environment? Transform your office into the perfect relaxation paradise?
It exploited its weakness, the desire to lie low and take it easy.
Want to leave work on time? Can.
First, let's solve the problem of everyone in the company not being able to leave work on time.
What a damn logical loop. Chen Fong looked utterly dejected.
He pretended to be bored as he spun around in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the office workers who looked like zombies.
Superior brain domain is passively activated at this moment. Countless streams of information flooded into his brain. The data in this report doesn't match up again.
The data from the sales department and the data from the marketing department are different by a full 10%. We have another project debriefing meeting at 3 p.m., which will last for 3 hours.
Everything we discussed in the last meeting has been scrapped and we have to start all over again.
Oh no, Project had just changed their API solution, so we have to rewrite all our code. They're having a blast making changes, but we're stuck working all night.
Various complaints and sighs. Invalid meeting. Information silos. The root of the problem is so clear it's appalling.
Different departments are like neighbors who never interact, each guarding their own little plot of land.
Information is not flowing, and data is not being shared.
This resulted in a lot of repetitive work and internal friction. And in order to resolve these contradictions that should not exist in the first place, this has led to more, longer, and less efficient meetings.
Meetings and arguments. The wrangling continues. Let's have another meeting.
A perfect vicious cycle. Tisk. Chen Fong smacked his lips.
A bunch of idiots.
He muttered something under his breath.
Just then, a dark shadow loomed over his head once again. Li Wei laughed and then returned. His Americano was almost empty.
He looked at Chen Fong, the only person in the entire department who appeared refreshed. There was envy, there was jealousy, and there was also a hint of a desire for help.
Chen Fong. Why is there such a big difference between people's fates?
Chen Fong stopped the chair from spinning and looked at him with an innocent expression.
Brotherly, what's wrong with you now? I'm fine, it's everyone who's about to die. Li Wei sighed heavily. He pulled over an empty chair next to him and plopped down.
Look at them, they're all practically immortals, just short of ascending to heaven. He pointed to his colleagues who were slumped over in the office.
I just don't understand why everyone is working so hard, working overtime until midnight every day, but it seems like the work will never be finished?
Li Wei slammed the empty coffee cup down on the table.
It's not like no one has suggested similar methods, like streamlining meetings and information sharing. But they're completely useless. There are factions all over the group, and each business unit is like an independent kingdom. No one is willing to submit to anyone else. No matter how good the system is, it's just a piece of waste paper if it can't be implemented. In the end, it just fizzles out, doesn't it? Chen Fong's eyelids drooped, preparing to drift off into a daydream mode, letting the thoughts go in one ear and out the other. But for my own future happiness. So that I can leave work on time every day and go home to hug my wife. In order to transform the office into the perfect gaming paradise. Chen Fong cleared his throat. Actually, brotherly. I think that many times, it's not that we don't work hard enough. He paused, then shifted to a more comfortable position. But some jobs don't need to take that long at all. As soon as he said that, Li Wei abruptly stopped scratching his head in pain. What's the meaning? It means you're doing useless work. Chen Fong shrugged, his face clearly saying, is that even a question? His words become law workplace version skill quietly activated at this moment. Think about it. Aren't there many meetings that last an hour, only to reach a conclusion that is less clear than what can be conveyed in a single email? Li Wei nodded subconsciously. He had just attended one yesterday afternoon. Isn't there a lot of information that one department knows but another doesn't, and that people aren't communicating with each other, resulting in a task being done 2 or even 3 times? Li Wei's eyes widened slowly. The data discrepancy between the sales and marketing departments flashed through his mind instantly. Aren't there many so-called problems that are argued fiercely in meetings, only to be found out that it was all because the person who initially conveyed the information misspoke a single word? Every scenario Chen Fong described precisely hit the sore spot for him during this period. He was aware of these problems. But they were like a tangled mess, and he couldn't find the starting point at all. But now Chen Fong has put it into such simple and straightforward language. All the questions instantly became clear. Chen Fong looked at Li Wei's enlightened expression and secretly grimaced. That's enough groundwork laid, time for the real stuff. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning impatience. So, I think you guys are just bored and looking for trouble. If you ask me, we should establish the simplest and most straightforward rule. For example, we can cut meeting time in half. Anyone who wants a meeting can have one. A written report must be submitted before the meeting, clearly stating 3 questions. What will be discussed at the meeting? What are the expected outcomes? Why can't this be resolved via email? No applications that are not clearly written. Anyone who applies is a dog. And that information sharing? It's no big deal. Create an internal shared document or forum or something. All official information, latest developments, and data reports for all projects should be stored on that platform. If anyone has any questions, they should look it up themselves. Don't just grab anyone and ask them all day long. The information gets distorted as it's passed around. Chen Fong spoke as if pouring out beans. He dumped all the optimized plans in his mind, all of them, out at once. Li Wei froze. It felt like a thunderclap exploded in my mind. A sudden enlightenment. Suddenly I understood. All confusion and bewilderment were shattered in an instant. These suggestions. It's a game changer that can fundamentally change the entire group's work environment. He looked at Chen Fong, the young man who was still leaning lazily in his chair, as if he had only complained about the bad weather. Heavens, genius. Li Wei squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. You. He hesitated for a while, then suddenly stood up, so abruptly that he knocked over the chair. Savior! Li Wei let out a passionate shout. He didn't give Chen Fong any chance to react at all, and turned around and rushed out of the office. Meeting. All managers and key personnel. Get to the meeting room immediately. Li Wei ran and shouted, his voice filled with excitement and exhilaration. The entire administration office fell silent after he shouted that. All the drowsy employees were startled awake, staring dumbfounded at the director's hurried figure as he ran off into the distance. After a brief silence, whispers spread like a tide. Did I hear that right? Wait, what did Director Li just call Chen Fong? Savior? Did you see his expression? It was like he'd won the lottery. What exactly did Chen Fong say to him? I don't know, I just saw him sighing and complaining, and then Chen Fong said a few random words, and he rushed out like he'd been injected with adrenaline.
All eyes eventually turned to Chen Fong, the center of the storm.
Chen Fong.
He watched Li Wei's figure disappear through the doorway, then looked at the Minesweeper interface in front of him, which he hadn't yet clicked on the first square of.
I was speechless. Well.
He sighed softly, a more helpless thought flashing through his mind.
Honestly, it's about resolving this mess. It's even easier than completing Minesweeper on the highest difficulty. It's not challenging at all. Boring. Chapter 72 3 Key Moves to Eliminate the Inward Turmoil. Chen Fong.
He remained expressionless, his heart completely unmoved. He even picked up the chair that Li Wei had knocked over in his excitement.
It's no big deal. Is it really necessary?
He cleared his throat, preparing to elegantly launch his Minesweeper game under the watchful eyes of everyone.
I'll celebrate my upcoming period of slacking off with a speedrun on high difficulty.
However, this time, he severely underestimated the ability of a middle manager to take action.
Li Wei didn't rush out without thinking.
As he ran, his brain worked at lightning speed.
Chen Fong's words were simple and blunt, yet they hit the nail on the head.
But for him, as an administrative director, to implement such a disruptive reform across the entire group is nothing short of a pipe dream. He doesn't have that power, much less that prestige.
What to do? Got it.
A sudden inspiration struck Li Wei, and he thought of a place.
Top floor. Chairman's meeting room. This morning, the group is holding a quarterly operations review meeting.
The person presiding over the meeting was none other than the icy female CEO known for her iron-fisted approach, Ji Wanning.
The atmosphere at the meeting was reportedly extremely oppressive.
The heads of various business units are being severely criticized and humiliated due to sluggish performance growth and low internal efficiency.
Isn't this the perfect opportunity?
This compelling proposal was presented directly to the top decision-maker.
Li Wei rushed into his office, grabbed his tablet, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement.
I quickly tidied up Chen Fong's words into an extremely simple PPT, but with an exceptionally eye-catching title.
3 Key Strategies to Eliminate Involution.
He didn't even have time to format it properly. He grabbed his tablet and rushed to the top-floor elevator. Ji's group, top-floor conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. The head of the marketing department had just finished his report, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat.
President Ji, our department has done its best.
For this promotion, the entire staff has been working overtime until the early hours of the morning for a whole month.
Ji Wanning, seated at the head of the table, wore a black suit and exuded a cool and aloof aura.
Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, interrupting him. I don't want to hear about the process, I only want the result. The result is that our market share has declined by 0.5 percentage points compared to the previous quarter. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made the temperature in the entire conference room drop several degrees.
But, Mr. Ji, the coordination costs between departments are too high.
A simple request can drag on for a week with all the back and forth.
This really isn't just a problem for our department. Yes, Mr. Ji, it's the same for our technical department. The product department changed the requirements yesterday, and we have to scrap them and start over today. How can we guarantee efficiency like that? The meeting instantly turned into a grievance session.
Ji Wanning rubbed her temples. She was well aware of these issues.
As the group grows larger, the departmental silos become increasingly thick. Due to a lack of communication, everyone is fighting their own battle.
Internal strife has severely hampered the group's progress. But no one could come up with a solution that could truly solve the problem.
Just then, bang!
The heavy door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Li Wei burst in, covered in sweat and panting.
Everyone was stunned. This is the group's highest decision-making meeting. Has a middle-level manager gone mad? Who let you in? Security.
Ji Jindong's assistant's expression changed, and he immediately tried to call for help.
Wait a moment. Ji Wanning spoke. She recognized Li Wei.
The fact that he dared to risk being fired to barge in today must mean something extremely important. Li Wei, ignoring the sweat on his brow, shakily connected the tablet to the projector. The next second, an ugly PowerPoint presentation appeared on the huge screen.
3 Key Strategies to Eliminate Involution. Puff. One of the vice presidents couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. What is this thing? It's so unprofessional.
But Ji Wanning's expression remained unchanged.
Because the moment Li Wei submitted the proposal, Chen Fang's words become law. Workplace Edition's skill transcends floors and identities. It was precisely applied to this top decision maker. First measure, halt the meeting. Meetings that don't aim to solve problems are just a waste of time. Second tactic, information overload. Anyone who creates information silos is a traitor to the company. The third tactic, forced departure. Cut off internet and electricity, and let meaningless overtime go to hell. Simple. Rough. It strikes right at the soul. Ji Wanning's eyes grew brighter and brighter.
These suggestions were like sharp knives, precisely piercing the heart of the G Group. She had held countless meetings and consulted countless advisors before. All I got were vague and confusing theories. But the solution presented in the most straightforward and simple way offers the most effective solution. This plan. Ji Wanning's fingers stopped typing. Who came up with it? Li Wei suddenly realized, he can't exactly say it's your husband, can he? He could only give a vague answer. It's a new colleague in our department. He's a genius. Genius? Ji Wanning gave Li Wei a deep look, but didn't ask any further questions. She stood up. Let's proceed with this plan. Start a company-wide trial immediately. The administration department will take the lead, with the technology department providing support. I must see the beta version of the information sharing platform online within a week. Meeting adjourned. Without any hesitation or delay. The order, like a thunderclap, instantly spread to every corner of the company. The entire G Group was in complete chaos. This isn't a rumor or a departmental initiative, it's a direct order from the CEO. While Chen Fang was leisurely starting a new game, he noticed that the atmosphere in the entire office had changed. Xiao Wang, the meeting scheduled for 3 p.m. has been cancelled. The president's office just issued a notice. Fei Fei, stop making weekly reports. From now on, just update the project progress on the shared platform. Brothers. CEO's order. Tonight at 6 p.m., all non-emergency project teams are to be forcibly disconnected from the internet. Anyone who wants to play games can go home and play games themselves. To leave work on time is the noblest ideal in everyone's heart. Everyone in the office switched to battle mode. Amidst this enthusiastic atmosphere of everyone rushing to leave work, the mechanical voice in Chen Fang's mind, tinged with a hint of pleasure, rang out again. Bite. The host's office area has been detected, and employee enthusiasm is at an all-time high, with their desire to improve efficiency reaching its peak. Passive Aura King of Rolls Buster has been activated. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread from him to the entire floor in an instant. The next second, the only sound in the office was the clatter of keyboards. The voices discussing the issues were brief and to the point. The work that used to seem endless is now being eliminated at a visible rate. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The office lights are turned off on time. Everyone left the company, carrying their bags, humming songs, and looking refreshed. Only Chen Fang remained. He sat alone at his workstation, looking at the hero selection page in front of me. I was completely stunned. No. I'm trying to fish in troubled waters, not drain the whole pond. You all finished your work like you were on steroids, and then you all left on time to enjoy life. What about me? As the only idle person in the office, am I not as bright and outstanding as a firefly in the dark night? Just as he was feeling hopeless and preparing to shut down his phone and go home, the system voice in my mind sounded again. The reverse incentive task, Ultimate Slacking Off Environment Optimization Plan, is 25% complete. Mission Reward Preview, new title The Lazybones has been unlocked. Title effect, when worn, it will significantly reduce your presence. Outside of work, you will become virtually invisible to your colleagues, greatly reducing the chances of being disturbed or assigned tasks. Chen Fang was stunned. Invisible man? To reduce the visibility? Isn't this just like having an invisibility cheat? As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. As long as no one can see me, I can slack off anytime, anywhere. This is great. This is really good. His frustration was instantly swept away. He cheerfully shut down his computer and walked out of the deserted office area. As he passed through the group's lobby, he glanced at the electronic screen on the wall. Project completion rate, plus 120%. Quarterly profit forecast, plus 210%.
Employee effective working hours, plus 300%. A series of glaring red data points surged wildly upwards. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from my wife, Ji-waning. My dad just called me, and his tone was strange. What were you doing at the company again? At the same time, the chairman's office on the top floor of the G Group building.
Ji Jindong held a freshly printed revenue forecast report in his hand, his fingers turning slightly white from the pressure.
On his desk, another pre-prepared retirement application report was torn to shreds without him even glancing at it. Chapter 73: The Father-in-Law's Despair. Chen Fong looked at the message sent by Ji Wanning on his phone screen. My finger hovered over the input box for a long time.
In the end, he only replied with 2 words.
Fine.
He then put his phone back in his pocket.
Fine?
He glanced at the electronic screen, and his lips twitched involuntarily.
You call this nothing? This is a huge problem. Project completion rate, plus 120%. Quarterly profit forecast, plus 210%. Employee effective working hours, plus 300%.
These numbers were jumping wildly upwards, as if they were on steroids. Chen Fong could even imagine the incredible expression on his cheap father-in-law's face right now, in some luxurious office on the top floor, a father who only wanted to retire and go fishing.
They should be very happy, right?
After all, with the company's performance soaring, his net worth as chairman also increased accordingly. Chen Fong comforted himself with this thought. Humming a little tune in a cheerful mood, I walked out of the company gate.
Who cares? Anyway, I left work on time.
The office renovation project's progress bar has also moved.
The title of the Slacker Immortal is about to be obtained. Nothing is more important than going home to be with your wife. On the train at the same time, Chen Fong was wearing headphones, leisurely browsing the food delivery app on his phone. The spicy crayfish looks good, garlic crayfish would be fine too. How about we order some barbecue?
100 skewers, with ice-cold beer. He looked conflicted, as if he were making a major decision at a meeting. Completely unaware of the storm that his casual remarks had stirred up.
Chairman's office. The atmosphere was indeed as Chen Fong had imagined, quite wonderful. On Ji Jindong's desk, documents were piled up like a mountain. But unlike the problem reports that had previously given him a major headache, these are all good news.
Chairman, this is a report submitted by the marketing department. After 3 days of implementing the new regulations, departmental collaboration efficiency has increased by 95%.
Cross-departmental processes that used to take a week to complete can now be finished in a day.
Chairman, the tech department says that redundant requests to the server have been reduced by 60%, and system stability has been greatly improved.
Chairman, the latest simulation report from the finance department, you'd better take a look at it yourself.
The assistant carefully placed a freshly printed, still warm report in front of Ji Jindong. His face was filled with excitement and admiration. When the company is doing well, its employees can do even better. And the one who created all these miracles is none other than the shrewd and resourceful chairman in front of us. In the minds of all employees, Ji Jindong's image has now been greatly elevated.
However, despite being the object of worship, Ji Jindong showed no joy whatsoever.
He simply picked up the report without any expression.
My gaze fell on the title of the report.
Simulation Analysis Report on Cost Savings and Potential Profit Growth After the Implementation of the New Regulations. The report is very clear: if the current efficiency can be maintained for another quarter, it is expected to save the group over 200 million in various costs, and he saw the number that had been deliberately bolded and enlarged. We are expected to raise our quarterly profit growth rate from the original plan of 8% to 25.2%, representing a year-on-year increase of over 210%. The office was extremely quiet.
The assistant could even hear his own heart pounding with excitement.
He awaited the chairman's praise, or even just a simple word of affirmation. But he received nothing in return.
Ji Jindong's expression was complex, showing shock, confusion, and disbelief.
In the end, it all came together to form a deep sense of exhaustion. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse.
Okay, you can go now. Oh, okay, Chairman. The assistant, Xiao Zhang, left, completely bewildered. The moment the door closed,
Ji Jindong seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he leaned heavily against the expensive leather executive chair.
He slowly pulled open the drawer on his right.
He took out a document from the very back, a document that he had handled countless times and whose edges were wrinkled.
Letter of intent for equity transfer upon retirement application.
This was his last hope. It was the broad road to freedom that he had planned for himself. Once this quarter passes smoothly and Ji Wanning gives birth, he will slam this report on the board's table. Then turn around gracefully and embrace your yacht, deep-sea fishing, and golf. He looked at the report, then at the glaring profit growth simulation on the table. Profit growth rate has tripled. What does this mean? This means that the G Group, which was already a bit old, has suddenly been fitted with a nuclear-powered engine. It is rushing forward at an unprecedented and insane speed. He, the driver, was tightly bound to the driver's seat and had no chance to jump out of the vehicle. Retire? Retiring at this critical juncture? Will those old guys on the board agree? Will shareholders agree? If he dares to mention it, the company's stock price will plummet to its daily limit tomorrow. Chen Fong yawned as he got off the bus. He ultimately decided against ordering takeout and instead went to the farmer's market. The main reason was that I suddenly remembered my wife's cooking skills, which were practically biological weapons, and I felt a little uneasy. For the sake of your own stomach and your future children's stomach, it's best to cook for yourself and be self-sufficient. In the chairman's office. Ji Jintian finally couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the retirement report that contained all his dreams and tore it to pieces with a ferocious expression. The flying scraps of paper mirrored his shattered dream of retirement. Chen Fong. It must be you, you brat. Ji Zhendong gritted his teeth and squeezed out the name. There could be no one else but him. Ever since the son-in-law joined the company, the entire G Group has become increasingly strange. At first, the performance just inexplicably improved. Now look what's happened, they've just given him a free takeoff. I brought you to the company so you could lie down and be a mascot. I didn't ask you to create business miracles for me. What are you trying to do? Do you want to work me to death in the chairman's position so you can inherit all my assets? When the thought popped into his head, even Ji Zhendong himself was taken aback. Wrong. This kid usually looks lazy and like he hasn't woken up yet. Does he have the brains to devise such a meticulously planned scheme? According to Li Wei's report, the few suggestions he made were nothing more than a few casual complaints made during a chat. But if it wasn't him, how can all of this be explained? Coincide? What a coincidence! Every time he lies down, the company takes off? This kid is definitely a bastard who pretends to be weak while actually being strong. Ji Zhendong grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the more he felt that this was Chen Fong's conspiracy. That kid is so ruthless. In this way, he cut off all possibilities of retirement for himself. This is not helping the company at all. This is an inhumane, protracted, and both mentally and physically torture inflicted on Ji Zhendong. What a vicious and open conspiracy this is. Ji Zhendong felt a wave of despair. He could almost see himself being nailed to this office for the next 10 or 20 years, dealing with a deluge of documents and endless meetings. Meanwhile, the culprit can leave work on time every day, go home to hug his precious daughter, and enjoy a warm bed with his wife and children. Why should I? Ji Zhendong picked up his phone and dialed his daughter's number with trembling hands. Wan Ning. His voice was filled with sorrow. Dad, what's wrong? Your voice doesn't sound right. Ji Wanning's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Nothing. Ji Zhendong took a deep breath and forced out a fatherly voice. Dad just wanted to ask, about Chen Fong, how's he been doing at the company lately? He had to subtly find out what kind of sorcery this brat had used. However, Ji Wanning's answer poured ice water on his already chilled heart. Chen Fong? He's a good guy. He goes to work and leaves on time every day, doesn't cause trouble at the company, and is obedient at home. Dad, isn't that what you've always wanted for him? Yes. Ji Zhendong felt like his back teeth were about to shatter. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Leaving get off work on time every day tripled the efficiency of the entire group. Can you really solve the internal friction problem that has plagued the company for years just by talking a little every day? This guy pretends to be harmless in front of his daughter. Behind the scenes, however, they were ruthlessly exploiting the remaining value of their father-in-law. Hang up the phone. Ji Zhendong slumped helplessly in his chair. He no longer sees Chen Fong as a son-in-law. That's a devil in human skin. A human-shaped self-propelled overtime machine dedicated to promoting the cause of involution and dragging his father-in-law to his death.
No. This can't go on any longer. We have to find a way to stop him. Ji Zhendong's mind raced.
Chen Fong was naturally unaware that his father-in-law had unilaterally labeled him as a career terminator. He had just returned home with the groceries when he smelled a peculiar odor.
How can I describe it?
It tasted like some kind of burnt protein, mixed with a slightly bitter taste from gelatinized plant matter, and also had a faint metallic rust flavor.
His heart skipped a beat. It's over. My wife is in the kitchen again. Chapter 74 Chef God Permanent Card.
As soon as Chen Fong opened the door with his key, an indescribable odor rushed into his nostrils.
The flavor is incredibly complex and layered.
The main flavor is the burnt taste of some kind of protein, like a whole chicken left in the oven for 3 days and 3 nights. The middle notes are mixed with the bitterness of carbonized plant fibers, probably because some vegetable has met with misfortune. The most fatal flaw is that between these two flavors, there is also a faint, almost imperceptible, musty peanut butter smell.
Chen Fong's facial muscles stiffened. Broken.
He even stopped changing his shoes.
An alarm bell rang instantly in my mind. Black charcoal grilled food comes to mind.
The scene was too terrifying for him to watch. Just as he was hesitating whether he should quietly slip away and come back after it was over, or bite the bullet and rush in to save the kitchen,
a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bite.
The host's suggestion has been detected and successfully transformed the group's work ecosystem, greatly optimizing the office environment and significantly improving employee happiness. The completion rate of the ultimate slacking off environment optimization plan task has been increased to 35%.
Congratulations, host, you have received the stage mission reward, 1,000 achievement points. A series of system notifications startled Chen Fong. Oh, right. That's about the company. He almost forgot.
His mind is now filled with that strange smell that could be described as a biological weapon. The system seemed oblivious to the host's distraction and continued broadcasting as if nothing was wrong.
Current total achievement points, 1,000 points.
You have accumulated enough achievement points to unlock the System Shop Beginner.
The System Shop is now open. Online store? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow.
This thing sounds like a pay-to-win shop in a game. However, he earned this by working. He subconsciously placed the groceries he was carrying on the cabinet in the entryway, and tiptoed to the living room sofa to sit down.
Try not to make any noise so as not to disturb the person in the kitchen.
He closed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind.
A minimalist, semi-transparent interface appeared in his mind. The interface only has a few category labels. Item cards, skill cards, special category. Chen Fong curiously clicked on the item card. Absolute luck card 1 second, requires 1,000 achievement points to redeem. Within 1 second of use, the host will become the chosen one. Chen Fong's lips twitched. 1 second? What can I do? Do you use it to buy a new life if you get struck by lightning while going out?
Anyone who replaces this thing is a sucker.
He clicked on the next one. 10-meter radius Wi-Fi signal booster passive, requires 500 achievement points to redeem.
Permanent effect, making your casual surfing experience even smoother.
It's somewhat useful, but not much. It's not cost-effective.
Chen Fong pursed his lips and then clicked on the skill card category.
The things here seem much more formal. Professional level PPT enhancement skills, requires 200 achievement points to redeem.
Makes your PPTs look like those of a designer.
Level 8 fitter skill, requires 300 achievement points to redeem.
From now on, there's no printer, coffee machine, or smart toilet in the company that you can't fix.
Quick sleep technique, requires 50 achievement points to redeem. Fall asleep in 3 seconds during your lunch break for deep sleep. Chen Fong's eyelids twitched as he read it. What the hell is this? These are all divine skills that would make working people cry. But he doesn't want to be a god-level wage earner. He just wants to be a couch potato. He patiently slid down. Sudden.
His fingers stopped. A gleaming gold card lay quietly at the end of the list, a stark contrast to the other dull gray skill cards.
Permanent chef card. Required achievement points for redemption, 1,000 points. Skill effect, permanently gains culinary mastery.
The host will instantly master the cooking techniques of all cuisines from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, becoming proficient in ingredient handling, heat control, and seasoning. Any ingredient in the host's hands can be transformed into unparalleled deliciousness. Additional effect, ability to analyze the recipes of any dish tasted. Permanent? Master all cuisines? Transformed into unparalleled deliciousness? Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. The masterpiece that Ji Wanning had served involuntarily came to mind. A plate of what is supposedly cola chicken wings. The skin of the chicken wing was completely carbonized, hard enough to be used as a weapon. The meat inside was still streaked with blood. The most terrifying thing was the sweetness of cola combined with the fishy smell of chicken. Chen Fong only took a small bite out of politeness. Just that one tiny bite. It made him feel nauseous whenever he saw chicken for 3 consecutive days. That's not eating. That's a tribulation. Because she wanted to cook for Chen Fong, Ji Wanning had already dismissed the cook and nanny. The thought that I might have to switch back and forth between this ordeal and ordering takeout for the next few decades is unbearable. And then I think about what will happen after the child is born. Want your child to also taste your lovingly prepared but disastrous dishes? No. Absolutely not. Chen Fong shivered. But actively learning a skill, especially such a complex cooking skill, isn't this the beginning of fierce competition? Do you have to make yourself this tired just to have a good meal? Chen Fong was torn between his inner thoughts and his own conscience. A voice told him, just bear with it. Ordering takeout is the same, isn't it? Why go through all that trouble and waste your precious achievement points? Another voice roared, can you tolerate this forever? You'll get tired of takeout eventually. My wife's creative passion is endless. Today it's cola chicken wings, tomorrow it might be stargazing. The day after tomorrow it'll be herring stew with durian. Chen Fong was disgusted by the scene he had imagined. He felt a spasm in his stomach. No. This can't go on any longer. He took a deep breath and began to find a reasonable excuse for himself. Right. This is not involution. This is precisely so that you can lie flat more easily. What does a qualified salted fish a person who is lazy and unambitious pursue? It's a high-quality, relaxed lifestyle. If you can't eat well or sleep well, that's called suffering, not lying down. Every day I have to worry about things like what to eat today and whether my wife's cooking is edible, which greatly depletes my mental energy and affects my concentration when I'm slacking off. Therefore, solving the food problem at its root is a strategic investment. After justifying this behavior as an initial investment, Chen Fong felt much better. Without the slightest hesitation, he focused his mind on the glittering gold card. Redeem the permanent chef card. Bite. Host confirms consumption of 1,000 achievement points to exchange for the permanent chef card. Redeem successful. Skill infusion in progress. The next second. An unimaginably massive torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. Fry, stir-fry, cook, deep-fry, braise, simmer, stew. The 8 major cuisines of Chinese cuisine, the refinement of Japanese cuisine, the complexity of French cuisine, the boldness of Southeast Asian cuisine. From the molecular structure of food ingredients to the Maillard reaction of proteins and sugars at different temperatures. From the interplay of spices to the perfect ratio of sauces. Countless pieces of knowledge, skills, and experience were forcibly written into the depths of his brain, like a data stream. And it merged perfectly with his own memories. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. When Chen Fong opened his eyes again. The whole world is different now. He simply took a light breath. The strange smell that had initially made his scalp tingle was instantly dismantled in his nasal cavity. The onion over-caramelized, producing sulfides. The beef fibers were destroyed by the high temperature, which means it was cooked directly without being deacidified. Moreover, the pan was too hot, which caused the smoke point of the olive oil to be lowered, producing acrolein, that's the metallic rust smell. He could even accurately determine what was happening in the kitchen based on that smell. He stood up and looked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Ji Wanning was frantically working on a pot that was emitting black smoke. Oh no, it's burnt again. Why is this steak so hard to please? The steps were perfect. Her frustrated voice rang out. Chen Fong sighed. He rolled up his sleeves and strode towards the kitchen. Honey, let me do it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you try my new dish. Chapter 75 Sweet Revenge. Honey, let me do it.
Chen Fong appeared at the kitchen door with a relaxed smile on his face. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you try my new dish. Ji Wanning, who was struggling with being framed, turned around abruptly upon hearing the sound. There was still some black ash on her face. Coupled with that helpless expression, he looked both pitiful and funny. You can cook Western food? Ji Wanning was somewhat uncertain. She knew Chen Fong was good at cooking homestyle dishes, but that was a completely different matter from pan-frying steak. You'll know once you try. Chen Fong naturally took the spatula from her and turned off the stove. He glanced at the black, unidentified object in the pot that could no longer be called a steak, and his lips twitched slightly. Go and rest in the living room, watch some TV, it'll be over soon. Oh. Ji Wanning obediently responded, but didn't move her feet. She watched as Chen Fong walked to the sink to wash his hands, and then took out new ingredients from the refrigerator. His movements were not fast, but each step had a strange sense of rhythm. Let me help you, Ji Wanning said. I feel like I'm standing here out of place. Sure. Chen Fong didn't even turn his head. Then help me tie my apron. He bent down slightly, gesturing to Ji Wanning behind him. Ji Wanning said oh and took the cartoon-patterned apron off the hook next to her. She tiptoed around him, trying to help him tie the strap behind his neck. Chen Fong is very tall, so even when he bends over, Ji Wanning has to tilt her head back slightly. Her fingertips inadvertently touched the skin of his neck, and the warm touch made her fingers tremble slightly. She could clearly see his broad back. The lines of his shoulders were smooth and powerful, giving her a strong sense of security. At that very moment, as if by some strange twist of fate, Ji Wanning stretched out her arms and hugged Chen Fong tightly from behind. She pressed her cheek against his warm back, her nose filled with the pleasant, clean scent of soap shavings mixed with his faint body heat. Fragrant. That really puts my mind at ease. Chen Fong's body stiffened for a moment. He could clearly feel the soft touch behind him. And there's that heart beating gently against my back. Wife. She's really not afraid of his hardness. What are you doing? There was a hint of amusement in his voice that he himself didn't even realize. Charge. Ji Wanning's muffled voice came from behind him. Chen Fong chuckled. He didn't urge her, and just stood there letting her hug him. Ji Wanning only let go of her hand when she felt embarrassed. With her ears turning red, she helped him tie the apron straps behind his waist. All right. Chen Fong turned around and pinched her little cheek. Go and wait, my dear wife. Ji Wanning blushed even more and turned to run out of the kitchen. Chen Fong was the only one left in the kitchen. His smile faded, replaced by absolute focus. The vast amount of knowledge brought by the permanent chef card was rapidly processing in his mind. That steak we just saw was a 5 Wagyu beef, with top quality marbling. The problem lies in the lack of sufficient acid removal. Furthermore, directly frying the oil in hot olive oil caused uneven heating inside and out, resulting in it burning instantly. Chen Fong took another identical steak out of the refrigerator. Instead of immediately dealing with it, he first turned on the stove and heated the pot. It wasn't a frying pan, but a cast iron pot. While waiting for the pot to heat up, he took out a clove of garlic, gently tapped it with the back of a knife, and threw it into the pot. Once the aroma of garlic was released by the high temperature, he quickly took out several vegetables, his kitchen knife flashing like afterimages. Shua shua shua. Potatoes, carrots, and broccoli were instantly transformed into uniformly sized and perfectly shaped rolling cuts in his hands. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without the slightest unnecessary movement. Ji Wanning was in the living room looking at financial news reports. But soon, an incredibly strong fragrance entered her nostrils. It was a rich, buttery aroma mixed with garlic and a unique caramelized scent from the Maillard reaction that occurred when the beef was grilled. It smells so good. Ji Wanning couldn't help but swallow hard, and quietly walked to the kitchen doorway, peeking inside. Chen Fong tossed the wok with one hand, and the vegetables and ingredients inside seemed to come alive, tracing perfect parabolas in the air. With his other hand, he precisely controlled the steak, making a pleasant sizzling sound on the scalding cast iron pan. He even had the leisure to use a small spoon to pour the melted butter from the bottom of the pan over the steak again and again. Every movement is like a meticulously crafted artistic performance. Ji Wanning was stunned. Chen Fong used to cook very well, but it was the kind of delicious homestyle cooking that was full of warmth and homeliness. But now, he exudes an aura and confidence that only a top chef possesses. Less than 20 minutes. Chen Fong took off his apron and came out carrying 2 exquisite white porcelain plates. Dinner is ready.
Ji Wanning's gaze was completely drawn to the food on the plate. On the left is a pan-fried scallop and steak platter, with golden scallops and deep red steak complementing each other, topped with bright green basil sauce. On the right is creamy mushroom pasta, each strand of pasta evenly coated with rich sauce, garnished with a few paper-thin slices of Parma ham. A small vegetable salad was also served on the side. The presentation, color, and aroma were all comparable to any Michelin-starred restaurant she had ever been to.
You did all of this?
Ji Wanning felt that her understanding of the world had been shaken.
Otherwise what? Is there another fairy godmother in the kitchen?
Chen Fong set out the tableware and pulled out a chair. Ji Wanning took out her phone and snapped several photos of the exquisite plates on the table.
Then she chose the best-looking one and opened her WeChat moments. Edited text.
My son has grown up and his culinary skills surpass those of a Michelin-starred chef.
Accompanied by a smug and boastful expression.
She looked at the post, nodded in satisfaction, and gently pressed send. Then Ji Wanning sat down, picked up her fork, and cut off a small piece of steak.
Medium rare, it's a perfect pink color when cut open, and incredibly juicy.
She put the steak in her mouth.
The next second,
her eyes widened suddenly. The beef has a slightly charred crust, mixed with the aroma of butter and garlic. The meat inside is incredibly tender, almost melting on the tongue. The meat juices burst in your mouth, releasing a pure and rich meaty aroma. It instantly captivated all her taste buds.
It's so delicious.
She took another bite of pasta. The rich aroma of cream, the umami flavor of mushrooms, and the savory taste of ham. The pasta itself has just the right amount of chewiness, which blends perfectly together.
How about it?
Chen Fanghao looked at her with a calm and composed expression.
Delicious. So delicious.
Ji Wanning had no time to maintain her composure and kept stuffing food into her mouth. Seeing her enjoying herself, Chen Fong felt a surge of satisfaction. After the meal, Ji Wanning leaned back in her chair, completely satisfied.
Chen Fong, you're amazing.
Her eyes were sparkling.
How can you cook such delicious food? Did you secretly sign up for a crash course at New Oriental? A natural talent, there's nothing we can do about it.
Chen Fong shrugged, looking like he was also troubled. He looked at Ji Wanning's face, flushed with satisfaction, and his heart stirred. He leaned closer and lowered his voice.
Just saying it tastes good isn't enough. Then what should we do?
Ji Wanning felt a little nervous under his gaze.
Shouldn't we give them some reward?
Chen Fong pointed to his lips, give me a kiss, and this meal won't have been a waste.
Ji Wanning's face flushed bright red instantly. You.
She said that, but her body didn't move away.
Not giving it to me? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow. Then I'll have to come and get it myself.
As he spoke, he slowly moved closer. Ji Wanning's heart was pounding, and she nervously closed her eyes. After waiting for ages, the kiss I expected never came. She cautiously opened one eye, only to see Chen Fongjing looking at her with a wicked grin.
Snort!
She was both embarrassed and angry, so she gritted her teeth and leaned in to quickly kiss Chen Fong on the cheek.
Is that all? Like a dragonfly skimming the water, they part ways in an instant.
Chen Fong touched his cheek that had been kissed and shook his head.
That doesn't count.
He grabbed Ji Wanning's waist and, amidst her gasp, lowered his head to kiss her lips. It was a kiss that carried a hint of punishment, yet was incredibly tender. He carefully avoided her already protruding belly, and with his other hand he supported the back of her head, deepening the kiss with a firm yet tender touch. After a long while, their lips parted. Ji Wanning collapsed into Chen Fong's arms, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed red. Chen Fong held her in his arms, his heart softening.
Sure enough, this reward is better than anything the system gives. Chapter 76 The Father-in-Law's Horror. You scoundrel. Yes, that's me. Chen Fong readily admitted it.
He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead again. He looked at the person in his arms. From her cheeks to her ears, and down to her long neck, everything was tinged with a captivating pink. Her skin was so delicate it seemed like it could be broken with a touch. Ji Wanning felt embarrassed by his gaze and buried her head in his chest to stop him from looking. She picked up her phone, which she had tossed aside, and unconsciously swiped her finger across the screen. He was trying to use this action to hide his heart pounding in his chest.
As she scrolled, she opened her WeChat moments. Those dinner photos were works of art. The lighting, composition, and colors of the food are all impeccably perfect. The more she looked, the more satisfied and proud she became. My husband made this. I posted the photo on my WeChat moments. Mum.
Chen Fong was enjoying the warmth and softness of her body in his arms, and responded absent-mindedly.
My dad will definitely see this. Oh. What will you say if he asks?
Ji Wanning tilted her head up, looking at him curiously.
Chen Fong pinched her nose and said lazily, just say I'm exceptionally talented and can learn anything with minimal effort. TCH, so vain.
Ji Wanning complained, but inside she was bubbling with sweetness. She shifted to a more comfortable position, curling her long, straight legs up on the sofa. She nestled in Chen Fong's arms, feeling his steady heartbeat and warm body temperature.
At the same time,
Ji Zhendong, who was in his top-floor office at the G Group, had just finished a transoceanic video conference. He wearily pinched the bridge of his nose, picked up the now-cold coffee on the table, and took a sip. As the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, he gets very little sleep each day.
I habitually picked up my phone to check today's financial news.
The moment my fingertip touched the screen, a red dot popped up on the WeChat icon.
He clicked on it, and it was a post on his WeChat moments.
The first message was posted by his beloved daughter. Ji Zhendong's lips unconsciously curled into a loving father's smile. His daughter is usually very aloof. Only occasionally, on social media, will she reveal a hint of her girlish side.
He clicked on the picture.
The exquisite plates and sophisticated presentation clearly indicate that this dish comes from a high-end Western restaurant.
A combination of seafood and meat, creamy pasta.
Ji Zhendong frowned slightly. It doesn't look like something his daughter would have made.
Is my daughter still eating out at this hour? Pregnant women should get some rest earlier.
He was about to make a call and say a few words when his gaze fell on the accompanying text. My son has grown up, and his culinary skills surpass those of a Michelin-starred chef.
Ji Zhendong's smile froze. My family has a son? Lang? Which man? Who else could it be but that brat Chen Fong?
His first reaction was disbelief.
This kid can cook Western food? Are you kidding me?
He had never heard of Chen Fong having this skill. Ji Zhendong enlarged the photo and studied it carefully. From the doneness of the steak to the sheen of the sauce, and even the accompanying vegetable salad. He himself is a regular at top restaurants and has a very discerning eye.
This dish is absolutely masterful. But the daughter's caption and smug expression didn't seem like a joke.
A terrible thought popped into Ji Zhendong's mind.
Could it be? Did that kid really do it?
Ji Zhendong's breath hitched. He leaned back in the large executive chair, feeling a chill on his back.
Something's not right.
This kid is acting really strange.
He began to quickly recall everything about Chen Fong.
From the beginning, he let this kid into the company. His original intention was to give his daughter face. Give him a place to make a living, so he doesn't embarrass himself in public.
And what was the result?
Later, he helped the company earn hundreds of millions. Okay, he's lucky, a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse.
Then what?
His project team's performance skyrocketed.
The entire department's employees were as excited as if they'd been injected with steroids. Ultimately, the group's performance skyrocketed.
This is so strange that he still can't figure it out.
Now, this kid has actually unlocked his culinary god skills again? And the first thing they did was Michelin level? This is no longer just a problem. That's terrifying.
Chen Fong is now penetrating his daughter's world in every way, from work to life. He was a hidden genius with exceptional abilities at the company, which made Ji Wanning dependent on and admire him in her career. At home, he could cook and prepare meals, using his top-notch culinary skills to firmly capture Ji Wanning's heart and stomach. She's got it all figured out at work, and she's got it all figured out in life too.
This is going to completely control his daughter.
Ji Zhendong suddenly stood up from his chair. He always thought that his daughter could completely control the marriage in Chen Fong.
But now it seems the situation has completely reversed. His beloved daughter is falling deeper and deeper into the gentle trap woven by Chen Fong.
Moreover, judging from the way she flaunts it on her WeChat moments, she seems to enjoy it immensely.
It's over.
I, Ji Zhendong, am like a cabbage, about to be eaten away by pigs until not even the roots are left.
Ji Zhendong held his forehead and let out a painful groan. He had never felt this way before. He has a clear understanding of his competitors in the business world. But he couldn't see through his son-in-law, Chen Fang, at all. Just how much is this kid hiding? Where exactly is his limit? No. This can't go on any longer. Ji Zhendong stopped in his tracks. He had to do something. We must find a way to expose this kid's pretense. Or, tie him completely to the Ji family's boat. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Lao Xiang, help me check on someone. On the sofa. Chen Fang had no idea. The skill he acquired in order to earn a decent living has already stirred up a storm in his father-in-law's heart. He just felt that the person in his arms was breathing more and more evenly, as if she was about to fall asleep. Very good. Finally, this day of being forced to work can end. After I carry her back to her room, I can come out and happily play a few games, enjoying some truly carefree time. He was making plans. Suddenly, Ji Wanning and her arms stirred, her body stiffening as she curled up. She let out a muffled, slightly painful nasal sound. Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ji Wanning frowned her pretty brows, her small hand unconsciously resting on her lower abdomen. I don't know. I just feel a bit stuffy, my legs are sore, and I can't sleep. Her voice carried a hint of grievance and frustration. The various discomforts of pregnancy are magnified infinitely in the quiet of the night. Chen Fang let out a silent wail. It's over. My gaming time is ruined. He sighed, resignedly adjusted his position to make Ji Wanning more comfortable. Come on, stretch your legs out, let me massage them for you. As he spoke, he prepared to use his rudimentary massage skills to get by. Chapter 77 Warmth. Just as his fingertips touched Ji Wanning, the system's mechanical sound rang out. Bite. Host detected fulfilling prospective fathered duties, comforting pregnant family members, triggering hidden quest loving care. Task reward, parenting expert beginner skill card temporary, automatically activated. The next second, information flooded into Chen Fang's brain. The causes of edema in late pregnancy, the correct techniques for lymphatic massage, acupoints to relieve back pain in pregnant women, psychological counseling techniques during pregnancy, and even more than a dozen relaxing yoga poses suitable for pregnant women before bed. All the knowledge points seemed to have been carved into his brain by a carving knife. Clear, profound, unforgettable. Chen Fang. Seriously, officer? This can trigger it? Does this system have cameras installed? Are even family life subject to KPI assessments? It's a hidden mission. I just want to get my wife to sleep quickly so I can play games. Can this be considered loving care? Isn't your system's judgment criteria a bit outrageous? He was internally ranting and raving. However, his hand movements had become uncontrollably professional. The fingers, which were originally intended to massage haphazardly, now precisely found the Changshan acupoint on her calf. Pressed down with increasing pressure and a steady rhythm. Ji Wanning let out a comfortable nasal sound. My calves, which had been so sore and uncomfortable just moments before, felt a warm current slowly spreading under that precise pressure, and the tense muscles instantly relaxed by more than half. She opened her eyes in surprise. Chen Fang's fingers slowly moved up along the curve of her calf. His movements were fluid and professional, and each finger joint moved with a strange rhythm. His palms were warm, pressed against her skin. Starting from the ankle, push upwards gently but firmly. This is a common type of edema in late pregnancy. The fetus is compressing the inferior vena cava, which causes poor blood flow back from the legs. Chen Fang explained. Ji Wanning was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Chen Fang. The warm light above the sofa cast a soft shadow on his face. His usually slightly lazy features now appeared focused and serious. She could clearly see his lowered eyelids, his long eyelashes casting a small fan-shaped shadow under his eyes. His long, strong fingers moved slowly and steadily across his legs, bringing waves of tingling comfort. Her legs, which were somewhat fragile and sensitive due to her pregnancy, were now being carefully cradled in his hands. Ji Wanning's cheeks began to burn uncontrollably. How do you know these things? Her voice was barely audible, with a slight tremor that she herself was unaware of. Oh, I learned about volunteering in college. Chen Fang casually offered this excuse. They became more focused on their movements. Looking at Chen Fong's focused profile and his earnest movements, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. The thrill was like a popping candy in my mouth, bursting with tiny bursts of joy. Chen Fong continued what he was doing. After massaging his left leg, he moved on to his right. His technique was so professional that even the most experienced head nurse in the obstetrics department of a top-tier hospital would have to call him master. "Come on, honey, let's change positions." As Chen Fong spoke, he picked up a cushion and skillfully placed it behind Ji Wan-ning's lower back. I gave her another one to hold on her side, which would perfectly support her already protruding belly. Lying on your side like this can relieve pressure and make you feel much more comfortable. Ji Wan-ning curled up, looking as docile as a kitten. She could sense that every movement Chen Fong made was to make her more comfortable. The pleasant scent of soap mingled with his faint body warmth enveloped her completely. It was a sense of security that words could not describe. While giving the massage, Chen Fong explained in a very hypnotic tone. Mood fluctuations during pregnancy are due to changes in hormone levels, which is normal. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You can put work on hold for a while. Even though you're a mother, you still act like a child. You need to learn to relax. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying a soothing quality. As Ji Wan-ning listened, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The soreness in my body disappeared, replaced by a lazy, drowsy feeling. Her little hand unconsciously gripped the hem of Chen Fong's clothes. She rubbed her face against his warm chest, finding the most comfortable spot. Chen Fong lowered his head. The person in my arms was breathing evenly and deeply. Her phoenix eyes, which always carried a cool and aloof air, were now peacefully closed. Quiet eyelashes, like resting butterfly wings, are dreaming a peaceful dream. Her red lips, slightly pouting from sleepiness, gleamed with an alluring sheen. The neckline of her pajamas was slightly open, revealing her delicate and perfect collarbone, as well as a small patch of snow-white and smooth skin. Chen Fong carefully carried her back to the room. Suddenly, Ji Wan-ning in her arms stirred. She murmured something softly, almost inaudibly, as if in a dream. Chen Fong. Chen Fong stopped moving. "Thank you." Her little hands tightened even more, and she clung to him even more tightly, like an octopus. "It's so good to have you here." Her warm breath sprayed onto his chest. Her soft body pressed tightly against him. Chen Fong could clearly feel the rhythm of his heartbeat had become disordered. In that instant, all my thoughts were shattered by that soft, sweet murmur in my sleep. He looked down at the unguarded sleeping face in his arms. A part of my heart has collapsed. It's soft and warm. Oh shit. Chen Fong cursed under his breath. This feeling is even better than getting a pentakill in a game. He resignedly adjusted the position of his arms to make the person in his arms sleep more peacefully. Then he gently placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. "Never mind. Everything can be done tomorrow. I only have one wife." Night was falling. Chen Fong sat on the sofa, holding Ji Wan-ning in his arms. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window and listening to the even breathing in his arms, he felt a sense of peace he had never felt before. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. He looked at Ji Wan-ning's rosy sleeping face, which looked well taken care of, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "Since the service is so excellent. So, should we charge a service fee tomorrow morning? For example, let her sit in your lap while she eats breakfast. For example, ask her to give you 10 kisses? That sounds amazing. It's reasonable for someone who's been forced to work hard to earn money to enjoy being served by their wife, right?" Chen Fong nodded in satisfaction, giving himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Chapter 78 Service Fee. The morning sunlight streamed through the plain-colored curtains, bathing the room in a soft, warm yellow hue. Chen Fong's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened them. The warm touch in his arms and the sweet scent of her hair reminded him of everything that had happened last night. My arms felt a little numb, but more than that, I felt a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. Looking down, Ji Wan-ning was fast asleep. She curled up in his arms like a cat that had found a safe haven. The silk neckline of her pajamas was slightly open because of her sleeping position. Her collarbones were prominent and had beautiful curves, making one want to touch them without thinking. Her skin was as smooth as the inner wall of a polished seashell, shimmering with an iridescent luster. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He carefully pulled his arm, which had gone numb from being pressed down, and the person in his arms immediately let out a dissatisfied ugh. Her little face rubbed against his chest, then shrank back closer. Chen Fong's lips curled into a wicked smile. The service fee plan he had been working on last night started playing automatically in his mind. I took good care of her all night, giving her a massage and acting as her human pillow. This morning, it's finally my turn to enjoy myself, isn't it? That makes sense. He cleared his throat and, deliberately in an exaggerated, magnetic voice, whispered in her ear. Honey, it's dawn. Time to get up and pay the service fee. Ji Ning's eyelashes trembled, and she groggily opened her eyes. Those phoenix eyes, which always carried a hint of aloofness, were now misty with moisture from just waking up, making them appear exceptionally bewildered and innocent. It took her a few seconds to realize where she was and who was holding her. Her cheeks turned red instantly. What, service fee? Her voice was soft and sweet. Last night, this salted fish was forced to open for business, providing Michelin-starred chef service, plus a professional massage from a top-notch maternity nurse. Chen Fong began to do the accounting in a serious manner. Now, it's time to collect the service fee. He patted his thigh. You have to sit here for breakfast today. Ji Ning followed his gaze, and her cheeks felt even hotter. You can't do it. Yes, there is more. Chen Fong completely ignored her protests and waved a finger in front of her. This is only part of it. He paused, then continued in a suggestive tone. In addition, as a reward for my hard work last night, I also need. He deliberately drew out his voice and leaned close to her ear. The hot air sprayed onto her sensitive earlobes. 10 kisses as interest. Ji Ning's body stiffened. My heart felt like it had been squeezed, and then it started beating even faster. Let her sit on his lap and eat breakfast? 10 more kisses? How could this man so brazenly make such a shameful request? She wanted to curse at him and push him away. But his body felt limp and he couldn't muster any strength. Even. A small voice inside her was saying, it seems, it's not impossible? After all, he was really gentle and considerate last night. The feeling of being cherished when those large hands were placed on her legs still makes her blush and her heart race when she thinks about it now. Chen Fong keenly caught her momentary hesitation. The opportunity has arrived. He immediately switched to actor mode. His face, which had been wearing a wicked smile just moments before, instantly fell apart. His eyes drooped, and his voice was filled with endless grievances and loneliness. Well. He sighed deeply and released his grip on her. He turned around, leaving her with a desolate silhouette. Never mind, I knew it. I'm just a tool, used and then discarded. Service fees, kisses, it's all just wishful thinking on my part. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly raised his hand to wipe away non-existent tears. I worked so hard. I ran around doing everything, and what was the result? If I could kiss you right now, I would be the happiest man in the world. Put. Ji Ning couldn't help but laugh. This is far too much drama. The happiest person in the world? She was both annoyed and amused, and reached out her slender finger to poke his back, which was pretending to shake. All right, stop acting. Chen Fong immediately turned around, looking at her with bright eyes. So what you mean is? Looking at his expectant yet slightly smug expression, Ji Ning's heart melted completely. She really had no way to deal with this man. She bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed. The sound was soft. Just one. No, 10 of them. Not one less. Chen Fong immediately began to bargain. You. Honey, look, with inflation so high, the value of my services has to rise too. Ultimately, under Chen Fong's relentless persuasion, including pleading and feigning distress, Ji Ning finally gave in. Her face flushed as Chen Fong held her in his arms. Chen Fong was content with the treatment he received, feeling the softness and warmth emanating from his wife. He suddenly felt that being pampered and coaxed by his wife was even more comfortable than openly slacking off at the company. This is the ultimate secret to a life of leisure. He could even clearly sense the change in Ji Ning's attitude towards him. From her initial coldness and aloofness when they married because she was pregnant, to now blushing at his jokes. My heart would race when he got close. They would indulge his misbehavior and even take the initiative to care for him. This change warmed his heart. A feeling called home became clearer than ever before. For an orphan who grew up in a welfare home and was used to processing all emotions and facing everything alone, this feeling is both unfamiliar and precious. He has a wife now. Soon, I'll have my own child. He was no longer alone.
Thinking of this, the softest part of Chen Fong's heart was touched. He didn't say anything more witty, but silently tightened his arms, holding the person in his arms even tighter. He didn't want Ji Wanning to know about his lonely past. He only wanted her and their future children. May you always be happy and carefree. He lowered his head and gently kissed Ji Wanning's lips. This kiss was different from the previous teasing and flirting. It carried an indescribable tenderness and reverence. Ji Wanning could sense that Chen Fong's mood seemed to have dipped for a moment. Although she didn't know why, she didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets. She respected him. She believed that one day he would be willing to tell her everything. Now all she has to do is respond to his kiss and soothe him with her tenderness. Let him know that she is here. Chapter 79: New Challenges in the Workplace. In the administration department office, Chen Fong slumped at his workstation, his feet almost sticking up onto the desk. He was happily reminiscing about the sweet moments of the morning. My wife sat softly in my lap, tears clinging to the tips of her eyelashes like morning dew, teetering on the verge of falling. He was itching to get to know her. Especially when he asked for 10 kisses as interest, she looked both embarrassed and angry, yet helpless. That's amazing. Chen Fong could even recall her skin, which shone with a delicate luster in the morning light. And those long, straight legs, their curves are undeniable even when they're just wearing loungewear. He even secretly took a picture. I've set it as my phone wallpaper right now, and I take it out to admire it from time to time. In the photo, Ji Wanning is eating breakfast with her head down, and the sunlight is shining on her profile. A few strands of hair fell down, serene and beautiful. This is life. Business tycoons and leaders of the times, get the hell out of my way. Being a human body pillow for your wife and making her blush and her heart race is much more interesting than fighting and killing outside. Just as Chen Fong was immersed in the ultimate happiness of his lazy life, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Fong. Li Wei rushed in like a gust of wind. His once meticulously combed hair was now a mess, resembling a bird's nest. 2 huge dark circles hung under his eyes, and his whole person exuded an aura of despair, as if he had been completely drained. Chen Fong was so startled that he almost slipped off his chair. He quickly turned off his phone screen, mentally ranting and raving. Holy crap! Did I step on the electric switch? Why are you always so easily startled? I don't know that people can scare each other to death. Director Li, calm down, calm down. Chen Fong waved his hand weakly. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. What happened to you this time? Did the budget get cut again? 1,000,000 times worse than cutting the budget. Li Wei slumped into the chair opposite Chen Fong, holding his head in his hands. Something terrible has happened, Chen Fong. Something terrible has happened. Chen Fong picked at his ear. What could be so serious? Did the company go bankrupt? Did the boss run away? Even more terrifying than this. Li Wei raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. Our company is so efficient now. Puff. Chen Fonggang spat out the mouthful of goji berry water he had just taken a sip of. What is that? Is the efficiency too high? What kind of absurd new kind of trouble is this? Even Versailles wasn't this kind of Versailles, was it? Director Li, have you been under too much pressure lately and are you hallucinating? Chen Fong wiped his mouth. How about I make an appointment for you? I'm not crazy. Li Wei slammed his fist on the table excitedly. It's true. Ever since you promoted that method last time, the whole company has stopped working overtime. You know what? Now every day at 6:01 p.m., the entire building is like it's been ransacked, completely empty. Isn't this a good thing? Chen Fong shrugged. Everyone can leave work on time, go home to their wives and children, and feel happy and relaxed. Isn't this exactly what we aimed for in the first place? Good my ass. Li Wei's voice almost split in two. The goal has been achieved, but the side effects are coming. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Now every department has become an information silo. What the heck? Chen Fong didn't understand. Let me tell you. Li Wei began his accusation. Those people in the marketing department are all like they've been injected with adrenaline. They finish all the planning documents and data analysis by noon. The sales department is even more impressive. Their customer data and sales reports are all perfectly organized. And all the other departments are like that. Everyone does their job flawlessly, then leaves right on time. Nobody wants to stay a second longer.
Chen Fong nodded. Isn't this great? The god of efficiency has possessed us. Perfect. Perfect, my foot. What about cross-departmental projects? The marketing department needs the sales department's user profile data from the previous quarter. The sales department says, I finished my work for today, I'll organize the data for you tomorrow. When the data is provided the next day, the marketing department wants to fine-tune the plan based on the data, and then ask the design department to produce the drawings. The design department takes one look and says, oh, it's already 3 p.m., a new request? Let's schedule it for the day after tomorrow. A project that should have been completed in 3 days has now dragged on for 2 whole weeks and hasn't even started. Li Wei stood up and paced back and forth in the office. The current situation is that the efficiency within each department has increased by 300%, but the efficiency of collaboration between departments has decreased by 500%. Everyone is fiercely guarding their own little corner of the business, unwilling to take on any cross-departmental work, for fear of delaying their ability to leave work on time. What do you call this? This is called refined egoism. This is called internal strife. Li Wei grabbed Chen Fong's hand. Chen Fong, the thing you created is backfiring. People aren't pushing themselves to the limit anymore, they're pushing others to do the same. Everyone's thinking about leaving on time and passing the buck to other departments. If this continues, the company will be dragged down by this pseudo-efficiency. Chen Fong opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Only one thought was echoing wildly in his mind. No way. He just wanted to be able to leave work on time so he could play games. I just happened to help solve the overtime problem. How did this cause a chain reaction? How did he become the scapegoat for such fundamental problems as a company's organizational structure and management processes? Is this pressure being put on him? Why should I? Chen Fong felt his dream of being a lazy bum had been shattered. He only intended to defuse a bomb, but ended up detonating an armory. Directorly, this matter it's a bit beyond what is expected. Chen Fong tried to break free. This is a problem that management should be dealing with. I'm just a lowly employee, Li Wei held him tightly, refusing to let go. The capable should do more. You managed to sort out such a complicated and chaotic overtime problem last time, you can definitely do it this time too. Looking at Li Wei's pleading face, Chen Fong felt incredibly conflicted. He felt like an NPC in a game, having just had a task completed by the player. New and even more outrageous tasks popped up, giving us no chance to catch our breath. Ring ring. Just then, Chen Fong's phone rang. It was Ji Wanning calling. He answered the phone, trying to make his voice sound normal. Hey, honey. Ji Wanning's clear, cool yet gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you busy? Did you enjoy the lunch? It's great, the cafeteria auntie's cooking is excellent. Hearing her voice, Chen Fong's irritation instantly subsided. That's good. Ji Wanning paused. You sound a little listless. Is something bothering you at work? No. It's nothing. Chen Fong rubbed his temples. It's just a small matter. He didn't want to tell her about these messy things at the company and cause her trouble. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Ji Wanning suddenly said softly, Chen Fong, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've already told Dad that you're just experiencing life at the company, you don't need to work too hard. She thought Chen Fong was still trying to prove himself. Her words were like a warm current flowing through Chen Fong's heart. But he felt even more bitter inside. My dear wife. Your husband really just wants to lie down and relax. It's this world, it's this broken system that won't allow it. He hung up the phone, looked at Li Wei's expectant face, and thought about Ji Wanning's gentle instructions and his own distant, unfulfilled dream of being a lazy bum. A tremendous sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. Frustrated, he grabbed a pen from the table and started scribbling on a blank sheet of paper. Sales department, marketing department, technical department, design department. He wrote down the names of each department and then connected them with lines. The arrows were drawn repeatedly, eventually turning into a tangled mess. The information is sent from here and gets stuck there. The process starts here and ends there. Where exactly is the problem? Departmental silos? Communication bottlenecks? Or is it the lack of a platform that can connect everyone? Something that allows for real-time information sharing, transparent task progress, and clear accountability.
Chen Fong stared at the messy drawing on the paper, his brows furrowed. He muttered to himself in frustration.
Damn it, how can we get these people to share a document or information smoothly without having to hold meetings or send emails?
He was just unconsciously venting his frustrations.
He didn't notice at all.
The moment he asked the question, the system in his mind, which had been dormant for a long time, suddenly activated.
Suddenly, it lit up with a ding. Chapter 80: The System's Great Gift.
The host has been detected thinking about and attempting to solve the problem of low organizational coordination efficiency. The behavior was deemed to fall under the category of working class.
An extraordinary mission has been triggered. Chen Fong hadn't reacted yet. The next second,
the information provided by the system flooded my mind. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. The entire development blueprint for an enterprise-level collaborative office system was etched into his mind. The function of each module, the logic of each line of code, and the design intent of each button are all crystal clear. This system enables instant messaging, file sharing, online editing, task assignment, progress tracking, video conferencing, and more. It covers almost all the needs of modern corporate offices.
It can perfectly break down departmental barriers, allowing information and tasks to flow smoothly on a unified platform. But Chen Fong was not happy at all.
This means he will reduce the time he spends slacking off. He roared furiously at the system in his mind.
I'm an administrative specialist.
My job is to receive and send packages, repair printers, and apply for budgets.
What do you mean by giving me a software development blueprint? Are you asking me to write code? This is way beyond the scope of the curriculum. Chen Fong felt a deep sense of betrayal and powerlessness.
He just wants to be a couch potato. He just wanted to relax and enjoy his life, waiting for his wife to get off work so he could go home and have a warm bed with his wife and kids.
This system only wants his scroll. First they invested in him, then they focused on brain development, and now they're putting him directly into software engineering? Is the next step to have him build rockets?
Just as Chen Fong started looking for the complaint button, the system notification sounded again.
Reward distributed, Collaborative Office System Development Blueprint Basic Version.
Strong resistance detected from the host.
The task incentive mechanism is being re-evaluated. Chen Fong scoffed inwardly. Still evaluating? Evaluation my ass. He won't do it.
I don't care who it is.
It's better not to work this lousy job.
He'd rather go home and be a full-time stay-at-home dad than his father-in-law could kick him out of the house. The incentive mechanism has been adjusted. A special additional task is now being issued to promote the implementation and use of the collaborative office system within the GS group. Task reward: upon completion of the task, the host will gain a permanent passive privilege unlimited extended time for slacking off.
Chen Fong was stunned. Slacking off time can be freely extended?
He subconsciously asked himself this question. Permission description: after activating the Extend Your Slacking Time Freely permission, the system will automatically generate reasonable, legal, and unassailable reasons for slacking off or leaving early based on the host's wishes. Example: if the host wants to leave work at 3 p.m., the system can generate an official notification stating that the community requires all residents to participate in a fire drill, and simultaneously send it to the host's and relevant management personnel's mobile phones. Example: if the host doesn't want to go to work today, the system can generate an emergency notification from the property management stating the city's main water pipe has burst, and the water supply to the host's residential area will be suspended for 1 day. The host needs to stay at home. All generated events are virtual information, affecting only the relevant personnel and having no impact on the real world. The system will ensure a logical closed loop for all reasons, allowing the host to slack off without incurring any responsibility.
The office was deathly silent.
Li Wei was still sighing beside him, completely unaware of Chen Fong's expression. In just over 10 seconds, I experienced a roller coaster ride from hell to heaven. Chen Fong's pupils contracted sharply the moment he heard the system's explanation. Then zoom in little by little. His breathing changed from rapid to long and steady. The expression of utter despair on his face was gradually replaced by an indescribable ecstasy. This is so awesome. Automatically generate irrefutable reasons for leaving early and requesting leave? Can it also send official notifications simultaneously? Isn't this the legendary tool for slacking off?
With this, he can leave whenever he wants and skip a day he doesn't want to go. And you don't have to rack your brains to make up reasons at all. The entire system is included. After sales service included. Guaranteed no discrepancies. Compared to this reward, all those God-level investment skills and extraordinary brainpower pale in comparison. This is the ultimate meaning of life. This is the life he's always dreamed of. 1 second I thought it was a pile of crap in the development blueprint for a collaborative office system. Now, in Chen Fang's eyes, it's practically the key to a paradise of freedom. The complex code and architecture diagrams in his mind suddenly became clear and easy to understand. It's just making a software, right? Do it. We have to do it. Anyone who tries to stop him will get angry. Chen Fang suddenly stood up from his chair. His eyes shone brightly, and he exuded an unprecedented fighting spirit. This startled Li Wei, who was standing next to him. Chen Fang, you've come to your senses? Chen Fang ignored him after his initial elation. He quickly calmed down. Impulsiveness is the devil. He wanted to be a hands-off manager. A master of hand-off management who only takes responsibility for starting a fire but not for putting it out. A perfect candidate came to mind. Li Huang, IT Director, G's Group. Chen Fang quickly sketched out a picture of this man in his mind. He's in his 40s, a typical tech geek. His receding hairline was a source of great anxiety for him, but his passion for coding never waned. Most importantly, Li Huang and the IT department he leads have always had an awkward position within the company. They are the fire brigade, the logistical support team. It's something you only think of when any department's computer breaks down or the network crashes. They only spend money, they don't directly generate profits. They always pale in comparison to the sales and marketing departments, which prioritize performance above all else. Chen Fang knew from Li Wei's usual complaints that Li Huang had been holding back a lot of energy. I want to undertake a big project to prove that the IT department is not just about fixing computers. It is the core strategy that empowers the group. Unfortunately, his previous proposals were rejected because they were too advanced or too costly. This person is now like a hungry lion, worried about not having any prey. All I had to do was casually toss a piece of the freshest, most tempting pork belly in front of him. Chen Fang picked up the cup on the table and slowly took a sip of water. He waved to Li Wei, who was standing next to him with an expectant look on his face. Director Li, don't panic. I have a slightly immature idea about this. Go back and wait for my message. Chapter 81 Chen Fang, the hands-off manager. After seeing Li Wei off, Chen Fang stood up from his workstation, picked up his goji berry thermos, and strolled towards the IT department. The IT department is on another floor. The office maintains a constant low temperature year-round. The sound of keyboard clicks rose and fell, like a never-ending electronic rain. Chen Fang spotted the workstation in the corner at a glance. Li Huang, director of the IT department. They don't have their own private office. His workstation was no different from that of ordinary employees. There are just more screens and bigger coffee cups on the table. Director Li. Chen Fang, like an old man visiting a neighbor's house, chuckled and approached. Li Huang was frowning as he stared at the densely packed code on the screen. He didn't even look up when he heard the sound. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Is the administration department's network lagging again? Did you lose your game again? No, the internet is fine, and I didn't lose. Chen Fang put the cup on his table, pulled up a chair and sat down. I was just passing by and came down to get a glass of water. Li Huang grunted in response, his attention still focused on the code. The atmosphere in the office was a bit cold. Chen Fang wasn't in a hurry. He started speaking to himself, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for the few programmers around who were listening intently to hear it. Hey, Director Li, isn't that strange? Our company is more efficient now, but this has actually created new problems. These words successfully drew Li Huang's attention away from the screen, and he pushed up his glasses. What new problem? Departmental walls. Chen Fang slapped his thigh. Now everyone does their own job well and leaves work on time. But when it comes to cross-departmental collaboration, they're completely lost. The marketing department waits for data from the sales department, and the design department waits for proposals from the marketing department. It's like passing the buck, dragging out a project for half a month. Li Huang's brows furrowed even deeper. He also noticed this problem.
This is a management process issue, not something that technology can easily solve, Li Huang sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness.
Yeah, so I was thinking.
Chen Fong pretended to be having a wild idea, leaned forward slightly, and began his performance. At that very moment, he quietly activated the Words Become Law Workplace Edition. I read an article from abroad a couple of days ago. It was just my wild imagination. Director Li, please don't laugh at me.
It's talking about the future office model, whether there will be no concept of departments anymore. Everyone will be working on one big platform. Like a giant online internet cafe. When Li Huang heard the term online internet cafe, he almost burst out laughing. It's ridiculous for an amateur to instruct an expert. He was about to speak up and tell Chen Fong how naive and unrealistic this idea was. But as he was about to speak, another voice uncontrollably popped into his head. Online internet cafes? No, wait, isn't this just the concept of a distributed collaboration platform?
As soon as the marketing department finishes its proposal, it's thrown onto the platform. The sales and design departments can see it immediately, who's responsible for which part, and the tasks are automatically assigned. The progress bar clearly shows who's at what stage, Chen Fong continued.
Li Huang opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a rebuttal. His brain was frantically translating automatically. Simply dump it onto the platform? This is real-time cloud data sharing. Tasks are automatically assigned? This is an intelligent workflow engine. The progress bar is crystal clear? Isn't this project management visualization? With a loud bang,
Li Huang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Countless technological concepts that he had envisioned but felt were out of reach.
Chen Fong's few simple, even crude, words instantly connected the dots.
He watched as Chen Fong's expression shifted from initial indifference and disdain to shock, and finally to a frenzied excitement. He clearly wanted to say, "Stop talking nonsense," but a voice inside him roared, "He's right. Every word he said is correct.
This is a genius idea. Wait. Chen Fong, say that again."
Li Huang grabbed Chen Fong's arm with terrifying strength.
"This platform you're talking about, what else can it do?" Chen Fong was startled, but secretly delighted.
But they still had to pretend to be clueless.
I don't know either, I was just guessing. Maybe we could have a video conference? Or maybe we could develop an internal chat application so we don't have to use WeChat for work? Video conference. Instant messaging. Li Huang's breathing became rapid. He understood. He understood completely. This is not a simple tool, it's an ecosystem. A revolutionary ecosystem that can completely overturn the existing office model. If the G Group could be the first to develop something like this, then the IT department will no longer be logistics. Rather, it is the engine driving the transformation of the entire group. Looking at the young man in front of him who was still scratching his head and had a "did I say something wrong" expression, Li Huang felt an indescribable sense of admiration. This is a strategic master who lives in seclusion among mortals. He was able to express such a forward-thinking and grand vision in such simple and unadorned language. What's this called? The greatest truths are the simplest. Return to simplicity and authenticity. Chen Fong.
Li Huang stood up excitedly, pacing back and forth in the office.
No, Brother Chen. You are simply my mentor. Your idea is brilliant. It's so forward-thinking. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring intently at Chen Fong. Leave this to me. I'll get a team and build a prototype right now.
I'll use the budget from our department's operations and maintenance funds.
Once the prototype is ready, I'll personally report to Chairman Ji. He has no reason to disagree. We absolutely must develop this platform.
Seeing Li Huang, who was full of energy, calling on his employees to frantically write and draw on the whiteboard,
Chen Fong quietly picked up his cup and withdrew from the IT department, concealing his achievements. It's done. Successfully flicked the wrist. He hummed a little tune, feeling so happy he could fly.
Back at his workstation, he took out his phone and opened the photo he had set as his wallpaper. In the photo, Ji Wanning is eating breakfast with her head down, the morning light gently shining on her profile.
Long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, like a butterfly alighting. Chen Fong couldn't help but gently trace her outline on the screen with his finger. Ding dong.
A WeChat message popped up at the top of the phone screen.
It was sent by Ji Wanning. What are you doing? Cat sneaking around. JPG. Chen Fong laughed and replied quickly with his fingers flying across the keyboard. I'm thinking of you.
A few seconds later, a blushing emoji came back from the other end.
Smooth talker. Aren't you busy with work? I just solved a huge problem.
Chen Fong crossed his legs smugly.
Now it's time for some deep thought. I'm pondering a profound philosophical question. What's the problem?
Thinking about which pajamas my wife will wear tonight to greet me, her hero.
Ji Wanning sent a fist emoji directly.
If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Although it was a threat, Chen Fong could imagine that she must be blushing at this moment, with the corners of her mouth unable to help but turn up. Teasing my wife is truly the greatest joy in life. He closed the chat interface with satisfaction, and to kill some leisurely afternoon time, he casually clicked into a game forum he often visited. At this moment, the god-level investment techniques seemed to be guided by some unseen force, quietly taking shape. His finger slid unconsciously across the screen, eventually stopping in front of an inconspicuous post.
In remembrance of my lost youth, XX game shuts down tonight, farewell dinner livestream is underway. Chapter 82 An Unexpected Investment.
Chen Fong browsed the game forum with great interest, watching the live stream post about the server shutdown and farewell dinner with great interest. The post shows a group of veteran gamers howling and screaming in a barbecue restaurant, with beer bottles piled up on the table.
Some people cried, some people laughed. Some people even burst into tears while holding game merchandise. A toast to our lost youth. Damn it, the money I've spent on this crappy game could buy my wife several handbags. Chen Fong was overjoyed. Human joys and sorrows are indeed not shared. He only found their noise bothersome.
He scrolled through the screen listlessly, his finger unconsciously poking at a corner of the post. The post mentioned the name of the company that developed the game Spark Technology. A name that sounds unlucky, like it's about to burn out its last embers. The god-level investment technique operated silently without Chen Fong noticing. His brain didn't receive any instructions, but his fingers inexplicably started operating on the phone screen.
Exit the forum. Open a search engine. Enter Spark Technology. Open the stock trading app.
The series of movements were so fluid and fast that Chen Fong himself didn't even have time to react. When he came to his senses, the stock trading software interface had already popped up.
The stock on the screen, named Xingho Technology, was so green it was unsettling.
The candlestick chart plummeted all the way down, like it was about to jump off a building.
It was almost lying flat on the floor. Price, 0.88 yuan.
It is on the verge of being delisted. Below the company's market capitalization is a row of bright red risk warnings that can be quite overwhelming. Chen Fong pursed his lips.
It's so miserable.
He was just about to close the software and continue watching the forum guys have fun. But just then, he used his special device for stock trading. The account containing the previous windfall automatically popped up. The long string of numbers in the account represents the money from the last time I bought stocks.
Buy some to play with?
A thought flashed through his mind. Consider it as burning paper money for the lost youth of these guys. He casually entered 100 in the quantity to buy. 100 shares, 88 yuan, just for fun. Just as he was about to click the confirm buy button, his phone screen suddenly froze. Such as momentary delays caused by network fluctuations. In the instant the screen flickered, he didn't even notice that the 100 in the input box had been reset by a system-level bug. It immediately jumped to the maximum number of shares that his account funds could buy. His finger, propelled by inertia, had already poked at the spot where he had originally confirmed the buy order.
Transaction successful.
4 large characters popped up.
Chen Fong was stunned when he saw the transaction report. Transaction amount, 880,000.
In the office, Chen Fong stared at his phone screen, falling into a long silence.
What did he just do? He spent 880,000 yuan to buy a junk stock that was about to be delisted? Grass. Chen Fong cursed inwardly. This crappy phone. This crappy software. He was eager to sell, even if it meant losing some transaction fees. But a prompt popped up on the software. Today's transaction limit has been reached. Chen Fong was completely speechless.
He leaned back in his chair, feeling completely drained.
It's over, it's over. 8,800,000. That's not 88 yuan.
Although the money came out of thin air, he had already planned how to use it.
This is the startup capital he plans to use to buy gold-plated diapers for his future baby and build a playroom full of imported toys. As a result, I messed up by using my own careless hand and exploiting a bug. They threw it all into a game company that was about to go bankrupt. He's such a spendthrift. Chen Fang became angrier and more heartbroken the more he thought about it. I felt like slapping myself twice. He recklessly shut down the software, wanting to avoid seeing it altogether. He made his decision. I'll never impulsively click on any stock trading software again. This thing is more mentally exhausting than going to work. A few days later. Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The rest corridor outside the VIP prenatal checkup area. There weren't many people, and it was very quiet. Chen Fang accompanied Ji Wanning to her prenatal checkup. Not long after Ji Wanning went inside, Chen Fang sat alone on the soft sofa, still feeling the pain of losing his 880,000 yuan. He took out his phone, intending to check how far that damn stock had fallen, but he refrained from doing so. He was afraid his heart wouldn't be able to take it. So he opened WeChat and sent a message to Ji Wanning. "Honey, what did the doctor say?" I waited for a while, but there was no reply. They're probably checking something, their phone isn't with them. Chen Fang was even more bored, so he could only lean back on the sofa and let his mind wander. Not long after, the door to the examination room opened. Ji Wanning came out from inside. Today she wore a light beige loose maternity dress, the hem of which swayed gently as she walked. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, she exuded a gentle maternal glow. Under the soft lighting of the corridor, her skin appeared fair, delicate, and translucent. Her fingers rested gently on her slightly protruding belly, a relieved smile on her face. Chen Fang immediately stood up and went to greet him. "How about it?" He reached out and naturally took the medical report from her hand. Ji Wanning tilted her head slightly and looked at him. Her eyes were beautiful, they were clear almond-shaped eyes with distinct black and white pupils. At this moment, she wore a smile, as if her face was filled with stars. "The doctor said the baby is very healthy and all indicators are good." Her voice was soft and gentle. Chen Fang finally felt relieved. He helped Ji Wanning sit down on the sofa, then squatted down in front of her and carefully straightened her skirt. His gaze inadvertently drifted over her collarbone. Her beautifully shaped collarbone was faintly visible beneath the wide neckline, and her skin was so smooth and flawless. Chen Fang felt his throat was a little dry. He quickly looked away and picked up the report, pretending to read it carefully. "Can you understand it?" Ji Wanning was amused by his serious expression and gently poked his forehead with her slender fingers. Her fingertips were slightly cool and soft to the touch. "Of course I can understand it." Chen Fang spoke with righteous indignation. "Look, it says here that the baby misses his dad." Ji Wanning blushed slightly and glared at him reproachfully. "Nonsense." She said that, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. She leaned back on the sofa, her two straight and slender legs slightly crossed. Even a loose maternity dress couldn't hide her perfect leg lines. Chen Fang felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he read this. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear. "Honey, when we get home later, I'll give you a massage." The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and Ji Wanning's ears instantly turned red. She felt her heart skip a beat and instinctively shrank back. Stop fooling around, this is a hospital." "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not going to do anything to you." Chen Fang grinned mischievously and reached out to take her hand, which was resting on her knee. Just then, the TV screen on the wall of the rest area was playing a health program when it suddenly interrupted with an urgent financial news report. Breaking news! At 10 a.m. today, Ji's Group officially announced a deep strategic partnership with Xingho Technology, a well-known innovative enterprise in China. Both parties will jointly invest in establishing a joint laboratory dedicated to developing the next generation of enterprise-level collaborative office systems. The female news anchor's clear and articulate voice came from the television. Chen Fang paused, holding Ji Wanning's hand. Spark Technology? Why does this name sound so familiar? Ji Wanning was also somewhat surprised. Spark Technology? I've never heard of this company before. Has Dad made such a big move recently? As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the television screen. On the screen appeared Li Huang's face, flushed with excitement, as he passionately described the project's prospects to countless cameras. Chen Fang's expression turned strange. He remembered. Isn't this the game company that he bought a lot of stocks in a few days ago because of a software bug, and it's on the verge of bankruptcy? How did you suddenly end up cooperating with the G Group? Why bother with a collaborative office system? Isn't this just the empty promise he made to Li Huang? Is Li Huang really that proactive? You've already found a company so quickly? Buzzing. Chen Fang's phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a push notification from the stock trading software, with more than a dozen messages popping up in a row. Your holdings in Xingho Technology have hit the daily limit for several consecutive days. Your account assets have increased by 30%. Chen Fang's hands trembled as he opened the software. On the screen, the stock that was a bright green just a few days ago is now a glaring red. The stock price soared from 0.88 yuan and remained firmly locked at the daily limit. And the total assets in his account, which he bought for 880,000, have now reached over 1.1 million. And judging by this trend, prices will continue to rise tomorrow and the day after. Chen Fang. He felt a sudden dizziness. Not again? It's happening again. He just wanted to quietly accompany his wife to her prenatal checkup, so how did he end up being forced to make money again? This God-level investment technique is addictive. It's practically a perpetual motion machine. What's wrong? Ji Wanning noticed that his expression was off and asked with concern. She leaned closer to look at his phone screen. She was stunned when she saw the glaring limit up price and the long list of asset figures below it. You bought this stock? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Did they precisely buy shares of this company before the cooperation announcement was made? What kind of operation is this? Chen Fang opened his mouth, revealing an expression that was even more unsightly than crying. I guess I ordered the wrong thing. You ordered the wrong thing? Ji Wanning's expression became even more interesting. I clicked the wrong thing. And then he made more than 200,000 yuan in one day? Who would believe that if I told them that? She looked at Chen Fang's face, which seemed to say, I'm innocent, and I didn't want to do this either. Suddenly I realized that I didn't really understand my husband. He can cook such delicious food. He can provide her with the gentlest companionship when she needs him most. He can create such an investment legend just by making a single wrong click in the stock market? What secrets does this man, who seems to be either slacking off or playing video games all day, still have hidden away? Chapter 83 How come my husband can do everything? Yes, I ordered the wrong thing. Chen Fang looked heartbroken. Honey, you have no idea, I originally planned to buy 100 shares for 88 yuan, just to pay tribute to those gamers' youth. Who knew this crappy phone would lag? He beat his chest and stamped his feet as he said this. But inside, a frantic roar was raging. This is definitely the fault of that broken system. What do you mean by phone lagging? It's clearly the thing behind this mess, trying to force me to meet my sales targets. I just wanted to watch the excitement, does that count as me working? He continued acting. By the time I realized it, all 880,000 yuan had been invested. My heart sank. This was our baby's golden diaper fund. I was thinking about how to cut my losses and get out, and this is what happened. Chen Fang shrugged. Ji Wanning fell silent. She just looked at Chen Fang quietly. How many strange things have happened to this man? Something's been wrong for a long time. Perhaps clicking the wrong button is just an excuse. But let him speak when he's ready. Thinking of this, Ji Wanning looked at Chen Fang, who was still annoyed by his impulsive actions, and suddenly burst out laughing. Chen Fang was taken aback. What are you laughing at? I'm heartbroken. I laughed. Ji Wanning's lips curved into a beautiful smile. She stretched out her finger and gently poked Chen Fang's forehead. I laugh because my husband is a little lucky star. She didn't press the matter further. The man seemed to be shrouded in layers of mystery. You might think he's just a stay-at-home dad who only knows how to cook, but he's capable of revolutionizing the entire company's management model. You might think he's just lucky, but he can effortlessly generate returns that even professional investors can only dream of. He always seems so lazy and uninterested in anything. But every unintentional action he takes brings astonishing results. This stark contrast sparked an unprecedented desire for exploration in Ji Wanning. She wanted to dispel the fog and see what kind of Chen Fang was hidden inside. This feeling is novel, and also, exciting. Let's go home, Mr. Lucky Star. Ji Wanning stood up and naturally took Chen Fong's arm. Okay.
Chen Fong helped her, and the two of them slowly walked out of the hospital. Once inside the car, Ji Wanning didn't speak, but simply turned her head and quietly watched Chen Fong, who was driving. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the car window, casting a soft golden hue on his profile. He drove very steadily, his fingers casually resting on the steering wheel, his expression focused.
This is the man.
A contract husband who married because his wife was pregnant. To outsiders, he is a son-in-law of a wealthy family. He was the father of the baby in her belly, and her legal husband. Moreover, it was an existence that was becoming increasingly unfathomable to her, yet also increasingly attractive to her.
Back home.
Chen Fong immediately switched back to his role as the perfect stay-at-home dad. Honey, sit down and rest for a while, watch some TV, I'll go cook dinner. He settled Ji Wanning on the sofa, placed a soft cushion behind her back, and then turned and went into the kitchen. Ji Wanning leaned back on the sofa, watching his busy figure in the kitchen. The setting sun shone through the kitchen window, casting a long shadow of him. A man wearing an apron was carefully washing vegetables by the sink, his movements skillful and elegant.
Ji Wanning's heart inexplicably became peaceful. This man seems to really know everything.
Outside, he could be a powerful and influential figure, although he himself would not admit it. Back home, he could cook and take meticulous care of her and their unborn baby. Ji Wanning suddenly realized how one-sided and ridiculous her initial understanding of Chen Fong had been. She was even worried that he would not adapt well to marrying into the Ji family and would feel inferior. Now it seems that his world is far broader than he imagined. The Ji family's wealth was probably nothing to him. Just then, Chen Fong suddenly turned around in the kitchen, holding a freshly washed cucumber in his hand. He saw Ji Wanning staring at him without moving and grinned.
What's wrong, honey? Are you captivated by my hard-working figure?
The warm breath seemed to pass through the living room and brush against Ji Wanning's ear. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart skipped a beat.
Who's smitten with you?
You're just deluding yourself. She looked away somewhat flusteredly and picked up the remote control, pretending to change the channel.
Those straight, slender legs were slightly crossed under the loose maternity dress.
After changing their position, the fair skin of their calves shone delicately under the light. Chen Fong chuckled softly in the kitchen, his laughter filled with triumphant pleasure.
Ji Wanning's face burned even hotter.
She pressed the remote control randomly, and the images on the TV screen changed rapidly.
The final scene showed a parenting program. Ji Wanning's mind was not on the TV at all.
She picked up her prenatal checkup report from today and looked at it carefully again.
The report says everything is fine.
But for some reason, she remembered the moment when the doctor hesitated when he saw a certain data point at the hospital earlier that day. Although the doctor quickly said there was no problem, Ji Wanning still felt a little uneasy. She handed the report to Chen Fong, who was peeking out from the kitchen.
Could you take another look? Is this really okay?
She herself knew that this was a desperate attempt to find a cure, and that Chen Fong, a layman, could not possibly understand anything. Perhaps she just wanted an excuse to talk to him a little longer. Chen Fong wiped his hands and took the report.
Let me see.
He looked down at the complex medical terms and data, and the abilities of his extraordinary brain domain quietly began to operate.
Chapter 84 Medical Genius.
Chen Fong dried his hands and came out of the kitchen, taking the thin report.
Let me see.
He agreed verbally, but he was thinking to himself.
What the hell are you looking at?
It would be a miracle if he could understand all that technical jargon and data written on it. He was just putting on an act to soothe the pregnant woman's sensitive emotions. Ji Wanning leaned back on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him. She watched Chen Fong intently studying the document, a soft smile involuntarily spreading across her eyes.
Her husband is sometimes so adorable it's almost unfair. In the instant Chen Fong lowered his head. The abilities of the extraordinary brain domain were quietly activated.
All the information was given a clear meaning in his mind.
It's as simple as reading an instruction manual. No. It's even simpler than reading the instruction manual.
Tisk. Chen Fong was in a difficult situation. This stupid system is overstepping its bounds. Why do I have to be forced to learn professional knowledge just to look at a prenatal checkup report? His expression instantly turned serious, and his finger unconsciously tapped a corner of the report.
That was a set of data about fetal hemodynamics.
Ji Wanning's heart jumped when she saw his sudden change in expression.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
She sat up straight, leaning slightly forward.
A section of fair skin was faintly visible. This. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment. He pointed to one of the numbers labeled PI. Shouldn't this value and the RI value both be trending downwards? Why does this one seem to be decreasing at a slower pace than the other?
He spoke haltingly, looking very uncertain.
In his mind, he was furiously cursing, "Damn it, why did this weird stuff come out of my mouth? I don't even know what PI is." Ji Wanning was stunned.
She blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering.
What PI, RI? What are you talking about?
She couldn't understand a word. She only noticed that the doctor did frown slightly when he looked at this part of the data today. She also mumbled a few letters that she couldn't understand.
But the doctor quickly relaxed and said everything was normal. Could it be? Ji Wanning's heart jumped into her throat. How do you know these things?
Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly.
How would I know? Chen Feng immediately denied it.
Last night I was scrolling through short videos and accidentally came across a live stream by an obstetrician.
I think she just mentioned this.
She looked familiar, so I just said it offhand.
Don't take it seriously. He quickly found a perfect excuse for his erudition.
Anyway, there are all sorts of weirdos on short videos these days, so blaming them is definitely the right thing to do.
Ji Wanning was skeptical.
But looking at Chen Feng's face, which was full of innocence, and recalling his outrageous past, her unease only grew stronger. She decisively picked up her phone and dialed the number of the attending physician from earlier that day.
The call was answered quickly. "Hello, Miss Ji?"
The doctor's voice came through, carrying a hint of weariness from finishing his work and a professional politeness.
"Is there anything unclear in the report?"
"Please rest assured, I have reviewed it, and everything is normal." Ji Wanning hesitated because of his confident tone. But seeing Chen Feng's encouraging look, she still mustered up her courage and asked, "Dr. Wang, hello.
I'm sorry to bother you.
I just wanted to confirm with you again, is the data on the fetal blood flow part of today's report really completely correct?" Dr. Wang on the other end of the phone laughed, his tone carrying a familiarity that reassured the patient's family and a hint of barely perceptible superiority. "Ms. Ji, I know you're probably nervous about becoming parents for the first time and prone to overthinking. But please trust my professional judgment. All indicators are within safe ranges. You may only see the numbers in the report, but we're looking at the overall trend.
Don't scare yourself unnecessarily."
These words, though polite, were filled with unquestionable authority, effectively shutting down all of Ji Wanning's thoughts. She subconsciously looked at Chen Feng, who winked at her and mouthed a few words silently.
Ji Wanning steeled her resolve and continued into the phone, "But my husband, he's worried about the early risk of insufficient placental vascular perfusion?" Inadequate placental vascular perfusion?
The professional composure that Dr. Wang displayed on the other end of the phone vanished instantly. His voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and astonishment. This word was like a depth charge, exploding in his otherwise calm field of expertise. There was a brief silence on the phone, with only the sound of the other person's seemingly rapid breathing.
Your husband is?"
Dr. Wang asked hesitantly, his tone completely changed. He is just worrying unnecessarily," Ji Wanning explained vaguely.
"Dr. Wang, could you please arrange a more detailed examination? For example, that Doppler ultrasound of the uterine artery blood flow spectrum? It's another phrase that an ordinary person would never utter."
Silence fell again on the other end of the phone, this time for even longer. Chen Feng, who was listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine.
"System. I'll F your ass.
You just shoved my Peking Union Medical College doctoral dissertation into my head, didn't you?
All I want to do is go home and lie down."
After a long while, Dr. Wang finally spoke in an extremely complicated and solemn tone.
"Ms. Ji, you and your husband, come to the hospital immediately. Right now." An hour later.
VIP consultation room at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. Dr. Wang stared intently at the urgent report that had just come out. His hands were even trembling slightly. He glanced at the old report for a while, then at the new one, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He muttered unconsciously to himself, "Impossible, this data, how is this possible? It's completely a false positive." The thin new report slipped from his trembling fingers and floated lightly to the ground.
He was completely unaware. Dr. Wang, what's wrong?
Ji Wanning clenched her fists nervously, her knuckles turning white. Chen Fong reached out and gently covered the back of her hand, soothing her with his body heat.
Dr. Wang then came to his senses.
He seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he staggered before regaining his balance.
He didn't answer Ji Wanning, but walked straight up to Chen Fong. Mr. Chen.
His voice was hoarse, filled with lingering fear and relief at surviving the ordeal. You didn't just save your child today, you saved my career.
Boom.
Ji Wanning felt her mind go completely blank.
Did it save a doctor's career?
These words carry more weight than the unimaginable consequences. Her body swayed slightly, and she instinctively gripped Chen Fong's hand tightly.
Dr. Wang, don't say that. What exactly happened? Chen Fong frowned and helped her up.
Dr. Wang bent down to pick up the report from the ground, pointing to an almost imperceptible abnormal peak, his voice trembling.
Early placental insufficiency. It's very insidious.
The data from routine examinations was masked by an extremely rare individual difference, presenting a false normal result.
If you hadn't insisted on doing this supplementary examination, if we had delayed for another month,
I would have really worn this white coat for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Ji Wanning's heart, which had been hanging in mid-air, finally settled down. She let go, and her whole body went limp.
Leaning on Chen Fong's shoulder, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Chen Fong sighed and gently patted her back.
But inside, a million grass mud horses were galloping through my mind.
We're doomed.
Now he was forced to perform another service, and a major one at that.
Why does it sound like you're saving the world?
Mr. Chen, Dr. Wang straightened up and bowed deeply to Chen Fong. I apologize for my previous rashness and arrogance.
Your medical insight makes me feel ashamed. May I ask, which top medical research institution do you work for?
Chen Fong's lips twitched slightly.
No, I'm just an ordinary working person.
He waved his hand, looking utterly dejected. It really was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse.
Blind cat?
Looking at him, Dr. Wang felt as if her worldview had been turned upside down.
Are there blind cats that can spot occult placental insufficiency at a glance? If this is just blind cat, then what are these chief physicians from top-tier hospitals? Ji Wanning leaned against Chen Fong's chest, feeling his steady heartbeat. Listening to his nonsensical answer, I could no longer have any doubts. The myth of investment. A management genius. Now it's the medical expert who saved the baby's life. Empress, how many more surprises are you hiding from me? Chen Fong? What are you saying, honey? Ji Wanning smiled but said nothing, only patting Chen Fong's head. Just then, Chen Fong's cell phone in his pocket started vibrating wildly at an inopportune moment.
He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Huang calling.
Chen Fong frowned and pressed the answer button.
Li Huang's excited voice, as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, immediately came from the other end of the phone.
Brother-in-law. It's done. It's done.
Spark Technology's stock price has hit the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. You're my god. By the way, that grand vision you outlined for that collaborative office system last time.
I mean, that ambitious plan.
I've already contacted a top domestic technology partner. They're very interested in our ideas. However, they specifically requested to see you. There's a very crucial negotiation next Wednesday, and you must be there.
Chen Fong's face instantly fell.
He looked up at the ceiling and felt that the whole world was gray.
No. Really? Having just been forced to become a medical expert, I'm about to be forced to become a negotiation expert? Are you trying to kill us? Chapter 85: The Father-in-Law's Scheme. What's wrong? Ji Wanning gently extended her finger.
Those slender, fair fingertips touched Chen Fong's brow, trying to smooth out his furrowed brows.
Whose call was it?
Li Huang.
Chen Fong sighed and put his phone back in his pocket.
His voice was filled with despair.
There's something going on with the project. He didn't say much. Ji Wanning didn't ask any more questions and rested her head on his shoulder.
His shoulders were broad and steady, giving her endless peace of mind. She could sense that after that phone call, Chen Fong exuded a resentful aura that seemed to say, "Don't mess with me, I want to be alone."
This resentment mirrored his helplessness at being thanked by the doctor. Ji Wanning's lips curled up subtly from an angle that Chen Fong couldn't see.
She found herself increasingly enjoying watching him act like a lazy bum when he was ridiculously strong.
At the same time, Ji's group. The chairman's office on the top floor. Ji Zhendong had just hung up a phone call.
He was still in a state of shock and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. The call was made personally by the director of the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. His tone was respectful, yet he couldn't hide his excitement, and was even somewhat incoherent.
Chairman Ji. Congratulations.
Best wishes. Your son-in-law, Mr. Chen Fong, is simply a miracle worker.
He's a living Buddha.
Ji Zhendong was reviewing documents at the time when he heard this and frowned.
What a load of nonsense. What did my son-in-law do besides putting pressure on him? A god or a deity? He might be.
No, he does seem to be quite a genius. You're right, Ji Zhendong affirmed sadly. Dean Wang on the other end of the phone didn't care what Ji Zhendong meant. Instead, he became even more excited. Chairman Ji, please let me finish. Today, our eldest daughter went for a prenatal checkup, and one of her indicators showed a very subtle abnormality that even our best specialists couldn't detect.
But it turned out to be your son-in-law, Mr. Chen. He pointed out the problem at a glance.
He not only pointed out the problems, but also clearly explained the potential risks and the supplementary checks that needed to be done.
Chairman Ji. If it weren't for Mr. Chen, and it had been another month later, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Your son-in-law not only saved your grandson, but he also saved the reputation of our entire hospital.
Boom.
Ji Zhendong felt as if something had hit his head hard. The pen in his hand fell with a thud onto the expensive mahogany desk, leaving a glaring ink mark.
He couldn't understand the medical terminology.
But he heard the words, the consequences would be unimaginable, very clearly. After hanging up the phone, Ji Zhendong sat in a chair, ordered a taro boba, but didn't smoke it for a long time. His mind was a complete mess.
Chen Fong? Does he know medicine? He even understands to the point where he can guide chief physicians in top-tier hospitals? He even saved his own daughter? How could something so outrageous happen?
Then another thought came to his mind.
Spark technology.
A few days ago, he overheard his daughter casually mention that Chen Fong had accidentally bought 880,000 yuan worth of junk stocks. At the time, he also mocked Chen Fong for being wasteful and not even knowing how to be a metaphor for someone who was exploited. But deep down, I also felt a secret thrill.
You can make mistakes too. And what was the result?
3 days.
3 consecutive limit-up days.
8,800,000 has turned into more than 1 million in the blink of an eye, and judging by this trend, it is going to continue to rise wildly.
Is this what you call a slip of the hand? And then there are those strange things happening in the company. The efficiency of the entire administration department has inexplicably improved. Reports that used to be dragged out are now completed in a flash.
Everyone was incredibly energetic, yet they all managed to leave work on time.
At first he thought it was because the new supervisor was good at management, but now it seems all the clues, like individual threads, eventually converge on the same person. Chen Fong.
Ji Zhendong took a deep breath, and amidst the swirling smoke, his expression became more solemn than ever before.
He was wrong. That's completely wrong. Is it really impossible to retire?
I don't want to spend my whole life sitting at my desk.
Damn it, Chen Fong is still pretending to be weak while actually being strong. He's in hiding.
He's deliberately hiding his true strength.
No. Absolutely not. This can't go on.
Since this kid doesn't want him to have an easy time, then neither of us can let the other off the hook. Ji Zhendong's eyes instantly sharpened. Since you're unwilling to reveal it voluntarily, then I'll force you. Anyone can sit in this spot, but he thinks Chen Fong is a good fit. He picked up the internal phone, his voice indifferent.
Have Li Huang come to my office. Immediately. Chen Fong and Ji Wanning returned home.
I just settled my wife on the sofa and covered her with a small blanket.
Ji Zhendong's phone call came right away. Chen Fong, come to the company now.
I'll be waiting for you in my office.
The tone is commanding, leaving no room for refusal.
Chen Fong held his phone, looking completely bewildered.
Father-in-law, it's almost dinner time. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Wan Ning, she.
I asked Zhang Ma to go and take care of her. Ji Jindong's voice on the other end of the phone was resolute.
You have half an hour. Beep, beep, beep.
The call was abruptly disconnected.
Chen Fong. Holy crap. Did this old man take the wrong medicine? Dad wants to see you? Ji Wanning also heard the voice on the phone.
She sat up, and the soft blanket slipped off her shoulders.
Yeah, they want me to go to the company.
I don't know what's gotten into them, Chen Fong complained. Ji Wanning thought for a moment and then said, My dad, he might know about the hospital. She knew her father's personality all too well. Domineering, suspicious, and controlling. Chen Fong's performance this time completely touched a nerve with him.
Go ahead, come back soon. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Ji Wanning squeezed Chen Fong's hand and gave him a reassuring smile.
There was no worry in those beautiful eyes. Instead, it carried a hint of mischievous anticipation, as if watching a good show. She was also very curious about what kind of sparks would fly when her domineering CEO father met her laid-back husband. Looking at his wife's smiling face, Chen Fong felt most of his resentment dissipate.
Never mind.
For my wife's sake, I'll go.
Half an hour later. Ji Jindong's office.
When Chen Fong pushed the door open, Li Huang looked like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Standing in front of the desk, my forehead was covered in sweat.
Chen Fong, you finally arrived.
When Li Huang saw Chen Fong, it was as if he had seen a savior. Ji Jindong sat in his executive chair, his face ashen.
Chen Fong, sit down.
He pointed to the chair opposite him.
Chen Fong sat down, completely bewildered. Father-in-law, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?
Ji Jindong did not answer directly, but instead pushed a document in front of him.
I already know about Xingho technology. Li Huang has told me everything, including your idea for that collaborative office system. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. We're doomed.
Li Huang, that big mouth. The group attaché's great importance to this project. Ji Jindong spoke slowly, each word carrying weight. Now, on behalf of the group, I officially appoint you as the chief person in charge of this project.
Overall person in charge? Chen Fong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, father-in-law, you must be mistaken. I'm from the administration department. I don't even know what KPIs are, how can I be in charge?
He desperately tried to distance himself from the situation.
Are you kidding me?
Being in charge means having to hold meetings, write PPTs, argue with people, and work overtime.
This is completely contrary to his plan for a laid-back, unambitious life. Ji Jindong completely ignored his explanation. Stop pretending with me.
He leaned forward slightly, and a powerful sense of oppression washed over you. You can manipulate the stock market with ease and spot medical risks that even experts overlook.
Now you're telling me you don't know what KPIs are? Chen Fong, I don't care what you did before, or what you're trying to hide.
But in the G family, in the G group, there is no room for useless people.
This project is a test for you.
Ji Jindong stood up, walked to Chen Fong's side, and patted him on the shoulder with such force that Chen Fong grimaced.
You must attend the negotiations with Cloud Technology next Wednesday. And we must win.
I'm giving you top-level authority over the project team. You can allocate personnel, funds, and resources as you see fit.
But if you mess this up...
Ji Jindong paused for a moment, his tone chilling. Then you'd better get back to the production line and tighten screws.
Let me show you what real high pressure is like. Let's see if you can still lie flat then.
The office was deathly quiet.
Li Huang didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Chen Fong was completely dumbfounded.
Looking at Ji Jindong's face, which seemed to say, I've seen through everything, he felt a barrage of thoughts flooding his mind.
Holy crap!
That's not how the script was written.
Didn't you say I could lie down and relax? Why did it suddenly turn into hell mode? Still tightening screws? Father-in-law, are you really my father-in-law?
Chen Fong felt that his life was going madly off track in an absurd direction that he could not control at all.
He was lifted up. He was put on the hot seat by his cunning father-in-law. He has only one thought in his mind right now. It's over. I'm definitely going to work this time. Chapter 86. My father-in-law is forcing me to become a CEO? Chen Fong didn't know how he walked out of the G Group building. He was in a completely absent-minded state. I'm home.
I pushed open the door, and the living room lights were on. The warm yellow light dispelled some of the chill emanating from him. Ji Wanning was curled up on the sofa, covered with a thin cashmere blanket. Hearing the door open, she immediately sat up. The soft blanket slipped down her shoulders, revealing a patch of fair skin that gleamed like ivory under the light. "You're back?" She walked quickly toward him. As she walked, her long, straight legs appeared and disappeared, each step striking a chord in Chen Fang's heart. "What did your father say to you? You look like you've lost your soul." Ji Wanning walked up to him and tilted her head slightly. There was no worry in those beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Instead, there was a hint of mischievous anticipation. She stretched out her slender, fair fingers and gently touched Chen Fang's brow, trying to smooth out his furrowed brow. The slightly cool touch on his fingertips cleared Chen Fang's muddled mind a bit. He grabbed Ji Wanning's hand and pulled her into his arms. He buried his face in the crook of her neck. I took a deep breath of her unique, sweet scent, a blend of shower gel and her natural fragrance. "Honey, I might lose my job." Chen Fang's voice was muffled, full of grievance. Ji Wanning was startled by his sudden action, but then relaxed and let him hold her. She could sense the resentment in his words, just like the helplessness she felt when the doctor thanked her at the hospital. "Oh? Is my lazy husband going to be kicked out of the house?" she chuckled. Long, slender fingers ran through his soft, black hair, gently stroking it. "Your dad's gone mad." Chen Fang raised his head, his face filled with utter despair. "He asked me to be the head of some project, and I have to go to negotiate with someone next week. If the negotiation fails, he'll make me go to the workshop to tighten screws." Ji Wanning's smile deepened after hearing this. Her expressive eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons. Her long eyelashes fluttered like two little brushes, tickling Chen Fang's heart. "Put." She finally couldn't help but laugh. "My dad was scared by you." She knows her domineering CEO father all too well. When he finds things are out of his control, he doesn't choose to avoid them. Instead, they will use more forceful means to take everything back into their hands. Clearly, Chen Fang was the unexpected and out-of-control incident. He just wants to see what kind of deity you really are. Ji Wanning tiptoed and gently brushed her soft lips against Chen Fang's cheek. "I believe in you, my queen." Looking at her smiling face, Chen Fang felt his resentment dissipate considerably. "Never mind. Isn't it just negotiation? Isn't it just being in charge? For my wife's sake, I'll go." At night, Ji Wanning was fast asleep, her breathing even and deep. Chen Fang tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He stared at the ceiling, his mind a jumbled mess. "System, come out here." He was screaming wildly in his mind. "Aren't you the strongest working person, System? Now I'm being forced to be a leader. What is this? This is beyond the scope. I'm just an administrative staff member, weak and unable to speak properly, not good at arguing. You want me to go and negotiate? That's just sending myself to my death." Chen Fang became increasingly agitated as he thought about it. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Pretending to be sick. Yes. Next Wednesday, I'll say I have acute gastroenteritis, vomiting and diarrhea, and can't get out of bed. Could I possibly get an upset stomach? This idea is absolutely perfect. Just as he was gloating over his cleverness, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Warning: negotiations with cloud technology companies are a key milestone in Ji's Group's digital strategy over the next 5 years. Chen Fang pursed his lips. What does the Ji Group's strategic plan have to do with me? I'm just a kept man. He retorted inwardly, completely unconcerned. The next second, the system's notification sounded again, but this time the content made Chen Fang's whole body tremble. Host's lack of work performance detected, triggering a special mission, Guardian of Love. Mission name: King of Negotiation. Task description: as the project leader, lead and win business negotiations with cloud technology, securing the most favorable cooperation terms for the Ji Group. Task reward: special item Pregnancy Comfort Zone Permanent. Item description: after activation, this item will exempt the designated target Ji Wanning from all pregnancy symptoms such as morning sickness, edema, and cramps throughout her entire pregnancy, and ensure a completely smooth and painless delivery. Chen Fang was stunned. He blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating due to excessive stress. Absolutely smooth sailing? Painless? The image of Ji Wanning being emotionally uneasy because of her pregnancy instantly flashed through his mind, as well as the barely concealed nervousness she displayed at the hospital today.
An inexplicable emotion instantly overwhelmed all his defenses. "I'll test it." Chen Fong cursed inwardly. "Why didn't you bring out this good stuff sooner? You're only bringing this out as a reward now? Are you even human?"
His little scheme to feign illness and escape was utterly crushed by the words pregnancy comfort zone.
Screw this lazy, unambitious life. Screw the lie-down plan. Nothing is more important than my wife and children. Let's do it.
Chen Fong jumped out of bed, his eyes filled with unprecedented fighting spirit.
It's just negotiation, right? I'll go.
He gritted his teeth and said to himself. But don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this for the G Group, nor for that old geezer father-in-law.
I'm doing this so I can live a comfortable life in the future.
As long as my wife and kids are safe and comfortable, my laid-back life can be secure. This is called strategic investment.
It's for a longer-term peaceful existence.
He quickly found a perfect, convincing reason for his forced involution.
Family and kinship became the strongest fuel driving this lazy but powerful warrior forward. Since we've decided to do it, we have to do it well.
He began to review all the information about cloud technology in his mind, thinking about the entry point for the negotiation.
Just as he was fully focused on the word negotiation, the system's voice sounded again.
The system detected that the host is actively responding to highly challenging business tasks, which aligns with the core logic.
Skill, Words Become Law Workplace Edition, is starting to upgrade. Upgrade complete.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Negotiation Expert.
Chapter 87: The Demon King at the Negotiation Table. Wednesday, top floor conference room at the G Group headquarters. The atmosphere was oppressive.
IT Director Li Huang sat next to the main seat, his shirt back already soaked with cold sweat. It's clinging tightly to my body, which is very uncomfortable. The team members behind him sat upright, not daring to even breathe loudly.
Opposite them was the negotiation team from Yunwan Technology.
The leader, General Manager Wang, had his legs crossed, a confident smile on his face, and appeared completely at ease. And Chen Fong, the person in charge who should have been the backbone of these negotiations.
He was leaning back in his chair, his head slightly tilted to the side. He looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and was just short of yawning right there. Li Huang's heart was in his throat. Brother, this is an event personally overseen by the chairman. Even if you're faking it, can't you at least act a little more professionally? Chen Fong was certainly not really sleepy.
His mind was replaying the scene before he left the house over and over again. Ji Wanning knelt on the carpet, tilting her clean and beautiful face up to straighten the wrinkles in his trousers.
She was wearing a loose V-neck cashmere sweater today, and she bent over slightly.
That skin suddenly appeared in his field of vision without warning, and as he looked down, he saw a deep, breathtaking expanse that made his heart race.
We're going to the battlefield today.
She raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons.
We must win this back.
Her fingers were slender and slightly cool as they gently brushed against the back of his hand.
There's a reward for winning. Award? Chen Fong snorted inwardly.
The best reward has already been prepared for me by the system.
Pregnancy Comfort Zone Permanent.
For this reason, he'd go today even if it meant going to the moon to pluck it from the sky, let alone negotiating.
Cough cough.
Mr. Wang, sitting across from me, cleared his throat and pushed a beautifully bound proposal to the center of the table.
Director Li, and this is Mr. Chen. I believe you have all seen our proposal.
It features top-notch domestic technology, the most favorable price, and is full of sincerity.
We are here today to finalize the contract details.
He spoke politely, but his expression that seemed to say, "You've gotten a great deal," was incredibly irritating. The moment Mr. Wang spoke, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in Chen Fong's mind. The skilled negotiation expert has been activated. Target, Wang Jian, Vice President of Marketing, Cloud Technology. Psychological weakness, eager to close this deal before the end of the year and secure a multi-million-dollar year-end bonus.
Negotiation bottom line, the current offer can be reduced by 30%, and there is significant room for concessions on additional service terms.
Hidden information, the team's technical solution contains an undisclosed architectural vulnerability that has a greater than 70% chance of causing system lag in high concurrency scenarios.
Data penetration in progress.
A list of all internal projects initiated by Cloud Technology and their key parameters have been obtained. A series of data streams, as if powered by a cheat code with a god's eye view, instantly flooded into Chen Fong's supernatural brain domain. In his eyes, the slick-haired, powdered-faced Mr. Wang was no longer a person. Instead, it's a humanoid code package covered in attackable vulnerabilities. Li Huang nervously rubbed his hands, preparing to begin the difficult bargaining process according to the pre-rehearsed script. Mr. Wang, we appreciate your proposal, but regarding the price. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Feng interrupted him. Etc. Chen Feng lazily raised his hand and finally sat up straight. He picked up the exquisite proposal as if flipping through a boring magazine. He flipped through a few pages quickly, then casually tossed them onto the table. Director Li, are you sure you're not mistaken? He turned to look at Li Huang, his face full of confusion. I thought we were here today to discuss the core projects of the group's digital strategy for the next 5 years. What's on the table here? It looks like an outdated technology solution that's being sold off in a hurry? Upon hearing this, Li Huang felt his heart skip a beat. It's over. This is a complete breakdown in relations. The people from cloud technology immediately turned pale. The smile on Mr. Wang's face froze. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this? Our nebula architecture is recognized as a leading technology in the industry. Leading? Chen Feng smiled. He extended a finger and tapped it lightly on the table. Based on this so-called dynamic elastic scaling? This logic was already outdated in Silicon Valley 3 years ago. Not to mention that your way of handling high concurrency data floods has obvious latency traps. Chen Feng spoke casually, as if they were discussing what to eat for lunch. My father-in-law has a bad temper. What if the company has an anniversary celebration one day, and your system lags, causing a multi-million-dollar promotion to be ruined? He paused, then spread his hands. Do you think he might sue your company into bankruptcy? Sweat began to bead on Mr. Wang's forehead. The technical director behind him had turned deathly pale. These two questions hit the nail on the head regarding their technical solution. How the hell did he know? These are problems that only surface during internal testing. They're never even mentioned in their promotional materials. What kind of monster is this seemingly harmless kid dressed in casual clothes? The balance of power in the conference room instantly reversed. The cloud technology team, which was once arrogant, is now on tenterhooks. Chen Feng did not press his advantage. He just sighed and leaned back in his chair. A hint of impatience even appeared on his face. Oh well, never mind, my wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner. His expression seemed to say, talking to a bunch of newbies is a waste of my precious time. This contempt is more lethal than any harsh words. At this moment, Mr. Wang's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He figured it out. The person sitting here today is not someone who doesn't know the ropes, but a great god. A demon king who knows their every secret. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, please don't worry. Mr. Wang immediately stood up, his attitude completely changing. His face was plastered with a fawning smile. Price is negotiable. Everything is negotiable. We guarantee to solve any technical issues. We'll come up with a new solution right away. Chen Feng waved his hand, picked up a pen, and scribbled down a few numbers on a piece of white paper. Then he pushed the paper over. That's the price. In addition, all system maintenance and upgrades for the next 5 years will be free of charge. Finally, we want to buy out the exclusive rights to use the business intelligence prediction model that you are incubating internally for the next 3 years. After he finished speaking, he stood up and straightened his collar. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. After 5 minutes, I'm leaving, get off work and rushing home to cook for my wife. After saying that, he actually turned around and walked to the window of the conference room on his own. Looking at the scenery outside, he seemed completely indifferent. Li Huang and his team have completely lost their minds. A young technician dropped his pen to the ground with a thud, but he didn't even notice. That's insane. They've all gone mad. Chen Feng's offer was 40% lower than the board's bottom line. They even offered 5 years of free maintenance. The most outrageous thing is that business intelligence prediction model. As the IT director, Li Huang only vaguely heard through various channels that the other party was developing a secret weapon. But what exactly it is completely unclear. Chen Feng not only called out the name accurately, but also tried to snatch it away. This is hardly a negotiation. This is robbery. And it's the kind where you hold a knife to someone's neck, and they have to smile and say, "You did a great job stealing it." There was a deathly silence on the other end of the cloud technology platform. Mr. Wang picked up the paper, looked at the numbers on it, and his hands trembled. He stood up abruptly and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at Li Huang. "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." He practically rushed out of the conference room and, with trembling hands, dialed a number at the end of the corridor.
CEO. It's me. Wang Jian. Something's happened. He knows everything.
He even knows the details of the AI prediction project.
He's seen right through us. Yes. It's that son-in-law of the Ji family.
He's not a good for nothing at all, he's a devil. After hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, Wang Jian's face turned even paler.
What? You mean, we'll sign even if it means we lose money?
Okay, I understand.
A few minutes later, Wang Jian walked back to the conference room looking dejected, as if all his energy had been drained.
He walked to the negotiating table and spoke in a hoarse voice to Chen Feng's leisurely back.
"Mr. Chen. We agree."
Chen Feng then slowly turned around, his face showing no surprise.
"Why didn't you do this earlier?"
He walked over to Li Huang and patted his stiff shoulder. "Director Li, I'll leave the rest of the contract signing and procedures to you. I'm leaving now. The time clock will be shut down at 5:30. After saying that, he walked away nonchalantly, right under everyone's shocked gaze. It left behind a room full of people whose worldviews had been shattered. After a long while, Mr. Wang from Yunduan Technology finally walked shakily to Li Huang, his voice trembling.
"Director Li, who exactly is this Mr. Chen in your company? Is he the chairman's secret successor?"
Li Huang's Adam's apple bobbed, and he uttered a few words with difficulty.
He's from our company's administration department.
Normally, my main responsibilities are repairing printers and changing bottled water.
Chapter 88. What kind of monster is this?
Li Huang stood still in the conference room. He remained in the same posture as when Chen Feng left.
Wang Jian, from Yunduan Technology, slumped into a chair.
He picked up the draft contract on the table and let out a sob.
"Printer repair?" Wang Jian's voice trembled. "Your usual job involves fixing printers?"
Li Huang swallowed hard. "And changing bottled water, ordering takeout, sometimes helping to move chairs in the meeting room."
"Grass." Wang Jian suddenly stood up.
He pointed at Li Huang, his finger trembling.
"Just what kind of monster den is your G group? How terrifying must your Ministry of Commerce people be?"
Li Huang wanted to say something, but found that he had no idea what to say.
He wanted to know too. The next morning. Ji's group headquarters, chairman's office.
Ji Zhendong sat in a large executive chair, holding a thick report in his hand. That was a detailed recap of yesterday's negotiations, compiled by Li Huang overnight. After reading the last page, Ji Zhendong slammed the report heavily on the table.
"Okay."
His voice was filled with complex emotions.
"That's wonderful." Li Huang, sitting opposite him, kept his head down and didn't dare to breathe. "Chairman, Chen Feng, he?" Ji Zhendong remained silent for a few seconds. He understood what Li Huang was thinking. "Don't overthink it."
Ji Zhendong interrupted him. Since Chen Feng joined the company, the changes he has brought to the company have exceeded everyone's expectations.
Their investment acumen is frighteningly accurate.
A single suggestion can save a company from taking several years of detours.
Now he's demonstrating this level of negotiation skill again.
Ji Zhendong rubbed his temples.
He's really starting to panic. This kid really treats the company like his personal stage. "Director Li."
Ji Zhendong spoke, his voice low and deep.
"Yes."
Li Huang immediately straightened his back.
"Starting today, Chen Feng is being promoted,"
Ji Zhendong said slowly.
"Let him serve as the deputy director of the group's strategic development department." Li Huang was stunned. "But chairman, Chen Feng is still in the administration department."
"Then transfer him there."
Ji Zhendong waved his hand. "It's time to find him something to do."
He paused for a moment after speaking, then added,
"Oh, and let's adjust the salaries too. Triple them, based on the deputy director's standards."
Li Huang swallowed hard.
3 times? That's a monthly salary of several $100,000. In addition,
Ji Zhendong raised his head and looked at Li Huang.
"Don't tell him about this yet. Inform him directly once the appointment letter arrives."
Li Huang was somewhat puzzled.
Why? Because. Ji Zhendong sighed.
I'm afraid if he finds out, he'll come to me again and say he doesn't want to do it anymore.
Li Huang's lips twitched. That reason is actually quite reasonable. 3 p.m. Chen Fong was sitting at his workstation, but he wasn't idle.
Several young women from the administration department were gathered around his workstation, chattering away, each holding up their cell phones.
Brother Fong, please help me.
This cross-store discount of 50 yuan off for every 300 yuan spent, plus the store's 10% off coupon, and then which platform's money-saving coupon, how much discount can I actually get?
I'm so confused. And here's mine.
This store has a buy one get one free offer on cosmetics, but the second item is half price, and you can also combine items to reach the minimum purchase amount.
What's the best way for me to get the best deal?
Chen Fong leaned back lazily in his chair, glancing only at their phone screens. Super Brain Domain instantly breaks down, reassembles, and calculates those complex discount rules faster than a supercomputer. He stretched out his finger and tapped it a few times in the air. First, remove the lowest value item from your bundle and replace it with the hand cream. Then use the 10% off coupon, and finally choose the red envelope option at checkout. This will save you 120 yuan more than you are doing now. And you, stop with the buy one get one free offer, just buy 2 full-size items and use a large coupon. Sell the free gift on a second-hand platform, and you can make an extra 50 yuan. Several girls followed his instructions and found that the result was exactly as he had described.
Wow! Brother Fong, you're amazing. It's a shame you're not using that brain for scientific research. Chen Fong inwardly curled his lip.
Doing scientific research is so tiring, but calculating this only takes 0.01 seconds, and you can continue to daydream for the rest of the time. This is the correct way to use the extraordinary brain domain. Just as he was enjoying the pleasure of slacking off, the office door was suddenly pushed open.
A young man in a suit walked in, holding a document in his hand. Excuse me, is Chen Fong here?
Chen Fong paused for a moment, then looked up from the girl's embrace.
That's me. Very good.
The young man walked quickly to him and respectfully handed over the documents.
Mr. Chen, this is the letter of appointment from the chairman's office. Congratulations. Effective today, you are officially appointed as the deputy director of the group's strategic development department. What? Chen Fong's brain went blank for a moment.
The little girls around him, who were still marveling at his calculation ability, also stared wide-eyed at the scene.
Deputy director? Strategic development department?
That's the most crucial department in the entire group. Chen Fong mechanically took the document, opened it, and saw his name clearly written on it.
At the bottom of the appointment letter was Ji Zhendong's personal seal. No. Chen Fong raised his head, his voice trembling. Is this a mistake?
The young man looked very serious. That's right, this was personally approved by the chairman. Furthermore, your salary will be adjusted accordingly. Please see page 2 of the document for the specific amount. Chen Fong flipped to the second page, saw the numbers, and almost threw the document away.
A monthly salary of 450,000? Ha! How did I suddenly become the deputy director? A pay raise to such an outrageous degree? System. Chen Fong gritted his teeth inwardly. Is this your doing again?
System notification. This system does not interfere with personnel appointments within the host's company. This promotion is a normal decision made by Chairman Ji Zhendong based on the host's work performance. Friendly reminder, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing from grassroots worker to middle-level manager, taking another step closer to becoming the highest paid employee. But Chen Fong took a deep breath, just about to roar in his heart, when his phone vibrated again.
It was sent by Ji Wanning. Late Lemon, just saw on the company intranet, deputy director? My husband is amazing.
Upon seeing this message, Chen Fong's resentment instantly vanished.
Okay, as long as my wife is happy.
The corners of his mouth had just unconsciously turned up.
Chapter 89. My husband is too fierce.
The study on the second floor of the Ji family villa. Ji Wanning was wearing a set of home clothes, her long chestnut-colored curly hair casually tied back with a sharp clip. She was holding a soft pillow in her arms, leaning back in the ergonomic chair. The laptop screen in front of me was lit up, displaying the G Group's internal collaborative office system. Because of her pregnancy, she has been working from home recently, handling some non-core business.
Even so, she still habitually browses the company's intranet announcements every day. When she saw the announcement highlighted in red at the top, her fingers holding the mouse stopped. Announcement regarding a major breakthrough in cooperation negotiations for the group's digital strategy upgrade project. Cloud technology. Ji Wan-ning murmured to herself, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. She knew this company all too well. It was a tough nut to crack that her father, Ji Zhendong, had been grappling with lately. Relying on their technological advantages, they quoted exorbitant prices and adopted an arrogant attitude. My father held several high-level meetings on this issue, but to no avail. She clicked on the announcement details, her eyes quickly scanning the official wording before finally settling precisely on the name of the project leader. Chen Fong. It's Chen Fong again. The impact these two words have on her now is greater than the name of any business tycoon. Ji Wanning's mind was buzzing. She leaned back in her chair, her long eyelashes fluttering. Scenes from the past few months kept uncontrollably flashing through my mind. When we first met, he was wearing a plain white t-shirt and looked a bit lazy. It even made her feel a little unworthy of her man. The man who served her a steaming bowl of plain noodles when she was suffering from morning sickness. The man who could casually buy a few stocks and make them multiply dozens of times in just a few days, leaving her father speechless. And that time she just casually mentioned feeling unwell, and he was able to pinpoint a pregnancy risk that even the family doctor hadn't noticed. Culinary skills, investment, medical skills. Now business negotiations have been added? Or is it this kind of tough battle that even her father finds difficult to handle? Ji Wanning felt that her understanding was being refreshed and reorganized time and time again. Just how many other abilities does this man possess that she doesn't know about? He previously said he was just an ordinary person. If a ghost heard that, it would be so powerful that it would get up and offer him a cigarette. She picked up her phone. But after hovering his finger on the screen for a long time, he put it down. Why are you asking? Ask him why he's so good. This question sounds so silly. Ji Wan-ning bit her lower lip, a feeling she couldn't quite describe welling up inside her. There was shock, there was curiosity, but more than anything, there was a sense of pride that she herself hadn't even realized she felt. It's like a treasured possession suddenly shining brightly in front of the world. She reopened the intranet and found the appointment notice that the HR department had just updated. Deputy Director of the group's Strategic Development Department. Ji Wanning looked at the position. This department is the brain of the G Group, and everyone in it is an elite among elites in the industry. She could imagine that this appointment must have already caused a huge uproar within the company. But she also knew that, given her father's personality, he would never have made such an extraordinary appointment unless he had achieved something that would silence everyone. So just how well did Chen Fong handle that negotiation? She swiped through her phone's contacts, found that familiar name, and dialed it directly. The phone was answered after ringing twice. Hey. Honey, what's up? Chen Fong's slightly lazy yet reassuring voice came through the receiver. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Wan-ning, who had prepared a whole host of questions, suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She pursed her lips, her voice much softer than she had expected. I saw the announcement on the company's intranet. Oh, that one. Chen Fong's tone sounded casual, as if he were talking about having takeout for lunch today. You've been promoted to Deputy Director of Strategic Development. Yeah, I just found out. I was just messing around, Chen Fong replied on the other end. Was this just a random mess? You call this messing around? Ji Wanning was both amused and exasperated. Chen Fong, tell me the truth. Is there anything you can't do? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Fong seemed stumped by the question. Ji Wanning could even imagine him frowning in deep in thought at that moment. After a while, Chen Fong's voice rang out again. There are quite a few who won't. For example? Ji Wanning pressed. For example, I won't let you and the baby suffer any injustice. Ji Wan-ning's heart skipped a beat. A surge of warmth rushed from the depths of her heart to her cheeks, instantly giving her fair skin a beautiful blush. This man. Here we go again. They always say these unsettling things at these unexpected moments. She gripped her phone tightly, her fingertips tightening slightly, but she scolded him playfully. Glib-tongued. To be honest, Chen Fong chuckled on the other end of the line. Ji Wan-ning bit her lip, and it took her a long time to find her voice. She cleared her throat and spoke solemnly. Chen Fong. Yes, I'm here. You are really amazing. She said it softly and quickly. This recognition has a completely different meaning. It represents Ji Waning's view of Chen Fong, which has completely changed from a husband by agreement and a father to her child. She began to transform into a partner she could look up to, trust, and admire. Chen Fong fell silent again on the other end of the phone. He certainly noticed the change in Ji Waning's tone. He sighed inwardly. Oh no, I can't hide the adoring look in my wife's eyes anymore. This is not the script he wanted. He just wanted to live a peaceful, uneventful life, waiting for his wife's business empire to be built, so he could stay home and take care of the kids. Now look what's happened, I'm almost the mainstay. It was alright, just lucky, Chen Fong replied vaguely. He just wanted to end the conversation quickly and then figure out how to leave work on time. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll bring it back for you from the market on my way. He quickly changed the subject. Anything is fine. Ji Wanning was in a good mood, her voice filled with laughter. I like everything you make. Okay, I'll buy it then. I'll hang up now, I still have some finishing work to do here. Chen Fong couldn't wait to hang up the phone. Okay, sure. After hanging up the phone, Ji Wanning still held the phone, lost in thought. She looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Trust, dependence, admiration, and a hint of infatuation she herself was unwilling to admit. A mix of emotions gave her a feeling she had never experienced before towards her nominal husband. Perhaps marrying him because she was pregnant was the best decision she ever made in her life. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing within the Ji Group. Ji Zhendong looked at the contract he had just signed, his expression incredibly interesting. With a wave of his hand, he directly gave the order to his secretary. Pass the word. The group will be holding a celebration banquet at the Grand Hyatt Hotel tonight. All employees involved in this project must be present. Especially Chen Fong, we'll tie him up and take him there. Chapter 90 Victory Celebration Banquet. Grand Hyatt Hotel, 3rd floor banquet hall. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier, glasses clinked and voices rang out. Almost all the prominent employees of the Ji Group were present. Everyone's face was filled with long-lost excitement. This celebration banquet was not only to celebrate the great success of the collaboration with cloud technology, but also to give the group a boost after its recent somewhat sluggish performance. Chen Fong, who was the absolute focus of the entire event, found the most secluded corner. A platter of fruits with a dazzling array of colors was placed in front of me. He was idly poking at a piece of cantaloupe with a small silver fork. System, this is your last warning. If you dare cause any more trouble tonight. Chen Fong silently recited to himself, but before he could finish speaking, he lost his nerve. What can he do to the system? There's nothing he can do. He just wanted to go home after get off work and cook for his wife, but as soon as he got to the company entrance, his father-in-law's secretary and 2 other people invited him into the car. They were practically ready to put a black hood over his head and kidnap him. Chen Fong rolled his eyes and forked another piece of red dragon fruit. He watched from afar as Ji Zhendong, surrounded by a group of senior executives, smiled broadly, his face crinkling with wrinkles. I had some doubts. My father-in-law definitely has some issues. I helped him make a lot of money, and instead of hurrying home to secretly rejoice, he's doing it all. Instead, they insisted on making such a big fuss. He wanted nothing more than to take a megaphone and announce to the whole world that he had an awesome son-in-law. Isn't this putting him on the hot seat? Just then, at a table not far from him, several young men in suits were talking in hushed tones. They are the elites of the Ministry of Commerce, and they usually look down on everyone. Have you heard? That Chen Fong used to be the printer repairman in the administration department. Really? Then what about this negotiation? Who knows? He's just using the chairman's son-in-law title. I think it's just that Director Li was the one who charged ahead, and then the credit was given to him so he could smoothly get into the core department. Shu, keep your voice down. Let's see what he says later. If he can't come up with a coherent explanation, he'll be embarrassed. The murmurs weren't loud, but Chen Fong heard them clearly. He didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. The music suddenly stopped. After the MC gave a warm and enthusiastic opening speech, Ji Zhendong, beaming, took the microphone. He first spoke passionately about the project's significance, then abruptly changed the subject, raising his voice 8 octaves. Of course. Our remarkable achievements are inseparable from a key figure. Ji Zhendong's voice echoed throughout the hall. All eyes turned to them. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition loomed over me. He instinctively shrank under the table. He is the biggest contributor to our negotiations. Chen Fong, the newly appointed deputy director of the group's strategic development department. Ji Zhendong waved his hand, pointing precisely to the corner where Chen Fong was. Whoosh! A beam of light shot over instantly. Chen Fong squinted, stung by the sting, his silver fork still awkwardly stuck in half a watermelon. Damn it! The eyes of everyone in the room were like countless searchlights, illuminating him so thoroughly that he had nowhere to hide. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to Deputy Director Chen Fong, who will come up to the stage and share his success story with us. Ji Zhendong led the applause. Splash! Thunderous applause erupted. The few young women from the administration department who had been advised by Chen Fong to combine orders for Singles Day were clapping their hands until they were red, and they shouted at the top of their lungs. Brother Fong is awesome. Li Huang and Li Wei stood below the stage, their faces beaming with pride. Only Chen Fong's face was filled with utter despair. He slowly put down his fork and dawdled as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. His movements were slower than the old men practicing Tai Chi in the park. Hurry up and go. What are you dawdling for? Ji Zhendong, watching his unwilling and resentful expression from the stage, stomped his feet in frustration. For him, the moment of glory that others would kill for is like going to the guillotine. Chen Fong sighed for the 1000th time today, and reluctantly moved onto the stage. He took the microphone, but the cold, metallic feel of it only annoyed him more. He glanced at the sea of people below the stage, and the expectant looks in their eyes sent chills down his spine. Sharing experiences? Okay, then I'll share it with you properly. He cleared his throat, his expression suddenly becoming serious and professional. Hello everyone. Regarding this negotiation with cloud technology, the core issue is not simply a price negotiation. The problem lies in the fundamental misalignment between the two parties in their assessment of the project's long-term strategic value. What we need to do is reconstruct the other party's value perception system. We will decouple and repackage our group's platform advantages with its future growth potential, thereby guiding them into our pricing framework. A string of fluent and professional terminology was delivered, and the audience fell silent instantly. The few business elites who were whispering just now were all stunned and subconsciously straightened their backs. Ji Zhendong stood to the side, his eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. That's right. That's more like it. Keep pretending. Let these kids see what you're really made of. Just when everyone thought a business insights sharing session was about to begin, Chen Fong suddenly frowned. He scratched his head, looking confused. I think that's roughly the idea? Ugh, this is too much trouble. His tone suddenly changed, his expression instantly fell apart, and he reverted to his lazy demeanor. To put it bluntly, I just looked at the documents and thought their quote was pure nonsense. They're just obsessed with making money. Puff. Someone in the audience spat out their drink. Ji Zhendong's smile froze. The jaws of those business ministry elites nearly dropped to the floor. The style changed so quickly. Chen Fong completely ignored the reactions from the audience and shrugged with a sincere expression. Seriously, I really think it was mostly luck. Maybe it's because my wife is pregnant, you know, pregnancy luck. It's brought good luck to me and the baby. Ha 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 ha. This time, the entire audience could no longer contain themselves and erupted in thunderous laughter. Li Wei covered his face, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Ji Zhendong's face went from red to white, and then from white to green. He felt his blood pressure monitor had exceeded the limit. He wanted his son-in-law to come up and show off, to solidify his image. The kid started by showing off some professional skills, then slapped me hard across the face. Tell everyone, I was just kidding. Chen Fong felt much more at ease. Yes, that's the effect. Don't treat me like a god, I'm just a lazy bum who got lucky because of my wife and kids. He felt the time was right and prepared to wrap things up. So, if I had to say what the biggest takeaway from this project is. Chen Fong drew out his words, successfully drawing everyone's attention back. My biggest takeaway is that we should all strive to improve our work efficiency in the future. That makes perfect sense. The audience nodded in agreement, thinking he was finally going to be serious for once. Ji Zhendong also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that there was still hope. As a result, Chen Fong's next sentence ignited the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall.
Only in this way can we leave work on time with a clear conscience and go home to be with our wives and children.
The entire hall fell into an eerie silence that lasted for 3 seconds. Leaving get off work on time?
Ji Zhendong felt a wave of dizziness and grabbed Vice President Zhang beside him for support. He pointed at Chen Fong, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word.
They've rebelled. This kid's rebelling. This is no victory celebration. This is clearly Chen Fong's personal declaration of lying down and doing nothing.
Chen Fong was very satisfied with the response at the scene. He shoved the microphone back into the already petrified MC's hands, and then, with a sincere, final blow, delivered the final blow. For me personally, going home and cooking a hot meal for my wife is more important than signing any $1 billion or $100 billion contract.
Thank you everyone, that's all I have to say.
After he finished speaking, he bowed and walked off the stage with an air of nonchalance amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd.
Go back to your own corner.
He picked up the neglected piece of watermelon with his fork and calmly stuffed it into his mouth. It was as if the person from just now wasn't him at all.
After a brief silence, the audience erupted in applause and laughter that was more frenzied and enthusiastic than ever before.
This time, the laughter contained no more doubt, only heartfelt admiration and resonance.
Holy crap! Brother Fong! My only brother! This is so true! Perspective! Family members! This is what perspective truly means. The end of a career is family. I get it.
Real big shots don't bother with talking about hard work or empty promises, they pursue the ultimate goal, leaving get off work on time.
From today onwards, Brother Fong is my mentor. Nobody can stop me from leaving get off work on time.
Listening to the discussions among the surrounding employees and looking at his son-in-law leisurely eating fruit in the corner, Ji Zhendong felt extremely complicated. He clutched his chest, feeling both angry and wanting to laugh, but ultimately only a deep sense of powerlessness remained. It is foreseeable that starting tomorrow, leaving get off work on time will become the most politically correct slogan of the G Group. And he, the chairman, is the evil capitalist who prevents everyone from going home to be with their wives and children.
Thinking of this, Ji Zhendong's eyes became a little moist.
This son-in-law is truly sent by heaven to bring him bad luck. The celebration banquet was turned into a wild party.
Chen Fong was mentally calculating when he could slip away.
At this moment, a middle-aged man with a calm and refined demeanor appeared, dressed in a well-tailored custom-made suit. Holding a glass of red wine, she walked straight toward him.
Chen Fong's eyelids twitched.
He didn't recognize the person, but judging from the instantly silent and respectful expressions of the people around him, he knew that this person was someone of great importance.
Director Chen, hello.
The man smiled and did not rush to reach out his hand, but instead focused his gaze on the plate of exquisite fruit in front of him. I am Zhou Yi, the group's chief financial officer. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice carrying a unique magnetism. Your remarks just now were very insightful. They provided our finance department with a completely new and more human-centered perspective when conducting cost-benefit analyses.
Chapter 91 New Skills.
Zhou Yi's words were like lukewarm water, but Chen Fong felt they were scalding hot. The small silver fork in his hand hovered in mid-air, with a bright red watermelon piece stuck in it.
Chief Financial Officer? The group's cash cow? How did this giant Buddha end up here? Chen Fong quickly went through the list in his mind, realizing that he hadn't submitted any outrageous invoices for reimbursement. Director Zhou, you're too kind.
Chen Fong put down his fork and tore off a tissue to wipe his mouth.
Standing is awkward, sitting is awkward.
I was just talking nonsense, please don't take it to heart. Zhou Yi waved his hand, his smile unchanged. He wasn't the kind of executive with an imposing presence, instead, he exuded a scholarly elegance. No, Director Chen, you're not talking nonsense.
He raised his glass and gestured towards Chen Fong. You've hit the nail on the head.
Our finance department has developed a model that shows the hidden costs of recruiting and training a skilled employee are 3 to 5 times their annual salary. And the biggest reason for employee turnover is not salary, but fatigue. Zhou Yi's voice was soft, but every word was clear. Your phrase leave work on time may sound like a joke, but in my opinion, it's the most brilliant cost control strategy. Enabling employees to work efficiently and happily is the biggest moat for a company.
Chen Fong opened his mouth, but then fell silent. Holy crap! Is this another way of interpreting it? I just want to go home and cook for my wife. I just don't want to work overtime. How come it's become the most ingenious cost control strategy in your case? Do these people who work in finance all have a different thought process than normal people?
Seeing that Joey was about to continue prompting him, Chen Fong quickly interrupted.
Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. I really didn't think that much about it. I'm just an ordinary person.
My wife, kids, and a warm bed are more important than anything else.
He reiterated his laid-back persona, trying to bring the other person's thinking back to reality. Joey was stunned for a moment when he saw his sincere expression, then burst into laughter.
Good. What a wonderful life with a wife, kids, and a warm bed. He nodded, his expression towards Chen Fong now showing more appreciation.
I've learned a lot.
I won't disturb your meal any longer, Director Chen. After saying that, he turned around and calmly returned to his circle of executives. Chen Fong watched his retreating figure, let out a long sigh of relief, and plopped back down in his chair.
Finally, we got rid of that god.
But before he could even catch his breath, a sharp sound rang in his mind, making the hairs on his entire body stand on end.
Here we go again. Bite.
Host detected to have completed hidden achievement, fallacy of reason. Achievement description: the host's declaration successfully reversed the operational thinking of the group's core senior executive CFO Joey, providing a disruptive new direction for the group's future human capital strategy.
Evaluation: this successful imprint of your ideas, though unintentional, will save the G Group hundreds of millions in hidden costs. Rewards being processed.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the second stage special ability, Talent Scout Beginner.
Chen Fong was completely numb.
He felt a throbbing sensation in his temples.
A talent scout? What is that? The same Bolu who was good at judging horses?
System, I'm warning you, don't you dare cause me any trouble.
Chen Fong roared in his mind. I come from an administrative department background, my main job is repairing printers and handling order fulfillment. You want me to judge horses? No, judge people?
You're forcing me to switch careers and become a human resources director.
What does this have to do with working people? This is clearly a job only capitalists do.
The system completely ignored his protests, and the text continued to appear before his eyes.
Skill name, Talent Scout Beginner. Skill type, Passive Visual Enhancement. Skill effect: when the host's gaze is focused on someone for more than 3 seconds, the host will automatically obtain the other person's basic information panel.
The panel information includes potential value, loyalty, and core ability tags.
Note, you may not want to be a talent scout, but a gifted individual will come knocking on your door. Have a pleasant day at work. Have a good day at work, my foot.
Chen Fong felt a rush of blood to his head.
This skill is passive. In other words, he has no choice but to use it. If he looks at someone for more than 3 seconds, the person's measurements will automatically pop up. Isn't this just a walking HR radar?
Chen Fong covered his face in pain. He just wanted to eat a piece of melon in peace and quiet, and then sneak home after the banquet. Why is it so difficult? He took a deep breath to calm himself down, telling himself that as long as he didn't look at things indiscriminately, he would be fine. However, things did not go as planned. His gaze inadvertently swept over the waiter who was pouring drinks for the executives not far away.
1, 2, the third second. A pale blue, semi-transparent panel appeared abruptly above the young waiter's head. Name, Wang Xiaoshui. Potential value, 68 service industry. Loyalty, 20 non-employee. Core competency tags, reading messages and expressions, photographic memory beginner, quickness and agility. Holy crap! Chen Fong's hand trembled, and the watermelon on his fork fell directly into the plate. Yes, there really is. This is a complete disaster.
He felt that he would never be able to make eye contact with people normally again.
What was the difference between this and pulling down someone's underwear?
He turned his head sharply and looked at his father-in-law, who was chatting and laughing with several vice presidents on the stage.
3 seconds later. Name, Ji Zhendong. Potential value, 88 business management. Loyalty, 95 to the G Group family.
Core competency tags, business acumen, decisiveness, protectiveness, doting father god level.
Puff.
When Chen Fong saw the last label, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
Is he a doting father or a godlike figure? System, your evaluation is incredibly accurate.
And what's with that protecting one's own thing? He felt that this new skill was developing in a strange direction.
To avoid seeing any more offensive labels, he decided to lower his head and focus intently on examining the fruit on his plate. How many melons are yellow? Strawberries, red ones. Blueberries, blue in color. That's great, no pop-up ads when viewing fruit. Just as he was engrossed in his meal, the conversation of the business elites at the next table drifted over again. Director Joe actually went to talk to him personally. It seems that the chairman really wants to promote him. What good is it to help him get promoted? His foundation is unstable, and his virtue doesn't match his position. He'll have his day to cry later. Exactly. You can't stand a place like the Strategic Development Department without real skills. I think he'll have to apply for a transfer within 3 months. Chen Fong listened to these sour comments without feeling any emotion. A job transfer? He dreams of being transferred back to the administration department. Ideally, it would be a job that only requires changing a light bulb or unclogging a toilet. He looked up, his mind in turmoil, his gaze sweeping over the few business elites. A series of blue panels popped up. Name, Zhao Kai. Potential value, 75. Loyalty, 82. Core competency tags, expert at drinking parties, PowerPoint presentation enhancement. Name, Sun Miao. Potential value, 72. Loyalty, 78. Core competency tags, master of shifting blame, information gathering. Chen Fong shook his head as he watched. That's it? Their potential values are getting lower and lower, and their core abilities are getting more and more off. Is the business department of the G Group being held up by this group of people? No wonder they were completely controlled by cloud technology before. His gaze continued to move, past the group of boastful elites, and landed on a more distant corner. There sat a young man, wearing an ill-fitting suit, who looked somewhat reserved. His almost untouched plate and his hands nervously resting on his knees stood out starkly from the lively atmosphere of the banquet hall. Chen Fong only glanced at it casually. But 3 seconds later, a unique panel, even with a faint gold edge, suddenly exploded in front of him. Name, Lin Qian. Potential rating, 96 technology RD team management. Loyalty, 65 uncertain. Core competency tags, programming genius, algorithm master, architect master, social anxiety late stage. Chen Fong's pupils suddenly contracted. A potential value of 96? He's 8 points taller than his father-in-law, Ji Zhendong. Programming genius? Algorithm god? Architecture master? What an amazing resume. How could someone like that sit in a corner and collect dust? The most critical issue is loyalty. 65, indecisive. What does this tell us? This means that this powerful figure could leave at any time. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he had not discovered a talent. Instead, they discovered a time bomb that was about to explode. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Who is this person? Which department? Why is his loyalty so low? Is he planning to switch jobs? Damn it! Chen Fong cursed inwardly. He doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to care at all. This skill is a complete trap. He just wants to be a couch potato, so why does the system force him to poach and retain people? He's just a newly appointed deputy director, and he hasn't even gotten to know all his own departments yet, but he's already starting to worry about the talent pool for the entire group. Chen Fong felt a splitting headache. He looked at Lin Qian, who was standing in the corner looking lost and helpless, and then at his father-in-law, who was standing on the stage looking triumphant. A hidden genius. A boss who was eager to find talented people. And he, damn it, became the only middleman who knew this secret. He impatiently forked a piece of cantaloupe and shoved it into his mouth. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, but it did nothing to alleviate his inner turmoil. System, you're deliberately messing with me. He couldn't pretend he didn't see it. A super talent with a potential value of 96 has a loyalty level that is still hovering around the passing mark. If this were lost, the loss to the G Group would probably be greater than losing 10 cloud technology projects. Chen Fong closed his eyes in pain. He could already foresee that his peaceful working life was about to come to an end. Trouble, huge trouble, has come knocking on our door. Chapter 92. You seem to be glowing. Frustrated, Chen Fong forked a piece of pineapple and shoved it into his mouth, grimacing from the sourness. He glanced around. Ji Zhendong, the father-in-law,
was chatting and laughing with several vice presidents on the stage, his face beaming. Li Wei, holding a wineglass, was exchanging pleasantries with the director of the Human Resources Department. CFO Joey was sitting not far away, elegantly sipping red wine. In the entire banquet hall, only he saw the time bomb sitting in the corner. Chen Fong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Never mind. Consider it an act of good karma. He put down his fork and stood up. Holding a glass of juice, she walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was looking down, poking at the chicken breast on his plate with his fork, his movements as mechanical as an NPC. He didn't notice anyone walking towards him until a shadow fell on the plate in front of him, at which point he suddenly looked up. Lin Xian, right? Chen Fong stood in front of him, speaking casually with an innocent smile on his face. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly stood up, almost knocking over the chair. Director Chen. His voice was a little nervous, even trembling slightly. Chen Fong sighed inwardly. It really is late-stage social anxiety. Don't be nervous, sit down. Chen Fong pulled up a chair and sat down first, then casually placed the juice on the table. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then sat down as well. But he sat upright, his hands nervously resting on his knees. Looking at his appearance, Chen Fong inexplicably thought of herself when she first started kindergarten. How long have you been in the technical department? Chen Fong asked casually, his tone very relaxed, as if he were just chatting. It's been 3 years. Lin Xian answered softly, his voice tinged with unease. 3 years? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow. 3 years later, a tech genius with a potential of 96 is still sitting in a corner collecting dust? Is this a waste of talent, or is the company blind? How's it going? Chen Fong asked another question, still in a relaxed tone. Lin Xian opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. In the end, he only managed to utter one sentence. It's all right. Seeing his expression of wanting to speak but not daring to, Chen Fong roughly understood what was going on. This person isn't incompetent. There was no chance. Or rather, no one can see him. Who is the head of the technology department? Engineer Zhao. Lin Xian lowered his head, his voice even softer. Chen Fong quickly went through it in his mind, but couldn't recall anything. He was too lazy to ask any more questions and cut straight to the point. What level are you at now? Technician, level 2. After Lin Xian finished speaking, his voice was almost inaudible. Chen Fong was taken aback. Technician level 2? This is the most basic technical position, not even qualifying as a senior engineer. A genius algorithm with a potential score of 96 has been working at the company for 3 years and is still only a level 2 technician. What are your main responsibilities on a daily basis? Maintaining the server and occasionally writing small scripts. As Lin Xian spoke, his fingers unconsciously fiddled with his pants. After listening, Chen Fong fell silent. Maintaining the server? Write a short script? It's not that it can't be done, it's just a complete waste. Chen Fong took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. Have you ever thought about changing jobs? Or switching careers? He spoke very directly. Lin Xian looked up at him, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. I've thought about it. He paused, then added in a low voice. But what? Chen Fong pressed for further details. But my dad is sick and needs money. I can't take the risk. Lin Xian's voice was very soft. Chen Fong was stunned. He looked at Lin Xian's young but tired face and suddenly found himself speechless. Loyalty level 65, indecisive. It's not that he didn't want to leave. He was afraid to leave. Chen Fong was silent for a few seconds, then picked up the juice and took a sip. If there were an opportunity that allowed you to utilize your abilities without taking risks, would you be willing to give it a try? Lin Xian suddenly looked up, his eyes wide. You mean? I said, I can help you. Chen Fong put down his cup, his tone calm. But the premise is that you have to tell me exactly how capable you are. Lin Xian opened his mouth, a hint of struggle flashing across his face. He hesitated for a long time, but finally seemed to have made up his mind. He took his phone out of his pocket and opened a folder. This is a data analysis system that I wrote myself. He handed the phone to Chen Fong, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible pride. It can monitor the data flow of all business lines of the group in real time, automatically generate early warning reports, and optimize resource allocation. Chen Fong took the phone and looked at the dense code and charts on the screen.
He doesn't understand. But he doesn't need to understand it. Because the gold-edged panel had already given him the answer. How long have you been doing this?
2 years.
Lin Qian answered in a low voice. I did it in my spare time.
Chen Fong looked up and stared at him.
Why not take it out?
Lin Qian lowered his head, his voice even softer.
I did mention it.
But Engineer Zhao said it's not within my job scope.
Chen Fong's temper flared up instantly. Scope of work? This system, which could change the operational efficiency of the entire group, was actually crushed by a blind manager using the word scope of work?
He took a deep breath and handed the phone back to Lin Qian.
Send me a copy of this system. Lin Qian was stunned. Send it to you?
Right. Chen Fong stood up and patted him on the shoulder.
You did a great job. Leave the rest to me.
Lin Qian stared blankly at Chen Fong's retreating figure, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He felt that everything that happened tonight was like a dream, unreal. Chen Fong returned to his seat, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Li Wei.
Want to chat sometime?
A few seconds later, Li Wei replied.
Now. Yes, now.
Chen Fong put down his phone and looked at Lin Qian, who was still in a daze in the corner, feeling a strange mix of emotions. He originally just wanted to be a couch potato. As a result, he's now like a firefighter, rescuing people everywhere.
I'm so fucking tired.
Less than 5 minutes later, Li Wei walked over with a wineglass in his hand.
Brother Fong, what do you need me for?
Chen Fong pointed to the chair opposite him.
Sit. Li Wei sat down, his face filled with curiosity. Are you familiar with the technical department? Chen Fong got straight to the point.
Li Wei was stunned for a moment.
I'm alright, what's wrong? There's a guy named Lin Qian. Do you know him? Li Wei frowned and thought for a while. I seem to remember him. Was he a technician?
Right.
Chen Fong nodded.
Please help me find out his specific details, the more detailed the better.
Li Wei glanced at him, didn't ask any more questions, and simply nodded. Okay, I'll let you know tomorrow. Thanks. Chen Fong picked up her juice and clinked glasses with him. Li Wei took a sip of wine and lowered his voice. You've discovered a promising talent?
Chen Fong didn't answer, but simply said something.
Maybe. Li Wei smiled and didn't ask any more questions.
He had known Chen Fong for so long that he was used to his unassuming demeanor.
The banquet was still going on.
Chen Fong sat in the corner, looking at his father-in-law, who was full of vigor on the stage, and then at Lin Qian, who had finally relaxed, not far away.
He suddenly remembered the system's words, your unintentional actions will save the G Group hundreds of millions of hidden costs.
Chen Fong pursed his lips.
Saving costs is your business.
I just don't want to see a talented person be buried in obscurity.
That's all. Chapter 93. The newcomer is too aggressive.
The noise in the banquet hall finally gradually subsided. Chen Fong rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling more tired than if he had carried bricks all day.
He did 3 things tonight. Eat. Drink. Digging a hole for yourself.
He passed this hot potato to Li Wei, but he felt no relief whatsoever.
This is definitely not over yet. When I got home, Ji Wanning was already asleep.
She became very sleepy after becoming pregnant, but she still left a dim nightlight by her bedside for Chen Fong. Looking at his wife's peaceful sleeping face, Chen Fong felt much of his anxiety subside. Screw talent, screw business empires. A wife, kids, and a warm bed, that's life. He quietly washed up, lay down next to Ji Wanning, and slept soundly through the night.
The next day,
Chen Fong strolled leisurely into the deputy director's office, arriving just in time. There was no one there.
Perfect. He contentedly tossed himself into the soft executive chair. I'll make myself a cup of tea and browse my phone. Start my day of lying down.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Enter. Chen Fong didn't even look up. Li Wei burst through the door in a flurry of activity.
He was also holding a manila file folder in his hand.
Brother Fong. Li Wei placed the file folder on Chen Fong's desk. I've found out who the person you asked me to investigate. Chen Fang's eyelid twitched. They've arrived.
He slowly sat up straight.
Oh, how is it? Not very good.
Li Wei pulled out a chair and sat down, his brows furrowed.
His resume is very ordinary, even mediocre. He opened the file folder and pushed a few sheets of paper in front of Chen Fang. Lin Xian, 3 years with the company, is a level 2 technician in the technical department. His main job is daily server inspection and maintenance.
His performance evaluation has been average for 3 consecutive years. He has made no outstanding contributions, has not participated in any major projects, and has never even been recognized as an outstanding employee.
Li Wei pointed to the record on the paper, his tone full of incomprehension. His only advantage might be that he's obedient and doesn't make mistakes. I looked at his work logs, 3 years with 0 failures and 0 errors. For someone who manages hundreds of servers, that's quite remarkable.
After Li Wei finished speaking, he looked up at Chen Fang.
Brother Fang, what exactly do you see in him? Is it just because of this? A technician who hasn't made a mistake in 3 years? There are tons of people like this in the company. They're far from being considered talented. Chen Fang sighed inwardly. I knew it.
It's no wonder that someone whose supervisor keeps them under tight control has a poor personnel file. You can't judge a person by their appearance alone. Chen Fang extended 2 fingers and tapped them lightly on the table, feigning an inscrutable expression.
What do you think it means if someone can maintain 0 mistakes while doing the most tedious and repetitive work for 3 consecutive years?
Chen Fang began to present his fallacious arguments. Li Wei paused for a moment, then thought about it, following his train of thought.
Does that mean he's meticulous? Patient? No. Chen Fang shook his head. This means he has extraordinary focus and an extremely efficient work method.
He's not just doing the work, he's optimizing.
Otherwise, how do you think he achieves 0 errors? Li Wei's expression began to turn serious.
He felt that what Chen Fang said seemed to make some sense.
Chen Fang rolled his eyes inwardly and continued spouting nonsense. I chatted with him for a bit last night. I asked him a few questions. Do you know what he replied to me? Li Wei leaned forward and pressed, how did you reply? He didn't reply to me. Chen Fang shrugged. Li Wei? Are you fucking kidding me? Chen Fang almost burst out laughing when he saw Li Wei's bewildered face.
It's not that he couldn't answer, it's that he didn't dare to answer. His eyes darted around, but his micro-expressions told me that he had gone through these questions 100 times in his mind, and even had perfect answers.
Why would a level 2 technician know these things? And why is he afraid to say it? Chen Fang patiently and skillfully redirected the question back to Chen Fang. Why? Li Wei was completely taken aback. Because he has someone above him who's keeping him in check. Chen Fang hit the nail on the head.
His supervisor, that engineer Zhao, I inquired about him, and his reputation isn't very good. A talented subordinate under such a person will either have their edges smoothed out, or they'll have to hide all their talents and pretend to be useless.
Li Wei fell silent. I know all about these trivial matters in the workplace.
The situation Chen Fang described is all too common.
But, Brother Fang, even if what you say is right, it's just your guess.
It's against the rules to rashly take action against someone based on a guess. Li Wei still had reservations.
Who said we should rashly take action against him? Chen Fang waved his hand and leaned back. I'm just giving you a heads up. Isn't your administration department always overwhelmed by those monthly data reports from suppliers? It always takes 2 or 3 people working overtime for a whole week to finish them?
Li Wei nodded subconsciously. Yes, the data formats are numerous and messy, and every time we do statistics, it feels like we're going to die.
All right. Chen Fang made the final decision. Give this job to him.
Tell him to give him 3 days. If he gets it sorted out, consider it a great achievement.
If he doesn't, send him back to continue inspecting the servers.
Chen Fang spoke of it casually.
Just treat it as a test. If you succeed, you've solved a major problem. If you fail, you won't lose anything, right?
Looking at Chen Fang's nonchalant demeanor, Li Wei recalled the various scenes of being controlled by Chen Fang in the past. From initially fixing printers to later experiencing a surge in company-wide efficiency. This man has never made a mistake.
Okay.
Li Wei gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh.
I trust you. Let's do it this way. I'll go arrange it right away.
After he finished speaking, he picked up the file folder. He dashed out like a gust of wind.
At the same time,
in a corner workstation in the technical department, Lin Qian was staring blankly at lines of server logs, the light from the screen reflecting on his somewhat bewildered face.
Suddenly, the administrative director, Li Wei, appeared.
He jumped up from the chair instantly, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet.
Director Li. Lin Qian, right? Don't be nervous.
Li Wei got straight to the point and placed a USB drive on his desk. Here is the raw data from dozens of suppliers in the administration department last month.
The format is very messy.
You need to spend 3 days organizing it into a summary report.
Upon hearing this task, Lin Qian's face turned pale instantly.
The administrative department's messy data is notorious throughout the company.
Is that something a human could do? Asking a technician to do statistics? Isn't that obviously making things difficult for him? If you get it sorted out, I'll recommend you for credit. If you can't, Li Wei paused, then you can just continue doing your job.
Lin Qian's heart sank.
This is an ultimatum, a disguised form of persuasion to withdraw.
He clenched his fist and nodded. His voice was hoarse. I'll try. After Li Wei left, Lin Qian slumped back into his chair, filled with despair.
He opened the USB drive and felt a wave of dizziness.
But as he forced himself to focus and began to browse the contents of the document, the expression on his face slowly changed. From despair to doubt, and then to a hint of strangeness.
That's it?
These data might seem like gibberish to others, but to him they were just basic information.
The so-called chaos is simply because the person who created the tables doesn't understand database normalization.
The difficulty lies simply in the fact that the statisticians don't know how to use scripts for batch processing.
He felt like a math PhD being asked to solve an elementary school math Olympiad problem.
The question is a bit convoluted, but it's essentially still 1 + 1 = 2. Lin Qian's lips twitched involuntarily. He originally just wanted to follow the instructions and diligently copy and paste the data. But he simply couldn't stand this inefficient and foolish way of working.
This is an insult to his profession.
So he opened the code editor. My fingers flew across the keyboard, so fast that they were just a blur. Without the slightest pause or hesitation. Those algorithms were as natural to him as breathing. He even found it a bit boring, so he simply added a few more features.
Automatic data cleaning, one-click report generation, chart visualization, and trend warning.
When he came to his senses, he glanced at the time.
Less than 2 hours had passed. He packaged the program and sent it, along with the processed results, to Li Wei.
After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief. He reverted to his somewhat timid, ordinary technician self, continuing to stare at the server logs as if nothing had just happened.
Chen Fang's tea has just been brewed. He hadn't even taken a sip of tea yet.
The office door was pushed open violently, almost as if it had been smashed open.
Li Wei rushed in, clutching the USB drive in his hand.
The expression on his face could no longer be described as shock, it was a look of utter horror, as if he had seen a ghost. His lips were trembling.
Brother Fang. Brother Fang. Chen Fang frowned. What's wrong? You're so clumsy. Did that kid mess things up? No. That's not it. Li Wei slammed the USB drive on Chen Fang's table, his voice trembling.
He didn't even need 3 days. He only took 2 hours.
2 hours.
Not only did he organize all the messy data perfectly, but he even wrote a little program on the side. Li Wei pointed at the USB drive, his face flushed with excitement. From now on, just import the raw data, and it will generate all the reports in a second. He also added a data visualization module. It can automatically analyze supplier supply fluctuations and price trends.
Chen Fang's hand, which was holding the teacup, froze in mid-air. Holy crap! Is it that powerful? I just wanted you to solve a statistics problem. How did you end up taking away someone's job?
Li Wei hadn't finished speaking yet. He continued, panting heavily.
I just asked him, is this thing difficult? Guess what he said?
He said it wasn't difficult, just some basic logic and algorithms, and he wrote it down easily. He also said that this was just a very basic version, and if given the authority, he could integrate all the group's business data streams to create a real-time monitoring and risk warning system.
Li Wei's voice began to tremble as he spoke.
He stared intently at Chen Fang, as if he were looking at a monster.
Brother Fong, tell me honestly, how exactly did you dig up this kind of amazing creature? Chen Fong. Can I fucking say that the system forced this onto me? Looking at Li Wei's expression, which seemed to see right through him, Chen Fong felt his head start to ache again. Li Wei's agitation subsided slightly, but his words made Chen Fong's temples throb violently. Brother Fong, it's a waste of his talent to put him in the administrative department to handle data. He should go to a place where he can shine and contribute more. Isn't your strategic development department just missing a core member who understands technology and data? Chapter 94 Sense of Crisis. Brother Fong, don't just stay silent. Li Wei leaned forward and lowered his voice even further. It's a complete waste of talent to have such a person stuck in the tech department maintaining servers. Isn't this what your strategic development department does? Chen Fong felt like his head was about to explode. No. Chen Fong refused decisively, his face maintaining its usual calm demeanor. The strategic development department is not suitable for mentoring new employees. He made up a random excuse. Li Wei, however, was not buying it at all. 2 hours. Just 2 hours. He did the work of 5 or 6 of my subordinates that would take a week. And he even took the opportunity to lay off some of them. Is this what you call a newcomer? That's fucking the rookie of the year. Chen Fong. It's over. Li Wei has been completely brainwashed. Chen Fong felt that the hole he had dug for himself was now deep enough to bury him. He shouldn't have been so impulsive as to touch Lin Xian in the first place. Now it's all good, it's easy to invite a god in, but hard to send him away. Li Wei. Chen Fong put down his teacup. You need to understand one thing. Discovering talent is your achievement, but how to use people is the responsibility of those above you. Write a report on this person and give it directly to General Manager G or the chairman so they can make a decision. Shifting the blame. Sell it now. Sell it to your father-in-law, sell it to your wife, whoever wants it can have it. Don't put anything here. Li Wei was stunned when he heard this. Brother Fong, that's brilliant. Li Wei slapped his thigh. I understand. You're paving the way for me. You're letting me take this credit and go straight to the heavenly court. Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. When I write the report, I will definitely emphasize that it was under your wise guidance that I discovered this gem. Chen Fong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No. You fucking know nothing. I mean, get lost. Don't bother me. Who asked you to mention me? You're practically pushing me into a fire pit. Brother Fong, don't say anymore, I understand. Li Wei waved his hand, his face conveying the message, brother, don't worry, I understand your meaning. That's exactly how you are, keeping your achievements hidden. It's my greatest honor to be able to work for you. After saying that, he grabbed the USB drive on the table and stuffed it into his pocket like a precious treasure. I'll go write the report right now. I promise it'll be beautiful. I definitely won't let you down. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the office like a gust of wind. Chen Fong was left alone, sitting blankly in the chair. Danger. At the same time, in the study of the Ji family villa, Ji Wanning was leaning back in an ergonomic chair. On the huge curved screen in front of me is the real-time data stream from various departments of the group. Since becoming pregnant, she has been working from home most of the time. But her control over the company did not diminish in the slightest. Today she noticed something unusual. First, Administrative Director Li Wei submitted an urgent personnel transfer proposal, requesting that Lin Xian, a Level 2 technician in the Technology Department, be transferred to the Strategic Development Department as an exception. The report was written in glowing terms, describing a hidden gem and a genius capable of changing the group's data processing model. At the end of the report, Li Wei wrote in bold. This discovery was entirely thanks to the keen insight and guidance of Chen Fong, Deputy Director of the Strategic Development Department. Ji Wanning looked at the 2 words Chen Fong and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Not long after, she saw several more screenshots in the Finance Department's internal communication group. It's about a new data processing tool. A group of finance professionals are posting this message on social media. Holy crap! Who wrote this mini program? It's amazing. Reports that used to take a week to create can now be done in a second. I heard it was orchestrated by the administration department, and it seems to be related to the new Deputy Director Chen? Deputy Director Chen? That's our CEO G's husband? The one who's incredibly handsome? Yes. It's him. I heard that since he came, the entire company's efficiency has improved. Now he's even come up with this amazing gadget. My goodness, what an amazing son-in-law. I want one like him.
Ji Wanning looked at the chat history in the group, and her smile deepened. But as she laughed, she began to taste something else. Especially when she saw phrases like incredibly handsome, a perfect son-in-law, and wanting the same style, she felt inexplicably choked up.
Snort. What a divine son-in-law. That's my husband. Is it something you can ask for?
It's a wonderful feeling, partly from the pride I feel for my man being recognized. The other half is a faint displeasure at having one's territory invaded. She never worried about these things before. In her eyes, Chen Fong was just a lazy bum who wanted to give up. He's handsome, but not aggressive. But now, this salted fish seems to have unknowingly transformed into a koi carp shimmering with golden light. And it's the kind of thing that everyone wants to touch. Ji Wanning closed the chat window, her little emotions festering inside her. She picked up her phone and dialed her assistant's number.
Hey, can you check my schedule for this afternoon?
Nothing important. She paused, then asked casually.
By the way, is there any interesting gossip going on at the company lately?
Little A on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then became excited.
President G. You've come to the right person. The biggest gossip in the company right now is about Deputy Director Chen. You have no idea, he's practically a legend in our company now.
So many of the new girls who just joined are looking at him differently, they're practically drooling over him. They created a private group called Deputy Director Chen's Support Group, where they share secretly taken photos every day. Ji Wanning unconsciously tightened her grip on the phone.
Fan club? Taking photos without permission? Cough.
Ji Wanning cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound calm.
Understood. Be mindful of your behavior during work hours. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't concentrate on any reports anymore.
My mind is filled with thoughts of the fan club and the longing in my eyes. She stood up and paced around the study.
No. We need to assert our sovereignty. Evening. Chen Fong dragged his tired body home.
All day long, he was thinking about how to get rid of Lin Xian, this hot potato. After thinking about it for a whole day, I still couldn't come up with a solution. He is now physically and mentally exhausted and just wants to lie on the sofa like a dead fish. He had just changed his shoes when he looked up and saw Ji Wanning standing in the living room, dressed in comfortable loungewear, looking at him.
You're back?
Her voice was very gentle.
Chen Fong responded listlessly, then threw himself onto the sofa, not wanting to move at all. Ji Wanning walked over without saying anything.
She simply sat down beside him naturally, reaching out her slender hand to gently press on his temple. It wasn't very strong, but it felt very comfortable.
Are you very tired today? She asked softly. Tired. Chen Fong closed his eyes, enjoying his wife's care. Mentally tired. Yeah. Ji Wanning's technique was very professional, which gradually relaxed Chen Fong's tense nerves.
As she pressed the button, she spoke in a casual, conversational tone.
I heard from it today that you're quite famous in the company now. Chen Fong's eyelids twitched. She said that many young girls secretly admire you and have even created a fan club for you? Ji Wanning's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. But who is Chen Fong? A man with an max survival instinct.
He immediately sensed a sour undertone in that flat tone.
Hey, don't even mention it.
Chen Fong opened his eyes, his face filled with utter despair.
It's all just rumors. What fan club? I think it's more like a death squad.
He grabbed Ji Wanning's hand, kissed it, and then started playing the victim. Honey, you have no idea how I feel at the company right now. I just wanted to go to work quietly, clock in and out, and coast along. But now, wherever I go, there are people staring at me. Today Li Wei gave me another hot potato, insisting that I've discovered some genius and that I should focus on nurturing him.
I'm at my wit's end.
Chen Fong recounted his suffering with great emotion.
I want to retire now and stay home to be a full-time stay-at-home dad, cooking for you and the baby. What do you say? Ji Wanning couldn't help but laugh at his dramatic performance.
The slight unhappiness in my heart vanished instantly.
She withdrew her hand and gently pinched Chen Fong's cheek. All right, stop acting. Although she said that, she felt secretly delighted. She liked seeing him act this shameless way, the kind of person he only showed in front of her. This made her feel that no matter how glamorous he was outside, when he came home he would always be her Chen Fong, the only one for her. But Ji Wanning changed the subject and leaned down. She leaned close to Chen Fong's ear, her warm breath tickling his ear. You better behave yourself when you're out there. If I find out you're flirting with some young girl? She paused, lowering her voice even further, with a menacing danger in it. Just you wait. Chapter 95 Affection. That menacing and dangerous hump made the hairs on the back of Chen Fong's neck stand on end. He understands it all too well. This was the highest alarm bells his wife had sounded. His survival instinct kicked in instantly, and Chen Fong immediately raised his hands in surrender, his face beaming with a loyal smile. Don't worry, my dear wife. You and our baby are the only ones in my eyes and my heart. As for those fan clubs, they're all just fluff. They're like bubbles. They'll burst at the slightest touch. As he spoke, he fawned over Ji Wanning, helping her to sit comfortably on the sofa. Those ordinary, vulgar women out there, none of them are as beautiful as a single strand of my wife's hair. I'm not blind. Ji Wanning was amused by his exaggerated appearance and laughed. Glib-tongued. Although she scolded him playfully, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. The slight annoyance that arose because of the fan club vanished instantly. That's right, no matter how much trouble Chen Fong stirs up outside. Once he returns to this home, he belongs to her alone. With the alarm lifted, Chen Fong breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost crashed. Seeing the gentle smile return to Ji Wanning's face, Chen Fong felt he could finally relax again. However, just as he was preparing to completely relax and enter laid-back mode. Bite. The host has successfully handled a potential emotional crisis involving a key logistics support staff member wife, effectively averting a major operational risk of a fire breaking out at the rear. This family crisis public relations performance is rated as excellent. This move effectively enhanced the cohesion and stability of the family core team, providing a solid guarantee for the host's subsequent working life. Special reward, Master of Romantic Atmosphere Beginner. Chen Fong? Seriously, man? My flirting with my wife turned into a public relations crisis? What is all this nonsense? And, a Master of Romantic Atmosphere? This skill sounds both tiring and expensive. Chen Fong was completely devastated. He felt that this broken system had begun to permeate every aspect of his life. From the cutthroat competition at work to his family life, he is relentlessly forced to become a perfect Superman. Skill description: with this skill, the host will master various techniques for creating a romantic atmosphere. From environmental arrangements to words and actions, they will be able to touch their partner's heartstrings just right, making ordinary daily life full of surprises. Chen Fong's face darkened after reading the instructions. Is this even going to work? System, I'm warning you, don't go too far. It's one thing to handle business strictly, but you're interfering in my private life? Chen Fong roared inwardly. I don't need romance. Simplicity. Plainness. Don't you understand? The system didn't respond at all, but simply displayed that the skill was already equipped. Chen Fong felt like he had punched cotton. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Ji Wanning thought he was exhausted. What's wrong? Are you too tired today? I'll just make something simple for dinner, you should get some rest. Need not. Chen Fong blurted it out almost without thinking. Then I can forget about sleeping tonight. Seeing his wife's puzzled expression, Chen Fong's mind raced as he tried to smooth things over. What I mean is, don't bother. He gave what he thought was a very sincere smile. My dear wife was frightened today, so I have to cook you a good meal to calm your nerves. Ji Wanning's eyes lit up instantly. Since becoming pregnant, she has become very picky about food, but she never tires of Chen Fong's cooking. Real? Certainly. As Chen Fong spoke, he stood up, skillfully rolled up his sleeves, and headed towards the kitchen. The skill of Master of Romantic Atmosphere has begun to take effect quietly. Entering the kitchen, Chen Fong originally only intended to take out 2 steaks from the refrigerator, quickly pan-fry them, and stir-fry some vegetables for a quick meal. But his hand stopped as soon as it touched the refrigerator door. My gaze involuntarily drifted to the wine cabinet on the side. That bottle of Lafite, treasured by Ji Jindong, was lying there quietly. No, it's too expensive, it would be a waste to open it. Chen Fong desperately reminded himself of this. But his body betrayed him, and he deftly took the bottle of red wine. Drinking a little bit occasionally is good for the blood circulation of pregnant women. An idea that he himself didn't believe popped into his mind. Then, with fluid movements, he found the bottle opener and decanter. His series of actions were so professional that even he was afraid of them. With the wine sorted out, he could finally start cooking. But when he opened the locker to get the plate, his hand skipped over the ordinary everyday plates and went straight to the custom-made tableware that Ji Wanning had bought for her wedding. Holy crap! Chen Fong gasped inwardly. Why use this? You have to wash it by hand after eating. It's such a hassle. But his body completely ignored his protests. They even found 2 exquisite goblets and a pair of silver candlesticks in another cabinet. Chen Fong was in despair. When Ji Wanning finished the last bit of work and came out of the study, she was stunned by what she saw. The main light in the living room is off. Instead, 2 flickering candles on the table cast a warm and ambiguous glow over the entire restaurant. Soothing and melodious jazz music drifted in from somewhere, flowing quietly through the air. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted steak and the rich fragrance of red wine. Chen Fongzhang walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates. He changed out of his business attire and into a simple white t-shirt and casual pants, with a cartoon-patterned apron tied around his neck. The candlelight outlined his tall figure, and his handsome face appeared exceptionally soft in the light and shadow. Dinner is ready, my dear wife. He smiled at her, revealing a set of white teeth. Ji Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She stood there, somewhat at a loss. What are you doing? Her voice carried a tension and surprise that she herself was unaware of. A candlelight dinner, huh? Chen Fong put down his plate and walked over to her. He naturally took her hand and placed a light kiss on the back of it. Let's celebrate, my wife looks beautiful again today. Boom. Ji Wanning felt her cheeks instantly burn. This guy. What's wrong with me today? Did you take the wrong medicine? He had flirted with her before, but never like today, so formal and grand. Chen Fong was roaring inside. I fucking don't know what's wrong with me. These are not the kinds of slang I wanted to say. It's the mouth. The mouth moves by itself. He pulled Ji Wanning to sit down at the table, considerately laid out a napkin for her, and then poured her a small half-glass of red wine. Try it, Dad's treasure. Ji Wanning looked at the deep red liquid in the glass, then glanced at Chen Fong. If Dad finds out, he'll beat you to death. To die beneath the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, is a romantic endeavor. Chen Fong poured himself a glass and raised it. Cheers to my most beautiful wife. Looking into his deep eyes, Ji Wanning, as if possessed, also raised her glass and gently clinked it against his. The crisp sound was especially pleasant to the ear amidst the tranquil music. She sipped her steak slowly, savoring each bite as an exquisite experience. She listened as Chen Fong, with his magnetic voice, recounted interesting stories that happened at the company. He didn't mention those troublesome things, but only talked about some fun things. For example, a department manager might flip the PowerPoint presentation upside down during a meeting in an attempt to claim credit. For example, the succulents that the receptionist was growing were mistaken for broccoli, and the cleaning lady almost cooked them. He told the story so vividly that Ji Wanning couldn't stop laughing. In this small world enveloped by candlelight and music, there was only her and Chen Fong. No job, no worries. All I have is good food, good wine, and my lover. This feeling made her feel incredibly at ease, and she even became somewhat addicted to it. Chen Fong looked at Ji Wanning, who was smiling radiantly across from him, but his heart was pounding wildly. Just then, Ji Wanning suddenly put down her knife and fork. She rested her chin on her hand and stared intently at him. Chen Fong. Chen Fong, with a large piece of beef still stuffed in his mouth, mumbled his reply. Thank you. She said it seriously. Chen Fong stopped chewing. Why thank me? Thank you for everything you've done for me. Ji Wanning's eyelashes trembled slightly. I'm actually not in a good mood today. When I saw that fan club, I admit, I was a little jealous. She turned her face away, somewhat embarrassed. I'm afraid someone else will take you away from me. Chen Fong's heart was suddenly jolted. He put down his knife and fork, stood up, walked to Ji Wanning's side, and gently hugged her from behind. My chin rested on the top of her head, and I could smell the fresh scent of shampoo on her hair. Fool. His voice was gentler than ever before. I'm the one who should feel insecure. My wife is so outstanding and beautiful, the line of men pursuing you could stretch all the way to France. I'm on edge every day, afraid that one day you'll think I'm useless and kick me to the curb. Ji Wanning felt like crying and laughing at the same time because of his words. She turned around and punched his chest. What nonsense are you spouting? It's true. Chen Fong took her hand and placed it on his heart. This place is already full of you, there's no room for anyone else. This statement comes from the bottom of my heart. He looked at Ji Wanning's eyes, which instantly reddened, and suddenly realized the skill of this master of romantic atmosphere. It seems pretty good? Chapter 96. Don't take it seriously. That candlelight dinner, forcibly arranged by the system, had quite a strong aftereffect. The next morning, Chen Fong had 2 light dark circles under his eyes and felt completely drained. My wife, Ji Wanning, looked so gentle and tender towards him today. He just couldn't handle it. I'm so tired. It touches both the heart and the body. Honey, did you not sleep well last night? Ji Wanning walked over with a glass of warm milk and touched his face with a touch of tenderness. After she became pregnant, she worked from home most of the time, and her schedule became much more regular than before. She was wearing a loose, soft maternity dress, and her chestnut-colored long hair was casually tied up. She was more beautiful than ever, even without makeup. It's nothing, it's just... I couldn't help myself. Chen Fong took the milk and, without changing his expression, blurted out another witty remark. Ji Wanning blushed and playfully scolded him. Never serious. She said that, but inside she was bursting with sweetness. She pulled Chen Fong to sit down on the rattan chair on the balcony. She leaned against him, like a lazy cat. Staying at home all day, my bones are practically rusting. Ji Wanning stretched and complained softly. Come with me for a walk this afternoon, in the nearby park. Okay. Chen Fong could not obtain it. The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon. The two walked hand in hand in a park near the villa area. Ji Wanning walked very slowly because of her pregnancy. Chen Fong patiently stayed with her, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. A gentle breeze caresses my face. Life is peaceful and serene. Chen Fong felt that this was the life he had always dreamed of. Stay away from the cutthroat competition at work and from your father-in-law's wailing. Very nice. They walked up to a bulletin board, where Ji Wanning stopped and looked with great interest at some of the community activity notices posted there. Chen Fong was bored, and his gaze swept around casually. An old newspaper, its pages faded, was haphazardly pasted in a corner. The headline read, Discussion on the Jiangcheng New District Plan from a year ago. Chen Fong glanced at it only once before preparing to move away. But in that very instant, buzz! His brain shuddered slightly, almost uncontrollably. The skills superhuman brainpower and god-level investment skills are triggered passively. The blurry text and map on that old newspaper suddenly became crystal clear in his eyes. Draft development plan for the eastern region of Jiangcheng City. A proposed bridge across the river will connect the old city with the eastern part of the city. Extension of Metro Line X. Chen Fong replayed old news from a year ago in his mind. Population growth rate, land cost, transportation network coverage, industrial relocation trends. A perfectly clear conclusion is automatically generated. East of the city. That land, which is currently considered a desolate wilderness, will become the most promising low-value area in the entire Jiangcheng city within the next 3 to 5 years. Its commercial potential and appreciation potential will be dozens, or even hundreds of times, greater than that of prime downtown locations today. Grass. Chen Fong cursed inwardly. This works? He suddenly closed his eyes, trying to shake those thoughts out of his head. I don't want to know. I don't want to understand. What's wrong? Ji Wanning noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. I got sand in my eye. Chen Fong rubbed his eyes and made up a random excuse. He pulled Ji Wanting away from this troublesome place. Let's go take a look over there, the scenery is beautiful. He pointed away from the bulletin board, wanting only to get away as quickly as possible. Ji Wanning had no suspicions and followed his lead. Passing by a high point, you can see the city view on the opposite bank of the river. Ji Wanning looked across the river, her gaze falling on the distant east.
The area was shrouded in a gray haze, with hardly any modern buildings in sight except for the chimneys of a few old factories. I really don't understand why people always propose to develop the east of the city, Ji Wanning said casually. That area has nothing, and it's far from the city center. No matter how much money you invest, you won't hear a sound. As the head of the G Group, she has a thorough understanding of Jiangqing's business landscape. In the eyes of all the merchants, the eastern part of the city was a wasteland with no development value. Chen Fang's heart skipped a beat. It's over. We can't talk today. His mind is now filled with the business model that the east side of the city is full of gold. He tried hard to change the subject. Honey, look at that cloud, doesn't it look like a cotton candy? Ji Wanning. She rolled her eyes at Chen Fang. Aren't you childish? Chen Fang chuckled twice. He really wanted to agree with Ji Wanning and join her in complaining about how terrible the east side of the city was. But his mouth, which had been modified by the system, was completely unresponsive. He remained silent for a moment, but ultimately couldn't hold back. He spoke casually, almost inadvertently. Actually, maybe. Ji Wanning raised an eyebrow. I mean. Chen Fang tried his best to sound like a complete novice. That place, isn't it quite big? He pointed to the vast land in the distance. If the government really decides to build a bridge there, and maybe even a subway line, then housing prices, wouldn't they skyrocket? After he finished speaking, he immediately slapped himself in the face. Serves you right for being so talkative. Serves you right for being so talkative. Isn't this digging a hole for myself? After hearing this, Ji Wanning was stunned for a moment, then smiled. She pinched Chen Fang's cheek. Wow, Comrade Chen Fang, you've even learned to look at housing prices now? Not bad, you've improved. She clearly didn't take Chen Fang's words seriously, assuming he was just repeating what he'd read in the news. Chen Fang breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. My wife didn't take it seriously. Otherwise, if this matter gets to my father-in-law's ears, it will cause a bloodbath. However, what you fear most is what happens. That evening, Ji Xindong returned carrying 2 boxes of high-quality tonics. At the dinner table, Ji Xindong talked about the recent troubles at the company. Sigh, business is tough these days. Comrade Ji held his wine glass, his face showing deep concern for the country and its people. Land prices in the city center are changing daily, they're ridiculously expensive. Finding a new growth point is harder than climbing to heaven. Chen Fang buried himself in his food, pretending not to hear. As long as I don't get involved, trouble won't find me. But Ji Wanning, who was next to him, suddenly remembered what happened that afternoon. She smiled and said to Ji Xindong, Dad, you know what, Chen Fang even gave me an analysis of Jiangqing's real estate market this afternoon. Puff. Chen Fang almost spat out the mouthful of rice in his mouth. Wife. Are you my real wife? How can you treat your husband like this? Ji Xindong was indeed intrigued, and he turned his gaze to Chen Fang. Oh? What insightful opinion do you have? Tell me about it. He now views any insightful opinions from his son-in-law with extreme caution and anticipation. Chen Fang felt a chill run down his spine. He frantically tried to signal Ji Wanning to stop talking. Ji Wanning was engrossed in her story and completely missed his distress signal. He said today that if a bridge and subway are built on that land in the east of the city, the property prices will skyrocket. Chen Fang felt like dying. It's over. After listening, Ji Xindong frowned slightly. East of the city? He put down his wine glass and leaned forward slightly. Nonsense. What kind of place is that? It's the middle of nowhere. The government has been talking about it for years, but nothing has happened. Besides, even if there is to be development, it should start with the more developed southern and western parts of the city. This is a consensus among all business people in Zhongcheng. When Chen Fang heard his father-in-law say that, a huge weight was lifted from his heart. Yes. Father-in-law is wise. That's ridiculous. Don't take it seriously. He quickly followed up, saying, Yeah, Dad's right. I was just talking nonsense, just chatting for fun. As he spoke, he placed a piece of pork rib on Ji Wanning's plate. Eat more, honey, don't listen to my nonsense. He was trying to forcefully end this dangerous topic in this way. Ji Xindong picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and said nothing more.
But Chen Fong's casual remark quietly took root in his heart. If someone else said that, he would probably just ignore it. But these words came from Chen Fong's mouth. This guy joined the company for a month and doubled the group's performance, and also casually found a data genius son-in-law. He just said it casually. Could it be something you just said casually? Ji Zhendong continued eating, drinking, and chatting without showing any emotion. But his mind was already racing. Cross River Bridge? Subway extension line. Value gap. These words echoed in his mind again and again. The meal was fraught with tension. Chen Fong had no appetite and just wanted the meal to end as soon as possible. Ji Wanning was completely unaware, enjoying the warmth of her family. Ji Zhendong, on the other hand, completed a brainstorming session without making a sound. After dinner, Chen Fong collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if he had just fought a battle. He felt he had successfully shifted the blame today. After all, his father-in-law rejected it on the spot. I think everything should be alright now. However, what he didn't know was, just as he was lying on the sofa enjoying his leisurely time, Ji Zhendong returned to his study but did not rest. He closed the door, drew the curtains, and took out a huge city-wide planning map of Jiangcheng from the safe. The map is densely covered with various business information. Ji Zhendong put on his reading glasses and scanned the map with his eyes. Final. His finger landed heavily on the vast, blank area to the east, representing desolation and undeveloped land. Chapter 97. I am the second in command of the Ji family. It's late at night. Chen Fong sprawled out on the sofa, feeling as if his soul had been elevated. Today was another day I successfully fooled my father-in-law. That piece of land in the east of the city is a godforsaken place. Anyone who invests there is a fool. My father-in-law is wise and insightful. He immediately rejected the idea, truly a kindred spirit. He can finally settle down and be a lazy, good-for-nothing son-in-law. Feels good. The main light in the study was off, only a desk lamp was on, casting a dim light. Ji Zhendong's expression shifted constantly. East of the city. He repeatedly stroked that huge blank area with his fingers. He had certainly paid attention to this place. The conclusion from the east side of the city has always been, it has no value. He would scoff at anyone who said that Ji Zhendong was a good person. But the person who said this was Chen Fong. Will this time be an exception? Cross River Bridge? Subway extension line. Value gap. These words swirled wildly in Ji Zhendong's mind. The more he thought about it, the faster his heart beat. The more I thought about it, the more cold sweat broke out on my back. Ji Zhendong suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the study. No. We can't wait any longer. He grabbed the internal telephone on the table and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Chairman. A steady male voice came from behind him. It was his trusted confidant of 20 years old Wu. Old Wu, Ji Zhendong said in a low voice, do something right away. Whatever your command. Send our most reliable men to the east of the city. Old Wu on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback. East of the city? That godforsaken place where even garbage collectors think it's too far? But he didn't ask why, he simply replied, yes. What needs to be checked? All of them. Ji Zhendong emphasized. Land ownership, claims against abandoned factories, relocation wishes of the original inhabitants, underground pipeline maps, and even whether any strangers have recently scouted the area. I want it all. Remember, absolute secrecy is crucial. Utilize all our shell companies and personal connections, and don't let anyone realize that it's the Ji family behind this. Old Wu gasped in shock. He had followed Ji Zhendong for so many years and had never heard the chairman give orders in such a tone. Understood. Old Wu's voice also became serious. I will personally lead the team to handle it. Go. After hanging up the phone, Ji Zhendong felt his palms were sweaty. He walked to the window, drew back the heavy curtains, and looked out at the pitch-black night. The bright lights of the distant city could not illuminate the silent darkness to the east. Ji Zhendong knew he was making a huge gamble. His bet was based solely on his son-in-law's casual ramblings. If this gets out, the entire business community in Jiangcheng will laugh their heads off. But fucking. Ji Zhendong slammed his fist on the windowsill. He is a believer. I just believe it for no reason. 1 week later. After accompanying Ji Wanning to her prenatal checkup,
Chen Fong was pondering whether to make sauerkraut fish or boiled pork slices for dinner to satisfy the pregnant woman's increasingly picky appetite. The week was uneventful. He felt that his laid-back lifestyle was finally on track. However, the G Group is brewing a violent storm. Chairman's office. Old Wu walked in looking exhausted, his eyes bloodshot, holding a thick report in his hands. Chairman, he placed the report on the table, his voice slightly hoarse, the situation is more complicated than we thought. Ji Xindong gestured for him to sit down, while he quickly flipped through the report. On the surface, Old Wu rubbed his temples. Just as we judged before, the east of the city is a mess. Property rights are chaotic, debts are complicated, and it's all tough nuts to crack. The first half of the report confirms this. Ji Xindong's expression remained unchanged, but he turned the pages faster and faster. But, Old Wu changed the subject, leaning forward. He lowered his voice and said, during our investigation, we discovered some very unusual signs. Through some old connections, we learned that the city's top officials have recently adopted a rather subtle attitude toward the eastern region. There are rumors that the eastern expansion plan, which has been shelved for almost 10 years, seems to be showing signs of loosening. More importantly, Lao Wu pointed to several aerial photos in the report. Our people noticed that several geological exploration teams, not belonging to any known organization, were secretly operating in the eastern part of the city. Their equipment was very advanced, and their level of secrecy was extremely high. At the same time, he turned to the last page of the report, which contained an analysis of several cash flow transactions. We also received news from financial channels that several large sums of hot money from dubious sources are quietly and tentatively acquiring non-performing assets in the eastern part of the city through various shell companies. The methods are very professional, as if they specialize in this kind of thing. Boom! Ji Xindong's mind went blank. When these fragments were pieced together, the resulting scene made him almost unable to stand. This shocked him even more than receiving definite news. This means that what Chen Fong saw was not some insider information. Instead, it pierced through all the fog and saw the ultimate trend directly. Okay. Ji Xindong's face revealed a smile that looked more like a grimace. He now finally understands what Chen Fong meant when he said housing prices could skyrocket. This is more than just heaven. Once the news is released, that piece of land that even dogs would avoid will immediately become a treasure trove where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Tenfold increase? More than 100 times. That would be immense wealth. Looking at the chairman's unpredictable expression, Old Wu felt uneasy. He couldn't understand how the chairman dared to order such a thorough investigation based on such vague clues. It was as if he had foreseen the future. Chairman, so what should we do now? Purchase. Ji Xindong squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Buy it for me. He pointed to the huge blank area on the map, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Use all our reserve funds to acquire all the debts of those bankrupt factories. Use different shell companies to collect them, collect as much as you can. Be quick. Before those people can react, get the biggest piece of meat in your mouth and bite it down hard. A wolf-like ruthlessness gleamed in Ji Xindong's eyes. The thrill of gambling in the fog made his blood boil. Old Wu was intimidated by his imposing manner and nodded heavily. Yes. Old Wu turned and left, leaving Ji Xindong alone in the office once again. He slumped back into his chair, feeling utterly drained of all his strength. He no longer trusts Chen Fong's abilities. It was a fear that bordered on awe. This son-in-law is like an invisible ghost, manipulating everything in a way that he can't understand at all. He can influence a multi-billion-dollar capital gain with just a few words. A single suggestion from him can determine the fate of a group. Ji Xindong suddenly felt a deep sense of crisis. Meanwhile, Chen Fong was nestled on the sofa, scrolling through short videos while waiting for his wife to put on a face mask. A voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Bite. The host's statements have been detected as initiating a multi-billion-dollar business strategy, safeguarding the core interests of the family business. Words become law, workplace skills proficiency greatly improved. Chen Fong's hand holding the phone froze. What is that? Business strategy? Several $100 billion? What have I said recently? Didn't I just chat about housing prices in the eastern part of the city while taking a walk with my wife? This system, you can't even stage an accident like this. Ji's Group, Vice President's office. Zhang Qingji stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling city below. But he showed no trace of the arrogance and confidence one might expect from someone in power. My heart is sinking little by little. Just now, the CFO privately revealed some information to him. The group's largest reserve fund was quietly transferred out through more than a dozen unrelated shell companies under the personal order of Chairman Ji Zhendong. The amount is so large that it could buy up almost half of a listed company. He, as the group's second in command, was the actual person in charge of daily operations. They were completely unaware of it. It's a feeling of being sidelined. A sense of panic about the corruption of power. Ji Zhendong's recent behavior is very abnormal. Ever since that man named Chen Fong appeared, the entire Ji Group has become abnormal. First was the acquisition by Honghua Group. That afternoon, which still sends chills down his spine when he thinks about it now. Chen Fong simply yawned and uttered a few laughable, amateurish remarks. And what was the result? As a result, Ji Zhendong seemed to be possessed, defying all opposition and forcibly tearing off the fattest piece of Honghua. That incident became a major disgrace in Zhang Qingji's career. He was repeatedly rubbed against the ground by a pretty boy. But now something even stranger has happened. Rumors began to circulate within the group. They say the chairman is playing a grand game, a game no one can understand. All the funds and resources were directed to one place the east of the city. That desolate, abandoned industrial area. Zhang Qingji initially took it as a joke. Until he connected the east of the city with another name. Chen Fong. Just a casual, offhand remark. Ji Zhendong, a cunning and ruthless old fox who has spent his whole life in the business world. They actually believed it. Without any feasibility report or high-level discussion, they directly mobilized the group's vital funds, preparing for a high-stakes gamble. This is insane. The entire Ji Group has gone mad along with that pretty boy. Zhang Qingji clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. What gives him the right? What makes him worthy of the chairman's complete trust? What gives them the right to influence the strategic direction of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate? I don't believe it. Zhang Qingji squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. His efforts over the past 20 years, his gradual climb to his current position, and the dedication and youth he has devoted to this group. Are we really going to let some unknown kid so easily dismiss us? Envy. There is still resentment. Like 2 venomous snakes frantically gnawing at his heart. He is actually the second in command of the Ji Group. He is the one who should be assisting the chairman and expanding the company's territory. Chen Fong, who does he think he is? Zhang Qingji turned around abruptly and strode back to his desk. He picked up the internal phone and dialed a number. It's me. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Manager Qian, come to my office. The person on the other end of the phone was a trusted confidant whom Zhang Qingji had personally promoted, who was specifically responsible for handling behind-the-scenes matters. Less than 2 minutes later, a lean and capable middle-aged man knocked on the door and came in. Vice President Zhang. Sit. Zhang Qingji pointed to the chair opposite him. There's something I need you to do. It must be kept absolutely secret. Use your own personal connections and make sure no one finds out. Manager Qian immediately sat up straight. Whatever your command. Zhang Qingji interlaced his fingers and placed them on the table. Go investigate someone. Chen Fong. The chairman's son-in-law. A hint of surprise flashed across Manager Qian's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Investigate him for what? Everything. Zhang Qingji's pupils contracted slightly. His past, his friends, his bank statements, who he met every day, what phone calls he made, even any shady fetishes he might have. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's stalking or bribery, I want everything about him from birth to now laid bare before me. I don't believe that anyone can be perfect. He must have a weakness, something to hide, or a secret he's hiding. Dig him out for me. I want to personally tear off his hypocritical mask, piece by piece. 2 days later. Night. The lights in the vice president's office were still on. Manager Qian gently placed a sealed craft paper bag on Zhang Qingji's desk. His expression was somewhat strange. Vice President Zhang, this is the preliminary investigation results. Zhang Qingji's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to tear open the seal and pull out the documents inside. However, the more you look at him, the more his brows furrow. The paper recorded all of Chen Fong's whereabouts over the past 2 days. I drop my wife off at work at 8 a.m., and then I go to work to clock in. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., I either read the newspaper or scroll through my phone at my workstation. Then, when the time comes, I leave work on time. Go to the farmer's market to buy vegetables. Go home and cook. I took a walk with my wife in the evening. That's all.
His bank statements were shockingly clean. The biggest expense was buying an imported crib at a baby store the day before yesterday. Apart from that, it's all just a few $100 for grocery shopping.
There were no flirtatious text messages, no suspicious phone calls, and no secret meetings. His life was as simple as a glass of plain water.
That's all?
Zhang Qingji looked up, his face filled with disbelief.
Manager Qian gave a wry smile.
Vice President Zhang, our people are following him 24 hours a day. He really is a typical stay-at-home dad, or rather, a perfect husband.
Perfect?
Zhang Qingji felt as if he had heard the biggest joke of the century. He suddenly stood up and slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. Papers were scattered all over the floor.
This is the most abnormal thing ever. He growled.
A man who can casually rattle off a business plan worth tens of billions.
A monster who can manipulate Hongfa Group like a puppet. His life is that simple? He's acting. He must be acting.
Zhang Qingji's chest heaved violently, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to vent. He flung open the office door, wanting to get some fresh air, but unexpectedly bumped into someone in the hallway.
It's Chen Feng.
He was holding a thermos and was leisurely walking out of the tea room.
It looks like they're getting some hot water to take home.
Upon seeing Zhang Qingji, Chen Feng naturally raised his hand in greeting, wearing the standard get-off-work smile of a corporate slave.
Vice President Zhang, you haven't left yet?
He glanced at Zhang Qingji's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, and assumed that the other man was troubled by work, so he kindly offered some advice. Work is never-ending, don't push yourself too hard, go home and rest early.
Health is the foundation of everything.
After saying that, Chen Feng shook the thermos in his hand and brushed past him.
He was humming a tuneless little tune.
Zhang Qingji froze on the spot, and in that instant, all the blood in his body seemed to rush to the top of his head. He stared intently at Chen Feng's leisurely, almost blindingly so, back view.
Provocative. This is blatant provocation. He's showing off. He's mocking my incompetence. This monster.
Zhang Qingji's teeth were clenched so tightly they were grinding together, and his fists were clenched tightly. His knuckles were pale white from excessive force.
He watched Chen Feng disappear at the end of the corridor, and the suppressed anger and jealousy finally exploded. Chen Feng.
He forced those two words out from deep in his throat.
We'll see.
Chapter 98 Protecting Her Husband.
Zhang Qingji turned around abruptly and returned to his cold office.
The door slammed shut, shutting out everything from the outside world. He gasped for breath, forcing himself to calm down.
Anger alone cannot solve the problem.
He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the bustling traffic below, and tried to pull himself out of his rage.
Chance. Yes, an opportunity.
He suddenly thought of something, and a shrewd and ruthless look flashed in his eyes. This morning, he learned this by chance from the chairman's driver. Chairman Ji Jindong will fly to a neighboring province this afternoon to visit an old comrade in arms he hasn't seen for many years, and will not return until tomorrow evening. Ji Wanning, a pregnant woman resting at home, has limited energy and cannot keep an eye on the company all the time.
Isn't this a golden opportunity?
A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Qingji's mouth. He recalled the agreeing expressions on the faces of several department managers when he had subtly complained to them about the risks of the East City project in recent days.
Vice President Zhang, you're right, this is a bit too risky. Yes, the group's cash flow was already tight. Although they spoke tactfully, Zhang Qingji saw them as forces he could unite.
They just need a leader who dares to step forward. And he, Zhang Qingji, was that hero who rallied the masses. With the chairman absent, Ji Wanning was overwhelmed with other matters, but she had already united the core members of the company. At this moment, the attack caught Chen Feng off guard, characterizing the East City project as an absurd decision made by treacherous officials who misled the country. By the time the chairman returned, the die was cast, and public opinion had already taken hold. He had no choice but to go with the flow and punish Chen Feng to quell public anger.
Perfect. This plan is absolutely flawless.
Zhang Qingji felt his blood start to burn again. But this time it wasn't pure anger, but rather an excitement mixed with power struggles and scheming. He strode back to his desk, picked up the internal phone, and his voice was full of composure and strategic brilliance. Summon all department managers and above to the main conference room.
I need to call an emergency meeting in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, at the Ji family villa. In the spacious and bright living room, Ji Wanning was leaning back on a specially made maternity sofa. The tablet computer in front of me was lit up, displaying the company's internal system interface. In the past 2 days, she keenly sensed something unusual. In the company's internal communication software, some words appeared with an unusually high frequency in private chat groups among middle and senior management. East of the city. Chairman. Chen Fong. The name Chen Fong, in particular, is always accompanied by vague speculation and malicious mockery.
Ji Wanning's clear, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly.
Some people couldn't sit still any longer.
She knows these people too well, they're all incredibly shrewd. Their greatest skill is currying favor with the powerful and belittling the weak, and being opportunistic.
She was fully aware of her father's recent major moves in the east of the city.
And the source of all this points to the man who is currently in the kitchen, making a racket as he prepares dinner. She knew this would inevitably offend some people.
For example, Zhang Qingji.
That vice president was very capable, but also very ambitious and jealous. Ji Wanning lightly swiped her fingertip across the tablet, bringing up an encrypted email that her assistant had just sent. President Ji, Vice President Zhang has been behaving strangely lately. He contacted Manager Chen from the finance department privately, and he seems to be investigating Mr. Chen's background and daily activities. In addition, he just suddenly called an emergency meeting with all department managers. The agenda is unclear, but the timing is very delicate. Ji Wanning stared at the text in the email, her face expressionless, but the temperature around her seemed to drop several degrees.
Investigate Chen Fong?
Good. Very good. She put the tablet aside, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. On the other end of the phone was the head of the group's legal department, whom she had personally promoted.
It's me, Ji Wanning.
Her voice was calm, revealing no emotion.
Mr. Ji, what are your instructions? Check Manager Qian's records, the one in the finance department.
Get me all his accounts from the past 3 years, every project he handled, and every contract he signed. The more detailed the better.
Also, isn't his daughter preparing to study abroad? Can you help me check which school she applied to, what channels she used, and whether the source of funds is clean?
The person on the other end of the phone felt a chill.
This is going to be brutal.
Understood, Mr. Ji. After hanging up, Ji Wanning dialed another number, this time to the director of the Human Resources Department.
Director Liu, it's me. Did Vice President Zhang just call a meeting?
Yes, Mr. Ji, it was very sudden.
Ji Wanning replied casually. After the meeting, could you mention it to the managers of a few key departments for me?
My dad has been in a bad mood lately because he's noticed that some people at his company aren't focused on their work and are always doing things like forming cliques behind people's backs. My dad's point is that the G Group doesn't support idlers, let alone those with disloyal intentions. He will personally review the layoff list at the end of the year. The HR director gasped in shock. This is no longer a warning, this is a blatant threat.
I understand, Mr. Ji.
After doing all this, Ji Wanning put down her phone and let out a long breath. She rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat tired.
She wasn't helping Chen Fong.
She was upholding the reputation of the Ji family and protecting her husband's dignity. Chen Fong is the father of her child, her legal husband, and Ji Wanning's man.
Touching him is like slapping her in the face.
This is to shake up the core power structure of the Ji Group. Zhang Qingji didn't understand this, and she had to teach him. Just then, the kitchen door opened. Chen Fong came out carrying a steaming bowl of Crucian Carpon tofu soup, a smug smile on his face.
Honey, come and try this. It's freshly stewed and good for your health.
He carefully placed the soup bowl on the table, then ran to get a spoon, busy as a bee. Ji Wanning looked at him, at the funny apron he was wearing that read no inward rolling. Looking at his innocent smile, a complex emotion suddenly welled up inside me. This man seems to really know nothing. He stirred up the entire Jiangqing business scene, keeping countless capital tycoons up at night, while he himself was still here, basking in the glory of a bowl of fish soup. Is he really stupid, or does he simply disdain these things?
What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?
Chen Fong asked, leaning closer as she didn't touch the spoon. No, it smells very good.
Ji Wanning picked up a spoon and scooped up a mouthful of soup.
The warm liquid slid down my throat, and the warmth instantly spread to my limbs and bones. Her heart softened little by little.
Never mind. There's no need for him to know about these troubles. All he has to do is be happy and be a lazy bum. Being responsible is enough to be a good husband and a good father. She shielded us from the wind and rain outside. G's group, main conference room. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Zhang Qingji sat in the main seat, his face ashen. More than a dozen department managers sat upright, even their breathing was carefully controlled. They were all bewildered by this sudden meeting, feeling uneasy and wondering what the second in command was up to. Everyone is here. Zhang Qingji finally spoke, his voice as if it had been chilled to the bone. I've called everyone here today for just one thing. He paused for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Regarding the Chengdong project. As soon as he finished speaking, a slight commotion arose below. They've arrived. It really was that matter. I'd like to hear your opinions, Zhang Qingji said, his tone heavy with pressure. What do you think of the chairman's decision to unilaterally allocate billions of yuan of the group's funds to gamble on an abandoned industrial zone without board discussion or any feasibility report? The conference room was deathly silent. Who dares to answer this question? This is a fucking death question. Supporting the chairman means offending the second in command. Supporting the second in command is tantamount to openly questioning the chairman's decisions. Everyone kept their heads down, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Zhang Qingji sneered. He had expected this outcome. He doesn't need them to express their opinions. What he wanted was to expose this matter and make the conflict public. Nobody's talking? Zhang Qingji slammed his hand on the table, the loud noise startling everyone. Okay. I'll go first. I believe this is the most absurd, reckless, and dangerous decision the G Group has ever made since its inception. What kind of place is the east of the city? It's a cesspool. A bottomless pit. You can throw billions of dollars into it and not even hear a ripple. It's understandable that the chairman is getting old and making mistakes in judgment. But as the backbone of the group, we can't just stand by and watch him lead the company to ruin. His voice grew louder and louder, and his emotions became more and more agitated. I know that the chairman's decision was influenced by someone. A complete novice who rose to power through nepotism uttered a few nonsensical words, and the chairman was blinded by them. This is utterly absurd. It's an insult to all of us who have dedicated years of our lives to the company. The true intentions have been revealed. Everyone present knew perfectly well that Vice President Zhang was going to target the chairman's son-in-law. Everyone's heart was in their throat. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Just as Zhang Qingji was about to make a more inflammatory statement, the huge screen behind the head of the conference room suddenly lit up. Ji Wanning's aloof and stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. She wasn't wearing makeup and was dressed in comfortable loungewear. But that innate sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire conference room. Everyone, including Zhang Qingji, was stunned. Vice President Zhang, Ji Wanning spoke first, her voice not loud. But the message was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. You should have received my video conference request, right? Why did you start it before I even joined? Zhang Qingji's expression instantly turned somewhat ugly. He did receive it, but he deliberately ignored it. He wanted to take advantage of Ji Wanning's absence to quickly and decisively confirm Chen Fang's guilt. Unexpectedly, she actually forced her way into the meeting. President Ji, you're not feeling well, so please don't trouble yourself with such a small matter, Zhang Qingji explained curtly. A small matter? Ji Wanning's lips curled into a cold smile. Privately investigating my husband, inciting company executives, and questioning my father's decisions are these minor matters? Boom. That sentence was like dropping a bomb in the conference room. All the managers were terrified, their faces turned ashen, and they kept their heads down, wishing they could plug their ears. Zhang Qingji's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He didn't expect Ji Wanning to be so direct, not giving him any face at all. President Ji. This is slander. I'm just stating the facts, for the good of the company, he retorted, his words stern but his heart filled with fear. For the good of the company? Ji Wanning seemed to have heard a joke. Zhang Qingji, I'm giving you a little face today because I appreciate your many years of service to the company. She paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice not loud, but each word struck a chord in everyone's hearts. First of all, the project in the east of the city was a joint decision made by my father and me. If you have any questions, you can submit an inquiry to the board of directors through the proper channels, instead of spreading rumors here.
Secondly, Chen Fong is my husband, Ji Ning's husband, and the father of the child in my belly.
You have no right to question his identity. His position in the company was arranged by me. I acknowledge every word he says. Third, and most importantly, Ji Ning's gaze pierced through the screen, coldly fixing on Zhang Chengji's face. I don't care what your ulterior motives are, or what you're thinking. But you all need to remember this clearly. Anyone who dares to do anything underhanded to my husband, anyone who dares to lay a finger on him. Don't blame me, Ji Ning, for making it impossible for you to stay in Zhangcheng. I said it. After he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Ji Ning's extremely domineering declaration, leaving them feeling chilled to the bone. This is no longer about protecting her husband. This is a declaration of sovereignty. She's using the entire Ji group, and her status as the eldest daughter of the Ji family, to support her man. Zhang Qingji stood there blankly, his whole body ice cold. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. His proud political maneuvering and the people he won over. Faced with Ji Ning's absolute power and domineering love, she was utterly vulnerable. Ji Ning didn't look at him again and announced it directly to the others. The meeting is over, everyone get back to work. After he finished speaking, the screen went black and the video call was disconnected. The people in the conference room felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they all stood up and fled this place of trouble as if they were escaping. When passing by Zhang Qingji, everyone subconsciously avoided him, as if he carried a plague. In just a few minutes, Zhang Qingji went from a powerful vice president to a lonely figure whom everyone avoided. He slumped weakly into the chair, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. It's over. Everything is over. Meanwhile, at the Ji family villa, Ji Ning hung up the video call, her chest still rising and falling slightly. Chen Fong happened to walk over with a plate of sliced fruit. Seeing that she didn't look well, he asked her with concern. What's wrong, honey? Are you tired? It's just a meeting, don't push yourself too hard. He casually picked up a piece of apple and held it to Ji Ning's lips. Here, have some vitamins. You must be thirsty, judging from how hard you were talking. Ji Ning looked at the bewildered man in front of her, and saw that his clear eyes were full of concern for her. She suddenly felt that everything she had just done was worthwhile. She opened her mouth and took a bite of the apple. It's very sweet. Chapter 99 Promotion. The next day. There was an indescribable eeriness about the atmosphere at the Ji group. Everyone was like a chicken with its neck choked, burying their heads in their work, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yesterday's aborted coup meeting, along with Ji Ning's extremely domineering declaration to protect her husband, has already spread throughout the entire company through various rumors. Now everyone knows. Chen Fong, the lazy son-in-law who spends his days reading newspapers and scrolling through his phone at his desk in the administration department and is more eager than anyone else to leave work on time, is the apple of Miss Ji's eye. It's a taboo subject that can't be touched. Whoever touches him dies. Zhang Qingji went from a powerful vice president to a plague god that everyone avoided overnight. When he came to work today, he looked ashen-faced, with sunken eyes, as if all his energy had been drained away. People who encountered him in the corridor would instinctively lower their heads and walk around him. The feeling of isolation, of being abandoned by the whole world, was more torturous than being fired outright. Chen Fong was completely unaware of the storm at its center. He still walked into the company right on time, swaying leisurely. Good morning, Sister Wang. Brotherly, your hairstyle looks great today. He greeted his colleagues along the way with the standard office worker smile on his face. However, he keenly sensed that his colleagues' expressions towards him were somewhat different today. It was a complex emotion that mixed awe, envy, and a touch of sympathy. That's strange. Chen Fong muttered to himself as he returned to his office. Without much thought, he skillfully turned on the computer. I started browsing which supermarket had eggs on sale today. For him, the joy of weekdays lies in this. Meanwhile, at the Ji family villa. Inside the study. Looking at his daughter's cool yet somewhat tired face in the video call, Ji Zhendong felt a mix of emotions. He rushed back last night and heard about what happened at the company as soon as he landed. Daughter, you worked hard yesterday. Ji Zhendong's voice carried a hint of heartache. Ji Ning shook her head and gently stroked her protruding belly. Dad, I'm not tired. She paused, her tone becoming serious.
But Zheng Qingji's case served as a wake-up call for me.
Chen Feng is in a very awkward position right now.
He has clearly made great contributions to the company, but in the eyes of outsiders, he is just an outsider who doesn't know anything and is a freeloader. This misalignment of identities will only lead to more trouble in the future. We can't always stand up for him like we did yesterday.
Ji Zhendong nodded in deep agreement.
So what you mean is?
Ji Zhendong asked.
Ji Wanning tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, calmly analyzing the situation.
Give him a position that matches his abilities. A position that allows him to participate in company decision-making legitimately and shut everyone up. Ji Zhendong frowned.
If I put him in charge of a project worth over 10 billion, I'm afraid he'll come up with a plan to completely shut down the project by tomorrow.
A rare, faint smile appeared on Ji Wanning's lips. Dad, don't you understand?
What we need to do now is put him in a position where he has no choice but to work hard.
Ji Zhendong fell silent.
He recalled the group's performance, which had skyrocketed 100-fold, and how Chen Feng had managed to win over Hongfa Group with just a few words. This son-in-law is like a spring. The greater the pressure, the higher he bounces.
Okay. Great.
Ji Zhendong slapped his thigh.
It's settled then. What position should we give him? Director? Ji Wanning shook her head. Not enough. Then, a senior deputy director? Ji Wanning shook her head again. Dad, Haven T, we've been discussing that the group needs a department that is more focused on future strategy and new business incubation.
We just Haven T found a suitable leader.
Ji Zhendong's eyes lit up. You mean? Yes. Ji Wanning's expression was calm.
Let us call it the Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department.
As for the position,
she looked at her father in the video and clearly stated her decision, word by word.
Vice President. Ji Zhendong gasped. Vice President? This is no joke.
This person is basically the third in command of the group.
Daughter, isn't this a bit too ruthless of you to go all the way in one go? Dad, do you think that a vice president position is too high a bar, given the value he has demonstrated? Ji Zhendong fell silent. Yes. What is a vice president position compared to a prodigy who can casually offer advice on a multi-billion-dollar strategy? He's been wronged. I understand. Ji Zhendong made up his mind. I'll do it your way.
After hanging up the video call, Ji Zhendong immediately dialed the Human Resources Department. His voice was loud and powerful, filled with unquestionable authority. Immediately, right now, in my name as chairman, issue a major personnel appointment notice for the entire group.
10 a.m.
All employees of the G Group received the same email on their computers and mobile phones at the same time. The email subject, bolded and highlighted in red, was extremely eye-catching.
Decision regarding the appointment of Mr. Chen Feng as Group Vice President. The entire G Group was in complete uproar at this moment. In the administrative office area, a female colleague who had recently joined the company opened an email.
His eyes widened, and finally he covered his mouth and gasped.
Sister Wang. Sister Wang, look. Am I seeing things?
When Sister Wang went over to take a look, she froze.
Holy crap. Vice President? Chen Feng?
That promotion was too fast. At that moment, Chen Feng, the male protagonist of the incident, was wearing headphones and staring intently at the screen. He was trying to snag a game with a limited-time flash sale. They were completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. It wasn't until someone from the Strategic Development Department knocked on the door and walked shakily to his side, poking his arm with their finger.
Vice President Chen.
Chen Feng took off his headphones, looking completely bewildered.
Sister Wang, what did you call me? Vice President. Sister Wang's expression was worse than crying. You should check your emails. Chen Feng opened his email with suspicion. When that line of bold red text came into view, he was completely petrified. Vice President? Chen Feng? Is this the Chen Feng I know?
He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at it again.
That's right. Mr. Chen Feng has been appointed as Vice President of G's Group, effective immediately, and will be fully responsible for matters related to the group's strategic investment and innovative development. Below is Chairman Ji Zhendong's autograph. Boom.
Chen Feng felt like his world had collapsed.
My mind went completely blank. What the heck? Vice president? Who's going to be the vice president? This thing sounds like it can't let you leave work on time. What strategic investments and innovative development will I also be responsible for? I haven't even memorized all the departments in the company yet. Chen Fang's heart was in turmoil. Ji Jindong. Are you a devil? Why are you doing this to me? His face showed an unprecedented sense of despair. His expression was so sorrowful that it terrified his colleagues around him. Have a look. Look at their level of sophistication. I was promoted to vice president, but instead of feeling any joy, I felt as miserable as if I were going to a funeral. This is a true tycoon who sees wealth and status as nothing. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open once again. The person who came was not the department director, but the male secretary of Chairman Ji Jindong. A person who is rarely seen except at top-level meetings. The moment he appeared, the entire office area became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Secretary Lu didn't look at anyone and walked straight to Chen Fang's workstation. His usually stern face now wore a smile of utmost respect, even tinged with caution. Vice President Chen. He bowed slightly, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the area. The chairman and senior executives are already waiting for you in the main conference room. They asked me to invite you over. The single word please made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. This is no longer a simple promotion, this is welcoming a true god. Chen Fang was half invited and half carried, and was led to the large conference room in a daze. When he pushed open the door, all senior executives at the department manager level and above in the conference room stood up. Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone had a warm smile on their face. Chen Fang stood at the door, looking at the scene, feeling out of place with the lively atmosphere around him. He felt he wasn't there to accept an appointment. They came to attend a funeral. What he was running for was his beautiful life, which had just begun but was immediately over. Ji Jindong walked over with a beaming smile and patted him on the shoulder forcefully. Good son-in-law. From today onwards, you are the vice president of our G group. The future of the company depends on you. Chen Fang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Father-in-law, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I don't know how to do anything. Ha ha, you're being modest, aren't you? Ji Jindong laughed loudly. If you don't even know how to do it, then all of us are just good for nothings. In a corner of the crowd, Zhang Xingji stood there, his face ashen. He looked at Chen Fang, who was surrounded by people in the center, and at the chairman's undisguised admiration. We lost. Thoroughly. He acted like a clown, jumping and leaping with all his might, only to provide a comical prelude to the main character's appearance. Chen Fang was placed next to the main seat. He was restless and felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The soft leather seat felt like a red-hot iron plate under his buttocks. His life went from one extreme to another. From a forced, competitive worker, he went straight to becoming a forced, competitive vice president. He looked up and saw several large characters hanging on the wall directly in front of the conference room. Strive, innovate, work hard, and achieve win-win results. Chen Fang's vision went black. It's over. It seems like this class has no choice but to take the exam. Chapter 100 Vice President's Office. The applause in the conference room finally subsided, becoming sparse. Standing in the center of the crowd, Chen Fang felt like a monkey who had just arrived at the zoo. The smile on his face had frozen. The force with which his father-in-law, Ji Jindong, patted his shoulder made him wonder if he was about to be slapped into the ground. Good son-in-law. Ha ha ha. From now on, you'll be the vice president of our G group. Ji Jindong was beaming, his voice booming, as if he wanted the whole building to hear him. Chen Fang smirked. Father-in-law, I can't do it. He wanted to say something, but his mind went blank, leaving only this weak defense. Don't be modest. Ji Jindong waved his hand, giving him no chance to refuse. Your abilities are obvious to everyone. If you're not capable, all of us old guys should retire and go home to be with our grandchildren. The surrounding executives immediately followed suit, showering him with compliments as if they were free. Yes, Vice President Chen. You're too modest. The future of the group rests on your shoulders. Vice President Chen is young and promising, and he is a role model for us to learn from. Chen Fang felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to these words. Don't follow my example. Please. I just want to be a useless person. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the dejected figure in the corner. Zhang Qingji. He stood there blankly, like a black and white silhouette stripped of all color, completely out of place with the bustling surroundings. Chen Fang felt completely unmoved. He even felt a slight urge to yawn. Amidst the chaos, the chairman's secretary squeezed through with small, quick steps. He wore a smile on his face that Chen Fang had never seen before, a smile that was almost fawning. Vice President Chen. Secretary Lu bowed slightly, speaking softly and gently, as if afraid of startling him. Your office is ready. Shall I take you there? Office? Chen Fang was taken aback. Yes, now that I've been promoted to vice president, I can't stay in the same office. Come on, son-in-law, let's go see your new office. Ji Zhendong pushed him out. I picked it out for you myself. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chen Fang was half pushed and half forced out of the conference room. The walk from the conference room to the elevator was the longest stretch of his life. All the employees in the corridor looked at him as if they had seen a ghost when they saw this group of big shots surrounding him. He stood firmly against the wall in a flash, head down, even stopping his breathing. Chen Fang felt like he wasn't going to take office, but to be paraded through the streets. Once inside the elevator, Secretary Lu pressed the button for the top floor. Top floor. Chen Fang's heart sank as the elevator doors closed. That's a floor that only the chairman and president can set foot on. We're doomed. The farther we get from the ground, the farther we get from the happy life of leaving get off work on time. Bite. The elevator doors opened. A corridor covered with thick carpets and so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat appeared before you. Secretary Lu led him to a huge double door at the far end of the corridor. The door was made of dark brown solid wood, with understated yet intricate carvings, and the brass doorknob gleamed like gold under the light. Vice President Chen, this is the place. Secretary Lu took out an access card, swiped it lightly, and then respectfully pushed open the door. Please. Chen Fang numbly lifted his foot and walked inside. Then he was stunned by what he saw. Or rather, they were frightened. The first thing that catches the eye is not the office, but a wall. One side, a wall made up of a single piece of floor-to-ceiling glass. It stretches from the ceiling to the floor, with no obstructions in the view. The most prosperous area of the entire city was now unfolding before his feet like a painting. Sunlight streamed in from outside, illuminating the entire space as bright as day, and even the fine dust motes on the ground seemed to dance. Damn it. Chen Fang couldn't help but blurt out a phrase about traditional Chinese culture. Is this an office? This space is big enough to host a small party. Vice President Chen, Secretary Lu's voice was full of pride. This office has the best view in the entire building and has been vacant for a long time. The chairman specifically instructed that it be reserved for you. Chen Fang's lips trembled, and he couldn't speak. Specially? Ji Zhendong, you are truly my good father-in-law. You're putting me on the hot seat. With such huge floor-to-ceiling windows, how the hell am I supposed to slack off? Forget about using my phone, even if I'm just picking my toes, the old man with binoculars in the square downstairs can see it all clearly. This is hardly an office. This is clearly a public execution platform with no blind spots from any angle. He painstakingly shifted his gaze from that window of despair and began to examine the furnishings of the room. A huge desk was placed in the center, its surface so smooth it could be used as a mirror, and its size was so exaggerated that Chen Fang felt there was enough room for two of him to sleep on it. Behind the desk was an ergonomic chair that looked expensive. The black genuine leather gleamed with an alluring luster. Next to it is a set of beige sofas for receiving guests. It looks soft and comfortable, and can seat 7 or 8 people. There's even a separate bar in the corner, complete with a coffee machine and a small refrigerator. Along the wall is a row of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, which are already crammed with all kinds of hardcover books. Strategic Management, The Game of Capital, Barbarians at the Gate. Chen Fangguang felt a headache coming on just looking at these book titles. He reached out and tremblingly touched the huge desk. The icy touch made him shiver. It's over. His life of leisure. His beautiful dream of lying down and slacking off. Today, in this ridiculously large office, it was completely shattered. Vice President Chen, this chair is imported from Germany and can effectively relieve back and waist fatigue from long hours of work. Secretary Lu explained the situation diligently. Upon hearing the words long working hours, Chen Fang felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. He staggered to the exorbitantly priced chair and plopped down on it. The chair is indeed very comfortable. He was wrapped in soft leather, which provided perfect support for his waist and neck. But Chen Fong felt as if there were nails growing under his buttocks. He was restless. He felt like he hadn't been promoted, but rather sentenced to life imprisonment. This luxurious office is a golden cage tailor made for him. He looked up and gazed through the huge glass wall at the bustling world outside. An unprecedented pressure came crashing down on us. He is no longer the slacker who can hide in a corner and slack off from everyone else. From today onward, his every move will be watched by the entire group, and even the entire Jiangcheng business community. Vice President Chen? Are you satisfied? Secretary Liu asked cautiously. Chen Fong forced out a laugh that was more like a grimace. I'm satisfied. My father-in-law is very thoughtful. I thank his ancestors for 8 generations. Then I won't bother you any longer. Secretary Liu bowed slightly. Your personal assistant will be here this afternoon. Please feel free to ask her for anything you need. After saying that, Secretary Liu left, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. In an instant, Chen Fong was the only one left in the huge office. He slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly dejected. It's over. Previously, it was a case of forced involution. We're now forced to stand at the center of the universe, facing intense competition. No. We can't just give up like this. He was born a salted fish, and he died a fish lacking soul. The flame of lying down will never be extinguished. A tenacious will to survive welled up from the bottom of his heart. His eyes refocused, and he began to examine the office again from the perspective of a slacker. The environment has changed, but the core principles must remain the same. First of all, this window is the biggest enemy. This must be resolved. He walked to the window, examined it, and discovered that there were tracks on both sides of the window. There's hope. You can install curtains. It must be the thickest, darkest blackout curtains that let in absolutely no light. When the curtains are drawn, nobody will know what I'm doing inside. I can even sleep. Then there's this table. It's too big and too conspicuous. However, there are advantages to being big. The place is filled with documents. Build a physical barrier with piles of documents. As long as my files are piled up high enough, no one can see what I'm doing behind them. And this sofa. Chen Fong walked to the sofa, plopped down, and bounced a couple of times. Not bad, soft and big enough. It's a perfect place for an afternoon nap. Add a small blanket and a small pillow, and it'll be perfect. And there's a separate bathroom. He pushed open the door and went inside. The room had a separate wet and dry area, and there was even a small shower room. Chen Fong's eyes lit up. This is practically a paradise for slacking off. From now on, during lunch break, just come in and lock the door, and no one will be able to find me. After careful consideration, Chen Fong's heart, which had plummeted to rock bottom, slowly began to rise again. He discovered that although the office looked very criminal, as long as one's mindset didn't falter, there were always more solutions than problems. If done properly, this place is even more suitable for slacking off than the previous places. Chen Fong let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had come back to life. He sat back down behind the table, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Just then, he noticed the desktop. Besides the brand new, top-of-the-line computer, there was also a thin craft paper folder. There was a sticky note on top of the folder. It is Ji Zhendong's flamboyant handwriting. Son-in-law, don't let me down in your first job. Chen Fong's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. His hands trembled as he picked up the folder. Open. A single A4 sheet of paper with only one bold, enlarged title. Preliminary ideas on the strategic development direction of the G Group for the next 10 years. Boom. Chen Fong's smile froze on his face instantly. Chapter 101 QA. Chen Fong's smile froze on his face. The title on that A4 sheet of paper, every word was like a heavy brick. Preliminary ideas on the strategic development direction of the G Group for the next 10 years. 10 years? Initial concept? Ji Zhendong, do you have any humanity? I haven't even decided what to eat for breakfast tomorrow, and you want me to envision the next 10 years? Do you know how many discounted eggs I've missed at supermarkets and how many game coupons I've missed out on over the past 10 years? Chen Fong felt as if his breath had stopped. His fingertips were cold, and holding that piece of paper felt like it weighed a ton. This thing is hardly a work task. This is clearly a contract of servitude, a verdict that will firmly nail him to the position of vice president for the next 10 years. Just then, my phone started buzzing. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number.
Chen Fong mechanically swiped to answer the call.
Hello, Vice President Chen, I am your personal assistant, my name is Lin Wei.
A crisp, capable female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Secretary Liu has already given you my contact information.
Chen Fong grunted in response, his mind still a complete mess.
Personal assistant? Another person is watching me while I'm slacking off?
Lin Wei's voice continued, filled with professional enthusiasm. Vice President Chen, to celebrate your appointment and to help the newly established Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department quickly build cohesion, the chairman has specially approved funding for a departmental team-building event tonight at Gingan Pavilion at 7 p.m.
Team building? Have a meal? Chen Fong's numb nerves were finally stimulated by these two words.
His first reaction was to refuse.
Are you kidding me?
My time after get off work is my sacred moment. How can it be invaded by these meaningless social activities?
I don't.
The chairman and the president will both be present, Lin Wei added immediately, effectively shutting him down.
Chen Fong swallowed the word go back. Are both my father-in-law and wife going? This isn't team building, it's a trap.
Not going would be disrespectful to the chairman and president. If he dares to play around like this on his first day in office, his office will be demolished by Ji Zhendong himself tomorrow.
Okay. I understand.
Chen Fong squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, each word conveying a sense of utter despair. After hanging up the phone, he slumped back into the expensive German-made ergonomic chair, feeling completely drained.
It's over. My happy life after get off work is gone too.
He's like a salted fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of Ji Zhendong and Ji Wanning.
Rebellion?
There was no way to resist.
So all we can do is enjoy it? Enjoy what?
Chen Fong picked up the 10-year plan and read it over and over, trying to find a way to slack off between the lines. It turned out that this thing had nothing but a title and no content. This is even more despairing than a list full of demands.
A blank space means freedom to improvise. Chen Fong's free play and Ji Zhendong's free play are absolutely two different species.
Chen Fong spent the entire afternoon in this torment. He would study how to install curtains, measure the size of the sofa to see if it was big enough for him to lie down, and then stare blankly at the blank A4 paper.
I finally made it to the end of the workday. Chen Fong put on a look of resignation and walked out of his cage. Gingan Pavilion. A well-known upscale restaurant in Jiangchang, renowned for its tranquil environment and exquisite dishes.
When Chen Fong arrived, the private room was already quite full. This is the team he will lead in the future, the first batch of members of the Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department. There are about 7 or 8 people, all of whom are key personnel drawn from various departments of the group.
There were men and women, and they all looked shrewd and capable. He pushed the door open and went in.
The previously noisy private room instantly fell silent. Everyone stood up abruptly, their eyes all turning to him.
Vice President Chen. Hello, Vice President Chen.
Chen Fong twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand.
Please sit down, don't be shy.
He thought to himself, it's like paying respects to a powerful figure. Before Ji Zhendong and Ji Wanning arrived, Chen Fong was surrounded by everyone and seated in the main seat. He felt extremely uncomfortable. The way these people looked at him was as if they were looking at a living legend. He just wanted to finish his meal and leave as soon as possible. The atmosphere was a little awkward before the food was served. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked to be in his 30s, spoke first, trying to break the silence.
Vice President Chen, I am Li Rui, transferred from the marketing department. I look forward to your guidance in the future. He raised his teacup, his face full of humility. Chen Fong symbolically raised his teacup and clinked it against his.
I wouldn't call it giving advice, but let's work together. After saying that, he looked down at his phone and started playing, clearly not wanting to talk any further. Li Rui was rebuffed and felt a little embarrassed, so he could only sit down awkwardly. Now no one dared to speak up casually. The air in the private room seemed to freeze. Chen Fong was happy to have some peace and quiet, and pondered which dish to eat first. Just then, several lines of text that only he could see suddenly appeared in front of him.
The skill talent scout is triggered passively. Name, Li Rui. Potential value, 85 grade A, Loyalty, 60 neutral, observing. Core competency tags, hashtag data insights, hashtag strict logic, hashtag strong execution. Current challenge, limited by the traditional framework of the marketing department, cross-departmental data cannot be effectively integrated, causing multiple analytical models to reach a bottleneck. Chen Fong was taken aback. After looking around, he had a general idea of what was going on. Goodness. Ji Zhendong has essentially dumped all the capable but unsuccessful troublemakers in the group onto him. They are all promising talents, but they also each have their own problems. Chen Fong silently withdrew his gaze. What's it to me? All I want to do is lie down. Just then, Li Rui and Sun Miao, who was next to him, began to talk in hushed tones. Old Sun, there are still problems with the data handover for the Hongfa project. Their sales data model is completely incompatible with ours. When I import it, it's all garbled text. It's been almost a week. Li Rui's tone was irritated. Sun Miao also frowned. I've urged them several times, and their technical department says it's a legacy issue and that modifying the underlying architecture will take time. But we can't wait that long. Chen Fong was studying the menu when he heard the name Hongfa and his ears twitched. Chen Fong's heart tightened, and he tightly shut his mouth, afraid that it would disobey him. He couldn't help but mutter in a very low voice, "It's just a non-standard port, can't you just write a script to switch it?" His voice was very soft, almost as if he were talking to himself. But the private room was too quiet, and Zhao Na, who was closest to him and had been listening intently, keenly caught his words. Zhao Na's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Vice President Chen, what did you just say?" "What script?" All eyes turned to them. Chen Fong felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. My mouth was just itching. I didn't say anything. He knew he couldn't avoid it, so he could only bite the bullet and pick up the teacup to hide his embarrassment. "Oh, I was talking about Hongfi's data. I think I heard someone mention that their early systems were outsourced to Bluebird Technology to save money, and the ports were non-standard. Stop trying to import from the front end. Just find someone knowledgeable to extract the data structure from the database and rewrite a translation script." His understated manner was purely based on information provided by the extraordinary brain domain. However, these words reached the ears of Li Rui and Sun Miao. It was no less than a thunderclap. The two looked up abruptly, exchanged a glance, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Bluebird Technology. A decisive blow. Li Rui's breathing became rapid. He looked at Chen Fong, his expression instantly changing from politeness to fervent admiration. "Vice President Chen. You're simply amazing. A problem that had been bothering us for almost a week was solved by you with just one sentence." Chen Fong waved his hand, his face saying, "I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously. This is just a guess, it might not be correct." He was internally screaming, "Shut up. Stop yelling. I'm not going to say a word this time, no matter what. Anyone who asks me again is a dog." But his words completely ignited the atmosphere in the private room. Even Zhao Na, the investment guru with S-level potential, couldn't resist joining in. She leaned forward slightly, looked at Chen Fong, and asked tentatively, "Vice President Chen, what do you think of the currently popular community fresh food sector? We previously submitted a project called Ding Dong Vegetable Garden, but it was rejected by the Risk Control Department because the model was too heavy and the profit cycle was too long." Alarm bells rang in Chen Fong's mind. Here it comes again. He decided to play dead, picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of food, and mumbled, I don't understand investing. However, the information in Super Brain Domain about the business model, development path, and future value of community fresh food has been automatically combined into a short essay. At the same time, the Words Become Law Workplace Edition is like a self-proclaimed hero eager to show off, urging him to say these words. He felt his lips trembling slightly. It wasn't nervousness, but a struggle between the instinctive urge to speak and the frantic suppression of his rational mind. Seeing him like this, Zhao Na assumed he was deep in thought, and her eyes became even more expectant. Finally, Chen Fong was defeated. He sighed heavily and put down his chopsticks. Why? Once he opens his mouth, the words that come out are not what he wants to say. Ding Dong Vegetable Garden, he said with a look of utter despair. The model is definitely heavy, with self-built pre-positioned warehouses and burning money to buy traffic. This approach has a very low success rate. Zhao Na's eyes dimmed slightly, thinking that Chen Fong was also going to reject her. But Chen Fong changed the subject, Have you ever considered that its real value lies not in selling vegetables, but in the pre-positioned warehouse itself? What do you mean? Zhao Na immediately asked. Chen Fong leaned back lazily in his chair. What does a high-density network of forward warehouses covering the entire city mean? It means instant delivery capability within 1 hour. Today it can deliver groceries, tomorrow it can deliver medicine, and the day after it can deliver documents, coffee, or any emergency supplies you can think of. It's not selling groceries, it's selling certainty and time. Selling vegetables is just the first step in acquiring users. Once the network is established and users have formed the habit, it will become a new entry point for urban life services. At that time, there will be many profit models. The risk control team only saw the initial investment and did not see the potential for future growth. Their vision is too narrow. After saying all that, the entire private room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Chen Fong's words. Selling vegetables isn't just about selling vegetables, it's about selling certainty and time. Is it a new gateway to urban life services? What kind of godlike perspective is this? Zhao Na's face flushed an unnatural red, a result of extreme excitement and the thrill of finding a kindred spirit. The entrance. Yes. The entrance. How come I didn't think of that? The expression on her face when she looked at Chen Fong could no longer be described as mere admiration. That was practically like watching a business god walking among mortals. Chen Fong sighed inwardly. It's over. The car couldn't stop in time. I just want to eat my meal in peace and quiet. How did we suddenly start providing career planning and project guidance to our employees? What's wrong with this batch of employees? Are they trying to force me to work? Looking at the sparkling eyes of everyone at the table, he felt like he wasn't there for team building, but to establish his own school of thought. And he was the spiritual mentor who was forced to work. The meal completely changed its flavor. What was originally planned as a casual meal of eating, drinking, and chatting turned into a high-intensity QA session. Vice President Chen, what do you think of that AI chip project we're following up on? Vice President Chen, what suggestions do you have regarding mergers and acquisitions in overseas markets? Chen Fong welcomes all who come. Or rather, he couldn't refuse. Talent scout, he can see through the crux of everyone's problems at a glance. Superhuman brainpower allowed him to instantly find the optimal solution to the problem. Words become law workplace edition. This makes every nonsensical thing he says sound like a gem of wisdom, full of persuasive power. After the meal, Chen Fong felt more tired than when he was writing a 10-year strategic plan. He barely ate any food, just drank tea. His new team members were all radiant and in high spirits, more intoxicated than if they had drunk 10 kilograms of Red Bull. Everyone felt as if their Rin and Du meridians had been opened, and things that they couldn't understand or see through before suddenly became clear. When the dinner ended, Li Rue came over to offer a toast, his posture so respectful he almost bowed down. Vice President Chen. I'll take it, you can do as you please. This meal today is more useful than 10 years of schooling. From now on, you will be my mentor. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Chen Fong raised his glass with a forced smile. My heart is bleeding. Brother, please stop. My life goal is to lie flat, don't try to follow my example. What was supposed to be a relaxed team-building activity turned into a personal talent show by him. Not only did he fail to make these troublemakers realize he was a scoundrel, but he also used his strength to completely unite them as one. A rope with him as the absolute core, whose combat power is off the charts. Chapter 102 Wife, please stop rolling around. Chen Fong felt like he was about to collapse. This meal was more tiring than any of the overtime shifts he had ever worked in his past life. He only moved his lips a few times, but the mental strain was more severe than carrying bricks on a construction site all day. Inside the private room, his newly appointed subordinates were still in a state of extreme excitement. They gathered in twos and threes, their eyes sparkling with the light of knowledge. Vice President Chen's pre-positioned warehouse theory is simply a game changer. How come I didn't think of that? And Hongfa Data's solution is a game changer. Absolutely brilliant. I feel like I can learn 10 years worth of knowledge in just 1 year by following Vice President Chen. Listening to these comments, Chen Fong just wanted to plug his ears. Study? Learn what? Don't follow my example. My goal is retirement. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. A powerful aura surged in.
Ji Zhendong appeared at the door with a face that screamed "I'm awesome," and standing next to him was Ji Wanning. Today she was wearing a well-tailored off-white casual suit, which made her look less sharp and more gentle than she usually does at the company. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, and her cool almond-shaped eyes swept across the private room, finally landing on Chen Fong, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center.
"Dad, Wan Ning, you're here." Chen Fong quickly stood up. The main character has finally made his appearance. Ji Zhendong strode in, waving his hand dismissively. "How was it?" "The department's first team building activity went smoothly, right?" "Smoothly?" "It went so smoothly. Everything's going so well that I want to quit my job tomorrow." Chen Fong was internally cursing, but forced a smile. "It's fine, we're just chatting casually." When Li Rui and his men saw the chairman and president, they became even more excited, standing ramrod straight. "Good morning, Chairman." "Good morning, President." "Chairman, the Vice President Chen you sent to us is like a divine intervention." Li Rui spoke first, his admiration undisguised. "After listening to Vice President Chen's words today, I've suddenly understood everything." Zhao Na nodded in agreement. "Yes, Vice President Chen's judgment on business trends is incredibly accurate. With Vice President Chen following us, the future of the G Group is absolutely limitless." As Ji Zhendong listened to these heartfelt compliments, his face broke into a wide smile. He glanced at Chen Fong smugly, his expression seeming to say, "Look, my daughter has such great taste." Chen Fong just wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. "It's over. Now even jumping into the Yellow River won't clear my name." He had originally hoped that these troublemakers could help him cause some trouble, giving him an excuse to lie low. As it turned out, he managed to win them all over in just one meal. "What's this called? Did I kill myself?" Ji Wanning didn't speak, she just watched quietly. Looking at those renowned technical backbones and business elites in the group, they all became like primary school students in front of Chen Fong, their eyes filled with admiration for their teacher. She looked at Chen Fong again. He stood there, looking completely calm and collected. He even waved his hand with a hint of lazy helplessness. "Don't talk nonsense, I was just chatting randomly, don't take it seriously." In Ji Zhendong's eyes, this demeanor was the humility and composure of a master. In the eyes of Li Rui and others, it was the master's unpretentiousness and profound knowledge. But Ji Wanning perceived it differently. Pride. An irrepressible sense of pride welled up from the bottom of my heart. The man whom everyone worshipped like a god was her husband and the father of the child in her womb. He stood in the spotlight, becoming the youngest vice president of the G Group, and a leader who could win the hearts and minds of this group of arrogant elites. The light emanating from him grew brighter and brighter, so bright that it was almost blinding to her. On the way home, Ji Wanning drove the bright red Porsche herself, navigating the night. Chen Fong slumped in the passenger seat, his eyelids drooping, but his mind was racing with complaints. Goodness! Driving a Porsche while heavily pregnant, you really are something else. Is she afraid others won't know she's independent and self-reliant, or does she feel the family driver's skills aren't good enough for her car? This strong-willed personality is truly ingrained in his bones. He didn't dare say it aloud, but could only silently pray in his heart that she would drive slower. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat quiet. Tired? Ji Wanning looked straight ahead and suddenly spoke. "It's all right," Chen Fong replied listlessly. "I'm mentally exhausted." "I've heard everything you said today from my dad," Ji Wanning said calmly. "It's about community fresh produce and that data conversion approach." Chen Fong's heart jumped. Here it comes. The work reporting session was late, but it did arrive. I just guessed. He tried to get away with it. Ji Wanning glanced at him, a very faint smile curving her lips. Just guessing? You can make someone as proud and arrogant as Zhao Na say she wants to become your apprentice on the spot? Chen Fong, how many things are you still hiding? There was no questioning in his words, rather, it was more like curiosity, an exploration of wanting to get to know him again. Chen Fong felt extremely overwhelmed. How many things are hidden? My biggest secret is that I want to be a loser. Can I say that? He could only chuckle awkwardly. Honey, do I look like the kind of person who keeps secrets? Don't you know what I'm thinking every day? With that little salary, it's barely enough for an extra chicken leg tonight. That's my kind of ambition. Ji Wanning didn't press the matter further, but simply gave a soft humph. The car continued to drive smoothly. After a while, Ji Wanning said again, the marketing department has a new project. They want to make online virtual clothing. The report was submitted to me, but I rejected it.
Chen Fong closed his eyes, pretending not to hear.
Don't ask me. Please. I know nothing. I'm just a lowly wage earner.
Ji Wanning continued, seemingly oblivious to her own thoughts. I think this concept is too advanced, the monetization path is unclear, and the risks are too high. After she finished speaking, the car fell silent again. She was waiting for his opinion. Chen Fong felt his mouth starting to act out of control again. The skill words become law workplace version is incredibly effective when dealing with one's wife and boss, making them as loyal as a dog.
Ahem.
He cleared his throat, but couldn't help himself. Virtual clothing, not selling clothes, but selling skins.
You know? Like in games. A game? Ji Wanning frowned. That's right.
In reality, a designer outfit costs tens of thousands of yuan, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. But in the virtual world, a piece of data made up of pixels can sell for tens or hundreds of yuan, and young people don't even blink. What they're buying isn't clothes, but social currency, a self-label. Chen Fong spoke more and more fluently, the information in his mind automatically combining into the simplest and most understandable language. Why don't you partner with the hottest social media platform right now and create a virtual fitting room, allowing users to dress up, take photos, and share them on their virtual avatars? Wouldn't it be cheaper and spread faster than hiring celebrities to endorse your product? If you wear a virtual haute couture outfit from G's today, your friend might buy one tomorrow just to match your outfit. That's called social fission. In the early stages, this is all about burning money to generate buzz. Once users develop the habit and establish aesthetic standards in the virtual world, then G's will no longer be just selling clothes, it will be defining fashion.
After finishing speaking in one breath, Chen Fong let out a long breath. It's over. I'd been too talkative again.
He secretly observed Ji Wanning's expression. She pursed her lips tightly, and her fingers gripping the steering wheel turned slightly white from the force. The light from the street lamp flashed by, illuminating her clear, almond-shaped eyes, which were churning with emotions he couldn't understand. There was shock, there was contemplation, and a complex feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. Stop the car, Ji Wanning suddenly said.
Chen Fong was taken aback. Huh? We're not home yet. Sizzle.
The Porsche pulled over to the side of the road and came to a smooth stop. Ji Wanning unbuckled her seatbelt, turned around, and stared straight at him.
Chen Fong. Do you think I'm a little stupid? Huh? Chen Fong was completely dumbfounded. What is this all about?
For community fresh food, I look at costs and profit cycles, while you see the entry point to urban services and the value of time. Virtual clothing, I see risks and uncertainties, while you see social currency and the power to define fashion. Ji Wanning's voice was soft, yet it carried a seriousness that made Chen Fong uneasy. I used to think I was very capable at work.
But now.
She paused for a moment, her long eyelashes drooping down like two wounded little fans.
I've realized I'm a little behind you.
Chen Fong felt as if something had squeezed his heart.
No way? My wife, you're a business prodigy, a young and aloof female CEO. How could you have such a thought? Hurry up and straighten up.
Hurry up and yell at me, what do you know, and then throw my suggestion in the trash. Looking at the rare vulnerability and bewilderment on Ji Wanning's face, he felt, for the first time, no longer want to complain, but instead felt a helpless feeling of being both amused and exasperated.
What's this?
Honey, you're overthinking it, Chen Fong said, racking his brains to comfort her. I'm just talking without thinking, spouting nonsense.
If I were really asked to do it, I'd be completely lost.
You're so capable, so thoughtful, and steady.
However, such comfort seems utterly inadequate at this moment.
Ji Wanning shook her head and raised her eyes again.
No. You're right. My perspective is too narrow.
She took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. Starting tomorrow, I will reevaluate all the Group S shelved innovation projects. I will personally lead the team in charge of that virtual clothing project.
Boom.
Chen Fong felt his worldview had collapsed. He looked at Ji Wanning, who was restarting the car and whose eyes were filled with fire, and had only one thought.
It's over.
One of the kings of scrolls has fallen. My wife, the one who should never have gotten involved, she stood up. How can we live like this?
Chapter 103. She's going to kill me. I'm home. Chen Fong felt like he was floating.
He watched as Ji Wanning parked the car steadily in the garage. In the dim light, the lines of that profile were taut, exuding an unwavering resolve.
We're doomed. This woman is serious.
A business prodigy who was already incredibly successful is now on a roll, ready to take off again.
And Chen Fong was the culprit.
He personally ignited his wife's passion for work, and also personally buried his last hope of resigning himself to a life of leisure.
The two entered the living room one after the other.
Ji Wanning took off her coat, didn't even glance at Chen Fong who was sprawled on the sofa, and went straight to the study.
I still have some work ideas to organize, you go to sleep first.
Chen Fong watched as she walked into the study, her back view exuding an aura of domineering confidence, as if she were about to embark on a great career.
Bang!
The study door was closed. The whole world fell silent. Chen Fong sat up in a big shape, sinking deeply into the soft sofa. His eyes were blankly fixed on the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. He felt his soul being slowly pulled away from his body.
Tired. I'm so tired. Mental exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, engulfing every nerve in his body.
He just wanted to live a simple, carefree life with his wife, kids, and a warm bed. He just wanted to get off work on time every day and live a life of leisure. He just wanted to be the most useless person with connections in his father-in-law's company. Why is it so difficult? First, he was forced into a competitive environment by the system, and inexplicably rose from a junior employee to a vice president. Now even his last source of emotional support, his wife who should have been the breadwinner while he stayed home, has been pushed by him into an even deeper abyss.
Will there be a place for him to lie down in this house in the future? One king of scrolls is scary enough. There are two now. One of them was involved in the company scheme.
One of them rolled around in his house.
Double attack, 3-dimensional inward roll, 360 degrees without blind spots. I can't live like this anymore.
Chen Fong rolled over, buried his face in the pillow, and let out a desperate groan. He now seriously suspects that this strongest worker system might have a hidden side effect called the King of Rolls incubator. Wherever he went, nothing grew, and the land was covered with swarms of wild boar. Just as Chen Fong was drifting off to sleep and his consciousness was about to fade, a mechanical sound suddenly exploded in his mind.
Bite! Chen Fong jolted awake and sat up abruptly. Not again? Are you trying to kill us?
The host has been officially appointed as the Vice President of Strategic Investment and Innovation Development. The job title has reached the required level for this stage. Congratulations, host. You have officially activated the second stage, Business Tycoon. The series of prompts was like a bucket of ice water poured from the top of Chen Fong's head to his heels. He froze completely.
A business behemoth? No, they're business tycoons. Just hearing the name made Chen Fong feel like his life of leisure had been sentenced to life imprisonment once again.
Before he could even process this devastating news, new system notifications arrived one after another.
Phase announcement, G's Group Capital Appreciation Plan. Chen Fong's eyelids twitched. The name of this mission doesn't sound like a good thing.
Mission objective: within 1 year, the host must increase the overall market value of the G Group by 20% through capital operations including but not limited to investment, mergers and acquisitions, and asset restructuring.
Boom!
Chen Fong felt as if his brain had been struck by an invisible thunderbolt, leaving it scorched and burnt.
What is that? Market capitalization increased by 20%? Within a year? System, do you have some misunderstanding about the size of the G Group? That's one of the top 3 business empires in Jiangcheng.
Its total market value is in the hundreds of billions.
A 20% increase, what does that mean?
Chen Fong's fingers trembled as he pulled out his phone and opened the calculator. He doesn't even need to check the exact figures, he can just use a base of 500 billion and multiply it by 20%.
100 billion. Chen Fong's breathing stopped.
He stared at the number on his phone screen, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly.
Earn 1,000 small goals in a year. System, are you kidding me? Are you trying to get me a job?
You're trying to get me to rob a bank.
No, even robbing a bank wouldn't be this fast.
System, come out here. Explain yourself.
20%? Do you even know what 20% means? Chen Fong roared wildly in his mind. Did you think I looked cool giving orders today? Did you think I had a lot of potential? I was wrong. I was faking it. I'm just a loser. Please take back the mission. The system remained completely calm. The task has been generated and cannot be undone. To assist the host in completing the mission, a phased set of core abilities is now being issued. Chen Fong's heart sank to the bottom. That's it, he knows this trick. Slap me, then give me a treat.
No, the system never gives out sweet treats, but rather more convenient tools for digging holes.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired an advanced knowledge transfer ability, Capital Operation Beginner. The next second, a deluge of information flooded into Chen Fong's mind.
Techniques for analyzing the financial statements of listed companies.
Interpretation of candlestick charts in the secondary market. The process and pitfalls of corporate mergers and acquisitions. Valuation models for venture capital.
Regarding short selling, leverage, hedge funds. Countless terms that he had only heard about in financial news before, which he found profound and mysterious, have now become tools that he can use at will.
Those complex financial models were as clear in his mind as 1 + 1 = 2. Those dazzling data points transformed into stories that seemed to speak for themselves. Chen Fong sat blankly on the sofa.
He could feel that he had changed. If the previous God-level investment techniques were like giving him a telescope that could see into the future,
so now, Capital Operation provides him with a complete operating platform.
He not only saw where the gold mines were, but also learned how to mine them most efficiently and discreetly and make them his own.
This is a capability that should drive countless financial professionals crazy. But Chen Fong only felt waves of cold.
He was forced to evolve from a lazy bum who just wanted to lie down into a financial monster capable of stirring up the capital market.
I don't want to learn this.
He clutched his head and groaned in pain. I just want to know if the vegetables at the farmer's market near my apartment complex will be discounted tomorrow.
System, you're forcing me to become a god. But all I want is to be an ordinary person. Finance. Capital. This is the highest level of the business world.
It was also the area he least wanted to touch.
Because once you step inside, there's no going back.
The study door suddenly opened. Ji Wanning came out with a cup of hot milk and was somewhat surprised to see that Chen Fong was still awake.
Why aren't you asleep yet?
She walked to the sofa and handed him the milk.
I can't sleep.
Chen Fong took the milk, her fingertips touching the warm cup. He looked at Ji Wanning, whose face still held the focus of her thinking and a blush of excitement. This woman is now fully engaged in combat. A sense of powerlessness, unlike anything he had ever felt before, welled up inside Chen Fong. He hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help himself and spoke in a tone that was half joking and half serious.
Wife. Can we talk about something?
Speak, Ji Wanning said succinctly.
Chen Fong organized his thoughts and cautiously probed. That virtual clothing project, how about we put it on hold for now? I think the risks are quite high. What if we lose money?
He hoped to cool down his wife's passion in this way.
If she stops rolling around, I might be able to catch my breath. However, after listening, Ji Wanning only glanced at him indifferently. That look was like looking at a child who doesn't know any better.
If we lose money, we lose money.
Money is a small matter. However, I cannot let my vision remain smaller than yours.
After saying that, she turned around and went back to her study.
Bang! The door closed again.
Chen Fong, holding the still steaming glass of milk, froze on the spot.
Pattern? I have no class whatsoever.
My home is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment where I can have a wife, kids, and a warm bed.
It's over. It's completely over.
Not only did he fail to dissuade her, he also made her more determined.
What does it mean to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? That's it.
Chen Fong took a sip of milk with a feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears, and felt that her mouth was full of bitterness. He slumped on the sofa, picked up his phone, and decided to watch some silly videos to numb himself from the impending doom of his life.
As soon as I swiped the screen, a financial news pop-up appeared. Blue Ocean Group hits new high. Analysts are generally optimistic about its future development.
Blue Ocean Group, a well-known domestic technology giant, has always maintained a very stable growth trend. In the news, experts cited numerous sources, praising everything from the financial report to the management team, as if they wanted to tout it as a leader of the next era.
Chen Fong was about to glance at it.
But just as his gaze swept over the red candlestick chart, the capital operation skill in his mind automatically activated. He instantly detected an extremely minor, almost negligible, fluctuation in trading volume.
Combined with the details mentioned in the news about the significant increase in revenue of an overseas subsidiary, a complete logical chain formed instantly in his mind.
Chen Fong held his phone as if he had seen something dirty. She pursed her lips and muttered something softly in a voice only she could hear.
Keep blowing.
Financial statements were falsified, and overseas subsidiaries were used to cover up losses in domestic projects.
3 days.
He held up 3 fingers, then realized it wasn't right and withdrew one. No, at most 2 days. Just wait to die. After saying that, he scrolled past the news and opened a short video app filled with corny, catchy laughter. It was as if those pronouncements that had just shaken the entire financial world were merely a casual comment on the taste of dinner.
Well, what's the use of knowing?
I still have to work for my wife.
How should I tell her about the initial budget for that virtual clothing project tomorrow? Headache. Chapter 104. I was just making things up. The next day, Chen Fong was awakened by a nightmare.
In his dream, he became the chairman of the G Group. Ji Zhendong and Ji Wanning stood on either side of him, handing him the documents. They were pleading, "Chairman, please take on one more project.
We can handle it." Chen Fong jumped out of bed, covered in sweat. He glanced to the side, it was empty. Ji Wanning had been up for a while.
Chen Fongsheng got up listlessly, slipped on his slippers, and walked to the living room.
Sure enough, his wife was sitting on the sofa, holding a tablet. With that focused concentration, anyone who didn't know better would think she was commanding a massive battle. "Good morning," Ji Wanning replied without looking up. "Morning."
Chen Fong sat down next to her, feeling immense pressure.
"It's over.
There's no place for this lazy bum like him in this house anymore."
After breakfast, the two went downstairs together. Ji Wanning still insisted on escorting Chen Fong to the company building.
They call it cultivating marital affection.
Chen Fong felt that she just wanted to discuss work with him on the way. "Really?
I've already had Zhao Na and the others come up with the first detailed plan and preliminary budget for that virtual clothing project."
"Stop." Chen Fong quickly interrupted her. "Honey, you're driving, concentrate." He pointed ahead, "Look, red light."
Ji Wanning glanced at him, stepped on the brake, and the car came to a steady stop.
"You just don't want to talk about work."
"Of course," Chen Fong said matter-of-factly. "We should talk about work during work hours and enjoy life after get off work.
Keeping work and personal life separate is a healthy work pattern."
Ji Wanning didn't say anything, she just pursed her lips slightly.
Upon arriving at the G Group building, Chen Fong unbuckled his seatbelt as if fleeing.
"I'm off to work, honey, drive carefully and be safe." After saying that, he rushed into the building without looking back. Behind him, Ji Wanning watched his flustered figure, a smile appearing on her face that she herself didn't even realize. As soon as Chen Fong entered the office, he felt like he was welded to the chair.
"New department, Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department."
It sounds impressive, but it's actually a bottomless pit that burns through money. He was nominally the second in command of this department. Li Rui and Zhao Na, the two top scorers, have arrived and are having a heated discussion. When they saw Chen Fong come in, their eyes lit up, as if they had found their pillar of support.
"Good morning, Vice President Chen."
"Vice President, we've developed several site selection models for the pre-positioned warehouses of our community fresh food project.
Could you please take a look?" Chen Fong was in a real bind. He waved his hand, looking exhausted. "No rush, no rush. Let me familiarize myself with the environment first."
He gets scared whenever he sees the word plan.
"By the way," Chen Fong forced a change of topic, "since our department also has the word investment in its name, we must deal with the Group S investment department, right?"
"Old Tang manager Tang, I'll go and pay him a visit." The old Tang he mentioned is actually named Tang Long. The head of the investment department of the G Group is a seasoned veteran who has been navigating the financial markets for over 20 years.
Chen Fong's plan was very simple.
I go to the investment department, say a few polite words, have a cup of tea, and then slip back to continue slacking off. This is called procedural work, a necessary disguise for working people. Upon hearing this, Li Rui immediately volunteered.
"I'll go with you.
I'm fairly familiar with Manager Tang."
What else could Chen Fong say?
He had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow Li Rui to the investment department, which was located on the top floor of the building.
The atmosphere in the investment department was completely different from that downstairs.
The air was thick with the smell of money. Dozens of traders sat in front of their computers, the screens flashing red and green lines. Everyone had a serious expression, and only the sound of typing on keyboards echoed quietly.
In Tang Long's office,
he was staring at a huge screen showing the overall market trend.
Manager Tang.
Li Rui knocked on the door.
Tang Long turned around and saw Li Rui, then saw Chen Fong behind him. Somewhat unexpected.
But he immediately stood up, a professional smile on his face.
Li Rui, what a rare guest. And this is Manager Tang, let me introduce you.
This is Chen Fong, our new Deputy General Manager.
Vice President Chen, you're young and promising.
Tang Long extended his hand and shook hands with Chen Fong. The phrase young and promising carries a hint of scrutiny beneath its polite tone. A vice president in his 20s who is also the chairman's son-in-law, everyone knows what's going on behind the scenes.
Manager Tang, you're too kind.
I'll have to learn a lot from you in the future, Chen Fong said with a laugh.
Vice President Chen, what instructions do you have for me?
Tang Long asked directly.
It's not really giving instructions, I just came to familiarize myself with the place.
Chen Fangbian sat down on the sofa, adopting a casual conversational stance.
Old Tang, how's the market lately? How much money have you made for our group? That's a blunt and uninformed question. Tang Long's contempt deepened, but he remained outwardly calm.
Thanks to the chairman, things have been relatively stable.
We mainly focus on conservative investments and pursue long-term returns.
As he spoke, he showed Chen Fong several projects that were currently underway.
For example, Blue Ocean Group is a technology leader with very good fundamentals.
We hold it for the long term and it is one of our cornerstones. There's also this new energy project, which is supported by national policies.
Although it experiences large short-term fluctuations, it looks promising in the long run. Chen Fong didn't listen carefully at all.
His eyes darted around the screen, his mind racing as he thought about what to eat for lunch. But just as his gaze swept over the K-line chart of the company called Blue Ocean Group, the capital operations skill has been activated automatically.
My mind went blank for a moment.
The information he casually complained about last night suddenly became crystal clear.
Financial statements were falsified. Accounts remitted by overseas subsidiaries.
To fill the domestic gap.
A perfect financial scam. Cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat.
He only wanted to say, not bad, keep it up. But the words took a different turn when they came out.
This Blue Ocean.
He pointed to the screen.
Are you still holding them? Tang Long was taken aback.
Yes, Vice President Chen. What insightful suggestions do you have?
I wouldn't call it insightful. Chen Fong leaned back lazily on the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position.
It's just that, this painting is too beautiful, almost unrealistically beautiful.
Is it so beautiful it looks unreal? What kind of investment logic is this? Tang Long frowned almost imperceptibly. Is this some kind of mystical investment method?
Chen Fong realized he had gone too far and quickly tried to salvage the situation. What I mean is, look, at these few points where it's rising, the trading volume isn't keeping up. It's like, yeah, a performance without substance, just shouting. He simply expressed the conclusions that he had automatically derived from his mind in the most down-to-earth and plain language.
Tang Long's expression became slightly serious.
They had discussed the issue of trading volume internally, but the analysts concluded that the market was reluctant to sell. And look, Chen Fong pointed to another inconspicuous small-cap stock, this one called Xingchen Technology, which makes drone logistics stuff, is almost at its daily limit down.
Why aren't you buying the dip?
Tang Long glanced at it and smiled wryly.
Vice Director Chen, we have evaluated this project.
The technology is not mature, the business model is not viable, and it has been losing money for 3 consecutive quarters.
The risk is too high.
Higher risks mean higher profits, Chen Fong said casually.
I think this thing has potential. In a couple of days, there will definitely be a lot of people scrambling to buy it.
After he finished speaking, he felt that he had completed his work for the day. So he stood up. All right, Lao Tang, I was just looking around and talking nonsense, don't take it to heart.
You guys are busy, I'll head back now. After saying that, he waved to Tang Long and left with Li Rui.
Tang Long was left alone in the office, lost in thought as he stared at the screen.
This new deputy general manager Chen. Is he truly an incompetent fool, or is he pretending to be weak while actually being strong?
What he said sounded outrageous, but upon closer reflection, it seemed to subtly hit a nerve. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Long finally picked up the phone and dialed the head of the transaction team.
Reduce the position in Blue Ocean by half.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, clearly indicating extreme confusion about the instruction.
Manager Tang, the fundamentals of Blue Ocean.
Execute it, Tang Long interrupted without room for argument. He took a deep breath and added, also, use the reserve funds to build a position in Xingchen Technology.
Not much, just 5 million to test the waters first.
What? The team leader was genuinely shocked this time. Manager Tang, Xingchen Technology is about to be delisted.
I'll take responsibility.
Tang Long hung up the phone and felt his palms were sweaty.
He felt like he was going crazy.
They actually made such a significant decision, which could even be said to violate all investment disciplines, based on a few nonsensical words from an amateur.
The first thing Tang Long did upon arriving at work the next day was to check the stock market.
Blue Ocean Group's stock price has been steadily rising, even increasing by 2 percentage points. Several analysts in the investment department breathed a sigh of relief, and one even joked, "It's a good thing we didn't sell everything yesterday, or we would have missed out." These words were like a thorn stuck in Tang Long's heart. He then pulled up the K-line chart of Xingchen Technology. The line remained motionless, like an electrocardiogram had stopped, lying on the limit downboard. $5 million were thrown in, but not even a ripple was made. Tang Long felt his back start to sweat again.
Could it be that I'm just overthinking things? Is that Vice President Chen really just a nepotism hire who doesn't know anything and just talks nonsense?
How could a seasoned veteran like myself, who has been in the market for 20 years, be fooled by a mere young upstart?
He spent the entire day feeling extremely uneasy. Until the morning of the third day.
The moment Tang Long stepped into the office, the entire trading hall erupted in chaos.
Holy crap! Blue Ocean has exploded. Trading has been suspended.
The China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC) has launched an investigation into financial fraud.
My God! It opened with a limit down. We're doomed. Tang Long rushed out of the office and stared intently at the huge electronic screen. The name of Blue Ocean Group is followed by a glaring green, and the amount of the sealed order is an astronomical figure. He felt a wave of fear wash over him, and his legs went weak. Thankfully I reduced my position by half.
Even so, the losses were enormous. Just as everyone was terrified by the impending collapse of Blue Ocean, a trader in the corner suddenly screamed.
It hit the daily limit. Xingchen Technology.
It hit the daily limit right after the market opened.
What?
Tang Long suddenly turned his head and looked at another screen. Suddenly, the stock that had been dormant for a long time suddenly pulled out a straight red line and was firmly locked at the daily limit up.
Immediately afterwards, a news notification popped up.
Logistics giant SF Express announced the acquisition of Xingchen Technology to expand its drone delivery network, with a planned investment of tens of billions of yuan.
Boom!
Tang Long's head felt like it had been hit hard by something. He jumped up from his chair, his fingers trembling as he picked up the calculator. By having my position, I avoided a loss of at least 9 figures. The initial investment of 5 million tripled in 2 days, becoming nearly 20 million. This young man created hundreds of millions of dollars in value for the group out of thin air with just a couple of nonsensical sentences.
It's him,
Tang Long muttered to himself.
All he could think of was Chen Fong lounging lazily on the sofa that day.
It's so beautiful it looks fake.
I think this thing has potential. This is not luck. This is a fucking divine oracle.
Tang Long could no longer sit still. He grabbed a few core investment reports from the table, rushed out of the office like a madman, and headed straight for Chen Fong's department.
He wants to ask him directly. How did this young man figure that out? And at this moment,
Chen Fong was wearing headphones, watching silly videos with great enjoyment, his feet propped up on the table, looking very comfortable.
Sudden. The office door was kicked open with a bang.
Tang Long, like a hungry wolf eyeing meat, rushed up to him with gleaming eyes and slammed a stack of documents on his desk.
Vice President Chen.
His voice was trembling.
Please. Give me a few more lines of nonsense. Chapter 105 My father-in-law is numb. Chen Fong was completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the man in front of him, who seemed to be insane.
Tang Long.
The head of the group's investment department, a well-known and cunning figure in the financial world, was looking at him with an expression as if he were a god. On that old face, excitement, admiration, and fanaticism were intertwined, making it appear somewhat distorted. The stack of documents he had slapped onto the table was scattered all over the floor.
Vice President Chen. Please. Just say a few more of this nonsense.
His voice was so loud and forceful that it startled the other two people in the office.
Li Rui and Zhao Na stared, mouths agape, at Tang Long, then at their own vice president, their minds completely blank. What's going on? Nonsense? Is he begging someone to spout nonsense?
Chen Fong finally snapped out of his shock and instinctively pulled his feet back from the table.
Old Tang, you calm down.
Chen Fong swallowed hard, feeling that things were spiraling out of his control.
What nonsense?
I was just guessing, it was pure luck. As he spoke, he waved his hand, trying to distance himself from the madman.
He just wants to slack off. He doesn't want to be a stock market guru. Luck?
Tang Long's voice rose another 8 octaves. He pointed to his nose and excitedly took a step forward.
Vice President Chen, you must be joking with me.
2 days. Just 2 days. You casually remarked that it sounded a bit too good to be true, and Blue Ocean Group suddenly went bankrupt, its shares were suspended from trading, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission launched an investigation. We reduced our holdings by half and narrowly escaped a huge disaster. You casually remarked that this thing had potential, and Xingchen Technology, which was about to be delisted, was acquired by Shunfeng Group for billions, causing its stock to hit the daily limit. Our 5 million investment tripled in just 2 days. With each word Tang Long spoke, the air in the office seemed to freeze a little more. They completely disregarded the reactions of others.
Vice President Chen. This isn't luck. This absolutely cannot be explained by luck. This is divine intervention. It's a divine decree.
Tang Long was so excited that his face turned completely red.
Give me some pointers. No. You don't need any pointers. Just rant and rave.
If you don't like a company, just rant and rave about it. I'll short it right away.
Chen Fong felt a chill run down his spine.
Brother, you're a professional investment manager, can't you use your own professional judgment? Why does this look like worshipping a god? They short sell whichever company they criticize. If this gets out, how will Chen Fong ever be able to face people in Jiangcheng again? Won't he be devoured alive by those entrepreneurs? Old Tang, listen to me, this is really a coincidence. Chen Fong held his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rise. I just read 2 news articles and said a few random things, don't take it seriously.
Don't believe it.
Tang Long ignored him completely. He picked up a report from the ground, held it with both hands, and handed it to Chen Fong with the same pious attitude as if he were offering incense.
Vice President Chen, these are a few projects we plan to focus on next. Could you give me some feedback? Just tell me, which one do you find objectionable? Chen Fong looked at the report and tried to avoid it. I don't understand, I'm uneducated, take it away now.
All he wanted now was for this jinx to leave his office as soon as possible. This farce has caused quite a stir. The Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department is a newly established department and has attracted much attention. Tang Long, such an important figure, rushed in without a care in the world, and his loud voice had already attracted the attention of employees from other departments in the corridor. Several heads were already peering in and crowding around the office door.
What's going on? Why is Manager Tang from the investment department in Vice President Chen's office? Didn't you hear?
It sounds like Vice President Chen gave him some advice on stock trading, and he made a fortune.
I heard it. Blue Ocean is about to explode. Vice President Chen predicted it in advance. Holy crap. Really? Isn't that Vice President Chen the chairman's son-in-law, someone with connections? Someone with connections can have this ability?
This guy must be a stock market god descended to earth. Rumors spread like wildfire within the G Group at an alarming speed. From Vice President Chen seems to know a bit about investment, to Vice President Chen predicted the collapse of the blue ocean market, then to Vice President Chen saved the group from a 10-figure loss with just one sentence. It finally evolved into our company's new Vice President Chen is a mysterious trader who returned from Wall Street, codenamed Prophet. The versions that circulated became increasingly absurd.
Top floor, Chairman's office.
Ji Zhendong had just finished signing a document when he picked up the premium Longjing tea his secretary had brewed and took a leisurely sip. The feeling of having everything under control made him feel very comfortable. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Administrative Director Li Wei barged in. "Chairman! Something's happened." Ji Zhendong frowned and put down his teacup with displeasure. "What's all the fuss about? Is the sky falling down?" No, Li Wei gasped for breath, his expression extremely strange. "It's Tang Long from the investment department." "What happened to him? Did he lose money on his investments? Or did someone trap him?" Ji Zhendong's heart skipped a beat. Tang Long was in charge of a very large project. "No, not at all." Li Wei shook his head, organizing his thoughts. He seemed to be in the strategic investment department, in front of everyone, begging Vice President Chen to give him investment advice. Ji Zhendong stopped moving. He rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. "Who are you talking about? Tang Long?" "Right. Whom should we ask? Chen Fong?" "Right." An eerie silence fell over the office. Ji Zhendong looked at Li Wei, and Li Wei looked at Ji Zhendong. A few seconds later, Ji Zhendong smiled. "Li Wei, have you been under too much work pressure lately? Are you hallucinating? Tang Long? That old fox who's been making waves in the financial markets for 20 years, that arrogant guy, would he ask for favors? Still need Chen Fong's help? This is even more outrageous than saying a sow can fly." Li Wei looked bitter. "Chairman, I also think it's outrageous, but now the whole company is talking about it. They say that Vice President Chen predicted Blue Ocean Group's impending collapse and even advised Tang Long to buy a speculative stock at the bottom, which tripled in 2 days. In one round, he created at least hundreds of millions of yuan in value for the group." "What?" The smile on Ji Zhendong's face vanished completely. "Hundreds of millions?" This number made it impossible for him to treat it as a joke anymore. His face darkened, and he grabbed the phone on the table, dialing Tang Long's private line directly. The call was answered almost instantly. "Tang Long? Where are you now? What are you doing?" Ji Zhendong's voice was full of accusation. On the other end of the phone, however, came Tang Long's incredibly excited and thrilled voice. "Chairman! I'm with Vice President Chen. I was just about to report some incredibly good news to you. Chairman, you have no idea. Vice President Chen is simply a god. A living deity." Hearing Tang Long's almost manic tone, Ji Zhendong's heart sank. He gestured for Li Wei to be quiet and turned on speakerphone. Next, Tang Long recounted the events of the past 2 days in his fastest possible voice. From the day Chen Fong lazily sat on the sofa in his office, casually complaining that Blue Ocean Group was too pretty to be real. He casually pointed to Xingchen Technology, whose stock price was about to hit the daily limit down, and said, "This thing has potential." Then there's how Tang Long, almost by some strange twist of fate, believed it, reduced his holdings in Blue Ocean, and started a position in Starry Sky. Finally, this morning, Blue Ocean Securities experienced a dramatic collapse, while Starry Sky Securities surged to its daily limit, resulting in a stark contrast between extremes. Tang Long's voice echoed in the quiet office, each word striking Ji Zhendong's heart heavily. "Chairman, the collapse of Blue Ocean Group has caused widespread devastation in the market, with countless institutions trapped. Thanks to Vice President Chen's words, we avoided losses of at least 9 figures. And with Xingchen Technology, we made a net profit of over 10 million. Vice President Chen is truly the god of wealth for our G Group." The call ended. The office was deathly silent. Ji Zhendong remained in the position of making the phone call, his entire body frozen. He slowly put down the receiver, his gaze unconsciously falling on the cup of premium Longjing tea beside him. The tea was steaming, and everything was exactly the same as when he was strategizing just a few minutes ago. But when he reached out to pick up the cup of tea that symbolized composure and control, the hand that had signed countless huge contracts trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Chapter 106, I gave you a chance, but you failed. Zhang Qingji's recent mood is like riding a roller coaster heading to Siberia. There was only falling, no climbing. Since Chen Fong's arrival, his life has entered a period of bad luck. First, that kid stole the spotlight from me in a few words at the meeting, and then he snatched away the vice president position that I had worked so hard to get. The entire company is now buzzing with the myth of Chen Fong, the stock market guru who has descended to earth. The saying "a single word can sever the blue ocean, a single finger can point to the stars" is passed down in an almost mystical way. Zhang Qingji felt like his lungs were about to explode from hearing these rumors every day. He sat in his office, looking out the window. That top-floor office with the best view that should have belonged to him. At this moment, it is occupied by the person he despises the most.
Stock market guru? Ha! Zhang Qingji sneered.
In his view, Chen Fang was nothing more than a clown who got lucky.
What does a son-in-law who rose to power through his wife know about investing?
It's nothing more than a blind cat catching a dead mouse. But Chairman Ji Zhendong seemed to be under a spell, completely obedient to his son-in-law.
Tang Long from the investment department is even more outrageous.
He now looks at Chen Fang with the same eyes a believer would have when looking at a living Buddha, almost to the point of wanting to kowtow to him.
Jealousy and resentment clung to his heart like poisonous vines.
Since everyone thinks Chen Fang is a god, then he will personally pull this god down from his pedestal. He began to secretly mobilize all his connections and resources, keeping a close eye on the Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department where Chen Fang worked.
Soon, a target came into his view. That was a startup company called Lingxi Technology. This company is developing a project that sounds extremely improbable, an AI emotion recognition system.
In the eyes of traditional industrialists like Zhang Qingji, this thing was pure nonsense, no different from street fortune-telling.
It's just a gimmick to scam investors.
However, Chen Fang's department was very fond of this project. Currently leading a Series A financing round, Ji's group is preparing to lead an investment of 30 million.
That's it.
Zhang Qingji's eyes turned cold. A project that sounds like a bubble, and a newly famous stock market guru.
As long as this project results in a complete financial loss, Chen Fang's halo will naturally shatter. He wants to show everyone who truly understands business and who is just a fraudster who plays with metaphysics. Zhang Qingji's plan was simple, yet insidious.
He quietly contacted several investors and media friends in the industry and began to subtly spread some negative news about Lingxi Technology.
Old one, I heard you guys have been looking into Lingxi Technology lately. Hey, let me give you a piece of advice. That stuff is a minefield. You might not be able to handle it.
There are huge disagreements within the Ji family about this project. The technology is all just concepts and can't be implemented at all. We're just doing small-scale work and playing along with the young master.
I have some inside information for you, but don't tell anyone else. The chairman's son-in-law loves to pull these fancy tricks.
This time, he's using the company's money to practice. These half-true, half-false statements quickly gained traction through his network of connections. The effect was immediate. Several investment institutions that had already reached an agreement suddenly became hesitant and expressed their need to reassess the risks.
Strategic Investment and Innovation Development Department. Vice President Chen, something terrible has happened.
Li Rui, phone in hand, stormed into Chen Fang's office with a grim expression. At that moment, Chen Fang was wearing noise-canceling headphones and intently studying the computer screen. Instead of a candlestick chart or a project report, the screen displayed a layout guide for a newly released tower defense game.
Yes, this luxurious office is very soundproof. With such fast internet speed, it's practically the perfect place to slack off.
He reluctantly took off his headphones, looking annoyed at being interrupted.
What happened? Did the sky fall down?
It's more troublesome than the sky falling down.
Li Rui was almost in tears.
Hongyuan Capital and Xingsong Fund just called to say they want to suspend their due diligence on Lingxi Technology. I asked them for a long time, but they were vague and said there were rumors in the market that the project's technical prospects were unclear.
Oh. Chen Fang yawned, without reacting. Vice President Chen, is this still a no? We've been working on this project for almost a month.
These two are the largest co-investors.
If they withdraw, this round of financing is in jeopardy.
Zhao Na also rushed over upon hearing the news, looking equally anxious.
Chen Fang rubbed his eyes. My mind was filled with thoughts like, I'm going to have another meeting, I have to write a new financing plan, and is my lunch break going to be ruined again?
He just wanted to resolve this matter in the simplest and fastest way possible. His capital operations skills instantly conjured up more than a dozen solutions in his mind, introducing new strategic investors, adjusting valuations, debt-to-equity swaps. But every option means a lot of work, endless meetings, and negotiations.
Chen Fangwan felt a headache just thinking about it. He glanced at the two anxious men in front of him, who were as restless as ants on a hot plate, and leaned back lazily in his executive chair. It's no big deal. He waved his hand dismissively and said in an extremely impatient tone, if they don't want to vote, so be it. The world will keep turning even if someone is missing.
Li Rui and Zhao Na were both stunned.
Is Vice President Chen giving up entirely? Then, what about the funding gap? Li Rui stammered.
Chen Fong said matter-of-factly, if they don't invest, why don't we just invest in them all?
It'll save us the trouble of going around to different companies and negotiating with them one by one.
Ah. Li Rui and Zhao Na both opened their mouths into an O shape at the same time.
Full investment?
That's a whole 100 million yuan plate.
The group originally planned to lead an investment of only 30 million, but now they want to take it all?
This has more than tripled the risk.
This is way too hasty. Vice President, this is against the rules.
It needs to be resubmitted to the board of directors, and the approval process is very complicated. Li Rui quickly advised.
Then go and report it. Chen Fong put his feet up on the table.
Tell my father-in-law that I said I want the whole project. If he doesn't agree, tell him to come to me.
Get it done quickly, don't delay things.
That tone was so domineering, it didn't sound like someone applying for a 100 million investment.
It's more like buying vegetables at a farmer's market.
Li Rui and Zhao Na looked at each other, both seeing shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Although they found it outrageous, seeing Chen Fong's unquestionable demeanor, the two of them gritted their teeth and went ahead with it.
When the news reached Ji Zhendong's ears, he was reviewing recent investment returns with Tang Long.
Upon hearing this report, Ji Zhendong almost dropped the purple clay teapot in his hand.
What? He's going to invest all of it? 100 million?
Yes, Chairman. Vice President Chen said he's too lazy to look for other investors, he finds it too troublesome, the secretary carefully relayed.
Too lazy to look, too much trouble.
Ji Zhendong's lips twitched slightly.
This reason is so simple and straightforward that it leaves one speechless. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's eyes lit up. Chairman, I think it's a good idea.
Tang Long slapped his thigh excitedly.
Vice President Chen's "it's too much trouble" is actually an investment Bible worth a fortune. Wasn't it because he thought Xingchen technology had potential last time?
This time he's going to invest all of it, which means he has 300% confidence in this project. This is a signal that he's going to take all the profits for himself.
Ji Zhendong.
He felt he was falling behind the changes in the world. His seasoned business logic seemed so pale and powerless in the face of his son-in-law's lazy philosophy and Tang Long's theology. Finally, Ji Zhendong sighed and waved his hand.
Approved. Let him do whatever he wants. He's completely numb, really.
On the other hand, Zhang Qingji soon heard the news that the G Group had decided to make a sole investment in Lingxi technology.
He was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Fool! What an arrogant and conceited fool!
In his view, Chen Fong was completely blinded by victory and made the most irrational decision.
Sole investment means taking on all the risks.
What was originally a potential loss of 30 million has now turned into a loss of 100 million.
Great, great.
Zhang Qingji paced excitedly in his office. I want to see how you're going to explain a whole of 100 million to the chairman. I want to see how you continue this myth of a stock market god.
He could almost picture Chen Fong looking disheveled and humiliated.
However, the script did not develop as he had envisioned.
Just 3 days after the G Group completed its full capital injection into Lingxi technology, one of China's largest internet giants, Tengyun Group, suddenly held a strategic press conference. They announced their full-scale entry into the metaverse social networking field and will invest hundreds of billions of yuan to build an emotional interaction ecosystem.
Its core technology approach coincides with Lingxi Technology's ideas. Overnight, the entire capital market went crazy.
All stocks related to emotion recognition hit their daily limit up.
As the most technologically advanced and the only unlisted company in this sector to have received substantial funding, Lingxi Technology's valuation has skyrocketed. Those institutions that withdrew their investments are now kicking themselves. They frantically contacted the G Group, wanting to re-enter the game, even at a 50% or 100% premium.
But it's too late now.
G's Group has acquired more than 60% of Lingxi Technology's shares, becoming the controlling shareholder.
The rumors spread by Zhang Qingji that the technology was immature and that the insiders were not optimistic were false.
At this moment, it seems to outsiders that it's nothing short of a divine intervention. This is clearly a smokescreen deliberately released by the G Group to drive away other competitors. The goal is to monopolize this lucrative prize.
Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. Zhang Qingji sat in his office, looking at the overwhelming news on his computer. He was struck dumb, as if by lightning. He personally persuaded his competitors to give up one by one, and then watched helplessly as Chen Fong took away the entire card table that he had emptied. I fucking became an accomplice? The clown is actually myself? He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost spat a mouthful of blood onto the screen. He slumped helplessly into the chair, his eyes vacant. I really will thank you. This incident brought Chen Fong's prestige within the group to an unprecedented peak. Insightful vision, domineering decision-making, and godlike luck. His image has been further elevated. At this moment, the strategist was looking at the project profit forecast report presented by Li Rui, his brows furrowed. You made that much? Looking at the string of zeros, Chen Fong felt no joy, but rather a sense of foreboding. It's over. With such excellent performance, the year-end bonus is sure to be substantial. But when my father-in-law sees this report, won't he assign me double the workload next year? Is it even possible to slack off properly in this class? Grass, a type of plant. Frustrated, Chen Fong tossed the report aside and gazed resentfully out the window. He suddenly realized that the best way to bring down an opponent might not be to defeat him. Instead, let him watch as you effortlessly build a skyscraper in the very pit he has dug for you, a skyscraper that will forever remain out of his reach. The highest art is to strike at the heart. Chapter 107 What to do if it's too flashy? The night was as dark as ink. Chen Fong parked the car in the villa's garage, turned off the engine, but did not get out of the car immediately. He leaned back wearily in his chair, his eyes closed. This kind of exhaustion is not physical, but mental. His office threshold was practically worn down by people all day today. From senior executives to junior staff, everyone looked at him as if he were a living god of wealth. Their words were full of probing and flattery, subtly trying to pry out the next star technology product from him. Chen Fong felt his head was about to explode. That's it, my public image has completely collapsed. The promised lazy son-in-law has now become the company's rising star. How can he continue to slack off happily? After lingering in the car for more than 10 minutes, mentally preparing himself, Chen Fong finally pushed open the door, got out of the car, and walked into the villa. Only one floor lamp was on in the living room, casting a warm yellow glow on a corner of the sofa. Ji Wanning sat in that halo of light. She wore a soft, lotus-pink silk robe, and her chestnut-colored curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She curled up her long, straight legs, revealing her small, fair feet. He was holding a tablet computer and looking at it intently. Seemingly hearing the door open, she looked up, her clear, almond-shaped eyes gazing at her. Under the soft light, her gaze seemed to lose some of its usual aloofness and gained a touch of homely warmth. I'm back. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the moment. Chen Fong changed his shoes, walked over and sat down next to her, sinking into the soft sofa and letting out a long sigh. He habitually leaned his head back on the sofa, his gaze unconsciously falling on his wife beside him. Her light pink nightgown was slightly open at the collar, revealing her delicate and well-defined collarbone, and her smooth skin gleamed like ivory under the light. The small red mole adorning the right side of the swan's neck, like a drop of cinnabar that had fallen carelessly, added an indescribable touch of charm to its serene beauty. Chen Fong's gaze shifted downwards, landing on her hands holding the tablet. Those were extremely beautiful hands. The fingers are long and slender with distinct knuckles. Her nails were neatly trimmed and rounded, with a healthy pale pink hue. At this moment, those slender, pale fingers are gently gliding across the screen with an elegant rhythm. Everyone in the company is talking about you today. Ji Wanning didn't look at him, her gaze remained fixed on the tablet, and her tone was as calm as if she were presenting data from a report. What are you spreading rumors about me? Saying I'm brilliant and incredibly handsome? Chen Fong replied lazily, trying to brush off the topic with a joke. Ji Wanning finally put down her tablet, turned her head, and looked at him seriously. Chen Fong, do you know that you've made the Lingxi technology project too conspicuous? Her expression was filled with deep worry. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Your actions this time are tantamount to telling everyone that the G Group has the ability to anticipate trends and the appetite and courage to monopolize them. This is not a good thing. She paused. Jiangqing's business circle is only so big, and the pie is only so big. Your actions this time are too big, it's no longer a small-scale operation. Teng Yun Group's entry has made the entire sector extremely hot.
You are now standing at the forefront of the storm, with countless eyes watching you and the G family. Some want to cooperate, some want a share of the pie, and naturally, there are also those who want to knock you off the crest of the wave.
Chen Feng fell silent. He knew that Ji Wanning was right. That's her always calm. We can always see the enormous risks hidden behind the most dazzling successes. But what could he say? Should I tell her that I just find it troublesome and want to finish the project as quickly as possible so I can go back to playing games? Could it be said that Zhang Qingji's divine intervention was purely accidental?
Looking at the lingering worry in Ji Wanning's eyes, a part of his heart suddenly softened.
A strange sense of irritation welled up inside me.
Not at Ji Wanning, but at myself, at this damned system. All he wanted was a warm home with his wife and kids, but the system insisted on forcing him to become a business tycoon and a leader of the times. Now, even his wife is starting to worry about him.
Chen Feng sighed and changed his posture. She moved closer to Ji Wanning. He forced a sincere, even slightly aggrieved, expression onto his face. Honey, I don't understand any of this.
His voice was very low, with a hint of innocence.
I really have been trying very hard to keep a low profile.
I go to get off work and leave work on time every day. I'm never late or leave early. I help my colleagues fix printers whenever they ask me, and I try not to speak in meetings if I can avoid it. I originally wanted to bring Hongyuan Capital and others into this Lingxi technology project so we could all make money together.
But who knew they would run away? Since they weren't investing, the project couldn't just fall apart, right?
So I had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell my dad, let's do it ourselves.
I just think it's too much trouble to talk to people back and forth. Who knows what kind of press conference Tingyun Group will suddenly hold later? If I could predict this, why would I still be working?
I would have gone to buy lottery tickets long ago. As he spoke, he secretly observed Ji Wanning's expression.
Ji Wanning's brows seemed to relax slightly.
This guy's reasoning is outrageous, but it seems to make sense. Knowing Chen Feng's laid-back personality, she knew he was capable of doing something like that. Seeing his wife's complicated expression, a mixture of exasperation, helplessness, and confusion, Chen Feng chuckled inwardly and decided to add fuel to the fire. He suddenly reached out and grasped Ji Wanning's hand, which was resting on the sofa. Her hands were slightly cool, as delicate as a piece of fine warm jade.
Enveloped in his warm palm, Ji Wanning froze, like a startled cat, instinctively wanting to pull away.
Chen Feng held her tightly, not letting her break free.
Wife.
He moved even closer to her, instantly closing the distance between them.
The refreshing scent of his shower gel, mixed with a faint masculine aroma, forcefully entered Ji Wanning's nostrils.
Her heart skipped a beat.
I know you mean well and are worried about me. Chen Feng lowered his voice even further. A slightly magnetic, husky voice.
But think about it, as a son-in-law who married into the family, I already have little influence in the company.
If I don't achieve something, won't others look down on me even more? Won't they look down on you even more?
As he spoke, he gently stroked the back of her hand with his fingertips. Ji Wanning's cheeks flushed red at a visible speed. She could clearly feel her ears burning.
What nonsense are you spouting?
She scolded him, trying to maintain her usual cold demeanor, but her voice came out soft and lacked any intimidation. Her long eyelashes trembled frantically, and she didn't dare to look into Chen Feng's eyes.
What nonsense am I talking about?
Chen Feng leaned down and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Ji Wanning felt a slight shiver run through the skin around the small red mole. Instead of worrying about the storms outside that want to crash me down, he said with a hint of mockery, you should worry about whether I'll crash you, this colossal wave, onto the beach tonight.
Boom! Ji Wanning's mind completely went blank.
What indecent things is this guy saying? Her cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed, and the redness spread from her neck to her collarbone, giving her fair skin a beautiful pink hue.
Chen Feng!
You bastard! She was both ashamed and angry. She raised her other hand to push his chest, but it was too weak to exert any strength. Seeing his wife's embarrassed yet alluring appearance, Chen Feng was in a great mood. All the worries at work seemed to vanish in that moment.
Sure enough, teasing my wife is the most important thing in life.
He knew when to stop, sat up straight, but still held her hand, a triumphant smile on his face. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Anyway, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Ji Wanning was panting, her chest rising and falling slightly, and she glared at him fiercely with her bright, watery almond-shaped eyes. But this glance had no harmful power. Instead,
it seemed more like a reproach. She tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't, so she simply stopped trying. The atmosphere in the living room shifted from serious and heavy to somewhat subtle and ambiguous. Looking at Chen Fang's nonchalant yet somewhat serious expression, Ji Ning's worries gradually dissipated. Perhaps he really does have his own way of coping. A method that even she couldn't understand. Anyway, be careful. In the end, she only said one sentence softly. Yes, my dear wife. Chen Fang replied with a grin. Chapter 108: The Making of a Stay-at-Home Dad. Since that somewhat out-of-control ambiguous night, the atmosphere between Chen Fang and Ji Ning has become rather subtle. As the days went by, Ji Ning's pregnancy entered a new phase. Her lower abdomen was already more noticeably protruding. In the early morning, Chen Fang, as usual, skipped his work to clock in. He had just sat down in the office and hadn't even had a chance to open his beloved tower defense game when a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A new member has been detected in the host's family. The working dad identity will soon be prefixed with stay-at-home dad. The pre-launch guidance task is now released: how to become a stay-at-home dad. Task requirements: the system will push parenting and pregnancy care knowledge from time to time, and the host needs to complete the passive learning. The completion rate of the task will affect the subsequent distribution of family-related rewards. Chen Fang was stunned. Stay-at-home dad? Parenting knowledge? The next second, information flooded into his mind. Selection and appreciation of prenatal music in the second trimester. The cycle of psychological fluctuations in pregnant women and techniques for coping with it. Physical intervention methods for neonatal jaundice. All sorts of absurdly professional knowledge were crammed into his brain like a duck being force-fed. Chen Fang scratched his hair in frustration. He muttered silently, "What the hell? There's so much." Although he was internally ranting and raving, his brain was working at high speed uncontrollably, and the knowledge points that had been instilled into him were quickly digested and absorbed. He discovered that he not only remembered it, but could even apply it to other situations. This feeling is very strange. When Ji Ning returned home that evening, she was sitting on the sofa with her brows slightly furrowed and one hand unconsciously stroking her lower abdomen. She wore a white loungewear dress today, and her skin glowed with a warm luster under the light. Because of her pregnancy, her originally aloof temperament softened considerably, and her almond-shaped eyes, which always carried a sense of detachment, were now filled with the confusion of becoming a new mother. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Fang walked over and sat down next to her. Ji Ning raised her head, her long eyelashes trembling like two uneasy little fans. "I had a prenatal checkup today, and the doctor said the baby is a little small and told me to pay attention to nutrition. But I haven't had a good appetite lately." There was a hint of grievance in her voice that she herself didn't realize. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang automatically searched for matching terms in his mind. It's normal to have a poor appetite in the second trimester of pregnancy. It's caused by the uterus growing and putting pressure on the stomach. His voice was calm and resolute. Ji Ning looked at him with some surprise. Chen Fang continued, "Simply drinking soup is too high in fat, which can actually increase nausea. Tomorrow I'll try blending the ingredients into a puree to make a thick soup, and then pairing it with some sweet and sour fruits, such as kiwi or grapefruit, which can effectively stimulate appetite and provide a more balanced vitamin intake." Ji Ning was stunned. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, her thick eyelashes fluttering. Chen Fang felt secretly pleased as he looked at her adorable, bewildered expression. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't these common sense? If you don't even know these things, how will you be a mother in the future?" Ji Ning was taken aback, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. She retorted softly, "How would I know these things?" All right, Chen Fang waved his hand, "I'll take care of this." The next day, Chen Fang indeed adjusted Ji Ning's pregnancy diet. The results were surprisingly good. Seeing Ji Ning's hearty appetite, Chen Fang felt a strange sense of satisfaction. From that day on, Chen Fang discovered that he had unlocked a new skill. Ji Ning occasionally complained about leg cramps, and Chen Fang blurted out, "You're lacking calcium and B vitamins. Just taking calcium supplements won't help. Soak your feet in warm water before bed, and I'll give you a massage." As he spoke, his hand naturally covered her straight and slender calves, kneading them gently. Ji Ning froze, clearly feeling the strength from his warm palm, which spread from her ankles all the way to her heart. She wanted to pull her leg back, but the just right soreness made her reluctant to let go. She could only bite her lip, bury her face in the pillow, and let the blush creep up to her ears. During the prenatal checkup, the doctor mentioned a rare case of neonatal colic, but only briefly. Ji Wanning was completely confused and returned home full of worry. Chen Fong explained clearly, that's because the newborn's intestinal nerves are not fully developed. They will cry at certain times. Gas-relieving exercises and the airplane hold can effectively relieve the pain. I'll teach you then. He spoke very logically and persuasively. Ji Wanning was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the man in front of her. He was still the same lazy man who seemed uninterested in anything, but when he talked about parenting knowledge, he was as professional as a top pediatrician. This contrast gave her an unprecedented sense of security. It was another evening, and Ji Wanning was reading a parenting encyclopedia. The more she read, the more her brows furrowed. When Chen Fong came out of the shower, he saw her looking bitter and resentful, so he leaned over and took a peek. Don't bother looking at these, half of the knowledge in them is outdated. He picked up a book at random, flipped through a couple of pages, and pointed to one of them, for example, this one, which says that binding a newborn's legs can straighten them, is pure nonsense and will also affect hip joint development. He turned to another page, and this one, using a baby walker is bad for a child's spine and leg development. Ji Wanning put down her book and looked up. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were glistening with tears as she quietly looked at him. Chen Fong. Thank you. Her voice was soft, but very earnest. It's so good to have you. This sudden and straightforward expression of gratitude made Chen Fong's heart feel as if it had been gently squeezed by a soft hand. He looked at his wife's gentle profile, the light outlining her beautiful jawline, the small red mole on her swan-like neck appearing and disappearing in the light and shadow. He suddenly realized that it wasn't so bad after all. It seems pretty good? The moment the thought popped into his head, he immediately nipped it in the bud. No. The ultimate dream of a salted fish is to lie flat. We must never let these temporary moments of warmth erode our fighting spirit. He cleared his throat, resumed his smug look, and reached out to pinch Ji Wanning's cheek. It's enough that you know I'm doing well. His tone was somewhat playful. From now on, you can comfort the baby when he cries, and take care of him when he makes a fuss. I'll just be there to provide you with theoretical guidance. Ji Wanning slapped his hand away and glared at him reproachfully. But in that one glance, her usual aloofness was gone, replaced by a touch of naive charm that she herself was unaware of. Chen Fong smiled. Chapter 109 Photography. The next morning, after clocking in, Chen Fong strolled to the company's tea room and brewed himself a cup of goji berry and red date tea. He was staring out the window, pondering whether to order braised pork trotters rice or Longjiang-style braised pork trotters rice for lunch. Bite. The host's family atmosphere has been detected to be continuously warming up, and the family happiness index is steadily increasing. Therefore, the Family Life series of side quests is hereby issued. Chen Fong's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Side quest, Pregnant Photographer. Task description: the conception of life is a sacred and beautiful moment, and the host has a responsibility to record this precious moment. Please take a set of commemorative pregnancy photos for your wife, Ji Wanning, to record this unique and beautiful moment. Chen Fong almost spat out his tea. What is that? A photographer? He's lived for over 20 years, and his photography skills are limited to using his phone to scan QR codes for payments. Now you want him to take a professional photo shoot? Isn't that putting him, Mr. Chen, in an awkward position? Task reward: Photography Master Beginner, Skill. Accompanied by the prompting sound, knowledge flows into the mind. The golden triangle rule of aperture, shutter speed, and ISO sensitivity. Lighting techniques of Rembrandt lighting and butterfly lighting. The Portrait Photography Composition Bible, Rule of Thirds, Leading Lines, Framing. Emotion capture: how to guide models to show the most natural and vivid expressions. Chen Fong closed his eyes, rubbed his forehead, and felt his temples throbbing. This damn system is getting more and more outrageous. I just finished teaching you about parenting a couple of days ago, and today I'm bombarding you with a bunch of photography tips. But despite the complaints, the task still had to be done. After all, taking photos of his wife isn't bad. Chen Fong sighed, took out his phone, and started searching on a shopping app. Since the system has given me the skill, I can't just use my phone to take pictures, right? That would be a disservice to the title of Master Photographer. This is good. It focuses quickly and has strong video quality. I can use it to shoot vlogs of my child in the future.
In just 3 minutes, Chen Fong selected the most cost-effective and most suitable combination for home use from a huge number of camera models and lens options.
Ordering and payment were completed in one smooth process.
In the afternoon, Chen Fong left work on time and picked up the camera equipment that had been expedited on his way. Back home, Ji Wanning was sitting on the living room carpet, leaning against the sofa, flipping through a thick picture book. Her lower abdomen already resembled a plump peach, with soft curves. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her in a gentle golden halo.
The scene is serene and beautiful.
Chen Fong's heart stirred, and he subconsciously used his newly learned knowledge of composition to examine the scene before him.
Excellent side lighting, perfect rim lighting, the subject's calm and relaxed mood. Isn't this a ready-made shooting scene? You're back?
Hearing the noise, Ji Wanning looked up and smiled at him. Chen Fong shook the shopping bag in his hand and said casually, "I bought some new toys." He unpacked the package and assembled the brand new camera and lens.
The black body and large lens give it a very professional look.
Ji Wanning curiously leaned closer.
When did you become interested in photography? Just playing around. Chen Fong raised his camera and pointed it at her. Don't move, I'm testing the lens.
Ji Wanning instinctively tried to dodge, her face showing some unease.
She wasn't used to being stared at so directly by a camera.
Don't be nervous, Chen Fong's voice came through the camera, becoming somewhat calm.
Just pretend I don't exist and look at your photo album.
There was a certainty in his tone. Under the influence of the master photographer skill, his entire demeanor underwent a subtle change. Those eyes, which usually carried a hint of laziness, now became focused and sharp behind the viewfinder.
Ji Wanning was stunned by his sudden professional aura.
She turned back stiffly, but her gaze could no longer be focused on the picture book. Chen Fong didn't speak, but kept adjusting the angle and camera parameters. He would sometimes bend down, sometimes kneel, searching for the best angle to shoot Ji Wanning.
At first, Ji Wanning was not used to it, and her movements and expressions were somewhat stiff. Honey, could you lift your chin a little higher?
Yes, just like that.
Ji Wanning raised her chin. Click. Chen Fong pressed the shutter. Great, that's the smile. Let's do it again. Now, touch your belly with your hand and imagine that the little one inside is greeting you.
Chen Fong guided him with light-hearted words. Ji Wanning unconsciously followed his instructions. When her palms rested on her swollen belly, feeling the pulse of life, her eyes instantly softened, and the glow of motherhood shone through her.
Click.
Another soft sound.
Gradually, Ji Wanning completely relaxed.
She no longer saw it as a photoshoot, but rather, under Chen Fong's guidance, she enjoyed this wonderful time of communicating with herself and her unborn baby. Chen Fong didn't ask her to pose in any deliberate way, he simply captured her most ordinary moments. The slight furrowing of her brow as she read, the gentle smile on her face as she heard birdsong outside the window, the undisguised happiness on her lips as she stroked her belly.
An hour later, Chen Fong put down his camera and let out a long sigh of relief. All right, that's a wrap. Ji Wanning was still a little reluctant to leave. Is it over already? The essence is all here.
Chen Fong handed her the camera.
Take a look for yourself. Ji Wanning took the camera and nervously pressed the playback button.
Her breath hitched when the first photo appeared on the screen. In the photo, she is bathed in the golden sunset, smiling gently with her head down, her hand lightly resting on her abdomen. The light and shadow outlined her soft body curves, and her clear almond eyes were now filled with tender tears. The whole picture has the texture of an oil painting, and is full of the atmosphere of life.
Is this me? Ji Wanning flipped through the pages one by one. Each photo captures her most unintentional yet most touching moment.
These are not the generic, commercially driven maternity photos found in photo studios, but works of art brimming with love and vitality. She could clearly feel the loving eyes of the person behind the camera gazing at her. Looking at these photos, Ji Wanning's eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. She looked up at the man in front of her. He remained as languid as ever, as if the imposing photography master from before was merely her illusion. Ji Wanning simply stared at him with her shimmering, watery eyes, without blinking. Holding the camera that still carried his warmth, she felt a surge of satisfaction and security. This man always manages to bring her unexpected surprises.
From parenting expert to photography master, how many skills does he still have that he doesn't know about? Ji Wanning thought. My husband is like a treasure trove that can never be fully explored. This photoshoot not only added a precious memory to their home, but also acted as a powerful adhesive. The distance between the two hearts was once again quietly shortened.